Is he a flat earther or a globe earther?
No. He's a glober.
Oh, okay. So he was saying, here's a way how it could work with a flat earth. And you were like, don't show that to anybody.
Yeah. Basically,
Okay.
yeah.
That's what I wanted to
I
find
said,
out.
well, we'll never bring that up again. I told him not even to tell other globers.
But
But
why
that
would
night we
you?
were talking
Why
about
would
it.
you? Why would it be such a secret? Why don't you just say there's a way that this could work, and don't even mention his name, and then try to
Because I
see
don't
what he
want
was saying and present it to us in the way he was saying it? Because that might be getting closer to the truth. That's all I'm saying. But it seems like that's something
to.
you're fearing instead of actually embracing.
It's not a fear. It's like if I had a gun in my hand, I wouldn't shoot myself in the foot. But it wouldn't be out of fear. It would just be out of
Losing the
that's not a good
argument.
practice.
Yeah, because you're basically arguing for the globe as a rule instead of arguing for the truth as a
I
rule.
don't know.
That's what I would
I
say.
know that the explanation is one that doesn't work whatsoever. But I also know
Well,
that
it'd be great if you'd show us why, show us the actual explanation, and then show us why you think it doesn't work.
it doesn't have an actual mechanism.
Well, regardless of that,
It's
what's
not
the
a real
concept?
thing.
What's the concept? How did he work it out? Was it kind of like did you ever check out the Jazzlo 111 videos I've been putting in the chat with the figure eight Earth? He actually has the continents on there too.
I'm watching it now.
There's the one with the pinwheel, the simulation one. That's not how he thinks it works, but it's an interesting way of doing it. Like if the sun and the moon were in the middle going back and forth in just a straight line, and then the two sphere were kind of rotating into them as they go back and forth. It might be a way of answering it. But the problem is that
Yeah,
if they
that was it.
do that,
That was the solution actually. Like you're spinning one and then the other one's spinning the other one like a gear.
exactly.
Yeah,
But that's just the reverse. That's the
that was the
reverse
thing. That was the
engineering.
thing, man.
Yeah.
That was Riggs' fucking solution.
And then you had the sun and the moon going back and forth. See, that's an interesting concept. Whether
No,
it
he had
be
the
true at
sky. He
all.
had the skies. He said like, what if it was like a gear, like it was moving to our sky, like a gear.
Right. Exactly. Right.
Yeah, like
Well, that's how the sky
Yeah,
seems
but
to work.
there's no mechanism for that to occur. That's just
There's no mechanism for a ball to occur except your gravity.
Yeah, there is. The mechanism is that if the Earth were rotating, that's what you would observe. You would expect to observe that.
Yeah, but what's the
So
mechanism making the Earth rotate?
I
What's
mean,
making
it's
the Earth
just
rotate? Gravity.
I mean, it's in space.
Yeah. See, that's not a mechanism
still.
either. Just floating in the vacuum. Floating in a vacuum doesn't really give us any solid answers, bro. Come on.
It's falling towards the sun, and
Everything's falling.
spinning like a top.
Everything. I love your perpetual falling ideas. Everything's perpetually falling. There's no attraction. It's just falling towards it, and it never gets there. It just always falls almost like it's perfect.
There's two states of the objects that are in the universe. Most of them, they either fell into some other object or they're perpetually falling into an object. And it's better to be the latter because that means that you got time. But that's the thing that attracts things toward each other. Everything else already crashed into the sun.
Wait, is it attracted or is it falling? Is it being attracted or is it falling?
The both.
It's
falling because it's being attracted.
What's the difference?
There's no difference.
Well, if you think if it was being attracted, then it would eventually reach it, right?
Well, it's perpetually falling around it, like the same thing with the satellites put in space.
Why don't you say it's perpetually attracted? Why don't you just say it's perpetually attracted instead of perpetually falling?
Well, I mean, it is falling towards it. It's falling towards it, and it's moving fast enough to miss it. So it's going to keep doing that.
Why doesn't it? If it's falling towards it, why doesn't it ever get any closer?
Because it's moving fast enough sideways.
Sounds like some reverse engineering to me.
Some perpendicular engineering. Because it's moving perpendicular to the the vector of the attraction.
They reverse engineered how it could be perpendicularly falling and being attracted at the same time, even though neither could be true at the same time.
Well, both can be true.
You can't be falling. You can't be perpetually falling towards something if you never get any closer to it.
If Brett Favre and some other guy were playing football on the moon, and they got so good that they can throw the ball super far, they would throw the ball sometimes and it would go where it looks like it should hit the ground, but it's going, past the curve because, it's curving right there. They throw it further, it's still falling towards the ground, but it's just moving sideways fast enough to keep missing the curve. That's all they're doing. It's just making it go fast enough towards missing the curve as it's falling down. As that was Newton's thought experiment, but he was too much of a pussy to actualize it. It wasn't until Sputnik and the other rockets that they could actually put it into
Prove the claim.
Practice.
Right. Yeah. Exactly. They needed that to call it fact, because they made up a fiction that confirmed the idea.
Well, actually, it was a consequence of the theory. So, if everything Newton's saying is true, then this would be a consequence of it. So, that happens all the time.
What about the space
gravitational waves?
What about the gravitational space-time bending idea that superseded Newtonian physics? How does that play into answering the perpetual falling?
Well, I wouldn't necessarily say it superseded it, as if it destroyed it or something. I think it explained it. Is what it did.
I think dismantled was the word. I forget what it was.
Newton had an idea, and his idea was right, for the most part. It just he didn't have a mechanism for how it was happening, and then Einstein explained the mechanism of how what Newton had discovered happens.
I'm just asking if the bending of space time, do they have their own version of how they explain that perpetual falling?
No, it's explained the same way.
Einsteinian relativity explains it.
There's one big difference, and that's that Newton basically assumed that it happens instantaneously, and Einstein knows that it doesn't. But other than that,
What do you mean by that?
Einstein or Newton assumed that the attraction was an instantaneous attraction. If an object, if the sun appeared, or if the sun disappeared immediately, then things would no longer be attracted to it. But in reality, what Einstein had found out is that gravity moves at the speed of light, just like all information. And so if the sun disappeared immediately, it would take 8 minutes for the Earth to stop falling towards the sun.
And so, the other idea with these stars that we're seeing from billions of years, trillions of miles away. So then how long ago do those stars actually burn out? We could be seeing something for how many years after it burns out with those equations?
Yeah. I mean, millions.
How many years? Millions of years.
I mean, it depends on how far away it is. There's some that are billions of light years away, so billions of years.
Yeah, so we could be zooming in on a star with a P900 and see definition to it and make it. I mean, at least it seems this camera makes it seem like it's right there, right? But then at the same time, we could also believe that that star doesn't exist any longer. We're just seeing the aftermath of this light.
Yeah, it's kind of freaky.
Yeah, it's kind of freaky. Freaky is a good word.
Sure, yeah.
I would say. I would say
it's true.
Incredibly unbelievable. How about incredibly unbelievable? How about that?
If you agree that light travels to you, with the
forever.
What do you call that? What's that one thing that the laser measuring thing? It uses light to measure distance,
the half life or the
half speed.
no. It's the attenuation of light, right? It's with the um, every certain it's cut in half, right? So what is it that you're saying about light traveling forever if that's the case?
Well, no, what? No, I'm saying that if you have with those laser things that measure distance, they just shoot light because light has to leave it and then come back to it and then measure the time it takes and they use that to measure the distance. So that's showing you that light has to travel in order for something to perceive it. So even if
Right.
things right in front of your face, um, there's some time delay from when you're seeing it and what you're seeing.
Yeah. Right. This is why they have to make the distant stars so big so that their equation of their size and the distance that the light would have to travel over millions of miles, right? They have to make them a certain size, or at least that's how they say they figured out how the size is because it took this long, given the redshift, blue shift, whatever.
Yeah,
It's crazy
even
reverse
the moon
engineering masterpiece.
takes 2 seconds. But how long does it take to get to the moon? I think it takes, it's 2 seconds or something.
Yeah, it's ridiculous, bro.
Yeah, so it's like
So
even the moon,
so
you're
gravity
seeing some
gravity
object.
moves at the speed of light. You said.
All information, no information can move faster than the speed of light. So that's the maximum speed.
But gravity's not even a
And
force, right?
if you say so, I would not say
Well,
that.
oh, you think it is a force, but it's not. It just acts like a force, is what your side really would kind of.
Well,
I'm
it's a
not sure. You know
fictitious
what? Kosho and
force.
I kind of took over. I could think these other guys that was kind of like came in on the concept of the shadow of the moon being caused by the hole in the dome. I don't want to leave that guy out of the conversation. I'll just come in there to talk about
I like that idea. Yeah. Are you
weird
talking Brahmin?
ball earth stuff. Yeah, is he still here? Riven?
Just call him Raven.
Reasons. Maybe he's tuned out. But yeah, I think that
Brahmin.
it makes a lot more sense because we know that we're not moving now, because that's where I'm at. The figure eight sun and moon path is something I think that be interesting to hear some ballers at least figure out if it's possible in the way you're talking about. I mean, you don't have to admit that it's flat, but just take the concept with the time zones, because he's debunking the AE map in a way. He's saying this is wrong because the time zones don't work, which is what a lot of ballers have been saying. And the two celestial uh, spheres being on perpendicular to each other rather than on the top and the bottom of a ball makes a lot more sense, because people hanging upside down doesn't make sense relative to each other. So let's just try to figure out maybe if there's everyone's intellectually honest enough to like come to a, that would be awesome. If there was actual ballers that are interested more in the truth than defending their model, and then they would help the flat earthers that are not set on the AE map, that are willing to accept maybe a figure eight or some other kind of concept that answers some of these questions that the ballers have problems with. That would be a beautiful thing. I don't know if that could actually happen.
Yeah. So how if they're spinning around the two hemispheres that are next to each other, would
That's
somebody be
just for
able to
the
travel?
that's just for
Go
the
ahead.
that's just for the simulation. He's not saying that he thinks the Earth's moving.
Okay.
He's saying that if you were to simulate the model that he gives, look at the time zone one, not the one with the sphere spinning, the one with the time zones. He's not talking
Yeah.
about Earth moving. He's saying if you were to create a simulation, this is a way that you can do it easiest. But it's confusing for people because they think that he's saying that the Earth moves. He knows the Earth doesn't move. He's just look at the time zone one with the figure eight. And there's another one I'll put with the sun and the moon moving through the
Yeah.
figure eight.
And whenever I
And
did
he
mine
might
with
be onto
Glitchwing,
something.
that was my solution, was to make a simulation. But my simulation was simpler. I just made two copies of the same exact, you know, hemisphere thing, and then when you cross just like in Grand Theft Auto, back in the day when you used to go to a different part of the map, it used to load. It's like if you cross the equator, all you'd have to do is it would immediately transfer you to the other hemisphere, but it would just seem like you just crossed, a line in the water.
Yeah. And his point, like in the beginning of that video where he's talking about how simulations work, you never move in the simulation. You're just in one spot walking, and then the ground moves below you, right? That's how all simulations for those kind of games work. That you don't have the character actually move in 3 dimensions. You just have him stationary, and the 3 dimensions move around him relative to his direction he's facing. And it kind of shows how a lot of this can be reverse engineered. You know that if it's the Earth is stationary and the stars are moving, then let's just say that's the case and figure out how it could work with the 2 celestial spheres in that way. And we'll all be like, cool with the titty Earth because we all like boobs, right? I mean, I think that's where like there's mostly men in this conversation and liberal women, that maybe into tits themselves. So I'm thinking that maybe titty Earth is where we all settle. Come to a meeting of the minds and dicks. You in? I mean, that's the kind of thing that people that I think flat earthers are interested in as far as the ballers go. Who's actually trying to figure this out and who's just set on defending the model? And our respect for the ballers really is kind of judged by that. Like if you're just defending the model and saying things that don't make any sense just to defend the model, that's one thing. But if you're actually trying to put some speculation in, like Riven was talking about earlier, I think he's a flat earther, but he's saying he's speculating. There's some things about the ball model that make sense that flat Earth hasn't come up with an answer for. And the 2 celestial spheres, I think that is one of those things that may be some avoidance going on, which shouldn't be the case. You're looking at it as titty Earth. You can embrace it.
Here's a question for you. When you say 2 celestial spheres, do you mean nighttime and then daytime? Like
no, the star trails. Two sets of star trails.
Well,
in the
if
sky.
the stars are just a rotating wheel, like around a ring,
Mhm.
you could have like a ring, gear, Earth projected upwards or something, like a Fibonacci rotation of a ring in a gear.
Well, if there was 2 of them and they feed off each other like thermodynamics does, like when you have the dipole and the pole, like the magnetic poles on a sheet of paper with the iron filings, and they make that same exact pattern that the stars do. It's thermodynamics. It's like your lungs circulate in the same way, your brain, everything seems to have that pattern. It can be the same thing as like the celestial sphere. The magnetic field, maybe, and it could be all tied into that. But if maybe we're looking at it as just one disk or one area.
Well, here's an idea. Can it be flat and have 24-hour sunlight in the north and the south?
Yeah, I'll put the video in I was just about to refer you to, which is how the sun and the moon work.
I think
that one I put in
like
the chat has the time zones.
The sun were in the middle. It was like it's like turning the way it. I don't know how to explain it. Like the sun could be at the North Pole, and the North Pole. I don't know how you would draw it out.
Here, I'll put the one I'm talking about and check out Jazzla 111. Because the thing about the Gleason's map and the way that the sun moves, it doesn't make sense when you really look at the way that the sun moves. And it's almost like if this whole flat Earth thing was a rollout and there was like signed teams that were going to be like, I'm not saying that's the case, but it does seem like there's some things that have been avoided on the flat Earth mainstream side that should be definitely acknowledged by now. And maybe the southern star rotation is one of them. And they're trying to chalk it up to reflection and all these other things when we should just acknowledge maybe there's 2 sets of stars that have a celestial equator and there's 2 round areas rather than just one round area. And there actually is a quote unquote south and north, but it's just like more like a adjacent relationship.
I think it could be like a ring, like the Elysium ring. Have you ever heard of that? The ring of
No?
Elysium. It's got
No,
like the
that sounds
sun in the
interesting.
middle.
Oh, it's a model?
Yeah, it's just a ring. It's just a big ring with the sun in the middle, I guess.
Sometimes I have to wear those if I'm a little, drunk.
Let's go back to the
Ring?
boob thing for a second, because what you said about them being adjacent to each other, I can imagine instead of the boobs being like I was saying, like they're, opposite sides of each other, like, the nipples opposite side. You could have the boobs side by side, just like they are in a woman's breast, and doing what you're saying, like one rotates and it rotates the other one, so you have two opposite rotating, skies or whatever.
Yeah, the skies are rotating, not the Earth. Right.
Yeah, but for me, the boobs would have to represent the surface for it to make sense.
Well, that's because you can't get the curvature out of your head. You have to just get rid of that idea. There's no curvature, bro.
I told you, my problem is with the perimeter of the boob and the distance from the nipple to the outer edge.
Well, yeah, but you're going from assuming that you've been given the correct distances between the continents.
That's right.
Yeah, so you're already in the faith base right there.
Well, I mean, it's not. It's a safe assumption that the land masses from, the Mediterranean to the Scandinavian countries to the North Pole, those distances have been, occupied for thousands of years. It's safe to say there's not 2,000 miles that we're pretending is there that actually isn't. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm just, I'm skeptical of your discernment because you believe everything you do.
Well, I mean, I believe what I just said, but I would believe otherwise if there was evidence of it. But like I said, on our model, there's 2,000 extra miles that's supposed to be there, and I would say it's accounted for. But if for some reason there was evidence to say, hey, wait a minute, that 2,000 miles was completely made up, then I'd be like, oh shit, I got something to look at. But like I said, that 2,000 miles, like the 6,000 miles from Africa to the Mediterranean to Europe to our North Pole, is all existent. So for it to be
Well,
flat, you'd have to take away
maybe the to
2,000
the Earth.
miles.
Yeah, well, I think that's you'd have to just look at his work. We have to talk about. We have to have something that we're actually looking at as evidence to debate those numbers you're talking about.
Maybe I'll make the boob model.
Yeah, but you're not going to have the curvature work because you'd have to be going down on one side and up on the other.
That's true.
You have to just try to make it work with your flat Earth figure eight first. See if it could work, and then point out the problems because that's what I was planning on doing. I was going to try to take the continents and place them in the correct way. Actually, I always mention my friend E1 who doesn't talk about this anymore because he's hiding out from the New World Order right now. But he's off grid and everything. But yeah, there's only one example of his presentation of his model and everything that you can see right now. I'll put that in the chat. But he left the whole conversation for a while because there were some things he seemed like you can only guess that we're just being avoided almost like a controlled opposition on the flat Earth side. Like they were avoiding the southern star trails, and he was, very firm on that being a fact. And he thinks maybe even Antarctica is its own continent, and that's part of the misinformation that's been perpetuated on the flat Earth side or just misunderstood. And that maybe Australia is its own continent, and there could still be an ice wall or ice titties, ice bra. A wire frame of the bra is the ice wall.
Yeah,
Just
ice
picture
bra.
it that way. Nice bra. Ice bra.
That makes sense actually. Both the nipples would be icebergs basically, because the nipples are, the south and north on the
Right.
boob model.
The colder areas, yeah. And that's the reason that whatever the heat and the magnetism are all working together. When the sun
Let
gets
me
towards the pole close enough, it reverses its direction and goes back out in the figure eight.
let me give you some inspiration, man. Because truth be told, all jokes aside, and your friend aside, you've probably come the closest to you're making a good point about things that have not been addressed before, and you definitely have a different idea than I think people for too long have admitted that the AE map doesn't work, but allowed themselves to express the Earth that way anyway. For lack of alternative. So if I were you, I would try to really flesh out your alternative method, your alternative model, because it's got more promise than the AE model. It just it still has kinks, but it's no pun intended. But yeah, it still has issues, but it's got a lot less issues than it solves some of the problems of the AE model. But like I said, it is a completely fresh idea, which is interesting. You know what I mean? Because like instead of having an Antarctic ice wall, it's got Antarctica as a continent, and it
Right.
has the hemispheres, and so the difference is, whereas the AE model, there's huge incorrect distances and this kind of thing. With that model, at least those are somewhat alleviated, and it's somewhat more based in the reality of the observations that are made by everyday people.
Cool. I appreciate you saying that. That's good. I'm glad you're not just like, oh, you don't know what you're talking about. You're stupid. Like, I mean, if I ever brought this up to someone like Rumpus, he'd be like, obviously, we know the Earth's spinning. We've had many ways that we could tell, and just try to say that there's things that they've proven that they really haven't. I mean, you're honest enough to say that you know that the rotation can't be proven other than the device, like, that supposedly makes us believe it, like whatever the pendulum does, or that's not good enough. I mean, it shouldn't be good enough for anybody, really. There should be
Did you hear me say that?
enough that we don't have any doubts.
I didn't say that at all. I didn't say that though, man. But regardless,
Oh, wait, you're saying the pendulum does prove it. You're
no,
saying
I'm
that the
just saying
rotation is provable.
I'm saying I never even said anything pertaining to
Well,
that.
I
But
know. I assume that from other
it's fine.
conversations, I guess, that you're not just taking the pendulum as proof positive that the Earth spins, like Rumpus might. That's all I was saying.
Well, I think it's funny that you were asking earlier about that explanation that Rig had. I told him to keep quiet, and it turns out that you're already using that explanation in the model that you're and the other guy has already constructed. Because that's exactly the mechanism. It was that gear thing.
Yeah.
That was interesting.
And it makes more sense because things always think about everything that we know of. That is especially anything that circulates. Usually there's, a circulation of two things feeding off of each other rather than just one thing perpetually moving on its own. Especially when we're talking about magnetic fields. There's a positive and a negative, right? Well, if the truth is that it's a titty Earth, right? And the patriarchy decided to get rid of Mother Earth and just take the tits away and make it,
Are they
a singular
attached?
Earth. Well, they're in symbiosis.
Oh, next to
So
each other, yeah.
the north and the south would be in symbiosis, and the sun and the moon would be doing a figure eight. And it's interesting if it does do a figure eight path, and then there's a figure eight residue left in the sky if you took a picture every 24 hours with the analemas. I mean, the analemas,
wow.
it's a figure eight.
It's like a money shot on the breast of Mother Earth.
Right. I mean, come on. I think guys in general, no matter if you're a glober or a flat earther, you got to look into titty earth.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think
See,
that it definitely
see what it feels
provides a
like, you know?
fresh, yeah, it provides a fresh, and it's not even just, it's not merely a joke. Like I said, when me and Litchwink made
I
it,
know,
I
I'm
was
not even
making them
joking.
flat.
Dick earth is a joke. Titty earth is no joke.
I was making them flat when I was doing it with Litchwink, and the only thing that was magic was the fact that when you change hemispheres, you're changing worlds in the simulation thing or whatever. But now that I'm thinking about it again, the only thing I would make different is I would make them, like you said, tits, like two tits, because yeah, I mean, ultimately, if you did that, but it wouldn't be flat Earth anymore at that point, which would be kind of an issue. And if you
Why?
admitted that there was two
Wait. Why
hemispheres,
would it not be flat earth? Why do you have to associate flat earth with one area rather than two?
well, no, it's just flat. Um, people think that flat. What's the word I'm looking for? Well, flat.
They want to
Flat is
associate
basically
flat earth with
describing
the
a plane.
disc, right?
Well, no, flat. Okay, that's what I was gonna say. Flat and smoothness. Like people confuse flatness with smoothness. Like Bev, he's like, I'm not flat earther. There's mountains and valleys, but mountains and valleys
It's a misnomer.
just make it not smooth. But the fact that would be a plane, regardless if there's mountain and valleys, still make it flat.
Yeah, that's the whole conflation weirdness about the whole argument.
But if they're tits, it's not a plane anymore.
Well, this is the thing: is that there's Gio and I were mentioning this the other night actually because he was talking about how there is an actual mound type of a structure going on with the Earth because we have the sand. Basically, I was adding that. That the sand comes up out of the ocean, and then that's where the waves come up to, and then they recede. And there's a water level because the Earth is above the water level, so there is a bit of a rising to the land, above the water. That's not to say that it's curvature, but it's just a mound of land, and there's still a down and an up. It's just that there has to be a certain amount of mound, and maybe up towards the North Pole and South Pole, there's a bit of a higher elevation to it. Doesn't make it curvature necessarily, but maybe like somewhere in between would be would be like the meeting point. And then if this is true, this would actually give some of the ballers a little bit of a reprieve or a little bit of credit on their side for arguing the globe model, since this is there's some things that the AE map just cannot answer. And denying celestial stars might be a big problem for them, which is understandable if there are celestial stars rather than some just reflection or whatever their other flat Earth answers there are to it. So then that it could be like a meeting of the minds or a compromise.
Yeah.
So your friend never ended up working on it anymore? Your friend just kind of abandoned it?
No, he never worked. He never worked at it. He never worked at it at all. He just was. We were spitballing, and I said never repeat that because it was such a good idea. But he probably did.
But that sucks. That's just weird. I don't get why you'd say never repeat because it's such a good idea. Like that's the weird part.
Like I said,
you should say let's work on it. It's a great idea instead of never repeat that because it goes against my model. Kind of seems like
actually, to be honest with you, I was being selfish. I wanted to use it to create a model, but yeah, your friend already did it. I was using it as a guise. Like I was saying, don't repeat it because then it could be used against us. I actually wanted to create a model using that.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well, that's almost better than just defending the model, which that you were hoping it was.
Yeah, but I mean, the guy already did it, so I mean, except for like I said,
do you have a copy of it? Do you have a copy of what he was showing?
No.
You do?
No, he didn't show anything. We were just talking. Yeah, we were just.
Oh, I thought you said some guy already did it. Oh, you mean the Jasla guy?
No, your friend. Yeah, the guy.
E1?
The guy that you've shown us the videos for.
Have you watched his video that I posted before?
I glimpsed at it. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah,
that's what was happening.
That's why he's like he's a legend that nobody knows about except for me because I was up hours and hours talking to him about this, and we were like, yeah, the two celestial spheres kills the ball, and the flat earthers running away from it like it's a win for their side.
Listen, this is how I got into when I was in the flat Earth. When I was in 24/7 in the very beginning, I was trying to make because I saw the flat Earth models and I thought that they were obviously flawed, and so I wanted to correct all the flaws in them. And I think that you shouldn't settle on the fact that it works better than the AE map. You should try to identify the things that are still inaccurate with it and try to smooth out those things, because there still is a handful of them.
Well, as far as the continent spacing goes, one of the things I sent him, actually both, I guess I was his muse in a way, because I sent him Jazla 111 to begin with, and that's where he started going off on his idea of the two halves, or the south being its own strand of or set of celestial stars, right? Anyway, so I sent him this other thing about the lining up of Orion's belt with not only the pyramids, but there's structures all across the land from Easter Island all the way over to what's the other side called? I always forget. But there's monuments that are spaced exactly like that to line with Orion's belt. And they say Orion's belt's the only 3 stars that you can see anywhere on the plane. Even on Globe, they say that, I guess. The Orion's belt goes right up through the celestial equator. And if that's still accurate, and you can still put those stars still go straight above the pyramids, then not much attenuation there, if that's the case to begin with. But if you can match them up from Easter Island all the way across to the other side, these monuments could show you where you are on Earth by looking at the stars, just like you would do with like a sextant. But this would be a way for any man to know, if you knew where the stars were supposed to be every single day and time of the year, and you had that mapped out, then as long as you could find Orion's belt, you would know where you are in relation to where Orion's belt is at that time and day.
Yeah, but I mean, I can do that. Like, not I wouldn't say with a precision, but I study the night sky enough, and I know where the ecliptic is, because the Orion's belt's not the only 3 stars that you can see from everywhere in the world. You can see the ecliptic and all the constellations on the ecliptic. So all the zodiac constellations, I mean.
Anywhere you are, even south and north of the equator.
Yeah. Yeah, because they're on
the celestial equator.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So because they're on the celestial equator, you can see them from anywhere, as long as they're not behind the sun.
Yeah, and that's the thing. If there's that equator that's just a line in between, and the stars actually go 360 degrees separate from each other when they go out far enough, and our land masses are just in an area where we can't get far enough out. Like E1 wanted to get a boat, go like, a few hundred miles past Easter Island with the right telescope to show that these stars separate from each other and go off in their separate directions, and then they go around and they meet up again. He even worked out that the Milky Way itself, as it goes through the celestial equator, it gets broken apart. And that could be going along with the myth of Quetzalcoatl being like the monster in the sky being broken apart. Could be one of the references there. But then it comes back to the other side and it meets up almost like perfectly every single time, because we always see it the same. And what he said about Orion's belt was the only 3 stars that he thought didn't go off in one direction or the other. And they would work like the Pac-Man model, like the Orion's belt appears on one side, and then as soon as the other stars get to where they meet, in relation to Orion's belt, it reappears at the top of the celestial equator and goes through the middle again. why that would be is crazy. Why? I mean, how that, unless the stars are just some kind of, I don't know, like illusion or just an aberration of something, projection. I don't know.
Honestly, the mainstream model's explanation is probably the craziest one out of them all.
Thanks for
But it
admitting
also has
that.
the most evidence. They say what?
I said thanks for admitting that at least.
Well, I mean, it's true, man. Remember in Lion
It
King,
is.
whenever they're all talking about the stars, and then Pumbaa's like, I thought they were just balls of gas, burning gas or whatever. And everyone's like Simba's like, what the fuck is he talking about?
Yeah,
Even
it
though
doesn't make any
that
sense.
is what we believe,
Well,
more or
why do
less.
you believe that there could be a planet like a gas planet? Does that really make sense to you?
Yeah, of course.
How so?
Because of chemistry, if you look at chemistry and you realize everything can be made up of, uh, you know, forms of hydrogen, basically. If you just have a bunch of hydrogen and then eventually some of it fuses, you get other shit, you're going to still have mostly hydrogen, some helium. So it makes sense that these giant collections of hydrogen and helium, like the sun plus Jupiter and Saturn, and then everything else is like this, kind of the scraps, of other material that are orbiting them. But the
But
majority of it's going to be hydrogen.
doesn't
Makes
the
sense.
gravitational pull get weaker towards the middle though?
And
So how
only
do they
if you're
form in the
inside
first?
of it. That's if you're inside of. That's if you're inside the object.
But
It's
how do
not that
they
it gets
form in
weaker;
the
it gets
first?
smaller. Say what?
How do they form in the first place if it gets smaller towards the middle,
No.
towards the
Okay, check this out. So if you have, imagine you have a pure gas cloud of hydrogen, okay, and the hydrogen is so massive that it has a gravitational attraction to each other, and it starts collapsing inward. It's going to create pressure. The pressure is going to be the force that is containing it. Okay, the gravity is pulling it all together, but let's say it's a ball. It's formed a ball now. The gas in the edge of that gas ball is still gonna have that strong traction, towards the center. It's true that there'll be gases in the inside of it that the gravitational attraction it might be equal in all directions outward, and so it's not really going to be compelled gravitationally, but it's going to be in the middle of a massive sphere like that, so it's going to be compelled by the pressure.
I don't know, man.
It just maintains that form inside a vacuum as just like a planet would.
Oh, it's hydrostatic equilibrium. It reaches
Hydrostatic
the equilibrium because
equilibrium.
of
Yeah.
it reaches the equilibrium because of the fact that there's an inward force of gravity, the downward inward force, and an outward force of the pressure, and you know any spot on that sphere of gas is going to have hydrostatic equilibrium. So it'll be, it's not going to be, it'll be somewhat stable in that position because there'll be outward pressure pushing it outwards, and there'll be inward gravity holding it in place. So that's what you end up with, something that's relatively stable.
And then that ball of gas is falling as well, right? Perpetually falling.
Yeah, sure. If we make that Jupiter, I was imagining it was the sun or something, but if you imagine it's Jupiter, yeah, sure.
Don't you love the sacred geometry of the what is it? Which model is it? The sacred geometry of the retrograde motions of the planets with
Oh, That's just,
new.
I mean, that's just the. That's not really even a model. That's just a description of what they look like in the sky. But the you're talking about the dance of Venus or the kiss of Venus, where it looks like
Talking
the
about
pattern it makes with the Earth.
Ptolemy. Talking about Ptolemy's model.
Oh, that's what you're saying.
Yeah. Beautiful.
Yeah, but those
Did
patterns they
someone
make.
say Ptolemy?
Yep.
Gotta love a good Ptolemaic model.
Mhm.
Good glober is Ptolemy.
It's geocentric, though, isn't it?
Still a glober.
Well, maybe not. Maybe it's titty. Maybe it's
No,
titty Earth.
he was a glober.
Well, whether he's a glober or not, could be the answer. The compromise we're talking about here. If you just join the conversation, is titty Earth might be where all the guys meet. You know, makes sense.
And he's kind of come up with this idea of two hemispheres, side by
Celestial
side,
hemispheres. Yeah, with
right? And
figure eight sun or moon.
Like an
yeah, the
That's
infinity
gears.
my
symbol.
idea. Yeah, infinity.
Yes.
Right. I put some links in the chat that go along with that idea. E1's on Sun and Moon there. It's not the best platform. He gets his ideas across, but there's some old hangouts I'm sure I can find where he gets into the whole idea of the way that we've been told the equator doesn't make as much sense as the celestial equator. It's not the same thing because there's the alignment of Orion's belt with these monuments may be giving us the true equator.
Well, it's upside down though, isn't it? The alignments, say, between Giza, the three main periods of Giza, and the three stars on Orion's belt's the wrong way around. You noticed that?
I didn't know that. What's that? You're saying that the alignment doesn't go with the Orion's belt the way that people assume?
No. If you actually look at the pattern, the pyramids are the wrong way around. So it's like a reverse.
There was also another star pattern people that I mentioned that someone else always brought up by Dragon's Crux or some other.
Yeah, but there's Draconis and some of the monuments in and around Angkor Wat and the Khmer Rouge civilization.
Do they still line up to this day?
It's a bit of a stretch if you ask me that one.
Okay, pretty
I
much.
always
So.
think you got to look at pareidolia being a possibility there. People are looking for something to fit rather than the other way around. And there's no real symbolism in Khmer Rouge culture and the constellation of Draconis. In fact, they didn't even consider it a constellation. So,
See, with your knowledge, you'd really be able to help us with Kitty Earth because you know the reasons that the AE map doesn't work very specifically, and you know the history of a lot of these alignments and things that might work into the men's club of the new Kitty Earth movement.
hey, I'm always I love talking about history and archaeology. So don't get me wrong. That's it.
You can help. You can help a lot with an alternative. Just like suspend your belief about the globe for a little while and try to help us out with some other alternatives with the stationary Earth. Because that's
always happy.
It'd be great. Check out the Jazzla 111 videos I put in the chat, as well as the one from Sun and Moon with my friend E1. He doesn't talk about flat Earth anymore right now, but that's the only thing you can see because he took his channel down for the moment. But yeah, the idea that there's two celestial spheres over two rounded areas of land. They don't have to even have borders necessarily. Maybe that's that's just the areas we're allowed to know about. There could be more land even within this little pond that we're in. But maybe all the AE flat Earth maps are controlled opposition, wrong on purpose type ideas so that it can limit the conversation. Who knows?
He's going to be talking about Vimanas next, isn't he?
Why don't you tell us about Hermanas?
It's from the Mahabharata. And they were claimed to be flying machines that were used in Krishna's war. Rain destruction down. And then some people link that to the Indus Valley culture. There's been claims of higher radioactivity there. And it could have been where they dropped one of the bombs.
Interesting. I'm trying to find the Orion's belt alignment videos. Have you ever heard that?
If you look up a guy called Randall Flemeth, he was one of the people that came up. Rand L. Flemeth. He was the guy that sort of came up with it, and then Graham Hancock.
Rand L. Oh yeah, Randall Carlson.
No, Randall Carlson's a geologist. He specializes in the scablands in North America.
Rand L. What was the last part?
Rand L. Flemeth. Flemeth, I believe. I've got his book somewhere.
Okay. Interesting.
I think it's called Heaven's Mirror.
Do you think anybody's successfully escaped from the realm, Dave?
If there is a way to to escape, I don't know if it's. I don't necessarily know if it's escape. Maybe there's a symbiosis going on with the outer ponds that we don't even know about. And like you just have to ask for their admittance. I've heard this weird theory, in fact, about like the dumb areas. This is something E1 said. He's got some military connections too. Like he knew some military people. And I think the military were convinced that this whole pandemic was going to be as crazy as it is now from the very start. So that's why he kind of overreacted, maybe. But he said that if you were to go to like one of these underground places and get in, they can't refuse you. Like they have to accept you if you get in, which is weird. Like if you could just get in, then they'll give you something to do. They're not going to kick you out. That's a weird idea. Who knows if that's true? But maybe it's similar, and like you could get to the outer ponds through the submarine passage or whatever that people talk about.
He's definitely been reading his Hindu mythos. That's Shambhala.
Yeah, it goes along with those ideas for sure. There's a good video from that Divergent guy that talks about. He's got these old Nazi maps that show the outer ponds and talk about the submarine passageways, Merle.
If that book's
but yeah, like
bookshelf.
Maybe they have to go by the that's what I was getting to, the Star Trek the prime directive. Like they can't help you unless you ask for help. Right?
Do you send a letter or send it telepathically?
I don't know. I made up that chant. Remember the Outer Ponders, the Outer Ponder chant, the song, the Outer Ponder party people. Outer Ponder party people.
Yeah, Heaven's Mirror is a book by Santa Fe and Graham Hancock, but he mentions Randolph Flemeth in it. So I've got his book somewhere. It's not in my upstairs bookshelf.
I'm looking him up. Thanks for that.
Have you ever had a spliff with Graham, Dross?
No. Talked to him
Might have
twice.
to do that
but
one day.
Not got to know him. I don't smoke anymore, so
Oh,
I don't
don't
smoke
you?
weed anymore. No, gave it up about 5 months ago.
How's it going?
That's all right. Sleeping was a bit hard to begin with, but that's cool.
Did you try a method? Did you just decide, or there's this book?
I just stopped.
Good, yeah, that's pretty much what you have to do. There's a book that was famous for helping people quit. If anyone wants to know about it. It's called the easy way.
There's no lead up to it. You just woke up one morning and were just like, I'm stopping.
Yeah, it has to be a
pretty
decision.
much. Yeah, it's conscious choice, and you know,
Right.
it's the way I gave up cigarettes last time, which is my next thing. So you just stop buying them.
Did you feel withdrawals?
No,
That's the weird thing. Like most people think that there's withdrawals, and maybe that's a mental thing as well. So I've heard of other people where they have to
I
go.
get them. I get them for a couple of days. About 2 or 3 days, then I'm right.
They say it's more addictive than heroin, though.
I saw Graham Hancock on Joe Rogan's, and he said he stopped smoking weed for a while so he can go back and start smoking again. Like,
it was more. I mean, I've smoked on and off. Well, you know, actually, I smoked on until I had kids, and then I gave up. Then I got divorced, and then I started smoking a bit again, and it just got a bit too much. I mean, you know, I was just smoking too much. You know, I was smoking 6, 7, 8 joints a night.
how badly did the divorce press you, Josh? Or did you just cope with it and sail through?
No, that was pretty tough. Yeah.
Yeah, I can
You know,
imagine.
you don't spend 15 years with someone and then go, oh, it's all cool.
Yeah. Emotional and stressful, I assume.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I didn't know if I was going to have a home, didn't know what was going to happen with the kids. You know, it wasn't particularly acrimonious, but still, it's not a nice change. Fortunately, I've got a very reasonable ex-partner, so
That helps.
that does. So we kind of made all the decisions ourselves rather than having to get courts involved. But to be fair, my ex is way smarter than I am anyway, so she's pretty conscious. My downfall, I like really smart women.
Do you still sort of dig her?
Nah.
He had to quit that too, cold turkey.
Exactly.
Yeah. Have to kind of do a detox, ideas or people or things sometimes as well as.
No, I just went and shagged out a load of other women. So
There you go. Yeah.
Part of it.
The best way of getting over someone is going to sleep with other people.
But you didn't use a vape pen to get over cigarettes.
No, I just stopped. But I still smoke now. It's my next thing to give up.
Oh, you started smoking again.
Yeah. I gave up. Yeah, I gave up smoking for about 4 years and then started again. And that was because I was smoking weed.
Smoking cigarettes? Okay, so I thought you said 5 months ago you quit.
No. That's what I stopped smoking weed 5 months ago.
Oh, weed.
I just got myself a 30-day ban on Facebook. Pretty good.
Oh, no.
I was in a religious server and someone said, I use this religion as an exemption for my jab. Loads of other people said, no, just get the jab. Someone said, don't be a twat, get the jab. So I said, get your 5th. And they reported me for bullying, and now I'm banned for 30 days.
I'm wondering if that works, because if some of the videos of people saying that the religious exemption doesn't work are just like giving people the assumption that it doesn't work.
It can work if they can find a citation from the religion saying we don't take anything in our foreign bodies and it's part of the religion.
What religions do that?
But you can look at things like Jehovah's Witnesses and blood transfusions. So that, and also some form of Judaism also has the problems with blood.
Christian Scientists too, right? Christian Scientists.
Yeah. But the one that this guy was trying to use, the Lima, doesn't mention anything about that. It's just
you can't use
you get to decide what you want. So
but that's not good enough. You have to actually have a belief specifically designating foreign body substance.
I think it might be nuanced in court. I don't know. I'm only guessing.
Well, the problem is you got is most religions were formed before we had injections, so really none of them have any prescriptions against it.
So could they take it back to the extreme and say it doesn't say prescriptions?
Maybe, yeah. You'd have to have a good lawyer, and then people would just have to respect the word and respect you. I think it works. If you're saying I'm religious and this goes against it, then they're persecuting a religion that they've already agreed not to persecute. So you
Well,
could probably win in court.
There's no real prescription in the UK for that.
Maybe not. I don't know.
It's more of an American thing.
Yeah, I think you're probably right.
Because it comes under the freedom of religion, and government will have no part in religion, and religion will have no part in government. Separation of state.
I was just annoyed that they're allowed to be rude and tell people what to do, but when I reflect them and say don't tell people what to do, and I'm slightly rude in the same, I get banned for bullying.
Oh yeah, it's what I call the QE problem.
Terrible SJW.
Thank you.
Yeah, it happens a bit in Flat Earth, doesn't it, with mods and people like
I'm still in the woodshed on Flat Earth debate, and that was because I basically he was being quite insulting, so I was just putting videos up saying, you know, here's QE being totally demolished, kind of thing. But I didn't even say that. I just put the videos up with this is interesting reference material, and he was sort of arguing about spectroscopy. So, you know, oh, well, you know, so he put up a mass spec saying, how do you look at a star like that? So then I started putting up Victorian visual spectroscopes. So that's badly pronounced. Which are direct observation pieces, which he can use.
What I should learn from this, should have already learned, is don't give hard opinions in Thelema groups, because they're all SJW progressives.
That kind of goes against the whole view of Thelema. I thought, you know, you were supposed to be able to express yourself openly and frankly.
Yeah, I mean, them banning me does go against Thelema, yeah.
Kind of like when I went to this hippie college in Washington State called the Evergreen State College. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Oh yeah, there was a good percentage of kids there with dreadlocks, and it was kind of like a reverse discrimination. If you didn't have, there were certain circles of people that you couldn't really go talk to because you didn't have dreadlocks.
Yeah, that's weird. You can reverse the whole paradigm if there's enough of you.
Right.
There's a saying that gives me comfort, which is every group has its shitheads.
There you go. The enemy of the church is the church down the street.
Yeah, I find that in Thelema and witchcraft there's a lot of divs that completely embarrass me and what I believe in.
Most pagans out of my way are pretty chill, to be fair.
Do you think beliefs stagnate discovery?
Yes, probably. They might drive discovery too, though, in some ways, so it might be balanced.
That's interesting, yeah.
But yeah, what
Kinda
were you
true in a
thinking?
way.
What would be an example of believing something
Well,
so
when
hard
you say,
that you don't go and discover something else?
well, you could even say that about God. You know, like
Yeah.
belief that God, you could believe in a creator or the intelligent design, at least, without even having a creator necessarily, if it created itself. But once you have a set concept of what God is or what heaven is or what afterlife is or anything that's unknown.
Yeah, there's no need to look then.
Well, it's not about no need to look, but if you're only looking for a certain solution that you're already believing in, then maybe you'd miss the actual solution because you're looking for the wrong thing.
I think that affects religion and science.
I've always liked the view. Oh, sorry. I've always liked the view that we're We're all part of the universe. We're fragments of the universe made conscious, trying to understand itself.
Why would the universe be trying to understand itself?
Because it's bored and interested. It is like us, so it wants to know itself.
Or it
So
could be
it's learning.
like
Yeah, learning.
it could all. Well, it's kind of like a paradox. Everything's when you get to this level of knowingness, there is a paradox involved, no matter what.
Yeah.
Even if you believe in a God that who created the God, and you're going to try to call out some kind of infinite regress fallacy, which doesn't really solve the paradox. It just avoids it for discussion purposes.
I like the fact that life's full of paradoxes. I also believe that all paradoxes can be rectified in your mind somehow.
Well, then tell me this then, Don. What does your nose smell like?
Oh. Well, it smells of bogeys.
No, that's the bogeys, not your nose.
Well, my nose smells of sweaty skin.
How do you know that?
I can smell it through the nose.
Is that your nose, or is that the skin underneath your nose?
I get it though. Like, I can't look at my own eyes, can I? It's
yeah,
impossible.
exactly. Right.
But, you know, I was trying to rectify the paradox.
You can in a mirror.
I can use a mirror, yeah.
The brain can't really understand itself because it is itself. Same way that the universe, the world, we can't understand the world because we are of the world.
Still confused, even though he's watching himself. Maybe it's not learning; it's just experiencing. He's just feeling. He doesn't really learn anything.
I always find it funny that people talk about infinite regression like it's a problem, or begging the question. You know, these are all informal fallacies. Right. And we always end up at one of the informal fallacies when it comes to getting to the epistemology of shit.
Like, I believe in God, and when an atheist says to me, "Who invented God?" that does throw me through a loop, because all I can say is nothing or another God.
No, there's one other one.
What?
God created itself.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So it was always
one.
That's also a paradox. It's a paradox, though, too.
You could say,
yeah. How could something create itself if it didn't exist to begin with?
Say the energy in the universe and God, whatever you want to call it, it always existed. It was never not a thing.
I think that is my main answer.
Kosha, your mic's
void
crazy.
was always there.
Yeah, I think you've borrowed Matrix's mic.
Yeah, it sounded like that. You were in a hallway or a bathroom.
No, how about now?
A little better.
Similar. It's like really too loud or something, and kind of like you're an echoey bathroom or something.
Wait, it sounds like it's too loud right now?
No, now it's better. Whatever you just did.
A bit loud, but it's still all right.
Anyway, what were you saying?
I was saying to you, sir. Actually, I was actually just looking at something about the Big Bang just now too. Earlier, they were saying that they now know for certain that the Big Bang wasn't a beginning, or the idea that it was created in that moment is definitely not true. Something along those lines. Something they just found out. But yeah, I think that's very possible that this thing that's the universe or the spirit, all the energy, God, whatever you want to call it, I think it's possible it always existed and it never was created because it was something that was always existed.
Yeah, it has to be by the first law of thermodynamics. If matter can't be created or destroyed,
yeah, but that's
then it always, whatever is here, always was here and always will be.
Yeah, but the scientific laws aren't, they're not guaranteed to be true. So it's like you don't have to.
Even though they're trying to guarantee that the Big Bang definitely is not the case now. Like the claims on your side of the argument, you have to get sick of it. Even you guys. We definitely know this now. We definitely know this is wrong now. It's the same exact claim.
Basically, the reason why they know it didn't happen like that is because there's no conclusion. There's no explanation that can describe that. And so it would just basically be an assumption. And it has always been like that. Has always been like people who express that as things existing from that Big Bang is because they extrapolate the events of the Big Bang and move back even further to say that
if you go back a little bit further, that means that it was all in this tiny point and it was all created at that moment. But that part of it is not part of the theory. It's just, it would be based on the laws, which is a flawed way of doing it. Because you would actually want
Everything coming
evidence.
from nothing. Just the idea of everything coming from nothing is flawed right there on anybody's scale, I'd imagine.
Well, to me, I mean, from the philosophical, spiritual point of view, the only constant that I observe in my real world is change. Constant change is chaos. All order comes from chaos.
Actually, I made a film in college. Merle's seen it. Sorry to grandstand a little bit, but yeah, I made a film in college that dealt with this concept that the last human being left on Earth is needed to become in symbiosis with the machine, and everyone else on Earth is found a way, or they're a part of this system where you can encase your state of being inside of your head in this black box, and then extract it from your head, and then you can observe yourself outside of yourself, and then these black boxes are put into this formula, and they all gather around these boxes and chant and do their complete objective collective observation of themselves outside of themselves, and they have to solve for X in the equation. Mr. X, the last human being left on Earth, that needs to add his box to the collective, so they can then objectively, collectively observe themselves. And then if they can do that, we can all agree upon what one is, like just the concept of one, and they already have, because there was only one left to acquire. And then once they do that, they have the full collective unconsciousness to observe and agree upon. And so if that's the case, then it'd be infinite. But the paradox in the whole thing, and the movie's called Paradox, actually. If we get to the answer of one, then that's infinite, right? It's an infinite agreeing of what one is. But at the same time, the formula is X equals infinity, and X is the variable. So really what it's saying is the variable is forever, which means that the only thing that is constant is change, just like you just said, Ross. Sorry to go off on that.
That was like an interesting movie.
Yeah, I made it without sound, so you won't, that all of that concept's there. I'll put the link in the chat if anyone wants to watch it. Visually, it's all right there, but it was just a concept that I had. And a friend was going through the same college program that I was. He didn't get into the program that I took a film program at Evergreen State College. They only accepted 25 people a year, so I was pretty lucky to get in. And he wasn't able to get in because it's hard to get in for whatever reason. I just wrote an essay. I didn't have any credentials that got me in. It was more of what I wrote to get in. Anyway, he couldn't get in, so we did a project for the year based on a film, since I had already been through it and knew how to use the camera and everything. And he decided my concept was something that he wanted to use, so we did that.
Just going back to Koshe's point on the Big Bang thing, I mean, I actually like the language they used there, which is we used to think the Big Bang meant the universe came from a singularity. Nearly 100 years later, we're not so sure. So it's not saying it is or it isn't. It's just sort of trying to describe a confidence level in the data.
Yeah, you gotta check out that article because in the article they compare they make distinction between a Big Bang model and a inflation model, and I think the inflation model is like it goes beyond the Big Bang, and then they give justification and reasons for inflation model, and they say that those same justifications don't exist in the Big Bang model. They're very much alike, but they have a distinction, of course. Actually, where it says listen to this article, I just listened to it in my car.
I put the film in the chat. I'll be back in the bit, guys.
Cool. I'll put that on my watch later list.
Why don't you guys hash this out in voice? Druss and Blood's thicker.
Hey, Blood Thicker, it's quiet in chat now. If you want to talk this through, I'm more than happy to do it, and we can look at the epistemology of the world. So you hear it first. Blood's not interested in knowledge and not interested in the differentiations between faith, belief, knowledge, and truth. But I do appreciate the fact that you granted that you were giving us your opinion that no one knows rather than stating it as a fact.
I'd say if I know something, then I can demonstrate it.
Yeah, same here.
But, I mean, that even might get a little wobbly, if you keep on drilling down far enough. I mean, but for now, I think that's pretty good.
What do you think, Jerry, about the definite positions that you can gain with a GPS? Surveyors have been using this technique for decades, quite some time.
I think if you want to believe what they are telling you and us, then go ahead.
No, I'm saying this tool that they use to get the accurate positions using GPS, it can be verified by you or I, but they've been using it to build all sorts of structures.
Okay, I'll do it.
Jerry, you were talking about glass yesterday in chat, and I'm interested to see what your point was on it.
No, you know how you go down these rabbit, trails on YouTube, and for some reason I was looking at glass, and the question popped up, and it's gone now.
Hope you know the difference between crystalline and non-crystalline.
I don't know the difference.
It's in how you cool the material. So if you cool it rapidly, you get the sort of slightly flowy glass, which is what most panes of glass are made of in our windows. If you cool it slowly, then you get crystal formation, and then that doesn't count. So that's the difference between what you're talking about was a non-crystalline material and a crystalline material.
Why would you do it either way? What's the purpose of using one over the other?
One takes less time and therefore is cheaper. But good quality glass is crystalline. That's why we call it lead crystal.
And by quality, you mean what is? It's not as like brittle?
You can have different properties into it. It can be stronger, it can be less brittle, it can be more brittle. Depends what you want to get out of it. So that's a different proposition. It's just really when you have things like crystalline glass, glass over time will deform in shape, as you rightly said. Crystalline glass won't, or much less slowly. Let's take entropy into account. Within our expectations, it won't.
It's interesting.
But yeah, I was fascinated by early glass manufacturing. I just had a load of people just standing around a fire saying, "What if this burns up? What if this burns? Oh, we can melt that now. Oh, could we melt this?" And someone says, "Oh, that's weird stuff. Oh, look, it's kind of clear almost when we bring it out. It looks a bit like desert glass," which is something the Egyptians used to collect and make stuff out of. But that was naturally formed glass, so that forms through things like meteor strikes and stuff like that. And obsidian is a form of glass. First thing I didn't know, crystalline glass has a definite melting point, whereas non-crystalline glass doesn't.
What up, guys?
Hey, Jeremy.
What's up, punk?
Not a good start, Coach. Though. You been riding all night on that vamp life?
What?
You been up all night? You sound like you've been up all night. I already know you've been up all night.
No.
What you do? You sound like you've been. Yo, your brother sounds just like you, dude.
No, he doesn't. That wasn't my brother, dude.
What?
That wasn't my brother.
What do you mean? You told us that was your brother.
No, dude.
What?
That was a Jehovah's Witness.
Joby's witness?
A Jehovah's Witness, dude. He was asking me about crypto. I said, hold on, dude. I have a one-eyed oracle. She'll tell you everything about the crypto.
No, the mannerism in which he speaks, it was definitely you. I'm not you. I'm not saying it was you, but it sounded just like you.
I took him under my wing.
It sounds like Jehovah's Witness. Sounds like he took you under his wing in life and failed.
I became a Jehovah's Witness, yeah.
Why are you up so early?
Because I had to get up a few hours ago.
2 hours ago? What?
4 o'clock. It's 6 o'clock now.
Crazy. Why so early?
Because I thought that my girlfriend was going to be up.
That's how it rolls in his world.
Yeah, she kicked me out. She didn't let me come over, so.
Oh, I was going to say, yesterday you were talking about she wanted you to move in.
Yeah, and I wasn't there at 6:30. That's why when I left last night, I headed over there, but she said no. So I came back and was hoping she'd be up at 4, but she's not awake yet.
Yeah, if I get up at 4 a.m., it's fucking no more leg drops, all elbows. Word to Macho Man. Right? Somebody's getting fucking DDT'd.
Yeah, well, I sent this data in to this Australian guy. By the way, nobody's lazier than Australians. Nobody.
Fucking figure 4 leg locks, bro. You better not wake me up at 4 a.m.
Dude, I was in the Navy, man. I can go to sleep at 5 and wake up at 5:05. Be good to go.
What did you say about what did you just say before that, though?
I said Australians are some of the laziest people in the world, dude. I sent these guys my data, right?
Over Americans?
Yeah, they're way lazier than Americans, dude. Yeah, dude. Dude, they have a state in Australia called South Australia. They have the Northern Territory, sandy desert.
These just sound like lazy names. They also lost the war to birds, so I mean that says a lot. Maybe right on this.
Yeah, why do you think everybody?
How lazy do you have to be? How lazy do you have to be to lose the war? Like that's just. I feel like if you lose a war to birds, it's just laziness.
Yeah, no shit. No shit. Anyways, I gave my data to this guy called Carl Wang. So I was giving this data to this Wang guy. He's supposed to be the geoscientist in Australia. They're supposed to take your data and give you back the accurate position. And he's giving me fucking bullshit, dude.
Oh man, I was talking on mute for like 5 minutes.
It's nice, dude.
Who was in the background? Was that your girl or your mom? Either way, tell them I said what's up.
It's your wife, man.
She isn't at home either. It's fucked up, bro.
You see that was funny last night when I was leaving.
What did you say?
I was to my brother.
No, that was good. That was good. Don't tell him.
Yeah, I
I'm
was like,
like,
hey,
you
man.
fucker. We know. That's good.
Mute your mic,
Yeah.
man. Don't-
But your brother sound interested, and I mean, it's a good way to get some fucking income, whether you think, you like it long term or not.
He was already been making profit, man. But
What's up?
he had literally $60,000 in Cardano.
Bro, with 60 G's, you'd be super safe. Like, I could take 20, you could buy in 3 times with that. Like, I could take 20 G's, make you $100 a day. That's a stretch. Definitely 50, between 50 and 75, but
He was
you could take that.
just going at it a different way. You know what I mean? Like he was, and that's why I told him to talk to you because at least you have a method. But yeah, he was just investing and then on a whim taking it out. Like if it seemed like a smart thing to do or whatever. But yeah, it's smarter to kind of have a regular, you know.
Yeah, you ain't got to worry about it. On a day, if there's a day where the whole market goes down, like I still make money. I mean, the other way's good too. That way's good. You buy a coin, hope it goes up. Maybe it does a little 5, 10x, and you make some money off it. But I mean, he wasn't fucking around with the big boys, anyways. He was in like what Coinbase, Crypto.com, and shit. Like you're just not gonna do nothing crazy there. You might. I'm not saying you won't, but like the shit that I'm on, the MetaMask, all that. That's where you hit them up.
But he was making several thousand in a day, depending on the day.
Oh, was he?
Yeah, like depending on how it moved, because he had, like I said, $60,000 in there. So
Was he trading it all in one day?
he said, "What?"
Dude, that method is just mad. It's
Yeah,
crazy.
no, that's why I told him, man. I told him not to do that. That's why he took it out since then.
I told him last night several times. I'm like, dude, you want to be diversified. You never put all your money in one thing. I'm like, you could bubble like that crazy, or you could fucking lose everything. You know what I mean? Not lose everything, but
I told him that. Yeah, you'd lose a lot quickly.
yeah, you could lose, like, say you had it all in Cardano and Cardano went down by 20%. You just lost 20% of your money because you had it all in one thing. You can't do that.
Yeah.
I got my shit so chopped up. I told him, I was like, don't even have one wallet, dude. With the shit I do, you want to have like a bunch of wallets depending on how much money you got. I'm starting to get every wallet ticking at $20. That's my new game. I get a wallet, get to make $20 a day. Go get a new wallet. Because I've seen people's wallets get hacked.
We need to get into Chris Lale's brother's wallet. He doesn't listen to me, man.
Bro, I lost 0.1 Bitcoin.
I don't know, Coach, but you need to listen to people because you about broke my phone and owe me a new phone, bro. Like, your mic is so ridiculous that when you
My
come in sometimes in rooms, it's loud and it's like, what's that? Like, I almost woke up my whole house just from Coach talking.
my mic. My mic's loud.
Yes, your mic is unreal.
Just
Like,
turn it
everybody
down.
else is just real quiet and yours is like at 100 and everybody else is at 20. That's the difference.
Just turn me down.
Oh,
Turn
I
down
did.
for what?
Here, hold on. You know why? Check this out.
Your mic is loud. Oh, there you go.
Yeah, it's because I
Man, bro,
to
were you
100%
deep
because
throating your
people were
mic?
complaining about it. Yeah, is that better?
Well, let me turn you back up now.
That's better, bro.
Is this 100% better?
Oh my God, yes. Thank
There
you.
you go.
Yeah, I forgot that I turned it up to 100% because fuckers were complaining.
That'll be $1,000 in the mail sent to me for a new phone, Coach. That's what I'm saying.
I'll send it to you. Yeah, no problem. Easy day. Hey, did you hear about?
Yeah, and you broke my phone too, Kosho. I want a phone.
Yeah, my phone. You cracked my screen. We're gonna have to.
To be honest with you, Stacy, I was gonna rob Jeremy, and
Exactly.
I don't think I'm gonna do it.
Remember, an eye for an eye is not a good thing.
Yeah, it's true. Eye for an eye is not fair game in this. Anyways, yeah, did you hear about Perspectives model, Jeremy? It's actually promising stuff.
Who? Perspective? Oh, that guy.
New Perspective. Yeah, that's right. He's got a new perspective, and he's blowing you guys out the water.
Yeah.
So I got 2 words for you. Tits.
I knew that wasn't going to make sense when you said that. He's on our side. What are you talking about? He's blowing.
Yeah, he's on your side of the. Sure, thinking the Earth's on a globe, but he also understands the same way you guys all understand that the AE model is no good. You guys all admit it, but when you guys describe the Earth, you describe it in the context of the AE model, and he has a different model that he's
Is it good?
expressing. Yeah, I gotta say, I'm impressed.
I feel like you went back to the globe the way you're talking.
What?
Is he a glober? Is he a flat earth?
No, he's not a glober, but he did say something about boobs at one point, and yeah, so two boobs.
Is he trying to say the world's like a boob shape? Oh, it's 2 humps.
Yeah, 2 hemispheres that were boobs.
Yeah. Weird.
And the nipples are like the poles.
You would definitely know if you went from one.
I have to say this very quickly, but I do think he's come up with the best solution to the flat Earth I've ever seen.
Oh, that was good, Ross. That was a good one. I like where your head's at today. That's where your head's at. It's a good start right there, Dross. Why don't you say cool shit like that, Gosha?
Are you serious, dude?
Seriously, that was good.
That's your metric?
That was fucking good right there. It's a good start. It's fucking 7 a.m. Let's go.
7 a.m.
You would definitely almost 8. You would definitely know when you went from one breast to another.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. The way I described it, as the boobs were, nipple facing opposite directions and then pushed together.
Yes, we know that's like a globular. Yes.
Yeah, right. He's saying not boobs.
That honestly makes more sense than them being on a flat plane. Because you would know when you went from one hemisphere to another hemisphere, you'd be like, yo, we were going down, now we're going up.
Do you think he's really being serious, or is he an implant?
Will you take away his last point, Jeremy, for that one?
I like the scheme. He's got a good scheme.
Jesus Christ, man.
It's I'd like to see another 1 or 2, maybe. But
I wouldn't buy that for a dime or a nipple.
That was a reach.
Would you not buy that for $1? That takes us to Running Man. That then takes us to Baywatch and slow motion running across the beach. That then is the flat Earth.
Yeah.
I don't think you can call that flat Earth anymore, man. That's what I'm saying. But this is the problem with what Bev has expressed to you guys. Yeah, go ahead, sir.
You can't. My bad. Emergency statement. You can't go from hemisphere to hemisphere. Like it'd be clear cut.
Dude.
There'd be like weird shit going on there.
It's clear to us. Okay, we know that. Yeah, listen to his explanation for it. He's got answers for it. In my model, in my version of it, that would be the magical part. That would involve magic at that point. Otherwise, it's a globe. But anyways, what was I saying about the? Oh yeah, that Bev expressed to you guys that he's on a flat earther because there's mountains and valleys, and
Yeah, but not two giant boobs.
Yeah, I know. But anyways, mountains and valleys would be would show that it's not smooth, but it wouldn't show that it's not flat. Flat is just describing if it's like a plane or not. Planes can have mountains and valleys. Okay. So
I don't want to get pedantic, but so what's the point?
the point is that if it's a boob, it's not flat.
Dude, I mean, I'm just going off of what you said, but it's not a really good model. I don't feel like.
Well, no. So whenever I was making the flat Earth model, so what he has two hemispheres that are flat side by side.
Yeah.
And the fact that they're side by side, when you rotate one, it spins the other direction. So that's why you get two rotating skies. This is what me and Lichmink had come up with in the past. We came up with the two hemispheres separately, and I did it to where when you walked across the equator, you automatically teleported into the other hemisphere, like in a video game. It's magic. But then I was thinking about it, and the distances don't work. So you have to have it a boob and do the same thing. If you have the boob, then the distances and the sizes work. Yeah.
Oh, my bad. I was talking to a cat.
Talking to a cat?
Yeah, I was going for the bread. I don't know. My cats like bread. They're fucking weirdos. Anyways, that also makes no sense.
Yeah, it makes no sense that you're talking to a cat who's eating bread.
You know,
like he's a duck or something.
Jeremy, just for you, I put into the chat the videos that he was referencing.
So what you're saying is your cat's kind of like a flat earther.
Why? Why is my cat like a
weirdo? A weirdo.
Hey, my cat doesn't like soft surfaces and the floor, so you know, cats are a bit weird. But I think Bev only uses that argument so he doesn't have to defend a flat Earth. It's just a nice dodge to make sure he doesn't have a position.
Well, I'm not a homosexual, but I don't mind admitting when somebody's handsome.
You guys just phrased it different.
I'm trying to say something, dude. You cut me off.
I thought you were done. I don't know. I thought you were done. You're making no sense. It's ever since you started talking about teleporting from hemisphere to hemisphere. But go ahead.
Oh, that's what I'm saying, dude. When I was making the model, I had to make the flat Earth model, and I had to make the things that work in reality. And the things that didn't work in reality, I had to invent magic to make them work. But that's not a necessity. So yeah, in the case of the two separate hemispheres, they could exist separately. And just like in a video game, when you are going to a different part of the map, it's got to load. You know, you wouldn't notice it, but you're actually going to a different world altogether. But if you have a way to make it work that's realistic, that's cool too. I have a way to make it work that's realistic, but it involves just being on a sphere.
Yeah, I know. No, listen. What I was going to say was, if you guys just use different wording, you'd get a lot farther. Like, just don't call it a flat Earth, then. Just call it a flatter. You know, ground with elevation changes above a flat plane instead of flat Earth.
Well, we don't have a problem with that. It seems to be the pedanticness of some people on the other side of the argument. We all accept that the world around us have topography.
Yeah.
We have changes in elevation.
Yeah, I mean, flat Earth is shorthand for a land with elevation changes above flat plane.
You know, we don't think you've used a Wilkinson razor and you've got a really smooth shave, you know. It's a hairy nipple.
You're making you're pissing my kid off, Trust. No, I'm just kidding. Again.
Hey, it's all right, little man. You rest.
He's getting all fired up. He didn't feel good all weekend. He got angry right when you said that, though. Like,
Can you imagine anything more annoying to a child than a hairy nipple?
This model, the tits one, it gives a whole new idea for the concept of the Milky Way, right? Because the sky is part of the firmament. Obviously, it came from, the Earth.
It's an expression of the Earth because the Earth is expressed the Milky Way.
Exactly, yeah.
Love it.
Just hasn't cleaned it up yet.
So maybe Scientology is right, and it wasn't actually vacuum cleaners, but a breast pump that came to milk the flat Earth to create the Milky Way, rather than hoovering up souls of Thetans. Right, it's 1 o'clock. I should go and do shit. I was hoping Blood Thicker was going to come in and have a convo, Jeremy, but he doesn't seem to. Doesn't seem to have the confidence.
I would, but I'm just trying to head to this oh sweet child of my Guns and Roses.
Yeah, I totally agree. One of them doesn't have the confidence. Jeremy has the confidence, he just doesn't have the ability.
He's got his hands full with multiple kids and multiple cats and a bread situation.
Fuck these cats, man. These cats piss me off. You should see the litter box. Stepdaughter moved in. All right, listen, we had one cat. I told my wife, I was like, yo, don't get no more cats. Cat's dope as fuck we had, right? Still got her.
How pissed would you be?
My wife gets another cat. Right? All right, so now we got 2 cats. I'm like, all right, no more cats. Then my stepdaughter moves back in with us, and she got 2 motherfucking cats. So essentially, we have 4 cats now.
How pissed would you be if you saw one of those cats going around the house, like, what are you doing? What's in your mouth? And then opened his mouth and it had your grill in his mouth.
No.
Get back here.
I keep it in the car. I don't even bring it in the house, really.
What? You keep it in the car? I mean, is it like a sanitizer case or something?
In a little case. Yeah.
My friend. Sorry, go ahead, address.
I was going to say it's where Jeremy gets his quiet time. In the car.
Breaking up, Dress.
Sorry. I was going to say you get your quiet time in the car.
Jeremy's got a deprivation tank just like Daredevil. He sleeps in a coffin.
I hardly go anywhere anymore, honestly. I might go to like Walmart. It's like not far.
He just goes to Walmart to pick up chicks.
He has to feed something to the cats.
Wow.
That was a cheap joke.
Well, regardless, last year, that was my go-to place, grocery store. The only place I can meet women.
Oh, it's like local events.
We gotta really put this flat Earth camp thing together. This flat Earth ranch. Non-stop women. We gotta watch Tiger King a couple times first, though, to get down their model for how they were able to get those people to work for them for free.
That weird looking blonde guy that looks like he's sort of like a throwback to the early 1980s.
Well, so first of all, there was two guys. There was the gay Tiger King. Then there was the Tiger King who kind of did it right. And he married. Yeah, well, he was a different Tiger King.
Okay.
I guess he probably did it better than the other two. But anyways, the Indian, the guy who had Indian mythology or whatever, he married all those women. Anyway, yeah,
like a Rakshasa.
Rakshasa.
Yeah.
Anyways,
like a werewolf, but with a tiger.
Got those girls to work for them for free. And the other Tiger King, he got to do his work for him for free. And then the way he would feed his employees was he would the Walmart truck, all the excess food. He made a deal with them so they would just unload all the excess food down back behind his house so that he can feed his tigers. But then he also used that food to feed the people that worked for him. Pure genius, man. I gotta watch that show again, you know what I mean?
Never seen it.
You haven't seen Tiger King?
Nah, I'm not really into reality TV shows.
Yeah, because you're into fantasy. You gotta just fantasize about things and pretend it's real. Well, guess what, dude? Tiger King's about a real people, okay?
Yeah. But it's a reality TV show, so it's a show that's made to portray reality. I mean, a lot of it's scripted, bro.
No, dude. None of it is scripted. Let me tell you, let me just give you the 1-2 skidoo, dude. This guy, Tiger King, spoiler alert, he's not free right now, okay? And part of his crimes, so the guy who produced the show, or the show that was on Netflix, he had a whole he had a whole series taped that he was doing to this guy, and I forget what the reason was. I think it's because he wasn't going to get enough money for it, or he wanted more money for it, or something like that. Or there was footage in it that he didn't want to let out, and that dude had somebody burn all of his tapes. So the tapes that are in the documentary, it was just I don't know. I guess the scraps or some. It's not even close to what he had. It's like the tip of the iceberg. He had a whole set of tapes. Anyway, but the stuff that's in there is none of it's favorable or anything, and it's pretty candid, almost all of it. There's some pretty graphic things that go down. I won't give too much away, but Tiger King is almost like a must-watch. I feel like there's things you don't get to learn about life unless you watch Tiger King.
Wasn't he locked up in a mental institution now?
I'm not sure. I don't think so. There's really 3 crazy people.
Joe Exotic, or whatever his name is. That was it, wasn't it?
Yeah, he's the main Tiger King. There's another Tiger King, and there's an anti-tiger lady, and she's just as crazy as both of them. It also has and there's all sorts of crimes surrounding all of them. Crimes involving murder and polygamy, and both Tiger Kings, they were basically cults. Both of them were running cults where they had all these employees that were working for them for basically for free, living in, barns with barn animals.
Shows like the Jimmy Jones of zookeeping.
Sure, yeah, it can be not really. More like David Koresh even, because
Jim Jones was David Koresh is the 1980s version of Jim Jones.
Was he marrying those girls?
Yeah, he was marrying them all and then convinced them all to drink the Kool-Aid.
Okay, well, the bigger Tiger King, he was marrying all these girls and stuff. But the one you said, the guy who you knew his name,
he was gay, wasn't
he? Yeah, he was gay, and not only that, he convinced straight guys to be his husband. Both the guys that he convinced to be his husband were straight. That's what's weird.
Gay guy. You know what the difference between a bisexual and a heterosexual is?
What?
About 6.5 pints in my experience.
Wow, that's hilarious, dude. That's hilarious. Let me tell you something about these guys. It wasn't pints. It was meth. This guy, he used one of his husbands, his first husband, has like no teeth. And, Joe Exotic, or whatever his name is, he's super rich. So that's how he was able to, he lured them in with that. And then he obviously was able to sustain, keep them married to him because he was, had a never ending, amount of, money and meth. And they were basically homeless. The people that he had worked for them, they were basically homeless before they worked for him.
So what you're saying is he's super rich, and the best thing that he could pull was a homeless straight guy.
So what?
I said he was super rich, but the best thing that he could pull was a homeless straight guy with no teeth.
Yeah, but when I say homeless, like, I think he married both these dudes when they were 18, basically. So they were homeless because they maybe ran away from home or something. You know what I mean?
Documentaries, to be honest. I just find all that kind of stuff a bit.
I'm not a reality TV guy either, man. I'm the last guy to watch reality TV.
I'll tell you what, I'll watch an episode and see what I think. Because I am kind of being a bit biased, to say the least.
It's not like other reality TV. It's more like a documentary than like reality TV. Have you seen Making a Murderer?
I think I watched an episode of it. Is that the one where they went through some stuff that Leslie Nielsen did, or one of the other guys did? They were interviews with the guy in prison. His backstory and history. Don't know, rings a bell somewhere.
The first episode is the worst episode. You don't get anything from that. Making a Murderer, you have to watch the first 3 episodes to even figure out what's going on. But regardless, Making a Murderer, I wouldn't say is reality TV either. I would say it's like a documentary, a docuseries. And I would say Tiger King is also a docuseries, not a reality TV. The footage that he had taped originally was supposed to be for a reality TV show. But like I said, they all got destroyed.
Well, I did see a film that I rather enjoyed recently. That was the Black Widow film. That was pretty good.
Oh my god. I haven't even seen it. don't need to see it to know that your judgment is whack.
Obviously, an evidentiary-based position.
Let's see what Rotten Tomatoes has to say about Black Widow. Tomato meter 79%, which I bet is way too high, and 91 for audience score, which is kind of bizarre. Must be mostly girls voting.
Then again, Rotten Tomatoes slammed The Mummy, the 1990s version, which I think is a brilliant film.
They don't always get it right. I mean, they barely ever get it right. So something that I checked it the other day, and it was fucking. What was it? Hold on, let me think. I checked it. I fucking disagree with. Oh, it was. That's right. It was Leon the Professional.
That's an awesome film.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, and if you look at the Rotten Tomatoes, they gave it a low score, and then all their comments were fucking retarded. And then you look at the audience score, and it was good, and their comments were the same as my comments, and they were also on point. Okay. So sometimes critics are the worst people to get your reviews from.
Well, I have a rule where I try not to watch any trailers.
Yeah.
For a film that I want to see. So I want to go and see the Dune. I want to go and see the remake of Dune, and I love the the original film.
Oh, it starts with a J, a D, not a J, right?
Yeah. Dune. Yeah, and that's a film I really, really like. Always have. And I know it got absolutely slammed by critics, but I actually think, having read the books, I think it's actually not bad considering the complexity of the story. They did as well as they could do.
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah,
I like trailers. Like at the beginning of a movie, like if I'm seeing a movie in theaters, I like to see the trailers before the movie. But I don't usually like to see trailers, for a movie I want to see, and I definitely don't want to read reviews. But it depends on how the trailer is made. Sometimes the trailer it gives away too much, or some trailers they fucking lay out the entire fucking plot from beginning to end.
I mean, the film that really brought that home to me is I accidentally watched From Dusk Till Dawn. And I'd never heard of it, didn't know anything about it, went and watched it and thought, hey, it's going to be a Tarantino movie.
It's not even a Tarantino movie.
Yeah, I know. Well, Tarantino-esque type movie. And the way that flipped blew me away. It was amazing. And same with Gross Point Blank, if you've ever seen that.
I don't even know what you said.
Gross Point Blank.
Is that gay porn?
No.
I don't know what that is.
Amazing.
John Cusack. That was good. I'm a big John Cusack fan.
Wait, what's it called?
Gross Point Blank.
Can you say it, Jeremy?
Gross Point Blank.
Okay. I couldn't hear the rest of what he was saying. It said bless Blake or something. I don't know what he was saying.
That was a good movie.
Yeah.
Hitman.
I like John Cusack's old movies, like the
Yeah, he's big in the what was it, late '80s, not early '90s.
yeah. What movie is that? There's two movies. One Crazy Summer.
Yep, good film.
Better Off Dead.
Another good film. Yeah. I like his sarcastic humor. It suits me.
Are you a big Ryan Reynolds fan?
I do like the Deadpool films. In fact, most of the stuff Ryan Reynolds does is pretty on point. But he plays Ryan Reynolds. That's the only problem I got with Ryan Reynolds.
It's the character, yeah.
But he's entertaining and he's very quick witted. And I like that an awful lot of it is improv. Funny scenes of improv to get one scene out, but you know.
Yeah, I hate it when like comedy actors do serious movies. Like he does that one movie where he's in a coffin for the whole movie.
Well, Daredevil.
That wasn't too bad. I like. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, it wasn't that bad, but it also wasn't
Well,
great.
the one that was him and Denzel, where he was the
The bodyguard, the security body, whatever it's called.
Yeah, he was running the safe
Bodyguard.
house.
Yeah.
That was pretty good.
I didn't see that.
And
Have
he
you ever
was in
seen
this.
Sorry.
Oh, real good Ryan Reynolds movie was the one. Did you ever see the one where he was he had his whole crew of misfits, and they were all named like 1 through 7. He was like this rich billionaire, and he faked his death, and he was like out doing good, stopping evil people. That was fucking good.
There is a film that if you haven't seen it, you should watch it because I just think it's an awesome freaking film, and especially if you like Leon. And it's with Forrest Whitaker, and it's called Ghost Dog.
Yeah, but I hate Forrest
Ghost
Whitaker.
Dog. The RZA. That's because the RZA was in that movie. That was a good one. Ghost Dog. Fucking great movie, Dross. Hell yeah.
I hate Forrest Whitaker.
That's because you're lazier than his left eye.
Yeah, at least he's got one.
You got me on that.
I've seen Ghost Dog, man. It's not a bad movie. I just Forrest Whitaker to me is somebody who always plays himself. You know what I mean? I feel like Forrest Whitaker is Forrest Whitaker in every role he ever does.
I don't know. Have you seen Last King of Scotland?
Yeah, I was gonna say even in Last King of Scotland. It always does me off a little bit because I'm like, dude, it's just Forrest Whitaker, just being himself.
Hey, come on! He was cool in Bloodsports.
I'm being hard on him, I think.
You know who I like is Benicio del Toro. He does some good stuff.
You're attracted to him.
Oh, the fart scene in Unusual Suspects is classic.
Oh, Unusual Suspects. I forgot about it.
Wasn't that not planned?
That was fucking a great movie.
Usual Suspects, sorry, not the Unusual.
Wasn't that improv? Like it wasn't even planned.
No, it wasn't planned because he farted.
Yeah.
Yeah, Usual Suspects. Fucking great, man.
The Usual Suspects.
You can only watch it once, but I mean, before it's kind of like a huge build up to this one moment. But
I've seen Fight Club like 15 times, and it was spoiled for me every time. Usual Suspects also was spoiled for me the entire time.
It was what?
Spoiled for me because there's people like Scott Beach. Scott Beach has a rule about fucking spoilers, where it's like after a certain amount of time, he almost acts like he's like it's a law that he has to be spoiled or something. And there's people who fucking do that, dude.
Not me, bro. In fact, actually, Gabriel Byrne is an actor I really like. He was the guy that played one of the leads in that.
What?
Gabriel Byrne. He was one of the leads in Usual Suspects.
Oh.
He's a really good actor.
The Usual Suspects and the lesser bald one. there's a movie with the lesser Baldwin that is a good movie. Most movies with lesser Baldwins aren't good movies.
Well, would they have two Baldwins in it?
I think just one. The two Baldwins. There was two Baldwins. Are you talking about a different movie with two Baldwins?
No, Usual Suspects.
I'll
tell you, it was good. Alice Baldwin in 30 Rock.
You said Alec Baldwin in 30 Rock?
30 Rock.
Yeah.
I wonder if Benicio del Toro and Guillermo del Toro are related.
No, you racist son of a bitch.
It's a good question. You also horribly mispronounced his name.
I know.
You racist fuck. You slimy, yimey, limey.
I've actually heard that exact phrase before. That must be like a popular phrase.
I was actually trying to say, I was just saying it wrong 2 times before I finally got it right.
Right, Kosho's just jealous he's not British.
Jealous? I'm not British?
Everybody who's not British is.
That's not a thing, Dross.
That's not a thing, man.
It really is. Everybody wants to be British.
It's like being jealous of a baby because your cock's bigger than his or something. It doesn't make any sense.
You've had one good movie. It was called Snatched. It was like
Lock, Stock, and Two Smoking Lock, Stock. See, I think that was better than Snatch, personally.
Yeah, but those movies are good. Low key, no one ever heard of that Lock, Stock one.
What? They did, but wait.
It was more popular.
Yeah, but who are you saying? Who are you saying that was his one good movie?
All of England.
Oh,
the whole UK.
Oh, dude, I mean, Guy Ritchie made it. He makes a lot of good movies for England, but he made a movie recently called what's it called, Gentleman something. The Gentleman Club, or I don't know.
Oh, the Gentleman Club. Oh, that's good. I like that.
It's not called the Gentleman Club though. It's called something Gentleman. It's something. I guess. Let me see. But it's his most recent movie. It's pretty good.
What about Full Metal Jacket?
Oh, that was a good one.
That's a British film, you idiot.
Is it?
Yeah.
How's that a British film?
Because it was filmed in Britain, using a British cast mainly, with some of the lead actors being American.
Most of the lead actors were American.
Yeah, you can't do it without us. You can't do it without us.
It's like saying Star Wars is a British film because they filmed it in England. Part of it.
Yeah, it's because it's cheap over there to do stuff.
No, it's because, Star Wars was filmed over here because we actually have better sound stages than you have in America.
You have more. You have a lot more midgets than we do.
Well, it's Middle Earth over there, so they got the hobbits.
No, that's New Zealand.
That's who. That place is.
I don't think there were midgets in The Hobbit, man.
Oh yeah, man, mad midgets, bro.
There weren't any. I don't think there was any, man. You know, Jazza was in that movie.
And let's face it, if you want to talk about the most famous film with midgets in, wouldn't that be The Wizard of Oz? Thank you.
Regardless.
We had this one short guy at work. We had him singing the Lollipop Guild song and shit.
Did you pay him?
No, he was a good sport. He used to break his balls all the time. And I liked him being there because he was shorter than me. Like, I'm not short, but I'm definitely the shortest out of the tall people.
Oh, okay. You're definitely the tallest.
There's usually somebody there. The tallest midget in the world. There's usually somebody there that's shorter than me somewhere.
You know what's worse than being short? Being 5'11".
That's a good height.
No, man, it's the worst height, dude.
You're taller than me.
No, but because you're like writing it down, you're like, how tall are you? Like, if you're 5'11" and a half. I mean, and then, it's like almost 6 foot, and you like want to put 6 foot, but I don't want to lie.
I'm
I
only
was-
5'10", Kosho, so feel better about it.
That's even better. Being 5'10" is better than being 5'11", because
But you know what I look at this way. Look at this way. If you've ever flown a lot, if you're over 6 foot tall, it's a real pain in the ass. If you're about 5'7" to 5'10", you're about perfect for air travel.
There's some girls in the world who literally like if they'll look at people. It's like looking at resumes. They'll like look at the resume. They'll look at the heights. If it's not 6 foot, they won't even talk to you.
Well,
Like 6 foot is
platforms.
a threshold for them. It sucks being 5'11".
Did you like the HBO series Rome, Jeremy?
Yeah, man, that series was great. First of all, they started off at my favorite battle. At the end of the favorite battle, I wish they had started at the beginning of that battle. Nonetheless,
Are you talking about the Battle of Kenai?
No, it was Alicia.
Alicia.
Elysium. That's their favorite battle.
Yeah,
Jeez.
bro. You know what he did? What's your favorite battle? Fucker.
I just told it to you, dude.
Kenai was good. Kenai was good. Yeah.
Yeah,
That
it's the
was
best one. Yeah.
That was pretty good too.
But
This
when
is
it
a
comes to
little more-
wall building, then Alicia is way better than any other battle.
Dude, it doesn't matter.
yeah.
No, dude, building walls, shooting guns, if you have tools and that's cool. That's fantastic. When you're Hannibal and you're facing a bigger army and the president's coming and a bigger army's coming and you're on their land and you fucking massacre everybody just because you're smarter.
Kenai was good. That's probably my third favorite battle. My second favorite is D-Day.
Oh yeah, D-Day's good, but D-Day's also, it's not as much a tactical. Yeah, I don't know. It was bad. It was badass exercise, but battle wise, I mean, we just flooded them with numbers. You know what I mean? And
Yeah, I don't understand why we didn't just send more guys in behind, like the paratrooper dudes. Like, I feel like we could have done that shit anywhere, right?
Well, because they kept dying a lot.
They were like getting plucked out of the sky and shit. Our the planes were getting hit.
Airborne. The airborne infantry had some of the highest casualty rates in World War II, didn't it?
yeah, I don't know if
Let's go back very quickly to
Yeah,
Rome.
but
So I just want to curb stomp this point in. That's another British production, isn't it?
Oh my god, dude!
Yeah, that was good. That was good. You guys got some hits. You got a couple hits.
You don't have to keep giving it to him, dude. Wow, dude, British production. Is it because
you got a couple good hits?
Get American actors to speak with American accents playing Romans because it doesn't look authentic.
Which lead actor in Rome was American?
That's what I'm saying. They're not going to do that. So they're going to be like, guys, okay, we're going to have to hire some British guys because we want to make it seem like we want to trick the people, make it seem like it's Roman. You know what I mean? They're not going to.
We're more civilized and obviously superior than Americans. Just sound like dumbasses. I agree with you.
It's because here in America, anybody with an accent, you'd say they were fucking Chinese and just put British people there.
You know what's weird? You know what's weird? Yeah, but no, that was a good ass series. I wish they had kept it going.
Me too. Plus, I love Ray Stevenson. I think he's a great actor and just an generally endearing person.
If somebody would have died.
No, that was Pulo.
The big
guy. Yeah.
Yeah, he's good. He's good. I've seen both of them guys in a few other things.
Isn't Game of Thrones a way better show than that?
No, I prefer Rome.
Yeah, I like Rome, the actual real life story of Rome. I like Game of Thrones, the book and the show.
The book was so much better than the show, and I thought, to be fair, the first 3 or 4 seasons were really good,
and the fourth one,
and sort of 4, 5, 6, 7, it kind of just started sliding downhill.
The fourth one was the best season, probably, dude.
Before you walk away on this Game of Thrones fairy fantasy tale Dungeons and Dragons shit, did you like the Spartacus one? Spartacus Showdros? You see that?
Yeah, I did quite enjoy that, but because I've always had a huge crush on Lucy Lawless.
That was a good one, yeah.
She's a Kiwi.
She is. Oh, lead actor in that was British, Australian, and a Kiwi.
Oh my god. No shit, dude. No shit. They're not gonna fucking. I'm telling you, dude. It doesn't matter what country they're portraying, as long as they have an accent. Here in America, we're good with that. But they're not gonna play. They're not gonna let an American person fucking play Spartacus. Okay.
I know, because they want people that sound cultured.
Although didn't Michael Douglas play Spartacus back in the day?
Yeah, he did.
You know what was real weird? It's real weird.
It was Kirk Douglas, sorry, not Michael Douglas.
Kirk Douglas, yeah.
It's real weird when you see actors that you've maybe in a series, like Stringer Bell from The Wire. When I heard his real accent, I was like, "Holy shit, he's fucking British."
Oh yeah.
He plays like this hardcore gangster dude from Baltimore for like 6 seasons on The Wire, and then
he sounds like a pussy in real life. With the guy from Walking Dead, you're like, oh, what the heck? That you hear him.
It's like Idris Elba.
Well, Idris Elba, he sounds cool as a British guy, even,
Luther. If you haven't seen Luther, that's a great series.
Yeah.
I recommend that.
Oh, but the guy from Walking Dead, like when he's in, what's it called? What's that Christmas movie, the dumb one that everyone likes? Love Actually.
He's got a northeast British accent, so he tones it down incredibly for TV.
He sounds like a woman.
But he started off as a very successful TV actor that sort of migrated into various things abroad. So he started off, been quite successful in British telly.
It's funny when British and Australian guys play American accent people, you can almost tell who they're emulating, like who they're borrowing their accent from. Like, what's his name? Mr. Smith from The Matrix. He said he was doing Dan Rather, or somebody from the news, a little bit, but I think he sounds a lot like Carl Sagan. Like he's doing like a little bit of Carl Sagan. Doesn't he sound like he's like doing like a slight Carl Sagan impression?
A little bit. But Carl Sagan was one of the few Americans that deserved to be British.
Oh my god!
Actually, I just love Carl Sagan. I think his writing's good, his presentation's good, and obviously he kind of knew a bit about what he's talking about too.
Dude, in 100 years, people are going to forget that you guys even had your own country. Okay.
Oh, that's fucking guys good. You're borderline Australians, Russ.
Pretty soon, dude, we're just going to call all of them the same thing. That's what they did. Like, it's probably Americans' idea for you guys to become United Kingdom. Like, what, you guys are Scotland and Wales and England? Like, just be the same.
Remember, yeah.
Get it easier on us because we can't cope with geography.
Yeah. No. Why? First of all, Wales is a pointless country.
Welsh has a very distinct culture all of its own.
That's a country?
Yeah.
I thought it was like a borough I thought it was like Brooklyn or Manhattan or something.
No, it's its own country as part of the United Kingdom, or Great Britain, if you want to be sort of pedantic.
So the
United Kingdom is just the addition of Northern Ireland.
How many countries you got over there?
Like 5 or
4.
6. Wow.
4? I ain't too bad. Mm-hmm. That Wales thing, you just sprung that on me. That's new. But they do that like last year or something?
No. That's the United
England,
States.
Scotland, Wales, and Northern Ireland makes up the United Kingdom.
Which one's Great Britain? Isn't there an extra?
But how long
No,
is Wales?
Great Britain is just Wales, England, and Scotland.
You guys got some confusing ass shit. Imagine if we had that shit like there was like 13 states and we called it a whole region, and then we had another fucking region that
We
made up
did
more
do
regions.
that.
Well, don't you have states and then counties?
No, we did exactly that. We had separate sovereign places, and then we said we're gonna just make it one fucking big federation. And then we ended up having the Civil War and said we're just gonna take over the whole fucking thing.
Yeah, but we merged them all. When did Wales? They don't even teach this Wales thing. Being its own
I love how flat earthers, when they don't know something, they say it's because they don't teach it.
No one ever heard of Wales, bro. What is?
A lot of Welsh people have.
Probably a few of them, but I mean, really, no one in the rest of the world, you know.
Isn't Christian Bale Welsh?
Oh, he's good. I like him. I'm not a big Batman fan, but he was good in some of those Batman.
Have you seen that hot take? From
Yeah, he's Welsh. Yeah. I'll tell you the one I like that nobody seems to realise is British, and that's Henry Cavill.
Oh my god, dude. We get it. Sometimes British actors have to be cool for a little bit and do an American accent, okay? But they're actually British. We get it, okay?
Well, no, it's the fact that, you know, for one of the most iconic people in all of comics, Superman, you had to choose a British person to play it.
Dude, that's a fucking opinion, dude. It's a true opinion,
British people do an excellent American accent. I gotta give it to you guys.
Dude, it's easy.
So it's like Gary Oldman. A lot of Americans think he's American.
Oh, he's good. I'm a big Gary Oldman fan.
You want to hear a fun fact?
He's British too.
He's British
yes,
too.
Dude. Are you serious?
Of course he is. Wow. What's he? He must be from one of them Wales parts or something.
Fuck's sake.
No, he's a Londoner, I think.
No, but you know, a fun fact. Did you know that Gary Oldman is 30 days younger than Gary Newman?
I did not know that.
Pete. Don't tell Pete that.
I have to say, I've actually seen Gary Newman in concert a number of times.
Regardless, yeah. Oh, you know what's funny? The movie The Patriot. The movie The Patriot is about the American Revolution, and it stars two Australian guys. You believe
and
it?
It was filmed in Norfolk.
Shut the fuck up, dude.
I'm not joking.
And Virginia?
No, it was filmed. It was filmed near a town called Kings Lynn in Norfolk.
I'm not watching that movie again, dude. Someone's fucking around with us, dude. It stars two Australian guys, filmed in England. It's called The Patriot, about the American.
Patriotic about that. Yeah, it don't even make sense now you say it like that.
Trevor's probably making that shit up. He just makes shit up half the time because he knows he's not going to check it.
He's on IMDb right now, I can tell. Like, scouring for stuff. He's like, who else has been a British in a good movie? Or
you know, there's another...
Jeremy, I will actually grant you that. I'm actually looking at British actors with the best of my...
Yeah, I could tell.
There's some good British actors. But you know what's funny? Is every time there's a big ensemble movie like Harry Potter or Game of Thrones, it's just stuff where there's British people. They had to put every single British person in it. Because it's just, I don't know. I guess there's not enough British people, but Game of Thrones had like every British person in it. Lord of the Rings had a lot of British people in it. Harry
Because
Potter
when
had
you get
a British
old,
person.
when you get movies where there's like weird accents in it, that's when you need these British motherfuckers.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
You're right. Bostonian is a really fucked up accent.
They're good with accents. I'll give you that. Like I said, you can British person doing an American accent, you never know. They talk like a weirdo.
American people actually aren't that great with accents. Like when Leonardo DiCaprio's doing South African or Brad Pitt's doing whatever he was doing in Troy. It was supposed
Troy
to
was
be
fucking
British.
great. I love all those movies like that. Like what I watched Gladiator the other day. I loved that Troy movie.
Yeah,
Director Scott.
I think for us it's a bit easier because literally I can go 30 miles up the road and it's a completely different accent.
I was pretty impressed with Brad Pitt's Italian accent in. Now I'm gonna forget the name of it. You know, the Nazi movie.
Oh, what?
There's Italian accent.
Inglorious
Inglorious Bastards.
Gorlami.
Arrivederci.
But you know, he did a good British accent in Snatch.
Well, it's a pikey accent, but yeah.
Oh, he was a good Pike. He had that shit down pat. Right? Was that good, Dross, or no?
That was
Yeah,
pretty bang on. No, that's
yeah, man.
not bad. I mean, it's a bit stereotyped, but it's not bad.
He played a good fucking part in that movie. It was a short part, but it was a good part right there.
Well, it's kind of the pivotal part.
I'll be right back.
Always beware of a man who keeps pigs. Classic film.
I still like. I actually really like Leon the Professional.
Yeah, I think that is an outstanding film.
I think Gary Oldman had good parts. But I think there's some parts he also had that were sloppy too, though. He's over the top a little bit.
I do love Gary Oldman in True Romance. Not a very big. It's a bit of a cameo part, but
Yeah, Scott likes that movie.
I like that movie.
Yeah, I mean it's a good movie, but Scott always talks about it like he's like in love with it or something. Didn't Quentin Tarantino write that movie?
Yes. I think that was one of the first big movies he actually got to film.
Yeah, but I don't think he. No, I think he didn't film it though, right? He wrote it.
No, but he wrote the script. Yeah, but I think it was one of his first scripts to actually be put into a film, or a good budget film.
Or you're on IMDb. What year did that come out?
I don't know. I'm not looking at that now. I'm currently looking at Last King of Scotland.
This is fucking shit, dude. Last King of Scotland. They should stop putting Forrest Whitaker in movies. Just use somebody else. It shouldn't be that hard to find somebody who's better than him. There was that movie with him and Jude Law about the what was that movie called? Repo Man.
Yes, as opposed to Repo Man, which is a different film.
Yeah, which is like a rock opera.
No, Repo Man is Emilio Estevez, about 1984. Because I like that film, and the little gold scene in Pulp Fiction is an homage to that. You know, where they open the case and there's the shiny gold light coming out.
There's a rock opera called Repo Man.
Probably.
Whatever. I was supposed to do a bunch of shit, dude. Sitting here talking to you fools. Also wash clothes and shit like that.
It's not even 8 a.m. yet, is it?
Yeah, but my girlfriend, it's a whole thing. I'm not gonna fucking bore you.
How long does it take to dump a load in?
To bust a load in,
Yeah, then you can do your washing.
it could take 2 minutes. It could take, 10 minutes. Depends how generous I'm feeling. But sometimes I really just gotta leave Discord, close it off, deafen, and get shit done, and then come back.
That's about what I'm about to do.
You do it a lot, though. You have self-control and some responsible whatever.
I have responsibilities I have to deliver.
Back when I was single, I stood up women, because I was supposed to leave. I was in Gems. I was supposed to leave, and I'm still in there. I'm like, fuck, I was supposed to go 10 minutes ago. It's like I'm an hour late already, and I'm like, fuck, I'm just gonna stay. I'm staying in.
I'll be honest with you, you guys never, ever, ever trump women in my book.
I'll be honest with you, that happened countless times. Practically happened yesterday. That's why my girlfriend's mad at me right now.
With that, I'm going to take your cogent advice and bugger off. I'll catch you guys later.
Bugger off, mate. Take care.
Later. I've been off from here for a few days. Anything interesting happen?
I can only speak for what's interesting to me, and I know for a fact it's not interesting to anybody else, unfortunately. But I'm very interested in it. I've been really diving deep into GPS, dude. You know how I was gonna get the RTK thing?
Yeah, the 3 points.
Yeah, I talked to the dude who runs the the base station for TxDOT here in Texas. So he's like the geoscience guy here in Texas. And I had like a 30-minute phone call with him, and he basically was telling me that because I was trying to get access to the base stations, and so I was telling him I'm doing an experiment with kids who want to make a straight line, and he said that yeah, he was saying that I don't need an RTK and I don't need the access to the live base stations. I can do post processing where I collect my personal data, data from my receivers, and then I collect data from their base stations, past data from the same time frame, and I can post process it and get accurate positions for free.
Oh, yeah.
I'm working on doing that right now. Once I successfully do that, I'm going to consolidate all the instructions and make it succinct, and then try and give it out to people in this community so that they can't complain about making a straight line.
No, but I mean, what you're gonna do is you turn up into a shell, and then people just gonna say, "Ah."
That's the thing, though. I'm not gonna force it on anybody. I'm just saying, here's this thing. You have access to do it. It takes 2 minutes. You can take a accurate position measurement. You can make a straight line if you'd like to, and you can use it to force the line or measure the drop of the curve or to drop of the earth. What do you want to do?
Would that be something that they did in LIGO when they built the base structure for the arms?
So what about LIGO? Yeah. That's what they use at LIGO. Yeah.
Yeah.
Surveyors have been using it for decades.
Yeah, I think Mr. Sensible had a video of the LIGO or someone else, I don't remember who, but about the measurements and
how they checked out on global, but
Also, I'm trying to familiarize myself with like the raw data, the file formats, and yeah, just everything, just so I can break it down. So like anybody with any tool, any cell phone.
Yo, they're bugging. They need to make household supplies cheaper. We spend like a G like a G a month on fucking the Walmart bill.
A G a month on what? What are you saying, dude?
what the fuck, Jeremy?
It's just fucking dumb.
What are you talking about? What's dumb, dude? A G a month on what?
On Walmart. That's it.
My bad. My volume down. Was I
You gruesome son of a bitch, dude.
over talking to anyone? I had my volume all the way down. My bad.
Jeez.
Listen, let me tell you.
And then I
Mo Man, I wanted to tell Mo Man the argument that you gave Jeremy, because it actually was a really good argument that Jeremy gave. I'm kind of worried because I told him that I can get accurate positions, then you can verify them by getting the same position over and over again within the same centimeter, and you can measure the side of a building, like the angle on the side of a building from the 5 stories, from the top to the bottom, and see if it's a straight line. And Jeremy totally hit me with a curveball and said that that's a vertical line. How could you be sure that it can measure a horizontal line? And I was completely flabbergasted, and I'm speechless. And Jeremy,
What's the thing that you can make a vertical line and then what?
if you can make a vertical line, you can obviously make a horizontal line. You have 2 points. Yeah, if you have 2 points, you can make any line.
Yeah.
Okay, by that logic. Well, using that logic, we're gonna make a vertical line with a string. We can clear it. If we can make a vertical line, we can make a horizontal line, right?
Jeremy, a string is not 2 points, sir.
Do you see the flaw in your logic?
I see the flaw in what you just said. Yes, a string
and your logic
is not 2 points. 2 points will always make a straight line.
We can put 2 points on a string, along a string.
Yeah, you can put 2 points on a string, but when you attach a string to 2 points and you make it tout, you've made a straight line.
How can you attach a point to something? It's not tangible. There is no points. What do you mean? If I can put 2 points on a string?
Say it again, Mo Man. I'm having a hard time hearing you.
Jeremy said that he can put two points on a string, but there are no points. Points don't exist. Like, what do you mean? I can put 2 points on a string.
It doesn't make sense, yeah. Jeremy, if you have any kind of graph,
a string,
right, sir.
Can you have a string, a vertical line with 2 points on it?
Sure. If you have a graph paper, though.
True.
If 2D graph paper. If 2D graph paper, or if you have a 3D blender, the program, and you put 2 points on the graph paper, or you put 2 points in Blender, you can make a straight line. You just connect those 2 points. Bada bing, bada boom, you have a straight line.
In your video game, yeah.
No, you can in real life. Because what happens is that straight line is going to have other points on it. And then you can then measure, where the surface of the Earth is, and see how far it is from that point that it should be directly on.
Do you know what we need, actually? We need a GTA, like 5M, the GTA 5 role-playing thing. We need a water level over there. We can go over there and measure some levels. The GTA map. See if it's actually here or not.
GTA is a flat map.
Have you measured it?
Well, that's always my example when I was talking about making a flat Earth model. Like, if you remember Grand Theft Auto's 3, or Grand Theft Auto San Andreas even, whenever you go to a different part of the map, it loads for a second because it's loading a whole new map.
Isn't Minecraft flat?
all video games are made flat, except for ones that are specifically, you know,
like the flight simulator isn't.
yeah.
They're all made flat except for the ones that aren't. Yeah,
No, except for ones that are. It's in the concept of the game. But if you're making a game like Grand Theft Auto, you make it in segments. Like you make each level, and you're not gonna make the whole game in one, one giant, room or something like that. You make it in different sections. That's why it always takes a whole minute for it to render. Whenever you get somewhere that if you're flying across the map or something, it's like rendering for like a half a second.
Jeremy says that happens in real life too with the double slit.
Oh yeah, there's a big double slit's huge evidence that we're in a simulation.
No, it's not, dude. Listen, I was watching a video today about how entropy actually is caused by entanglement. It's a pretty good video, but that's what PJ says the same thing about the double slit, and that's not how the double slit works. That's not how the uncertainty principle works. That's not how entanglement works. It works because the wave function it's before the wave function has collapsed, and the wave function will collapse when it interacts with other matter. So other quantum objects. Yeah.
No, it's when no. You're getting this all wrong, so once again. The wave function collapses when we look at it. Just like in a video game, when you look at the thing, it's getting rendered. If you're not looking at it, they're not rendering it. That'd be a waste of resources.
It's not the same concept whatsoever, but
exact same thing.
No, it's not. What happens is the quantum particle, it has the it has the potential to, let's say it's entangled with something. Let's say two electrons are entangled, okay? And you don't know what either of them are. Either of them could be could have the up spin, you know what I mean? But if you only have one quantum particle, you don't have the other one, you don't have its entangled pair, then it literally could be one or the other. And because of that, it's not because you're not looking at it, it's because it's not interacting with anything. It doesn't have anything to entangle with. It doesn't have any the wave function collapses when it interacts with other particles or other objects. Like if you have an electron isolated, once there's another electron, its wave function is going to have to collapse. It's going to become entangled. The whole point is it's not a human observer that changes the test. It's the interaction with the. It's the actual physical interaction of taking the measurement that causes it to collapse.
It's all human interaction. Because when we don't interact or don't know the path, then it just it doesn't collapse.
What?
If we don't look at it, it doesn't collapse, bro. It's all about our interaction. What do you mean it has nothing to do with it?
I'm saying it's not a conscious observer. It's the fact that when you're observing something, it requires interactions like light, like to actually. Right, man.
Yeah, in the experiment, you don't have to know the witch path information. If something, like if you have a detector there getting the witch path information, you don't have to know the information in order for the wave function to collapse. So you don't need an observer.
No, you definitely need an observer, because even if you have the detector there, or not, it doesn't matter. It's whether we know about, if we read the information that was collected from it.
No, that's not true. That's not true.
Are you sure about that?
Yes, because I read on it yesterday.
I don't know, Mo, man.
Well, I read on it. I mean, do you have a source that says that if you record the information, the wave function doesn't collapse? Because that's what QE says, that the information does collapse. Even if
Because
it's
the information
recorded.
does when we know about it. Yeah, if we know the path. He's
No,
done a
you don't have to
presentation on
know
this.
it.
He's never.
You don't have
We're
to
gonna
know
have to
it.
look into this. Well, QE claims the cause is knowing which path. So
I know. I've heard
Yeah,
him.
are
but
you
that's
sure that
QE.
His explanation.
you can't be right on both of these? On both of these things, either QE says this one thing or he says the thing I'm saying. And I know he says what I know he says what I'm saying is that collapse of the
I think
wave.
he says what you're saying. Yeah, because he makes the argument that it's God, or that's his proof of God.
Yeah, it's caused by the so.
But it's not. It's not a conscious observer. I'm telling you.
Yeah, I mean, you just need something to observe the information.
You have to look at what causes entanglement and what entanglement the issue about something and being entangled. Once you have any other quantum particle there or something like that, it's going to automatically dictate this other thing that you could be doing anything, like could be here or there or doing something else. It's going to be more fixed. Its wave function is going to collapse.
I don't know. I think you guys are out of your element on this one.
Okay. That's why they can't get quantum computers to get more qubits, is because every single qubit they use, they have to have like 100 qubits also to just to keep that qubit keep it more accurate. And even all those qubits, they all have to be isolated from everything, because anything at all will collapse the wave function. Like any interaction, any energy, anything.
See if I got cut out. Yeah, I failed to see how the experiment proves God. It's kind of stupid.
He had a presentation where he said that. I forget that. I mean, it was a really dumb one.
That's just one little proofsy of a creator right there. I mean, there's a whole bunch of proofs,
kind of
evidence. What's that?
Kind of disproves the creator.
It disproves the creator?
Yeah, because if we have wave function, then there is no knowledge of the witch path information, so omniscient God is thrown out the window.
You're saying how could there ever be a wave function anywhere if he sees everything?
Yeah, because if God knows everything, he knows all the witch path information.
Yeah, that's a crazy thing. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, that's crazy. Well, I mean, you guys should bring that to QE.
No, I wouldn't do that. But
I told it to QE. He had some kind of an ad hoc explanation to it, and then wonder what he said. He said something that because I asked, like, what is reality? Is reality a wave function? Do we observe, like, day to day? Do we observe wave functions or particles? And he said that it's wave functions. And then I said,
really?
well, what does God? Yeah, and then I said, oh, particles. I don't remember which it was, but then because we observe both. Like, if you don't have the detector there, there's a wave function, and if there's a detector there, it's particles. So you observe both. So it's kind of weird to say that it proves a God or something.
The weird part about it is before the wave function has collapsed, it's not as if it's like a letter in an envelope and you just haven't opened the envelope yet. It literally is all the states. Like it's not that it has a probability of being this or that. It literally is this or that.
And also if you have two set of slits, and you know the information from the first slit, and you don't know the information from the second slit, you have created another wave function. It goes to a particle and then it goes back to a wave function through the second set of slits.
Delayed choice one?
No, it wasn't the late choice one. It was, well, I think in the late choice one too, if you divert the other particles that you know the information about and then make another double slit there, you're going to have a wave function. So it goes back into a wave. if you have two slits and you don't know the information.
Thing is, they were able to get get the superposition of like a heavy object, you know. So it's like usually something that's why the bigger the thing is, the more mass it has, the harder it is to so what's called, it's called like the de Broglie wavelength, and I think that's it's inversely proportionate to its mass. So it's like the probability of it, you know, having these quantum tunneling and stuff like that.
Jeremy, have you looked at or searched how the double slit or quantum mechanics don't prove a creator?
I barely heard that one, man. Say it
Sorry.
again.
Have you looked at how the double slit doesn't prove a creator? Have you done some checks?
Well,
on
what
the
you
other
just
side?
said was what you just said about it was pretty good about how if you know if if God knows and sees everything, that's not even the kind of God I believe in, though. So
Yeah, right. That's why I had to
my
argue with Don
creator,
about.
More of a simulation. Yeah.
like a simulation, could be like I don't know. That's just not. I don't go with the God that knows everything. He
think
might
God's
now.
I wonder, what if we make a simulation where there's like humans, sort of, and they do a double slit, and they say that, oh, there's a wave function collapse. Would you say it's like simulation after simulation after simulation, or is there like a non-simulation somewhere?
Like if we make a simulation and they do the double slit, does that prove a creator to them? Well, if we had light working, and which the way where if it has an observer, a knower of the path, that where shit's only getting rendered. I mean, yeah.
I'd fail to see your thing there, because I can observe the double slit without the witch path information, and I still see a wave function.
What?
So it's like if there's a double slit somewhere.
You're like cutting in and out, or I don't know. You're like hard to hear. Let me switch AirPods or something.
It could be my AirPods.
I got my
you are hard to hear
AirPods
today, Moment.
It could be mine. Try to put these better, but these are shit for talking, I guess. But like if I see a double slit, experiment, and there is no witch path information, I see a wave function. So whether we see a wave function or a particle, everything is still rendered. You still see the light, whether it's a wave or a particle.
Yeah, but it's not like really and it's not like really anywhere though. It's like everywhere. That light, you know what I mean? That light can be anywhere. It doesn't. It could be anywhere. It could be in this first path or the second path or whatever. It's anywhere you want it to be. So like, if that's how light works, and we just saw light anywhere we wanted to, that's like, I don't think we're seeing waves. I think if you see it, it's automatically a particle. It has to be, because now you know the path.
You don't see a wave.
That's what I mean. It has to be.
The wave that they say, Jeremy, is a mathematical calculation.
Yeah, but something hit. I see what Etsy's saying. I see what Moleman's saying though, because something hit the back of the board.
Light literally propagates as a wave, though.
No, it doesn't. Not in this experiment.
It absolutely does.
Absolutely not. You don't understand the experiment, do you?
Yeah, you're talking about the delayed choice one, where it's seemingly going through one at a time. I'm just talking about light in general. Light in general propagates as a wave. It's got a wavelength frequency. Yes.
No, this experiment proves it. That what you think is a wave is a mathematical calculation. It is not a wave in the experiment.
It has a wavelength.
No.
Yeah.
No, on this experiment, when the dots, when the particles hit, they hit as particles. But what you think of the wave, that's a calculation. It's not actually a wave.
It's got a wavelength, a frequency. It's got It can refract.
Interfere.
It can
Interfere with
interfere.
itself.
Yeah, definitely a wave.
Like all the wave properties. I mean, come on.
You're talking about it has properties properties of particles. That's true. That both the particles have properties of waves. But
no, you got it backwards. They throw. They say, Kosho. They say they throw particles, but they appear to behave like waves, but they're not actual waves. They say that themselves, bro. Read the literature.
Yeah, all color.
And isn't that the case? It's just a wave function. I mean, it's
exactly a function, a mathematical function.
All light has different wavelength, and it presents itself differently depending on its wavelength.
But
like
that's
different. You can send messages through those waves. Like you have to alter the actual wave to send signals to people. That's how we're communicating right now.
Kosho, they're contradicting themselves. They say they throw particles, right? They actually tell you we're throwing a particle, right? Then, because of the way the experiment is, it behaves like a wave mathematically, but it's not actually a wave. I'm telling you what they say. I'm not making it up, Kosho.
I didn't say you're making it up. I'm saying you're interpreting it incorrectly by saying that it's only a wave. It's only a particle, and it presents itself as a wave all the time. Because light, both these properties, like particles, they have behavior as they can have behavior as waves. The less mass ones, where they have a little bit of mass, and then light, which always behaves as a wave, they can have properties of a particle. But that doesn't mean that it's only a particle, not actually a wave.
So why are they throwing particles, and then why don't they throw a wave then?
You do throw a wave. That's the theory.
No, it's a particle.
Is it a quantum physical experiment?
Yeah, the double split.
Then the quantum physics and the quantum physical, and the quantum physical theory is that it behaves. It's a wave.
No, it behaves mathematically when observed, when recorded, as a wave.
Mm-hmm. Then wouldn't it be a wave? Then if it talks like a duck and walks like a duck, wouldn't it be that?
No, because it starts off as a particle. So you can't have two things. You're either a particle or you're a wave.
I think that's. Do you know why? What's the particle like properties? It's like the basis of that that it has locality to it. That when you have even though it's a wave, when you have interaction, it happens when they are on each other, like in local space. So then, of course, if you send something and it reacts at one spot and it sends it back, you could say, well, it's like throwing two rubber balls into each other and they bounce off at one point, and you could say, well, it's like that. In that way, it's like a particle.
So it's both.
But in any other way, it's locality to it. But in any other way, it behaves like a wave. First and foremost, a wave.
So it's a cat, but it also behaves like a dog. In certain instances, if we view it in a certain way, then it becomes a dog.
Well, analogy can only go so far, and you choose horrible analogies. So that's not the. It doesn't contradict anything that I said about how it behaves anyway.
Yeah, in your brain, you can make anything work. You can make a cat behave like a dog, a giraffe behave like a kangaroo. But in actuality, a particle is a particle, and a wave, sir, is a wave.
Oh, it has properties. I explained them to you. And the only thing that is reality is what we can empirically prove. And they have these properties. And if you want to apply your perception of your world to what you think is reality, then you can do that fine. But it doesn't mean that it's that way on a microscopic level.
Oh, it's not mine. It's the law of non-contradiction. You can't be both one thing and another thing at the same time.
It does have these two different. It does have these two different properties.
But they are not. They don't contradict each other. What's the contradicting part? you can have locality within a wave.
I think it's more like it changes, and it's more like changes into. First of all, both of these effects happen. We get the wave pattern and a particle pattern, but I think it changes SE. You know what I'm saying? Like, ooh, we observe it and know the path, and then it changes into a particle magically.
I don't think so, bro, because look at this. They start off as a particle, right? It goes into the split, right? Now, when it hits the back, even when it's in a waveform, it's still particles. You still see dots. They're just aligned.
No.
Dude, they do not.
What, you think you see wave?
They cannot send it as a particle, man.
They do send it.
But no, they observe it. Observe it when
you don't know your own experiment, Kosho.
They are shooting things as big as. Hold on, they are shooting things as big as. They are shooting things as big as buckyballs through doing this through the double.
Yeah, that's fine. But they don't shoot they don't shoot a single particle photon. Like
Can they shoot a single buckyball?
Yeah, they do that. Yeah, I mean they do is what they do is they have detectors.
They get the same thing. They get the same thing with the buckyballs.
What they do is they measure. They shoot the light. They measure in the slits. Where the light's going through, and if they're making the measurement, it behaves like a particle at that point. It doesn't behave like a particle. Like they don't shoot it out like it was a particle. You know what I mean? You can't do that with
light. They do, Kosho. That's the whole experiment,
how does that work?
bro.
How do you shoot out light like it's a particle? How does it make sense?
Exactly. I'm pretty sure they do that. That's what they say. Read the articles, bro. Come on.
And I think you guys got it wrong. The reason why this has everyone baffled is because as long as you don't look at the backboard to see what pattern it made before you check the data, I think they're always recording which slit it went through. It's all about if we know it. It's all about if we know it.
It's not the looking. It's even if you record it, even if you're not there, even if there's no looker, right? If it's being observed, if it's being recorded, it happens.
No, listen. It happens when. Go ahead.
But when they fire, like you can't. I don't think they have a way to fire individual photons, but they can fire other particles. And
it doesn't matter. This is happening with individual particles. They're doing buckyballs.
No, but that's the part that you're missing. It's the measuring through the slits that they're able to actually see.
They're always measuring it
individually.
They're always measuring it. The only difference is if you look at the backboard to see which pattern it made before or after you look at which path it went through, then you're definitely getting a particle pattern. But if it's vice versa, that's when you get a wave pattern.
You got that slightly wrong, Jeremy. It's not the looking part. That's what I thought too. It's the actual measurement. You can have a recorder there, not be there. Yeah. That's what they say, bro.
It's the knowing about it. They're always recording it. They're not going to do something different.
No, it's the interaction. It's the interaction which actually makes it look like a particle when they interact with it, because that's what I said about locality. When you, even if it's like a wave, it will only if you're going to measure it, then you need to interact with it in some way. So I
think you guys are getting it wrong.
What?
No, they're right about that, Jeremy. That's what they say, man. I'm telling you.
Yeah, the way double slit experiment works, like originally there weren't detecting anything about slits. They just had slits and they had a film on the back wall, and then later they put detectors on the slits to see what slits they're going through. And then once they did that, that's when they observed that once they put the detectors on the slits, they weren't no longer appearing as waves on the back wall. They were coming through in one or two of the lines. And
they
so
the
detection's being made. The detection that makes the difference is on the slits. The film on the back wall was always there.
Yeah, it's if you observe which slit it went through. That's what they say. I'm not telling you I believe this shit. I'm just explaining you what the experiment is.
Funk is saying what I'm saying. What everybody's saying is that it's not the observation that collapses the wave function. It's the interaction that's needed when making an observation that collapses the wave function.
It's
like
the actual recording. If you have a device recording the event, it happens. If you're not recording it, something different happens.
Yeah, it's the interaction with it. So when you're interacting with a particle, then it will yeah, it will behave differently.
It's all about knowing about the path. If we're recording it all the time, you record it every time. The difference is that if you look at the information of which path it went through before you check the back wall, you're going to get a particle pattern because now you know the path. If you don't look at the information that was recorded, hold on, I'll be right back.
No, but then it would be two straight lines directly behind the slit. That's the problem. Why does it interact? Why does they interfere with each other? As if they are going, like a single particle looks like it's interacting, looks like it's going through both slits.
Yeah, when we don't check the information of which path it went through, then it's in everywhere at once. Then it's in both slits, and you get the wave pattern.
But guys, let me tell you something. That whole thing is in question because you can get that same effect with a needle and a laser beam.
Yeah. Why would that make it? Why would that put it in question?
The wave one?
Yeah. You can get a needle, flash a laser through it, and on the wall you're going to see that pattern.
But can you ever get the particle pattern?
You get a particle pattern, yeah.
Yeah, but you never get the wave pattern then.
You got to do a double slit to get a interference pattern. You can do a single slit to get an interference pattern.
With the needle.
Look, nobody has any freaking clue what's going on here. Okay?
It does have them.
They're just saying shit. That's it.
No, it's really not hard to. It's not hard to even grasp. What collapses the wave function is the fact that it has the ability to be in either state, whatever quantum function we're talking about. We talk about its spin, for example. It can be spin up, spin down, whatever, and it's going to be both. It doesn't have. It's not already one or the other. But once it's already interacted with another particle in reality, now its position is fixed because it has an interaction with something else in reality.
That's nonsense, Kocho.
In the case of something being entangled with somebody with like two electrons, it's definitely it's fixed because it's entangled with it.
That's another bunch of nonsense. They say that, and they have proof of this, blah, blah, blah. They say you can have two particles and tangle them both here, right? Send one off to the other side of the universe, and one spins left, the other one's going to spin right automatically. I call that bull.
But I don't understand. Why do you call it bull?
I'll explain you. Because the speed of light, right? Mm-hmm. It kills the speed of light. So take your choice. Which one do you want?
Oh.
No, how does it do that?
Well, how can information travel across the universe while breaking the speed of light?
Why do you think there was information traveling?
Because when one turns, the other one realizes and turns the other way.
Does it?
That's not how
Are
it
you
works.
sure that they didn't have this?
It has some sort of interaction. Yes, I'm sure. Yes, absolutely positive. Yes.
Yeah, but you can't use this to send information. There is no information that you...
So how does it know one turning and the other one turns?
It doesn't do that. It doesn't
what does it do?
It doesn't move and the other one moves.
It was in the time when they were interacting. From that on point, like momentum, like all... most the things that we believe is conserved, like momentum and like the different states and spin and etc. These things must be conserved, and when they do this test, it's still a function of probability which way they spin, but still, whichever way it spin, it's still conserved.
Bro, do you listen when you talk? Do you listen the words that come out of your mouth? Are you saying this is a function of momentum?
Yeah, it could be. Like
really?
A spin is a momentum.
He's talking about the quantum.
For example, I'm talking about the electrons now specifically. Electron spin.
So you're saying a particle that started off as a twin here on Earth, sent billions of light years away, knows when one is moving, it moves. You're telling me that's conservation of momentum?
That doesn't. Really? That's not how it works. That's not the case that when one entangled particle moves, the other one's going to move too. That's not how it works.
What is it then? What is it?
They conserve the the momentum between them. So if you, it's like having two things knock into each other, and then they go in each in other direction. And if you just like find that other particle, like 100 kilometers away, and it moves in a certain direction with certain amount of momentum, and you know it, like it actually crashed into some other thing, you would also know that what that state of the other thing is.
What did you just say, bro? Please explain it. Because I understood nothing.
Because like spin is a good example for quantum property, and if there are like two electrons in an electron shell, for example, they're paired when they're in the electron. So one spin up, the other one spin down. Okay, so that's a example of entanglement. Like you can have two entangled electrons.
So I was right then. It was spin. You're taking
no, I'm saying
That's
just
one
because
way.
one's spinning,
That's
the other one doesn't start spinning for that reason. It's just that once this particle has interacted with something else, and now its spin is identified, and its spin is recognized by you and recognized by the other particles around it, its entangled particle is going to have the opposite spin.
So how does it know? How does it know the opposite spin if it's billions and billions of light years away? And we have hold on. Let me finish. Let me finish.
Was already in it.
Let me finish, please. Okay. And we have a fixed speed for light, 186,000 miles per second. Correct? How does it beat that? How does it do that?
It doesn't do that. The information was already in it. Probably that's what they think. The information is in the particle already, always.
No, but you don't know which way you're going to make it spin. How could it be there? It's like saying you already know which way the car is going to turn. You don't know.
Because if both of them spun the same direction, you would like create momentum out of nothing. You would create like it's creating energy out of nothing. It's like breaking like some physical laws.
Yeah, a lot of physical laws. Now you're getting it, bro. Now you're starting to understand it. It can't happen.
I literally explained you how it can happen. And you
said momentum, and I laughed. Remember that?
I don't understand why you're laughing by momentum.
Because how do you conserve momentum? How does something conserve momentum?
It's just
knowledge.
It's just law.
What?
Just observation. Just we observed momentum to be conserved.
Bro, maybe you should let Kosho handle this, bro, because I don't think you have any clue of what you speak. Bro.
No, but you say how is momentum conserved? It's just a law. It's just observed over and over again. That momentum is always conserved.
So you listen to what you just said now. You said two particles separated here on Earth. One travels billions of light years away, and it conserves momentum.
Momentum was conserved at the point when they were entangled, and then it can move as far as away.
That makes absolutely no sense. What momentum exactly did they conserve?
The spin is a type of momentum. The spin of the electron is a type of momentum in the electron. It's conserved.
Okay. So they started off, right? One was spinning left, counterclockwise.
No, it's not.
One was spinning clockwise. And they conserve their momentum. Take it from there. What happens after that?
The momentum is conserved at the time, and it doesn't have a certain spin when you measure it. That's when you know the spin. But the other one is also conserved. So if you know the spin of the first one, then the other one has to be the opposite. Otherwise, you wouldn't conserve it. Or there are different, I think there are different interactions. It doesn't have to be that way.
So this is an assumption then? This is an assumption?
No, it's measured. It's observed, they have tested this fucking millions of times probably.
No, you said it's an assumption. You said when one spins counterclockwise, therefore we know that the other one is spinning clockwise. But you don't know for sure. You're assuming this.
I do. Is it an assumption when it's been observed billions of times?
But on the billionth and one time, it could go the other way, right?
Yeah, but you're arguing that we can deductively prove.
So you see, it's just an assumption, my friend.
Yeah, well, everything in science would be assumption using that kind of.
Based on what can it go the other way, the 1 billionth time?
I don't understand either. What is your basis for that? Why would it turn the other way?
Look, dude, you're making here a straw man. You have no clue of what you're talking about.
Yeah.
So let somebody else handle this, bro, please.
I mean, you can.
This is like you're saying that the second law of thermodynamics might not apply tomorrow, so it's bullshit.
Yeah.
No, I'm showing
Like
you a fantasy
tomorrow,
which
you
you
could fly
believe.
SC Montreal. Tomorrow, you could fly SC Montreal. Why can't you fly
Yeah,
tomorrow
could
SC
be.
Montreal? Could
So
be.
we're going from
You don't
particles
know
to
that.
flying. You see, you guys are double speaking. You
No,
do this
You
all
don't
the
know.
time.
No,
It's
I was talking
literally
about laws of
your.
thermodynamics.
See,
Yeah.
Let me explain again what you guys believe. You believe we can take two particles here on Earth, right? Separate them. Let them go billions and billions and billions of light years away, and then turn one particle and the other one knows that movement. That
No,
defies the speed of
No,
light.
that's not
no,
what
dude.
anyone said.
I tried to
Impossible.
explain you
That's not
how
how it
to
works.
SC
No,
Montreal.
yeah, that's not
Absolutely
what
impossible.
no one is.
That's not
No one
it,
is
Ed.
turning particles.
Look, you got to work you got to find your way around that. That's
I
law,
literally
No
man.
explained you how it
no
works
one
SC
said.
Montreal. It's your
Here's
lack
the
of
way around.
fucking.
Yeah, here's the way around it, Nancy. Incorrect. How about that?
Oh,
Yeah,
that
no one
settles it.
said that
Thank
you
you,
can
Left
spin
Brain.
a
Huh?
particle.
You convinced me.
No, Essie, no one said that you can take two particles, send one into the fucking millions of light years away, and then spin the other one over here, and the other one just starts spinning. That's not what happens.
Yeah.
They already have
So
to spin.
explain it to us. What happens? Please go ahead. Tell us.
Oh, that's why
Those
SC Montreal is
particles
so
already
confused.
have to spin.
Sorry. Yeah.
Go ahead. Tell us. Explain us how this
They
works, please.
already have the spin. No one here spins them.
The spin is already there.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the,
Yeah.
if they're entangled, that means that their net, the net's going to be zero. Like I told you, in an electron shell, there's going to be pairs, one with the spin up, one with spin down, and that's an example of entangled electrons. They have an entangled spin.
It
And
doesn't
so
mean that
Entangled.
you
What does
can.
entangled mean?
that they share a quantum state. Like the quantum state is dependent on or directly dependent on the quantum state of the other one.
So if one state changes, what happens to the other state, Kosho?
It's not about if the state changes. It's what is the state. If the state changes, if this other particle, this particle is not going to it's going to be entangled with something else.
So you're saying if one particle that's here on Earth changes, the other one that's billions of light years away the entangled one doesn't react at all?
What I'm saying, it's not about it changing. It's about whatever state it was.
Yeah, it's at the moment when they entangle, when they actually meet each other, and you create the electron pair. That moment, that is conserved. But if it moves a million light years away, you can't sit and flip it back and forth and spin it in one direction and like send code to the other one. It's just like if it's left uninterrupted and unimpeded in any way, and you were to measure it, it will conserve that spin all the way. And then because of the moment of entanglement, the other one would be opposite. But if you were to like spin it the other way around, like after that, it won't affect the other one at all.
Are you sure that's what your fantasy? You should look into that, bro. You should look into that.
I know this.
Entanglement means exactly that. They're entangled. If they weren't entangled, then they wouldn't have any interaction between each other. They wouldn't even come up with this spooky action at a distance, which Einstein was against.
You need to read up on this. This is
no, you need to read up on your fantasy,
No.
bro. I'm well versed in your fantasy.
No, you're just a little bit confused on this topic.
No, you have no clue. You used conservation of momentum, and I was laughing all the way to the bank. You, sir, have no clue of what you're talking about.
Momentum is is a quantum state, but regardless, I like to use spin because it's it's either up or down, so it's binary.
Yeah.
And so if you have if they're paired, the state's not known. That means that they both have like a superposition, like that quantum state. It's not decided at all yet. It doesn't collapse until even if they're separated, it doesn't collapse until it's interacting with other particles or you're observing it or whatever. And when it collapses, its state is then set, and then the state of the other entangled particle, which could be very far away, is also immediately set, right? But it's not that it changes. It's that both of them were ambiguous almost before then.
So if they're set, let's say they're set, and you change one of them, what happens?
You change one of them, it's not gonna like if it's set and you're changing it, like it's interacting with another particle, it's gonna be entangled with something else. So it's not,
it's not entangled then. It's entangled.
It is entangled.
Not entangled at the same time.
It's entangled with two things then, so you don't know what it's gonna. That second thing that is entangled with, it's gonna affect it as well.
It's nonsense.
I don't know if
one thing and another thing at the same time.
No, once you have it and it's separated with something else, and it's interacting with new stuff. It's far away from the other entangled particle. It's not going to be entangled with that thing forever. You know what I mean? Like it's gonna if you for instance it's an electron and it's part of a new atomic structure. Whatever its spin happens to be, it's not going to affect the spin of this. Like when it spins switching back and forth, it's not going to affect the spin of the other object. It's only when it's only before the quantum state was collapsed. After the quantum state is collapsed,
into this, Kosho, I think you have part of the story.
After the quantum state is collapsed, it's not having like some magical relationship with it.
We're not talking about collapses here. We're talking about quantum entanglement.
Yeah, that's
action at a distance, bro.
That's what the quantum entanglement is about. That's how they're entangled. That's the whole thing. The states are unknown because the states are the quantum wave function is not collapsed. When it collapses, the other one, which also wasn't collapsed, it didn't interact with anything, but the electron that you had over here that you were meddling with, its wave function collapsed and it spin up. The other one's wave function is going to collapse and it's going to have spin down.
I'm not so sure about that part, but I know that when they say they're entangled, it means they're entangled. So you can't have it both ways. They're either entangled or they're not.
It's not eternally entangled.
Dude, it's your fantasy. Don't look at me.
Not a fantasy.
That's what they say. I'm finding holes in the fantasy.
You just misrepresent the facts or then what this is.
No, bro. They told you a story, you believe it, and you're trying to find ways around the nonsense. That's what you guys do.
No, but you just misrepresent it. It's like it's not very difficult. It's just that you misrepresent it. You were thinking
I don't misrepresent. When I hear bullshit, I call bullshit.
It could also be that you misunderstood it.
If you have two particles entangled at larger than the speed of light distances, no information can transfer. So it's bullshit by the laws of nature.
Yeah, but you don't transfer any information.
That's just the way it is.
How can you use
about this from a creationist website?
Explain to me, SE Montreal, how do you transfer information with this, SE Montreal?
You gotta explain. That's your fantasy. I just explained to you how it cannot.
I can explain.
Don't interrupt me while I talk, dude. You asked me a question. Shut up and let me finish. Now, the reason I told you that is because you cannot transfer information faster than the speed of light according to the known laws of physics. Now, if you want to change that, go ahead.
Yeah. Yes, okay, so it doesn't transfer information. I can explain you that it doesn't, but I can explain you how it transfers information when it doesn't. That's your idea, and if you don't know why you have that idea, I cannot fucking...
dude, nice try. That's your fantasy. I'm explaining your fantasy to you, and you want me to explain to you how it happens? No. You explain me how Cinderella works, sunshine.
What information is being transferred if it already has the spin?
The fantasy says that if one particle here on Earth changes, the other one knows it changes. It's your fantasy. You explain it.
But it doesn't. It doesn't do that.
Can you give a citation for that or a source that I can look up for that?
I'm not gonna give you fuck all. You go and you read.
Sure.
I don't care. Listen,
flat Earth physics says
I don't care what you guys think, man. I'm just telling you your fantasy. No matter what I show you, you're gonna say something different.
Fantasy, SE. You made
you made your own fantasy. This is wrong.
Yeah.
Go read up on quantum entanglement, spooky action at a distance.
This is
even your top scientist Einstein was against it. Now, You don't have to
But
like
that's
it.
He was shown to be
Einstein was talking
wrong.
about gravity, and he was talking about gravity, not about quantum.
No, but
entanglement.
he did disagree. You know, he did disagree with quantum entanglement, and he was shown to be wrong.
Sure. How? What?
Well,
Show me the experiment that showed how a particle can communicate with another particle light years away that violates the speed of light communication. Please go ahead, Coach.
You
Show me that.
understand this? Everyone's saying this to you. You're not listening. That's not a claim. They're not claiming that information is traveling faster than the speed of light.
So how are the two particles entangled at distances larger than the speed of light? Go.
They were entangled when they were together.
So how does one know when the other one moves?
It doesn't know that. It just have the information already in it from the entanglement.
By conservation of momentum.
It doesn't transfer any information. That's
But
your
Essie, you're saying,
you guys
you're
have
saying
no
that the
critical
information.
thinking.
You're saying that the information is traveling faster than light, but how? Because the particle is leaving Earth, and it doesn't travel faster than light.
That's your fantasy, exactly. You tell me how. You tell me how that could happen. Go ahead.
You don't understand the thing, so I can't explain it. Like
don't understand.
It's like me saying pink unicorns.
Yeah,
pink
we
unicorns
understand.
can't fly backwards, and therefore the Earth is a globe. I mean, you make
you're
no
going
sense.
to globes now. No. You explain to me how information can travel faster than the speed of light. Please go ahead.
Where is that claim?
You're making
It doesn't. That's why.
Yeah, you make a positive claim, and we say, well, that's not my idea of it. And then I ask you, can you please elaborate? And you say, no, I can't. You
Yes,
elaborate for me.
I'm not gonna go and search stuff for you. I don't care. I don't give a damn what you think. You understand? I know you're a sophist. Now, Kosho already told you that Einstein even agreed with it. So
Einstein didn't understand how this could happen. Bell
Einstein
did a
didn't
test and showed him that it does
Kosho
happen.
understands. Got it.
No, yeah, Bell shows that it does happen. Okay, now Einstein wasn't a quantum mechanic dude. Okay, he was a fucking gravity dude. Okay, and the people who study quantum mechanics, they have different ideas of how it happens, and just like the people in here are saying, one idea is that the wave function that it collapses when they're entangled. Like that, it's an instant that it happens instantly. So it's not a communication thing, and there's no way to, to share. There's no way to share information like that. There's no new information being had. It's
So
like
how does
somebody
one
once explained it to
particle
me
know
like
what
a
happened to
glove.
the other particle?
It's like if you had a glove, like you had two gloves, and you don't know which one you have, and you check your glove, and you find out it's the one with the thumb. On the left side or whatever.
So where's the other glove?
The other one's going to be the thumb on the right side.
Now, where's the other glove?
It's wherever else it is, but it doesn't. It doesn't communicate to the other one.
Hold on, you just screwed up, bro. In quantum physics, we know where the other glove is, and we know exactly what orientation it's at because we know what one glove is. Get it?
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. I mean, how do you
just
when
said
you
don't know where
fire
the
a
other glove
gun?
is.
No, I'm saying it's somewhere else, wherever you sent it. I didn't say I don't know where it is.
When you fire a gun, how do you know exactly where it's going to land? Like we do know, it follows laws. It's predictable. It's the same.
Okay, we'll do the gun thing. This is what your theory says with the bullet thing. It says the bullet splits into two bullets. One is spinning this way, the other one is spinning that way. They travel billions of light years away, yet one bullet is entangled with the other bullet. That is La La Land freaking nonsense.
You don't understand. You don't explain why it's. What's the problem with that?
I'll explain to you. What mechanism of communication do these two particles use when they're light years apart? Go ahead,
doesn't.
please.
It doesn't.
No.
You explain would you explain why it has to transfer information?
No, that's your fantasy bullshit story. You have to explain it. I laugh at it. I'm here laughing at you guys now. Listen.
I can't explain your idea, your misconception. I cannot read your brain. If you are stupid, that's
please explain to me.
Stupid, not mine.
No. Please explain to me how a ball that's here on Earth is communicating with another ball that's billions of light years away. Please, what mechanism are they using?
Wait,
I can't explain something that your brain made up.
Yeah,
I mean,
see,
it's fucking
that's
stupid.
what they're saying. Yeah, they're saying that doesn't happen, and you're asking for us to explain how it does happen, and we're saying
When
it doesn't happen.
it doesn't happen.
So what's the entanglement then, left lane? Please enlighten us. What's the entanglement? Go ahead, left
Well,
lane.
you just take two things that interact locally and then separate. They're separated. I mean,
So how are they entangled?
That the best example is to use the one with the spin.
Let left lane talk. Hold on, Kosho. Smart ass left lane. Go ahead, sir. How does it
I'm
work?
not a smart ass. I'm not a smart ass SE, and I'm not burst on it, but I do understand it enough to know that what you're saying is way wrong.
Okay, fine. I accept that. I accept your criticism. Now, please explain to me how I'm wrong, left lane. Go ahead.
Yeah, Kosho, what were you saying?
I was saying, but for the
Kosho,
example,
what were you?
the
So left
best,
lane,
the
you
best
have no
example,
clue.
the best
Left lane, you have
example
no
to
clue,
use,
right?
The best example to use that's intuitive to everybody would be like the spin, because there's other quantum entangled, like there's other things that can be quantum entangled, but specifically electrons, when they're in an electron shell, they pair up. They always pair up, and there's going to be one spin up and one spin down. So that's a perfect example of quantum entanglement, entangling two electrons.
Beautiful. What do you think, left lane? What's your opinion on this matter?
Yeah, it's like where you've got two things that interact and then they separate. It's not like that you can take the other thing and have any control over the other thing. That's not what the entanglement is.
What is it exactly? Please explain us.
Now, see, that's where I get to the point that I have trouble talking about it, because the quantum stuff I'm not at all versed in. But
yeah, so you have no clue.
It just has to do with the wave
no
function.
clue of what you're talking about. You're just you're disagreeing with me because it's me saying it.
But as in Montreal, can I ask you, like, as in Montreal, can you explain to me why submarines can fly?
What the hell are you, dude? I told you, stay out of this conversation, bro. You have no knowledge of what you speak.
Can
At
you
least
explain to me
Kosho
why submarines
has some
can fly?
sophistry, but you talk nonsense.
As in Montreal, please explain to me why submarines can fly.
My friend, please explain to me why kangaroos are marsupials.
Please explain to me why submarines can fly.
See where the
Can you do
conversation
that?
leads? It's
Yeah,
beautiful.
it's your fantasy.
Yeah,
Every
but this
time
is
you guys are
this is
asking
how
tough
you.
questions,
This is what you're doing with us.
it's
You're
one
just,
guy against all of yous, and I have yous all double speaking.
no,
You have
it's
no clue
you're
what
just
you're
creating
saying.
a straw man. You're
No.
being stupid.
Yeah.
You're just basic fallacy from the beginning.
Yo, so check this out. This is as plain. This is honestly, everybody will understand this hopefully after this. But just like I said with Dilla, if you just think about that as one example of entanglement, entanglement is any quantum state where its state is going to be dictated by the property of some other quantum particle's state. And that perfect example is, like I said, two electrons. When they're entangled, they're going to have to be opposite spin. Okay, so that what happens is the quantum only when those particles are isolated and also not interacting with anything, then the quantum wave function hasn't collapsed at that point. You can separate them at this point, and then you can collapse the quantum wave function for one of them, and supposedly instantly the quantum wave function for the other one collapses, and it's the opposite of whatever you had there.
Supposedly
but it's
instantly.
not at home. But this is very important. Whenever you start doing stuff with the electron that you have, and you start interacting with other stuff, it's not going to change anything with the other particle. As a matter of fact, it's going to stop being entangled with the other particle.
You just made that up. I never heard that.
No,
before.
I told you that the whole time, Essie.
You just made that up, bro.
I said this before. I said that that it's not the stuff that happens after the wave function collapses. It only happens when the wave function collapses, that the other one's wave function collapses, and it's doing the opposite of whatever.
Okay.
The thing you were doing was doing.
Okay, everybody heard what he just said now. So that's transfer of information, right? Knowledge of what one does to the other, yes or no?
No.
No.
It's not transfer of information.
So how does one know when the other one collapsed, Coach O?
Like I said, the interpretations are varied, but people say that it just happens instantly. It's not about it knowing.
No, what's
it's,
the mechanism? This is what I'm trying to tell you, bro. It's a load of crap.
Okay, for instance, how do you know that the wave function collapsed? Because you have to actually physically measure the other one. So, like I said, if you have a glove and you physically don't know which one's which, they're both balled up, you can't tell which one's which, you open yours up, you immediately know that the other one is the other glove with the other thumb. It doesn't have to talk to it to know that. You know what I mean? It's no matter what, it's going to be the opposite of whatever
You're
that one
making
is.
no sense, bro. Listen to yourself.
No, it makes perfect sense, SC. That's a great analogy.
Explain to us.
Somebody told that one to
how.
me.
Because if you've got two gloves, a left glove and a right glove, and you possess the left glove, you know the other one's a right glove.
Right, but how do you know what orientation it's at?
What difference does that make?
That's
the
the
whole
thing
thing
that
we're talking about, bro.
But that's exactly what was entangled. So that's why the analogy works in that way.
Left
the
lane, I don't
the
think you're
orientation
getting
of the
this, man.
spin because that was the property that was entangled.
Hold on, Kosho, hold on. Left lane, let's use the glove analogy. You got two gloves, right? A left and a right, right? We have them both here, okay? We know that one glove is spinning counterclockwise and the other one is spinning clockwise. We separate the gloves. We shoot one out into space, right? Millions and billions of light years away, right? Now, how does one glove communicate with the other glove without breaking the speed of light law?
It doesn't communicate. I don't know why you're saying that.
You're saying that. He was just saying one spins one way and the other one knows the spin.
Yeah.
You guys are just not getting this, man. I don't understand it.
You're saying it as if it spin wasn't something and then it became something because the other one became something. That's not the case. That's not the way quantum wave function works. It was technically they're both doing both, as far as we know, and when it collapses, it collapses. But it's not because it wasn't not spinning at all, and then it started spinning.
Okay, one collapsed. We'll go with your thing. One collapses. That the other one knows the other one collapsed.
Like I said, it collapsed instantly. I'm not going to pretend. I'm not going to pretend to know how it does that, but it just does it.
Yeah, bro, it's fantasy. They just told you a story and you believe it, bro.
We have mechanisms that work off of this, like quantum computers.
Look, they say that they reproduced this in like in experiments. They say that they reproduced it. It's the biggest reproducible thing. Fine, they did it a few feet away or whatever. Okay, granted, I haven't seen it myself, but I'll go along with it for the sake of argument. But when you're telling me billions of light years away, I call bull on that.
What changes then over that distance?
I told you, the speed of light communication. You cannot send information quicker than the speed of light according to
10 meters.
Why do you cut me off when I talk, bro? Why? Why do you do that?
Because you have repeated that thing like.
So why did you ask me the question then?
Because I want to know how they transfer information 10 meters.
So you can interrupt me in the middle of it, right?
How does it transfer information 10 meters then?
I don't know how it does it. I have no clue how that works. I told you, for the sake of argument, I'll let it go that it has been done in a setting, okay, in a university setting. Now, what you gotta do is you gotta explain how this happens billions of light years away.
SE
and
just
killing the speed of light transfer of information.
But what information does it send?
Why are you asking me your fantasy story?
Oh
it's your story. You explain it, dude. Don't ask me questions of your fantasy.
It's built into the superposition of the states.
Yeah, you just said a word with momentum, right? With conservation of momentum.
It's built into the particles from the beginning.
It's built in which model? The B23 or the SS5? Which model has it built in? And is there a switch?
Into quantum physics. Quantum physical theory says it's built into the.
Which theory is that? Explain us. Which theory?
Quantum physical theory.
Which one? Which one in particular?
The QED.
The what?
Quantum mechanical field.
Everybody's hearing this, right? He's just making shit up. That's what they do. You have no clue of which you speak, sir.
Well, if that's the claim, then what's the problem?
The problem is you're just opening your mouth and words are coming out.
Well, I made an explanation. When I asked you to explain why you send information, you demand me to explain for you what you think. I cannot
you have a
explain how you...
story. You have a bullshit fantasy. I'm calling lies on it, and you're asking me to explain you the bullshit, sir. It doesn't work.
Well,
that
I
way.
don't think it's first of all, I don't think it's send stuff billion light years away, and second of all, it doesn't need to.
So how is it entangled then? Go ahead, sir.
It's entangled at the moment when they are local.
And then when they separate, they lose that entanglement, or do they keep it?
No, the entanglement means that they built a pair and they keep that information in the individual particles separately.
Through the conservation of momentum. This is a new battery storage system, right?
For example,
what?
The things that they're not everything that is superstate, but like for example, spin is one thing.
What did you just say? Did you? What does that mean exactly?
It means that not everything has like quantum mechanical superpositions, is what they are called. Like
so, not all animals are marsupials. Okay, whoop-de-doo. What else you got?
I'm telling you, for the sake of this experiment, I use spin.
You're telling me nothing, bro. Nothing.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Exactly. You don't know what you're talking about.
Yes, I answered every question you answered, and now you're like, I don't know where you're going with it.
What are you disagreeing with exactly? I see.
I don't understand what the fuck you're talking about.
You guys, this is what you do. We start a conversation, we say something, and then you bring it out into the weeds. This doesn't work with me, dude.
Yeah, but I
particles,
explained
one is billions of light years away. What's the mechanism of communication? Don't try this sophistry.
They don't need to
communicate.
It doesn't work.
The main thing, like I said, that is kind of should be stated is that this is not the interpretation of how this happens is not settled yet. So what's settled is what actually occurs. It's not settled on how it occurs or why. What exactly the meaning of how it's occurring.
Or in other words, you have no clue what you're saying.
No, nobody knows yet. It's not been.
Now we're getting somewhere.
How happens. We just know
they don't.
Now we're getting somewhere. They have no fucking clue what they're talking about. They just make up a story, and you guys believe it.
That's not what he said.
Jesus Christ, man!
Oh man, you're so fucking.
When you do a scientific test, you can have you can find laws and you can find relationships and actions from reactions and you can see how things occur, but that doesn't give you an explanation of of why it's occurring, how it's occurring. It takes further understanding to know exactly why this is happening or when this is happening. What the tests have shown is that it does happen, that these objects are entangled, and it's not. Because what Bell did, I'm pretty sure, was he showed that faster than light, that when one collapses, the other one is already known, and it's not a hidden variable.
That's against all laws of physics, bro. This is what I'm trying to tell you, man. They say stuff, but it's against the laws of physics.
But you're saying it's like it's communication, but it's not communication.
Well, what else is it, bro? What do you call it?
But you can't send. That's the thing. You can't send information with it. They just keep the information in themselves, but they don't understand like everything about exactly what happens when you like measure it. For example, they call it like the measurement problem, but you cannot use it to send information. And there is nothing we know of that can send things faster than light, and it doesn't.
And there is the paradox, bro, right there. You just said it. You can send information, but yet one particle knows what the other one just did. That defies the laws of physics, bro.
But that would be like saying like throwing two fucking if you throw two rubber balls into each other and they go off in the opposite direction, does the other one know what the other one did.
That's my whole point, bro.
It doesn't know it, but it certainly abides by the laws of nature, which makes them predictable.
So you just made another thing up. Laws of nature, what makes them predictable. You don't know what you're talking. You're just saying words, bro.
Is that what is confusing about
Oh, sure.
laws?
You got to have a meeting with this guy, man. Seriously.
What is confusing? What the hell are you talking? What's confusing about laws of nature?
Laws. Which law of nature are you talking about?
Like
bro?
like one of the most basic things which I used as an example now is law of conservation of momentum, for example. Which you make
that's completely ridiculous. That how can you think that the law of conservation of momentum can keep a particle entangled billions of light years away? You have yet to give me a mechanism. You're just saying words, bro.
Well, with my example, I explained to you how things like can have a predictable nature to it, and we have like laws which have been observed and confirmed billions of times, so much that we think it's like a fundamental property of like the universe. That's not something that can be broken.
Again, you're just saying words, not being specific. A fundamental property of the universe? What the hell does that mean?
It means that we think it's not something that can ever be broken.
It means you think it's something that cannot be broken. Do you realize you're just saying words, bro? You're not making any coherent statements. You're just saying words.
What
At
is
least
incoherent?
Kosho makes good stuff up. I mean, I got to give him credit.
What is incoherent about that?
Everything.
What's confusing about it?
Everything that you just said.
You don't understand what the laws
I asked you what
are?
specific law, and you told me the law of the universe.
I said like it's something that we apply to everything in the universe.
Yeah, okay. Which specific law are you talking about?
Conservation of momentum. I literally told you 2 minutes
ago. So you believe conservation of momentum can entangle two particles, send one billions of light years away, yet they can somehow be entangled through conservation of momentum. Are you freaking serious, bro?
Well, is ever conservation of momentum broken?
Oh I think Essie wants to know what do you mean that entanglement is?
In relation to that, I think it's in relation to that. It would be if you create two particle which has a net zero spin, which means that if they must have a spin, an electron must have a spin, and if their net spin is 0, that means if one spin one direction, the other one has to spin the other direction to keep it. Otherwise, you would create momentum.
I think
out
the
of nothing,
problem,
out of thin air.
I think the issue is that he's asking like and he's not talking about the spin. He's talking about the entanglement, like what causes the entanglement.
That's why I gave the example of the. So if I remember correctly, the way Bell did it, it had something to do with like the photons being created at the same time. But the easiest way, the one to think about, is the electrons. Like electrons in an electron shell are going to have the ones in the same shell, like in helium, for instance. It's got 2 electrons. They're going to be it's the first shell. They have opposite spin.
I'll grant you that, even though that's not a provable thing. But how do they know at a distance what the other one's doing? This is what you got to explain. The mechanism by which one particle, billions of light years away, knows what the other particle is doing without violating the speed of light law.
Again, you're creating a straw man.
That's what I do, bro. I create holes in your fantasy, and you don't like it.
Yeah. No, you just say it needs to know, but it doesn't need to know.
Then how is it entangled?
It's entangled because the information is kept. You don't send any information. You can't send any information with this.
So how does one know what the other one's doing then?
It doesn't know. Why are you doing it again? I said it doesn't know. It doesn't need to know. You cannot send any information with it.
Exactly. That's what kills your whole thing.
No, it doesn't need to ever. What kind of information? How can you send information with this? Can I transfer data to you with using quantum entanglement? You think that is immaterial? Can I like send like binary data to you?
No, that's the whole point, dude. You cannot.
I can't, but that's
you cannot greater
I know.
distances than the speed of light.
And-
you cannot do it, bro.
Think about it. Okay,
Not
but think about
possible.
it. Think about it. When you entangle something, nobody knows what spin either of them are. You send one particle to one place and the other one to another place. You measure You measure the spin of one person at point A. Let's say point A. You measure the spin of the particle, and you measure it to spin like whatever direction, like across the z-axis. It doesn't matter. And then then you know the other one must spin the other way. But
how do
the
you know
other
that?
person,
How? You're assuming that it's
because they have
billions
observed
of
it.
light years away. And
But they
Kosho
have
said
observed
that.
it.
Hold on. Kosho said that it loses entanglement.
No. Yeah. Okay. So let me be clear once more. When they're entangled, and before the wave function had collapsed, they're not interacting with anything else. They're entangled with each other. When they're separated or whatever, and you're observing it, and it's interacting with everything else it's around once again, it becomes decoherent. So that means that there's a bunch of different reactions it's going through. It's no longer going to be entangled with the other particle. The other particle's wave function had collapsed, though.
Yeah,
its wave function had collapsed.
but that's not the example we are talking about. I'm talking about where you keep the entanglement. You don't interact with.
Oh yeah. If you're not,
So you can both keep it and lose it at the same time.
No, how do you get that from that?
Well, you're saying it keeps it, and Kosho just told you that it loses it after a while. So which one is it?
Particles. Yeah.
As Montreal, like I don't understand, to be honest.
Yeah, I know you don't understand, bro. I know that.
You have to when you send a particle to keep the entanglement. You can't interact with other stuff. You need to keep it separate from other stuff.
The more interactions it has, you can think of it as people. Like people are best friends, and they have a fucking favorite phrase or something. Over time, if they're separated and this person's hanging out with other people, he's going to pick up new vernacular, say new things and stuff. He's not going to be entangled with that other person anymore over time.
Which is silly analogy.
But this is entanglement. But this is going off on a tangent. We are assuming entanglement.
Why are you interrupting him, bro?
What?
He says that entanglement has a time limit, correct?
I didn't say it had a time limit. I said it's got a limit based on it's called decoherence. That means that there's too much information coming from other particles. It's having too many interactions with other particles, and that's going to ultimately make its entanglement with that other particle. It's not relevant anymore.
Which particle? The one that is on Earth, or the one that's sent billions of light years?
The one that's somewhere else. Let's say that the electrons spin up, the other ones spin down. The wave function collapses.
Seriously, if you go over and give me a second to get in, I would probably help you with this.
That one is by itself.
Stumbling and stumbling all over. I've been listening to you for 30 minutes. Keep going. Go ahead.
The other one, it's spin down. The one that was far away that you didn't observe. You collapse the one that you had, spin up. The one that's far away, it's still isolated. Nothing's affecting it. The one that you have, it's interacting with other stuff. Maybe you've interacted with the magnet. Its spin can be changing. The spin from the other one, though, it's going to be spin down because it's isolated. Nothing's affecting it. Its wave function has collapsed for all you know, and there's been no further interactions with it. So, I mean, that's just how it works.
Go ahead, Jeremy. Set these guys straight, man. I'm tired. My brain is hurting.
But I had an example, and it's just gonna go off on a tangent.
You live in fantasy, bro. You live in La La Land, bro.
You don't even understand my example. You send you have two particles. You send one to point A and point B. It can be 10 meters. It can be 1 billion light years. It doesn't matter. They're separate. You don't you don't physically send information. You don't communicate with the guy at point B.
So why are they entangled? Why do they say they're entangled? Do you not understand what entangled means?
It's a interaction, quantum physical.
So they're joined at the hip, billions of light years away. But hold on. But yet somehow that joining of the hip cannot happen because the distance is too long. The information cannot travel.
Yeah, but this is the thing. They entangled at some point. But when you take these two particles, one to point A and one to point B, and you read that particle, and that means the other particle must be the opposite. That's what we have measured in the lab over and over again. So we know this happens. This is very predictable.
You ever watch someone that sucks? You ever watch someone playing a video game and they suck at it and it's like mad frustrating? That's what it's like. Shut up, man. That's what it's like. Watch. Oh, I gotta go now.
But what kind of information?
Let Jeremy finish, man.
What kind of information? How can you use that to speak to the other person or send him information? If you just read the spin at one point.
That's what you gotta answer, bro. You don't ask us about your fantasy. That's your question.
But
That's my question to you.
But SC Montreal, it doesn't send any information there. There is literally no information sent.
So how is it entangled then? What's the rope between them? How, if there's no information, how are they entangled, bro? Do you not understand that?
Because whenever when they're, like, for example, for the example we've been using with the electrons, when they're in the electron shell, they've it's like there's an agreement between them that they have to have opposite spin. It's just like if you have a wishbone and two people have a wishbone and they pull on it, there's an agreement that someone's going to get the bigger part of the bone, regardless of if they know who has it or not. It's a known agreement that's made by the fact that that's the relationship by bounds by them being an electron shell. Okay, so that's just a known relationship for that specific
So the electron shell, which is now a cloud of probability, they changed that. You're saying somehow that explain yourself better, bro. You're just saying words.
No, I didn't explain. You made it confusing by saying the cloud of probability. Okay.
Yeah, you don't know that. That's the new explanation of the electric shell. It doesn't. They don't
talking about different
say that. They don't say that the electrons circle anymore.
Yeah, you're talking about the
cloud of probability now. You're not aware of that, Kosho?
You're talking about the position, the momentum. Okay, I'm talking about the spin.
Sorry?
I only got 2 seconds. Just hold on.
Go
you
ahead,
guys are
Jeremy.
stumbling and fumbling and mumbling through this shit. Can you guys hear me good?
Yep.
All right. So you have two particles that are entangled. You separate them, right? They have this information within them. Nobody knows it yet on either side. You look at one of the particles, it'll tell you the spin of the other particle. You can't transmit information like that. All you do now is know the spin that the other particle's at. It doesn't help you
it doesn't send any information. You just know what the other one has in the bag.
But
That's what they're trying to tell us in Montreal like 1,000 times.
I know you've been trying. I know you've been trying, but you suck.
No, I got that part. I got that
No, you didn't
part.
get that. You didn't get that.
I did. Now,
no.
what Jeremy doesn't seem to understand is the entanglement part. How are they entangled?
But your issue with it is that they send information, not the entanglement part.
Oh, I don't know how
they
they're
don't
entangled.
send information.
I don't. Shut up, man. You suck. I don't know how they're entangled, but there's no information being sent.
Yeah.
So then they're not entangled. You get it, Jeremy?
They're entangled.
No, they're not.
entangled.
No, it cannot be. You can't have both. You can't have something entangled with a rope in between them and not transferring. That cannot happen.
It's not a rope. Listen, it's not a rope.
Particles are together. The particles are together. They both have this information that they share. And they get separated. They still have the information. Funk, shut up, dude. You guys all suck. You all
Hold
suck.
on,
I've been
guys.
listening to you stumble through this for the past 30 minutes now with
I
that.
said it clearly several
Let
times.
Jeremy play
I
the
think it's
baller
a
for you
SE
guys because
problem
you guys
issue
suck.
here,
Go ahead,
not
Jeremy. Play the baller for them.
You understand what I was saying, Jeremy. So it's like SE Montreal problem, I think.
Okay, let me ask you something,
Yeah,
Jeremy.
these
If
particles
we change one particle, right, the ones that you say are not entangled but share information, if we change the state of the one particle here on Earth, does the other one light years away, billion of light years away, does it know what happened to the one on Earth?
No.
Your name is not Jeremy.
My name is Jeremy, and the answer is
I don't
no.
think so. Yeah,
What do you
I
think,
don't
Jeremy?
think so. I don't think so. I'm not 100%, but I don't think it.
You don't think so? So then how are they entangled?
I explained this to you several times, dude. When they're coupled, for instance, like when two electrons are coupled in an electron shell, by definition, they have to have opposite spin. That's an example of a coupling that forces them to have a property that are related to one another. That would be an example of them being entangled at that moment. Whether or not you know which one is which, and then they're isolated and separated, and then the wave function collapses for one of them because you've observed it, the wave function for the other one collapses as well. That's all. That's it.
That's the thing. How? If no information can be transferred, how does one know when the other one collapsed?
Same way as I told you with the glove. When you have two balled up gloves and you don't know which one's which, and I open my glove and it's got the left thumb, there's no information that was transferred to the other one. It's just by default has the other glove.
You have, that's a good analogy. You have two gloves.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. There is you don't know which one is which, but you know if you have one, the other one must have the other. You don't have two right hands out of nowhere. You had one
So you
left hand and one right hand.
this is an assumption now.
No, they know this. They create this pair and they observe this. They know this from countless tests. And they know,
right there, you're assuming a transfer of information. You're just not getting it, are you guys?
What information did you transfer with the gloves? Did you transfer information between the other one?
You said one knows what state the other one is at.
Yeah, but when you have two gloves and you have one and you don't know which one you have, you just take one glove and you open it a billion miles away, and then you know the other one has the left glove. Did you transfer any information to him?
You hear what you just said? You said you have one glove closed like a fist and you open it up, and you're saying that the other glove, billions of light years away, knows that glove opened. That's what you're saying, right?
Yeah.
My friend, you just shot yourself in the foot. That, sir, is the transfer of information.
But why did you say, Kosho, that it collapses at the same time there?
That's an interpretation, but it's not a settled interpretation.
I don't think that's like a common. That would mean it would. In my book, it sounds like you're sending information.
No. Well, no, that's exactly what the whole point of
if it
Bell's
collapses at the same time.
Yeah, that's what Einstein was saying is an issue, and that's I think his test showed that the information is actually happening, like they're collapsing instantly, and it's not due to like a hidden variable. It's not due to the fact that they knew the information before it happened.
Magic.
Like I said, it's not completely understood, but it's a fact that it happens.
I haven't heard about that. What is that?
Did you use this to send Morse code?
So you can't send any information. This cannot be used to send information.
Hold on. If I were to collapse the wave function, another person would know it.
No, you can't send information.
You have two particles. I collapse the wave function in one spot. Does the other person know it or not?
No.
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 So what happens on the other end?
It just at some point in time you measure it and then you see, oh, it has like a left clockwise spin, and then you know the other one is counterclockwise. You don't know anything. You
nothing happens on the other end. Nothing happens on the other end. You're saying?
I mean, I would say so. Like there is no need for it. And
does anything happen? Hold on. Let's let Kosho talk about it.
Okay, sorry.
I don't know. I'm asking. Does anything happen on the other end?
Check this out. Nobody sees either one of the wave functions. Once you're measuring the spin, the wave function is going to collapse for the one that you're observing. you're going to know immediately what the wave function or what the spin is for the other one. And if you observe it, it's not going to be doing something weird. It's going to obviously going to be the the spin that you predicted. But its wave function collapses by the fact that the wave function that the one you observe collapsed. So it's not going to be the case that it still has a probability of being, spin up. Like if yours was spin up, it doesn't have a probability of being spin up anymore. It's definitely spin down, and its wave function has collapsed.
So nothing happens on the other end when we fuck with this one particle.
Yes, nothing strange happens. There's no information being transferred.
See the double speak here, Jeremy? Beautiful, huh? Anyways, guys, I gotta go. It's been fun. I'll talk to you guys later.
Later, SB.
Jeremy, do them in, please.
This sounds
everybody. The first disclaimer everybody says when they talk about entanglement, they say, "Hey, we just want to let you guys know there's no information that can be transferred as fast as the speed of light."
But why would you say it's? But when you have like a wave collapse, as you said, Kosho, when you measure, you mean that at that point it's actually determined what the other one is.
Right. Yeah.
But how do you know? But how can you determine at that point?
They were entangled.
Yeah, I know, but without sending information.
It
sounds like if you measure it at another point, it would be different.
You'd have to measure the other one to verify that it correctly. They were, but I mean, they were entangled. There's no chance that they're going to both. Like if one was up and one was down, there's no chance that one's up and the other one's also up. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know that, but but it sounds like if you were to measure it at another time, it could be different, as if something happens at the moment you measure it. I mean, we could say that, but in my mind, it sounds like there is something happening non-locally.
Yeah, right. Exactly. Well, yeah, I know exactly. That's the problem with this. Is like I said, the interpretations aren't settled.
I know that.
If you look for them, there's no settled interpretation on what exactly is occurring, or how it occurs. I mean,
heard about some pilot wave theory and stuff.
So you couldn't use this to send Morse code or anything? Like nothing happens on the other end. I observe the wave function. Nothing. You don't see anything happen because you obviously didn't observe it yet. So nothing happens. I just now know the spin of your molecule. That's all that happens.
Yeah.
That's not helpful in sending information.
Yeah, but they can use it for quantum computers.
But it's not helpful for sending information, though.
Not for sending information, but for making calculations.
It's the same like the glove. Everything abides by like the glove example which you use, which is kind of decent. You have a pair of gloves and you send the other one the other way. Don't send any information to the other guy by knowing that the other guy has like a left glove and you have a right glove. Like, okay, so what?
Yes, I mean it doesn't help. It doesn't help anything.
Like if you were to travel to like a different planet and you were to want to send like, I want to tell them that this planet is safe to travel to. It's like got breathable air and shit like that. You get there, you can't use it to send anything.
If you're looking for something, oh my bad. Go ahead. I didn't realize you were done.
I was done. Sorry.
All right. So, I mean, if you want something moving faster than the speed of light, I wouldn't go with that as my lead. There's definitely objects that are moving faster than light. I want to use that as one of them. All right, in your fantasy fairy tale heliocentric model, even though you got a speed limit on particles at the speed of light, it's not true, is it? Model. That's where the double speak is. All right, you know what it is?
What?
Was I on mute just now?
No, sorry, it was me. I need to turn you up a little bit.
You have objects moving faster than the speed of light in your heliocentric model.
Do we?
Yeah, you do.
What?
I said, yeah, you do.
Okay. Is this like an asymmetrical thing where you want me to explain what is going faster than speed of light?
You don't know what it is? You don't know what it is?
No.
The galaxies.
Yeah. I sort of. I mean, you could say that.
You can say that. You have two objects that are moving away from each other faster than the speed of light. That is objects moving faster than the speed of light. You can make up whatever cockamamie excuse you want for why it's happening. It's irrelevant. It's happening. According to you guys, not. I mean, anyone that believes these numbers, you guys are always Chris. You guys
Well,
got
it
it
could
happening.
be. It doesn't break any physical laws because it's like
It
relating
does.
to the place where it's at. Like
you have two
locally.
objects in space. You have two objects in space. They're moving away from each other faster than. Like I said, you can make up any cockamamie excuse you want for why it's happening. It doesn't matter. It's happening. That is a direct violation of Einstein's speed limit law for the universe. And might I add, the excuse that you say that it's doing it is is more ridiculous.
Well, I think the expansion was predicted by. The expansion is first of all predicted by the general relativity in the first place.
So you're going with just space expanding.
Space
in between the universe, the galaxies are expanding. That's why it's moving faster than the speed of light.
Yes.
Yes. So space. What's space?
You
think space expands? Correct.
Space.
That sounds like some ether shit.
Space.
That sounds like the ether.
You can call it ether. You can call it whatever you want to. People call it space-time.
It sounds like some made-up magical shit. Not. Oh, you think that's space-time expanding?
Yeah, I think it's very good evidence for that. Like redshift.
No, it's evidence that there's no fucking universal speed limit because you guys got objects moving faster than the speed of light away from each other. That's what the evidence is. You can do some ad hoc bullshit.
I don't think it needs ad hoc. That's the thing.
But
it doesn't. It doesn't need ad hoc.
Okay, listen. What's space?
Space. It's like a place where stuff can exist.
Yeah, and you think that space can expand and contract? The space, not the slot limit, the space.
Yeah.
So you can get bigger space. So how do I do that in my house? Because I could use some more extra square footage.
I mean, if you're God, I guess you could do that. Are you God?
That's in the heliocentric model, God.
I don't know why it's expanding. It just does. Maybe we can control it in the future. Who knows?
Where's the God in your heliocentric model expanding the galaxies faster than the speed of light?
Maybe you are. I don't know. I don't know. Sometimes I just accept stuff as they are. I don't need to have like, but who did it always? Sometimes this stuff happens. I don't need to know everything.
Yes. Space expanding. You know how silly that sounds? It sounds ridiculous.
Sure, but I wouldn't limit myself to say that it can't happen just because I find it ridiculous.
Yeah. It's all
my imagination would be like the worst thing to base scientific theories on.
Space of what?
I feel like I've had this discussion before with you, Facilia.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's
This
gonna
is just
last
all
30
ad-
minutes. It's gonna last 30 minutes if
just
you go down that rabbit hole, Facilia.
No,
this
it's
is
2
just an
seconds.
ad hoc. This is just go ahead.
Space of what?
That's right. You say space, and then where things exist in.
Where you can have stuff in.
So you're just saying the same thing twice.
You think this space has some kind of physical property that it can expand and contract? That's
Yeah,
right.
because it
Is
has
space
like
like
an
a
X,
physical
Y, and
property?
Z. Space has an X, Y, and Z dimension. It
No,
has like
those are
area. It's like volume.
volume of what?
It's nothing there. It doesn't have to be, but if there weren't
So you have
volume, then we
nothing.
would be
Hold on.
closer
Hold
to
on.
the other stuff.
So you have nothing, right? Nothing. You said nothing's there, right? So you have space, nothingness.
Well,
So you have nothing.
technically, it's a place where you have like, if you want to follow like quantum field theory, then you have like fields which can be excited, or what you want to call it, there, and they are there always.
What do you mean if we want? We're talking about reality, not if we want.
What do you mean? So if you were to go with quantum field theory, then you in that space you would have fields which can.
No, but what do you mean if we were to go with?
That because that's like a theory which we think reality is. I mean, I don't want to push that theory on you if you don't like it.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, if we're talking about reality, then it's reality, not what we think it is. It is what it is.
Yes, but in my epistemology, I would never claim for certain that I know what reality.
But you're going to make fun of us for thinking that the Earth is flat.
Yes, because I think it's very easy to see. It's not a very compelling theory.
Well, how would you know?
Because of many reasons.
Reasons which you could be wrong about, what you just said.
Yes, I could be wrong about it.
Hey, so what are you doing?
Hmm?
So what are you doing?
What I'm doing? I'm just
Yeah,
looking through my phone now and reading stuff.
Poke fun at people. Seems.
Do I poke fun at you now?
Oh, you poke fun at flat earthers?
I'm not mocking people, but I'm literally telling like ideas, and if they find that like offensive, I think that's kind of like telling how bad arguments people have if they find offense in me pointing out their arguments.
No, you admitted that you could be wrong, and then you said, "Well, you could think of space this way." No, not what I think. Why
Do you
can't
know
I say
100% what space is?
Space doesn't exist, sir.
Or so there is no like volume between you and me. There is like
volume of what?
You just said it's nothing. He said earlier it's nothing.
Okay, so volume.
that's
What do you
retarded.
think it's? What do you think like volume is? Like, what makes up a volume?
A volume of something. You need something there. You can't just have volume. You need something there. So if there's like quote unquote space
Sure.
between me and you, there's air and dust.
But if you fill up gas in a container, the container isn't gonna expand and you create more space. Just fill up more stuff in the same space.
Okay.
So I think those are separate.
No.
It's just like just because you have more stuff doesn't mean that it's necessarily more space. You can still have the same volume, more and more or less stuff in that volume.
No, you have
no.
There's
Was
only
I
stuff.
incorrect? Yeah, but you
There's
can have
only
more or
stuff.
less stuff there, and I would agree with that. And I would say, well, sure, you can have very little stuff there. We have also like created like virtually almost vacuum, and there's almost no stuff in there. It's still the same space.
Well, here's the thing, right?
And if I measure the container with almost no stuff in it, it still has the same dimension.
Well, if there was nothing inside of it, then the sides would be touching. You can't have nothing.
Why would it?
because you can't have nothing in between things and then say that they're separated by a distance. A distance of
Well,
what?
I just
Nothing.
did. There's no problem in that.
Yes, that is brain-bending retardation.
Why? Why?
You can't have a distance of nothing between things and say that there's
Well,
more
I
distance.
can't have like a cube with nothing in it.
If the sides aren't touching, then there's something in between.
What if I pump up the
Can't say
gas? I've sucked out the gas. There's nothing in there.
But if they're not touching, something is
Yeah.
in between.
So if I suck out the gas, the container must collapse.
They will, yes.
Why do we have like vacuum stuff? We have that.
What are you talking about?
So we have stuff with vacuum in it. There are like containers with nothing, almost nothing in them.
How do you know that there's nothing in there?
Because we sucked out it.
But the sides of the container aren't touching. This is circular.
Yeah,
See,
no, it's not circular. You're assuming that they need to collapse. I'm telling you the fact. We suck out
that's
the air. They don't collapse.
Because that's the observation. When you put your hands
Yeah.
together, there's nothing between them. If you take
Sure, but then you put your hands together. I'm talking about sucking out air from a container. That's not an analogy.
No, I'm talking about there not being any such thing as space.
Yeah, but you're saying that, but it doesn't show in reality.
Yes, there is no such thing. There is only stuff.
You just say that, but when I show you an example
Show me
where
what?
you suck out stuff from a container, and it's still it's nothing in there, and it still doesn't collapse.
And the sides of the container are still not touching.
Sure, but what's in there?
That's for you to answer, not me.
No,
You're the
it's
one
not.
who says that
I
there
think
could be
it's
nothing.
okay. Fine, it's nothing there. That's my answer.
Well, if there was nothing, then they would be touching, like your hands.
Well, apparently they don't. So there's something wrong with your theory.
Yes, there is something there.
What's there?
That's for you to answer.
No, that's not what we meet. It's not. Is this how flat earthers do fucking science? You have a theory, and then I ask you why, and then you say, "Well, that's for you to answer."
I'm not saying
Simantral did that earlier.
I'm not saying that I know what everything is. I'm saying observable reality is the only time you have nothing, nothing in between things is when they're touching. You can't separate stuff.
That's not the case. We suck out
Yes, it
gas
is,
and they don't touch. How do you have vacuum in a container then?
Vacuum is just a word. Okay?
No,
you have
it's
the walls
actually a
of the container.
It's a physical thing, like lack of stuff in there.
No, the walls of the container are the physical thing.
Then you have stuff in there which is physical, and you take that out.
Right, and
you just assume that it must collapse, but I sucked it out and it didn't. So what's wrong?
That's observable reality.
Yeah, okay, yeah, that's right. So my theory, I mean, I'm just saying, well, you suck out gas, there's nothing there. So you just have like a volume of where there is absence of stuff, of things.
Well, there is something in there.
What's so like mind-bending about that?
Because you say in space, between every cubic meter has like 3 or something hydrogen atoms separated by nothing. What the fuck is that? If there was nothing between them, then they would be touching.
So would you assume that? But we don't see that.
Dude, you can't have a distance of nothing.
Why not?
Because the area between two things not touching is space.
Yeah, what is in the middle there? What is it?
Space.
Why does it have to be anything? You just assume there has to be.
Because that's what reality dictates.
It doesn't.
There's no such thing as nothing. There is no such thing.
You say that, but in observation in reality, I would assume sucking out gas in a container would make it collapse, and it doesn't. I would believe you if I would literally believe you if I sucked that gas and it literally it's impossible to keep it to keep its volume, but you can suck out gas and it just keeps its volume anyway.
Is nothing physical?
Nothing physical?
Yeah, this place that you're saying
No.
nothing. Is it
I would say no, I'm not sure what context you're using, but I would say no.
Okay, so
Like when you say physical, I would assume you mean like when there's stuff
do you
like
hear
matter.
like nothing is physical?
Hmm?
Do you think nothing is physical?
I said no to that because I said like when you say physical, I think you mean matter. I say no. Depends on what you mean by physical.
Is space physical?
As I said, depending on your context.
No, you say space exists. We say stuff exists. You create this abstract notion of area and volume and space, but there is only
What's
stuff.
abstract? You can measure it. It's not abstract.
No, yeah, you measure things.
No, you can measure space. You can measure volume.
No, you can't measure nothing, sir.
So I can't measure like if you have like a container with vacuum, I can't measure it.
No, well, you could measure from one side to the other because there is something in the middle. You are measuring something.
What's there? It's not gas. I sucked it out.
If you sucked it out, then the sides of the container would be touching.
But they don't.
Well, there is something there then. Period.
No. Why would there have to be?
Because now you're saying that nothing is something.
No, I'm just saying there is space. I think space is something.
But you said that's nothing.
Right.
No, I didn't say that.
You just said it again.
Space is nothing. I would say there is no things in there, but that doesn't mean that it has like properties.
Yeah, space is a physical property.
Okay, there you go. Nothing.
Like that's why I said with physical, what do you mean by physical? And I said like, do you think matter is if you think
material,
tangible? Yeah. Yes.
But space it does have real physical properties. It's got length and volume and all that type of stuff. But it's not something that's tangible. Something that how do you say? Yeah, it's just not something that you can. It's not a material. You know?
It's the inverse of like.
It's a construct.
Yeah, I mean, if I were to build a test, what would you do? You would create a chamber and suck out the air, so there's no stuff there. If you're
How do you know that you sucked out air?
Because there's air coming out when you're sucking.
Well, if there's still stuff in, we're going in circles.
Can't you think about this in like a blender? Like if you in blenders are let's pretend like in blender you have air molecules and you have material and you have all this other type of stuff. You could remove everything from there and be left with just the arena, just the space, the empty space of the where everything belongs. And that space is going to be there whether or not there's objects or material there or not, because the space is the construct in which you put materials in.
Is that space?
So it's not something now.
Oh, it's something. It's not material. It's not like I said. I don't know how else. I mean, I just gave you a perfect example of a blender.
So you're saying nothing is something now?
Yeah, you're saying
nothing. No, I'm saying it's not material. It is. It does have physical properties. I mean, things exist in space, so it has to be It's got to be a real, thing. The attributes are real, but it's not material. It's not tangible. That in Blender, you have to have the physical space in order to put the things inside of. You have to have the volume to put things inside of, but the space itself is not something that you can.
Are you saying Blender or a Blender?
A Blender, like any kind of 3D, rendering program, or any kind of 3D graph, anything. I'm just giving you an example of empty space.
There is like no logical thing that is wrong there, but it of course could be something wrong.
Well, what about
the physics? But we don't see that.
Is nothing a noun? Is like a person, place, or a thing? It's got to be a thing.
That's a good question. I think nothing is. It's a good question. I think it could be used as both a noun and also an adjective.
I think it can be used as a noun.
It depends on the context.
Is there something opposite of a noun?
Oh, it's not opposite. I'm just saying, like, there's words like a number, like the number one. Like numbers are, you can use them as adjectives, but you can also use them as nouns.
I just find it like you don't see the weirdness in saying that two things are separated by nothing.
No, it's not separated by nothing.
Well, that's what they say is going on in space.
If me and you, if me and you, and if you only want to talk about only me and you want to isolate everything else in the universe and the Earth, and just talk about me and you. I'm where I am, and I think you're in New Jersey. Mm-hmm. You can actually define the amount of space between me and you, the distance between me and you, without describing any of the other objects that are between us. Just describing just the distance. The distance exists whether or not the objects are there or not.
A distance of what? What is in that distance?
That's what space is.
No, then that's just an abstraction. Because distance is abstract.
Distance
you can have distance without something there.
No, but that's what I'm saying. Whether or not whether or not these things are there or not, the distance is real.
Jerry, what's a shadow?
Shadow is light.
Shadow is a noun.
Absence of light.
Right, so you're not answering then. Okay, got it.
Well, a shadow is what you see something on. You see the object that the shadow is on, and we call that dark area a shadow.
What?
It's just absence of light. That's all it is.
And don't even get started about light.
Dancing around a very obvious answer. It's the absence of light. So you know that's the answer.
Well, if you're going to say absence of light, I'm going to ask you what light is, and then that's a dead end.
Irrelevant.
So. Yeah, exactly.
You don't see light. I think everybody has agreed that we get like light. So when you turn on your bulb, isn't it bright in your room?
You see the walls of your room. You don't see the light.
No, but it is light in the room.
You could say that, sure.
Yeah. So I guess
I'm not saying
I think
light
we agree
doesn't
on that.
exist. I'm saying like we have like vision. You could see, but what light is, we don't. It's all inferences.
Sure, but that's irrelevant because you observe light the same way, both him and you. So
it's irrelevant, bro.
Right, right.
It is irrelevant. If light is whatever you want it to be, you observe it the same way.
But you've been talking about this thing for a while, Jerry, about the space thing. It's interesting.
It's a killer.
Well, no, it's not a killer.
It is.
So this thing that exists between me and you, the thing about time, for example, and you're going to say time is a concept. You're going to tell me that. But regardless, you know, between right now, and I don't know if you have a beard or not, but let's pretend you don't. And let's say that you are tasked to grow a beard. Between now and when the beard is grown, time would have elapsed. And that's a real thing. That's a real occurrence that has to happen. Same thing with ice. Like, let's say you have ice and you're waiting for the ice to melt. The time, the events between when the ice is there and when the ice melts is a real thing. And
No, it isn't.
it's the same thing with distance. Distance, like if you throw a ball, regardless of there's a ground or anything, the ball's going to go a distance from you. And there's many ways.
You're telling us space. Are you trying to tell us space has physical properties?
That's what they're saying.
And indeed, space indeed has physical properties. Location,
No, the
volume, distance, indeed.
The physical things in that space are physical. Space itself is not.
Hold on. Distance isn't a. We can break his nonsense down little by little. Just hold on. Distance isn't a physical thing.
Really?
No, it's not.
Okay. Positions aren't physical?
No.
Okay.
What are they then?
Well, objects can have a position, and the objects in those positions are physical, but the distance between them is.
Let me ask you a question.
It's not an actual thing. It's just space between them.
Yeah. We're in a vacuum, and we're in a perpetual, I don't know, one of those vomit comets, and we're just fucking playing around with shit in there. We have, I don't know, blocks. Who knows what the hell we have? We have a bunch of shit, okay? And you have something in the air, right? I want my thing exactly where your thing is, right? I want to take the position of where your thing is. I'm going to have a problem because your thing is in that position. There's a unique position that your thing is in, and I can't. It's not like I can have that same position. So positions can be unique. Positions have consequences. You can measure the distance between two positions, and yeah, same thing with volume.
If two things can't occupy the same space, how could I form a square? Have me and you on one side, two objects on the other side, and us look diagonally directly through each other's optical corridor and still see the same thing if that light is carrying particles, if that light is carrying the image towards me. Two things can occupy the same. In your model of how light works, two things can occupy the same space.
Okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah. Yeah. Well, the light. So first of all, let's say that me and you were looking at something diagonally, right? The light. The light.
Hold on.
Yeah.
All right, go ahead.
So we're in a square, right? I'm on one corner of a square, and you're in one corner of a square, and we're looking at the opposite wall of a square, right? Or we're looking at opposite corners of the square, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So what's happening is there's some light somewhere, and that light is reflecting off of the wall that's coming into my eye. It's not going to be the same light that's reflecting going into your eye. So it's not.
Listen, bro. If light's working the way you say, and it's the light photons carrying images towards me, then we would not be able to see cross section from each other because one part would have to get blocked out because two objects can't occupy the same space at the same time.
But it doesn't like overlap or something like that. It's not like if you have, like if I'm looking at something in one corner, you're looking at something in the other corner, and the light is coming at some diagonal angle to come to us. Then like when it hits in the middle, that's going to cancel each other out or something. That doesn't happen.
I know it doesn't happen because two objects can't occupy the same space at the same time, and light's not working the way you claim it is. That's why that doesn't happen. If light was working the way you happen, you wouldn't be able to see through people's optical corridors, but we can all the time. So
light doesn't propagate in straight lines. All the different light that you see are going to be different wavelengths because they're going to be different colors.
Or you could have 10,000 people in those corners, all stacked up, going in a crazy circular, spherical thing, and they'll all be able to see through each other's optical corridors. So if it's going in a particle, a wave, whatever you think, it's straight line, not straight line, nothing's getting blocked out ever from somebody else observing something.
Yeah, but they're not gonna cancel each other out because they're coming at an angle. They're gonna, first of all, there's gonna be many waves, they're not all gonna. I don't know. I don't even know why. I don't know how. I don't know how you would come to that conclusion. I'm having a hard time picturing.
Anyways, you have something moving in your paradigm that's faster than the speed of light, even though there's a law that says nothing can move faster than the speed of light. So you got a real conundrum here. It's a real. This is a real paradox.
You know,
Your
like I
model.
told you, the interpretation
You know
of.
how you guys like to say, "Oh, these aren't paradoxes." This is a paradox.
Well, it's not really a paradox as much as it's not
hold
completely
on.
understood yet.
It's a paradox. Also, you can go suck a paradox. Take that.
It's not a paradox, man. Like I said, it could be seeming. It could be seemingly a paradox, and it's evidence that it's not completely understood yet.
Okay, here's the
all other
paradox.
paradoxes, we end up solving it. You know what I mean? Like we end up getting.
Here's the paradox. Ready? On one hand, you're saying nothing moves faster than the speed of light. On the second hand, we have things moving away from each other faster than the speed of light. Clear cut.
The expansion of space.
No, you guys can make up whatever ad hoc explanation you want. However, it's happening.
No, I wasn't clear. I wasn't clear that what you were talking about. I thought you were still talking about the entanglement. But yeah, okay, I understand.
Yeah, that's the paradox.
Okay, that's certainly the issue. There is that that's not a claim. The claim is that information within space-time cannot move through space-time faster than light. Information top speed is c. But the expansion of the universe.
So in your paradigm, with this law, things could not be moving away from each other faster than the speed of light. Nothing can move faster than the speed of light. So you definitely wouldn't have objects moving away from each other faster than the speed of light.
No, that's again, it's not what I said. What I said is information in space-time cannot travel through space-time faster than the speed of light. What's happening is space-time itself is expanding faster than the speed of light.
We have two objects moving through space-time, whatever the fuck that is, faster than the speed of light.
They're not. There's no information that they're transferring to one another faster than the speed of light.
Why does there have to be information? If I shoot a bullet, what information do I have to be?
But that's my point. Is that's what the claim is. The claim is that information can't be transferred faster than the speed of light.
Jeremy, you're
It's fine.
The claim is that things can't move faster than. What's wrong?
You have an echo, but it's fine.
I have an echo? How? I'm on an AirPod.
It might have been somebody else echoing then.
I think it's you, Kosho.
I changed my AirPod. Am I good now?
Is it me? Regardless, yeah. So that's the claim. The claim is things cannot move faster than the speed of light through space-time. Now and
we have two objects. Hold on, and we have two objects moving through space-time that are moving away from each other at faster than the speed of light.
Listen, you didn't let me finish. You didn't let me finish the point, man. There's, that other pseudo paradox that you would claim as a paradox is certainly not a paradox when they say, if you have, let's say you have a flashlight shining onto the moon, like a super powerful flashlight onto the moon, and you have like a stick in front of the flashlight, and you move the shadow across the moon. That shadow is moving across the moon faster than the speed of light. This is true, okay? But what's
shadows
not
aren't objects. Shadows aren't objects, though. You could move the light faster than the speed of light.
What?
You can move the light faster than the speed of light.
You're moving a shadow faster than the speed of light.
Like, shadow is not a thing, though. Shadows is the absence of something. So that's
sure,
not
fine. Then you're moving the Terminator line. Doesn't matter, whatever.
Okay, pretend you have a laser beam, right? You got a powerful laser and you shoot it at a
moon.
Well, I guess you could use them. I'd rather use like a galaxy or the sun or something.
No, let's use the moon, man, because the moon's big enough to where you angle it left and right. You're angling it left and right. It's moving across the moon, seemingly faster than the speed of light. The problem is the information itself. It's coming from your light pointer to the moon at the speed of light. Okay, so the information is not moving faster than the speed of light. There's not information being transferred doing that.
I gotta do some crypto shit, man. I've had this fucking Sphinx coin for a minute now, and I don't know if they're fucking got their staking going yet or what, but I've been waiting way too fucking long for the staking to come. If that shit's not out today, I'm selling the Sphinx.
You invite my
I
brother to that
got
secret group.
$500. There's $600 into this coin. Like, it's just sitting there collecting dust. Like, if that shit's not staking, man, it's worthless. What'd you say about
You
your
invite
brother?
my brother to that secret group, dude.
What secret group?
Like with Miggy and you know, Eyes Wide Shut
No,
thing.
nobody gets in that shit. That group don't even. I do all yield farming, and those guys like really aren't into that. So like that group doesn't really do anything for my strategy. That's a good group to be in, no question. Them guys are fucking good. But I'll invite them to another group that would help with the yield farming. Like every day they put out a yield list of the top yield places, the top interest rates and shit. So
He's trying to find that group. He's got a lot of
well,
capital, man.
the group I just said or the Miggy's group?
Huh?
The group I said or Miggy's group?
Oh, the Miggy's group. Yeah, the secret group, man.
It's not A, it's not secret, and B, it's like by invite only. Like you can't just.
I'm asking you to give him an invite.
I mean, it's not really just for people with like a lot of capital. Like that's not the group. I don't know. I don't know. There's no need for him to get in that one, is what I'm saying, because
Yeah, Freemason sort of shit. Just teach him the handshake. Let him go through the rituals.
listen, that's not the group he needs. The group he needs is the group with the yield farming people. I could say him a bunch of time. Right? What's up?
Something about exclusivity kind of lets off this sort of impression that there might be something to gain from being in there.
I mean, it's full of valuable information, contacts, owners of exchanges and swap sites and all kinds of shit are in there. But yeah, the group he wants to be in is this other one with the yield farm. Like I said, Miggy's people aren't into that. They don't really do that a lot, and it's not like it's not even a small part of the thing. So I mean,
You guys doing like adrenochrome in there or something?
no, it's they're making like power moves and shit. They're doing all kinds of. They got all kinds of shit going on. This yield farming thing's just not one of them.
Why are they interested in yield farming?
Why aren't they?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Why aren't you interested in what they're interested in?
I am. I fuck with some of their stuff sometimes. Because if a coin doesn't make me income, it's not worth it for me. I don't want to sit on a coin for 6 months hoping in hopes that it goes up.
Sounds like you're dating. Like if a coin doesn't make me come, I'm fucking moving on.
Yeah, what I need to do is I need to make dollars a day, right? A lot of them. And that takes a lot of money.
Oh yeah, that's right. I heard about that. That's like a lot of people's goals in life. Yeah, they're certain dollars a day. That's right.
Yeah, you need to get a lot of dollars a day. So if I buy a coin and it doesn't make me anything per day, then it's not helping me accomplish my goals, and I don't really, just not, I'm not into it. Like, bro, I'll put him on a good path, dude. I know a bunch of good stuff to get into. Like, all he needs to do is tell me when he's got his money in MetaMask, and I'll fucking start putting him down. Like, my friend just gave me 5Gs to invest for him. I've been friends with him he's been my best friend for like 30 years. But he gave me 5Gs to invest for him. I got him in a bunch of good stuff. He's making almost as much as I am, and I got like 15, 20 in it or something. That's because with him, I knew the good stuff to get into. Whereas when I did it, I wasn't getting into the good stuff right away. A lot of my shit told him slowly consolidating it and reinvesting and reorganizing it. But
Dude, I help people get their cryptocurrency, their Bitcoin back. Like I helped Scott get his Bitcoin back. He's gonna give me some. I'm gonna help Chris Lill's brother get his 10 Bitcoins back. He'll throw me one, right? I just need to get an in with Chris Lill. With his brother. He won't do it because I'm asking him. He always does this, man. If I ask him for something, he specifically does not do it. It's very frustrating. I need to get somebody else to convince him to set me up with his brother. Because getting someone's password back is kind of trivial, right? Especially when it's worth $750,000.
Bro, give me 1 year of your time. I'll have you set up straight. All you got to do is go make Uber. Go do Uber or Lyft. Go make $200 every day for a year. And by the end of the year, I'll have you making $300 a day.
Dude, I can make
passively
thousands of dollars.
$300 a day.
But dude, doing SEO work, once you do that for them, they pay me monthly. Forever. Mm-hmm. Because they think I'm update. They think I'm like keeping track of their fucking bullshit. Mm-hmm. I kind of am. I'm supposed to be. I'm supposed to be making sure their analytics are good. Blah blah blah. But they're probably good. So. And yes, they pay me every single month. My girlfriend set me up with this fucking one dude for $500 though. But yeah, you charge 10 times that.
Telling you, bro. Passive income.
Yeah, dude, look at the richest dudes in the world, man. Richest dudes in the world.
That's how they make their money. Passive income.
Mark Zuckerberg.
You think these people work for it?
No. They didn't make their money from passive income, dude. They made their money.
Yeah, but that's how they keep it.
They sold
that's
something.
How they keep it, though.
They sold something that didn't require any sort of manufacturing or any sort of shipping or any sort of brick and mortar. That's called software. Yeah. You can create software from your house and deliver it to millions of people, technically, without shipping them anything. Before Amazon was had all these factories and stuff, they were just the avenue for people to sell shit to other people, to sell books to other people. You know what my brother was talking to me about? I want to look into is what's it called? Like blockchain, like cryptocurrency, or the blockchain, but for the method of banking, like lending money and stuff like that.
They got all types of shit like that, bro.
But you can
all types of lending platforms and shit.
You can create all sorts of models, man.
Yeah, there's a bunch of different models for you. You guys are obsessed with models. Except the ones that count, like the ones in the swimsuit edition. You don't get none of them models, but every other model.
I dated a model, dude. I dated several models, but I dated a model who, she almost got Jeffrey Epstein.
She was a fucking hand model.
No, she wasn't a hand model. She was in, what's it called? Cosmo, whatever, Cosmo. Cosmopolitan.
Bro, she's a hand model for gloves.
No. She was like in this article, like it was a picture of her, and the article said, "Yes, I have orgasms too." It was like an article somebody else wrote, right? But they used her picture. She didn't know that that's what the article was going to say. Anyway. And models are very important, dude. Models are evidence that you have something that can be described, and describing something in itself is not meaningful unless you can use that description to make predictions, and then those predictions turn out to be true.
All you need to worry about is how are we going to make another straight line to compare to the first straight line you've magnificently managed to supposedly create.
I'm not worried about that in the least bit, dude. If I'm
That's what I would be worried about if I was you. That's would be my main focus right now. Is shit. I need to get another line so we can reference this one line that I think is straight.
yeah, no way, Jose. I'm not worried about that at all. If I need for any reason show somebody that it's a straight line, I'll just go to LIGO and show them that the straight line I produce by measuring the ends of LIGO, the line I created, all the points are also along the same tube.
Okay, they use the same method at LIGO to make their straight line. So
Exactly.
you're referencing straight against self, basically. Remember the ruler factory?
Dude, if you have a building, like the Empire State Building, and you're measuring the corner of the building, the top and the bottom corner of the building, and you measure any of the corners in between, and they fall along that same straight line, that verifies that it's made a straight line.
No, that verifies that that machine told you that that was a straight line.
By definition, the line from 2 points is a straight line. I don't know why. If you have any 2 points, by definition, you're making a straight line between them.
Right? Why'd you just get crazy pedantic on me?
What?
You know what we're talking about, huh? You know what we're talking about?
Talking to
You
me?
went like on this crazy. Yes, me and you are having a conversation right now. That's what's going on.
Sound like you're hot, Mikey.
I'm asking you why you got crazy pedantic on me all of a sudden with this 2 points straight line.
Because you keep on saying, okay, dude, I have to make this clear, but I want you to actually make sure, like, I don't want you to think I'm saying something different, because I'm making it clear that this measurement that I'm talking about is, for that you're getting from the GPS, is in no way creating a straight line on its own. All that the GPS is doing is giving me accurate positions. Any positions, as many positions as I want. Let's say I only want 2. If I have any 2 positions, it's a straight line between them. Whether it doesn't matter if it's horizontal or straight up or anything. You know what I mean? So the only thing that would be in question is if the position that it gave me was accurate. You know, for the sake of scrutiny, I can measure every single position that I do 3 times. And just make sure that it's giving me the same consistent position.
Can you make a measurement without things being in between the 2 points, Jack?
Not ready. Wait, can you elaborate a little bit?
It's swirling back to the space thing.
Well, no, that's what I'm trying to see. I'm trying to see
Something
what
in
context you're
between.
talking about. Because in the context of the test we'd actually be doing with this, the goal would be to create a straight line, and then the goal would be to use that straight line, define that line, you know, mathematically, so that you can define the points that would lie on that line, and you can compare that line to whatever the surface of the Earth is doing in between you and the other point. So you can measure different parts of the surface of the water, for example, in between you and the other point, and then compare it to the straight line that was established by the initial measurement. In that case, you would need to be doing measurements in between for that case. But like I said, I think you're talking about something in a different context.
Listen, we need to know that the line is horizontal. So you're gonna have to do more than 2 points, right? Because I could just make a whole bunch of points on water and be like, there you go, there's a horizontal.
What if I use a water level?
Yeah, I'm just saying the 2 point. I don't know why you brought the 2 points thing up for A, because you need to have 3 points so that you know that it's a horizontal line.
Okay, check this out. What if I do this?
We're gonna
Here we
check it
go.
against water, right?
Say what, sir?
We're gonna check it against water, so you're gonna need 3 points, right?
Yeah. Check this out, sir. What if I use a spirit level, like a meter long spirit level, or even longer, right? And I measure 2 ends of the spirit level, right? The only problem is that's too close. I guess I could find somebody who has an auto level, and I want to measure something like 100 feet away or something, and I'd measure the auto level as one position. I'd measure the position or the point that the auto level is measuring on the bar or whatever. I'd measure those 2 positions. I'd make a straight line between the 2 of them, and then I'd make that straight line extend out infinitely. See something. How many centimeters are in 100 feet, Jeremy? 3,000? Okay.
The Bitcoin debacle. They drop like flies at work, boys. They drop like flies. Five start 3 weeks ago. Only 2 left. What?
Stars? What are you talking about?
People quitting. People coming in.
Oh, you got people working there that are quitting because they're pussies?
Well, I don't know what the situation. I don't know why, but
I got you.
I know they're quitting. I guess it could be summer pussies. I guess, you know. Today, though, you know, this day and age, I don't know, when every workplace is hiring, you know, at like 15 and shit, and then as soon as you get somewhere, you can make, you know, depending on how good they want to give you a raise or pay, you can get up to 20. I mean, shit. So I can understand why people are like switching jobs. Perfect time to do it right now. Like if there's a job you wanted to do and you could never really qualify or could never really do it before, try to get that motherfucker now when nobody wants a job, and you know. Stay there for a while, you'd be making 20, 30 bucks an hour. Well, I mean, it's kind of sucky though. You work somewhere for a while, you know, you get like, say you're at $16 an hour, right? And then minimum wage is 10, and all of a sudden tomorrow everybody's getting paid 15 and 16 everywhere. And you've been there for so many years, and then they just raise it to that. Like, that's just weird, you know? So like all the time you put in was for nothing basically. Now they just raise the shit up because they just had to anyway. None of
Hey,
their
what's
choice.
the maximum range you think you can use an auto level for centimeter accuracy?
thought you already had that number.
I don't know.
Which one did you have the number for that the what were you using?
I'm just trying to see what I'm trying to see. Do you think you could make a measurement within a centimeter with an auto level up to 1,000 feet? Just say yes for now. Okay.
I mean, I'm sure you can do a lot of things. Anything's possible in a certain aspect. I mean, to an extent.
Well, I'm just trying to do the numbers. Doing a drop from horizontal can be done, but for instance, if you use an auto level and you made the straight line using GPS from your point to the auto level rod 1,000 feet away, and you had a centimeter accuracy, the maximum amount of error that you could have for a mile would be 10 centimeters. So you could possibly be 10 centimeters too high or 10 centimeters too low, or you could be, well within where it needs to be. That by the time it gets a mile away, but regardless, you'd be looking for a drop.
Could you be 10 centimeters off
centimeters.
to the? Can you be 10 centimeters off to the left? Not just. I mean, you could be like accurate to where it's the same level, but over.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, that's true too.
That's another thing I was wondering about those buildings. Yeah.
That's actually a good point. Let me see here. Yeah, but yeah, so that's even better though. So the worst case scenario would be if the line you created, if it was out of position 1 centimeter higher than you thought it was on the auto level, and is 1 centimeter lower than you thought it was on the rod, and then ultimately the line would be angled downward, and by the time it was a mile long, it would be 10 centimeters lower than you thought it was. But ultimately, you'd be looking for 20 centimeters, so the error is still going to allow you to measure the 8 inches. That's worst case scenario. So, but ultimately, I wouldn't be doing measurements like that. I would just do measurements where I'd literally take a measurement on the surface of the water, and take a measurement on the surface of the water that's some distance, and then take a measurements in between, and see how they where they fall in reference to that line.
Couldn't you just have a tube in the water and put the tube down into the dirt or whatever, and the tube has distances with like a little red ball floater, and the floater tell you the level of the water?
Yeah, you could, but the thing is that those tubes can bend,
Well, you're just gonna have them straight coming up out of the ground like a pole. It'll tell you the elevation. A tube straight down, like stuck a hollow tube straight down in the I don't think it'll bend too much. You're thinking of the well, I mean, they might bend unless if you don't stick them in good. But like if you have water that's not too crazy and it's not like a pond or a fucking lake that's really calm, I think it would work. And not a tube along the top of it, a tube sticking straight down in like a fence pole. go show a hollow tube with the floaty inside it, and it, you just stick them along the way like fence poles, kind of. I mean, we have like aren't there sources of water that are only like 4 foot deep and 2 foot deep and shit like? I mean, they're not really that deep. You don't really have. You're not like gonna drown or nothing crazy. Yeah, and if you put it across the top, yeah, the rigidity would bend across the top of the water. Yeah, if it's too long. But if you put small tubes that are just above the line of the water, like a foot or two, I don't think that would. I think that'd be perfect. Clear tubes with like a little hole at the bottom. That way, water freely can go in and out of them and stuff. And then the ball just rises at the top to show you the water. The elevation of the water off the surface. So if that little red ball reads 20 foot over there, or just for example, and then your little ball 10 miles down reads 20 foot, and your other ball reads 20 foot, and they all read 20 foot, then yeah, I wouldn't try to put the tube across the top of the water, because if you did, then yeah, it would bend.
Howdy, folks. What's going on? Very quiet, isn't it?
Yeah, the flat Earth is dying.
Oh, no. That's the last thing the flat Earth is. Flat Earth is never going to be dying because we're living on it. You will die before flat Earth dies, believe you me.
I shall never die.
Well, we'll wait and see. Only time will tell. As for the flat Earth, that will live forever. Your remains will always remain on the flat Earth.
Damn, forever?
Yeah, unfortunately.
Damn.
Damn, Daniel.
We'll probably just get recycled, you know?
An hour ago, I was talking to the Japanese professor who I was introduced to through my ex-English student who attends science and physics of the Tokyo University of Science and Physics in Tokyo, of course. He's suffering from cancer now. He went for some chemotherapy treatment. Now all his hair's fallen out. I said to him that was one reason why I would have never have done that treatment, because the treatment doesn't kind of like differentiate between the healthy cells and the cancerous cells. It kills everything. So, you know, he's 66 years old. And yeah, I linked him, prior to him getting his treatment, I linked him to the Loma Clinic in the Fukushima area. Some of you may know the Fukushima area because it was involved in the nuclear shutdown. The nuclear plants that shut down due to the tsunami back in 2011. Right, well, that's Fukushima. The clinic is there. Now, this clinic, the owner of the clinic went to Mexico to study the Gerson therapy. Yeah, so they actually do what the Gerson therapy clinic does in Mexico. They do that here in Japan in Fukushima. So I linked him to that. I said, go and check them out before you go and do all this. You know what I mean? You know, he'd already had some treatment. I think it might have been radiology. I'm not sure what it was, but you know. And I tried to advise him not to do this. This was last month, the beginning of last month, and he said, "But I've already booked the appointment." Yeah, but you don't have to take it. I said, "Why don't you go and check the Loma Clinic in Fukushima first? Ask them, see what they can do, if they've got any treatments for you. Try the natural way first, you know." Then he said, "No, I'm going to try it." Then he said, "I'm going to try it to see what it's like." I then replied, I said, "You're treating this thing like it's a game, like it's a joke. Yeah? Is that what life's been for you all the time, like a joke? Yeah? Because I noticed when I asked you if you could prove the flat earth, you laughing and you said, no, you couldn't. But you had a lot of students who were very confused because this black guy here from an African from England, you know, telling them that the earth is a flat plane, they were very kind of like triggered by that and annoyed. You know, what do I know? Who are you? What's your knowledge of physics? And I had to remind them that I didn't have to be qualified in physics to know about physics. Right, and then you're acting like it was a joke then, you know. and I had to advise you to teach your students properly because they are confused. You know, that's what I said to him, right? And I said, you're acting the same now, like life is just a game for you. What legacy are you going to leave behind? I said to him, you know. So then today, Masato, that's my student, he called me up and says, the professor wants to talk to you, Din, about doing some English lessons on YouTube and that. I said, well, okay, let's have a listen. Anyway, so then I listened to what you had to say. Then I asked him about his treatment. And he said, oh, my hair's falling out. I said, yeah, that was the reason why I wouldn't have done it. I told you that before, you know, that you shouldn't do that treatment. But there you go now. So that means you are dying as we speak, is what I said to him. I said, you're dying as we speak, because that's what it does. It's actually literally killing you, you know. But, you know, you said you wanted to try it. Now he's doing the carrot juicing, which he buys from a company called Bell Farm, which I'm going to look into to see if they really are producing real carrot juice and it's not the processed stuff. Because that's the other thing. The man is such an idiot. You know, he probably think, you know, he's treating life like a joke. That's why I asked him, what's his legacy going to be? You know, you have a responsibility now. So, so I linked him to a load of videos. Anyway, 3 videos. One was called A World Without Cancer, G. Edward Griffin. That's a really good one. The other one was the Gerson Therapy, right? And the third one was Cancer, the Forbidden Cures. Right, and that third one is a really good one. I had more, but I didn't want to overload him, so I just gave him 3 and said, look at that. Watch those tomorrow in your leisure. See what it might help you. I don't know, but good luck anyway. Wow. But that was just about an hour ago. This is before I came on here. I wanted to try it to see what it was like. I thought, I don't want to play that game. I've done the research. If I was diagnosed with cancer tomorrow, I wouldn't be touching any of their treatments whatsoever. Only one way to go, and that's natural, and live as long as I can possibly do with that. I wouldn't be throwing my money at treatments that don't cure you, but you lose all your cash and you lose your life. Thanks. What say you, people?
You must be a hell of a researcher to be able to determine that, buddy. That's what I'd say.
Yeah, I've done a lot. I started researching the cancer thing from 2006. Okay, so I have a lot of material that I can link you to, and then you can discern whether it's true or not for yourself. You will make your informed decision.
Oxygen cures it. Nitrogen, oxygen, whatever the air is that we breathe right now out here, it cures it. Because you can't put shit out of the body for too long, it'll die. So
Demon, you're saying the air cures it? People get it from breathing. You breathe air every day, people get cancer.
Yeah, if you piss,
how could it?
That's not what I said. That's not what I said at all. I said air cures it. I didn't say if you breathe anything. I didn't say anything about breathing. Listen, if you piss on a toilet seat and you have any disease, right? After so long, that piss dries up. Does that disease still exist?
No, it's dead, isn't it? It's
It
crusted up.
depends on what the disease it is.
No, it doesn't. No disease can live without any moisture or anything to live off of.
Bullshit.
So the disease is living off the wet shit in your body. Therefore, if you dry it out, or if it has oxygen, if it's enriched with enough oxygen.
Yeah.
I mean, there's moisture in the air, D-Mock. There's moisture in the air.
I don't hear. I said when the pee dries out, when the piss. Listen clearly. When the piss dries out, is there anything left? The answer is
Yeah,
no.
there's moisture in the air. There's still some amount of moisture.
Yeah, that's good.
Perfectly dry.
That's good for the air. But this piss is dried out. Clearly, it dries out in front of your eyes.
Not all the way. It's mostly dried out. Not completely.
Oh yeah, it dries out.
It dries out. It crystallizes, doesn't it? It dries to a crystal. A urine does.
Yep, it certainly does.
Yeah, the surface is
you
exposed
can see the color imprint,
to the
and
open
you can
atmosphere,
see
though.
you can see the color imprint of whatever you peed, like the color imprint.
I've never seen any piss crystals.
Oh yeah, I have. I have. Yeah.
You have? You
Well,
you say the
yeah, of
crystal's made
course.
of pee?
When if you clean the toilet, for example, you will see a lot of crystallized urine. Clean the toilet.
What?
Obviously, you
You
don't clean the
usually get
toilet in the house.
crystals
Your mom
from.
does it or someone else. So there you go. Easy peasy.
Whenever you get crystals, you need one specific type of atom.
Clean your
So you
toilet,
like
sir.
It
pop
dries to a crystal.
crystals.
It dries and
You know what I'm
crystallizes.
saying?
You know what we mean.
You should
You know what
also
we
clean
mean.
your toilet more often.
Yeah, you should definitely clean your toilet more. You got pea crystals in there.
Well, it dries to a
No,
crystal.
no, no, dude. Those crystals have true power.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the cure to cancer right there. Those are the cure, the crystals, the pea crystals.
Yeah. If you
Well,
have pea crystals, man, you're doing something right.
Well, yeah, man. It's always good to have a joke, but let's just keep it serious for a second. If you're like me, now, I like to go mountaineering and that. Okay, so when you go early in the morning, that means you've left the house at Sparrow's Part, 4 o'clock, arrive at the location at about 5, still dark, winter time, because we're moving to winter now. The air is clean and fresh. Now you begin to do your hike as you ascend. That every volume of air you're breathing in is clean. There's no traffic around. So that is medicine for your body in itself, enriched with all the minus ions and the vegetation that's there, all mixed in a nice blend for you to breathe in. That's lovely air, clean. Okay.
No, I don't think
Good
anybody's
for you.
debating that getting outside and breathing clean air is good for you.
It is, yeah, definitely good.
Yeah, I don't think anybody's going to debate you on that. I think that's pretty common sense, and almost every human on the planet Earth knows that.
I thought that was bad for you.
That's why I say it's good. That's why that's a cancer cure in itself. Do you see what I mean? Yeah.
You seriously think going for walks can cure cancer? Are you kidding me?
If you can speak a bit louder and direct into your mic, I can hear you better. I can't hear you well. Sorry.
Are you seriously telling me that taking a walk will cure cancer?
Yeah, I say in the mountains, yeah. If you can get in that
In the mountains.
in the mountains, yeah.
I
Because
can't even take you serious.
there's a lot of vegetation around you there. Yeah, I do believe that. Yes, yeah.
I don't know if I can take you serious.
Yeah.
Like,
No, I'm serious. I'm serious.
So far fetched.
I'm saying that if you do that,
Wait, hold on.
If you do that a lot, if you do that a lot, if you take regular walks, you are killing the cancerous cells that build up in your body. So if you're somebody who lives in the mountains and you take a daily hike, you know, or at least 4 times a week, weekly hikes, you're going to do yourself a lot of good.
Sir, Jin is a professional, expert, specialist.
Thank you very much for that. Yeah, that's right.
Cancer. So, like those communities would have like no cancers at all. Like communities. What is it? Crap. What kind of? There's a kind of wool that they make. Cashmere, right? Cashmere is in the mountains.
Yeah.
It's a state in India. So you think the cancer right there should be 0%?
I would hope so. Yeah, because if they live there, they hike there, they should indeed be healthy. Yes, I would have to say that. Yeah.
Have you ever looked into that? Have you ever looked into any kind of like mountain-faring people? Because there's quite a few cultures that live in the mountains.
Yeah, I mean the Japanese are the closest I've come to like looking at anyone who lives in the mountains, as Japan is quite mountainous.
Hey, Jin.
Mountain ranges. And
Jin,
they do live a long time, don't they?
Jin, I found this picture.
Yeah, let's not forget. Hang on, let's not forget. It's a combination of things. Not only is it the hike, it's the food they eat, the green tea that they drink. Yeah, the onsen. So they got these hot spas all over the place. Yeah, which they dip themselves in. Yeah, it's a lifestyle, isn't it? But so cancer rates are increasing, mind you, in Japan, but not like in the West.
Hey, Jin, I found this picture. I was wondering if this is a picture of you.
Hang on a second. I'm not in the screen yet, so I have to get there. 1 sec. Sorry. There we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
I think that's doxing, Kosho.
What? Oh, look at that. Yeah, that's not me. Wow. That's made of polystyrene. That always pushing up by the
For real though, Jin. For real, I found this one. That could be your brother.
Do the dreads.
Oh, right. The dreads.
That's you, dreads.
Yeah, I don't wear a mask. I remember that. Jin doesn't wear a mask, man.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. Do you wear a shirt when you climb the mountain?
Yeah, I told everyone I've always got 3 layers on, so all year round.
Oh yeah, that's right. You said that. 3 layers at all times.
3 layers, yeah. Summertime, 3 layers. Wintertime, 3 layers with a jacket, of course, in winter. But I've always got 3 layers on. So what I'm trying to do is keep my core temperature at a certain temperature steady all the way through the year. Of course, my temperature is going to increase when I exercise, but that's why I'm not bothered with the heat. You see, the heat doesn't bother me at all. The cold doesn't bother me at all. I went out for a walk today, 10 kilometers, 3 layers only. It's November. Everyone's got jackets and got scarves on. I'm in shorts. I've got shorts, t-shirt, lycra. And I'm moving.
Yeah, again, if you're trying to keep your core temperature the same throughout the year, you would want to adjust your clothes.
Say that again?
You would wear more. I said, if you wanted to keep your core temperature the same throughout the whole year, you would want to adjust your clothes.
No. I want to keep my temperature at the same temperature all year round, and I do that by wearing 3 layers all the time. I don't have to adjust it.
That means that's going to fluctuate with the weather. So you're going to, instead of being, so for instance, in the summer, let's say you want to keep your body temperature around 98 degrees. All right. So you would wear shorts and a t-shirt in the summer, and if you wore that in winter, that same outfit, your body temperature would be colder. So you'd have to adjust what you're wearing based on the temperature to keep your temperature the same inside. If you wear the same thing year round, you're getting hotter and colder.
No, what I'm doing is I'm keeping myself core temperature, my body temperature steady. So when it does get hot, I'm not bothered with the heat. I've built a resistance where the sun can be shining, but where everyone's only got 1 t-shirt on because it's summer, Jin's got 3 layers. I'm not sweating. I'm not sweating at all. I'm comfortable. You see.
Yeah, but do you understand what I'm saying, Coach? You know what I'm saying.
I get what you're saying.
The theory isn't matching.
Yeah, I mean, I get what Jin's just saying. He does it consistently, and that's what Jeremy's wife makes him do. He makes him wear 3 condoms. I told her to do that.
I've been doing that for years, man. For years. It's not.
You've been wearing 3 condoms for years?
Well, I don't wear condoms generally, but there you go.
You guys aren't familiar with insulation? What the fuck?
Okay.
Yeah.
That's actually dangerous.
Yeah,
Careful,
right.
Jen. Easy.
Get a fucking clue. I mean, Jesus Christ. Do you not know what Jen is saying? I mean, you act like you skip over the most important part, insulation. What the fuck? You fucking moron?
Yeah, they don't understand it, do they?
What does that mean? What does insulation mean?
It means that we're keeping the body temperature warm through the layers so that there's no fluctuation, so that the immune system doesn't have to help you to regulate your heat all the time. I'm not overstressing my immune system.
Like a spacesuit.
I'm not catching colds. Unlike you guys, from time to time, you catch a cold because you got your t-shirt on. You don't tuck it in. You leave it hanging out. So you got this breeze coming up the back of your neck all the time, which you think is cool, but your immune system's working, and then you end up catching a cold later on.
I tuck in my t-shirts, but wait, so you wear like 3 layers for insulation, like spacesuits, like the astronauts wear.
Well, yeah.
You got any proof of
spacesuits have 12 layers, I think.
You got any proof that we exhale carbon dioxide when we start talking about oxygen curing cancer? You got any proof that carbon dioxide's a real thing? I exhale carbon dioxide.
I can come breathe in your face if you want me to.
You fucking rocket scientists. Come on, give me some proof of carbon dioxide that I breathe in. Come on.
You want us to do that on Discord? That's like
get on the bandwagon of a bunch of fucking liars.
That's refined scientific knowledge. You're not going to get that on some conversation on Discord. You're going to have to do quite a bit of work.
Not with a bunch of fucking liars.
We were talking about a movie earlier called
parroting man bullshit.
We're talking about a movie it was called.
You guys get off on coming in here talking bullshit.
I'm trying to answer your question, dude. You're talking about a movie earlier called.
I didn't
I'm
get
trying to
no
answer your question about carbon dioxide, dude.
Was it called Idiocracy? Because it's sounding like Idiocracy in here.
No. It was a Ryan Reynolds movie where he's in a coffin, and the whole premise of the movie is that he has a certain amount of time to get out to get them to save him, because as he's in there breathing in the coffin, he's breathing in the oxygen, he's breathing out the carbon dioxide. There's going to be a certain amount of time that he can survive in there before he dies, because there'll be no more oxygen to breathe. There'll be only carbon dioxide. And the same thing, he's trying to, he lights a match, and that takes some of the oxygen. And so there's examples of this in real life where people are in closed cavities like that, and where that becomes an issue. So that could be evidence for you.
Yeah, people have killed themselves because of this. People have sealed themselves in a room and killed themselves because of the carbon dioxide. So, are you saying we don't exhale carbon dioxide?
That's what the fuck I just said.
Well, then you're a fucking moron.
He wants you to show him and prove it. Basically,
Okay, how do you want me to do that? Huh? How about you seal yourself in a room? Seal yourself in a room and breathe.
You're gonna run out of oxygen.
Hey, yeah, what does the oxygen turn to though?
That's what he's saying to prove.
You're trying to, that's the proving that it turns to something other than oxygen. You don't exhale oxygen.
It doesn't prove that. It just proves that you've run out of air.
Yes, but how would you run out of air if you could exhale air?
No one said you're exhaling air, but that's the point.
So we're not exhaling anything. We're not exhaling anything?
This is my argument, but my point is he's just saying prove to him instead of just making your argument. Yeah. Well, that's what happens.
Well,
show him what happens.
What he's saying isn't very deep. It's not really like something you need to explain to me about because it's pretty easy.
It's just a different pressure of air.
Really? Oh my God.
That's what your heart does. It repressurizes the air.
Now the people that have those carbon dioxide machines, that's bullshit. When you put a sensor in front of your mouth and it says you're exhaling carbon dioxide, they're in on the plan too. They're in on it.
It's electrical continuity. They're not counting no carbon anything. They're counting the electrical continuity in the discharge. Yep. So listen, when you breathe in, go 1, 2, 3 when you breathe in, and then count to 10 when you breathe out. So how are you breathing out more air than you breathed in?
Here we go.
Because you're breathing out faster or slower. God damn, are you serious?
No. What? Right?
Yeah, right there. There's 3.
Hey, check this out. Here's a paper.
Breathed in a little bit. How is that?
Here's a paper about these 2 deaths that were caused by lack of oxygen in an underground chamber, and it says that they filled it with carbon dioxide, elevated levels of carbon dioxide, and it's relatively rare for that to happen. But because they were in a chamber, they died.
Yeah, I mean, you guys are carbon dioxide. Like, you don't think carbon dioxide is real? Is that what you're saying?
They're not great though. I can consistently take it.
You guys are so full of shit about. We're talking about science, fellas.
You're not talking about science. There's nothing scientific you've said.
Yeah, this is important. Yeah, this is important. When I was an EMT, when we would intubate, we had a little detector that we would put on the tube to assure we had proper tube placement. The CO2 would change the color of that litmus paper, so we knew that we were in the lung. So yeah, there's CO2 on the exhale.
Yeah, no shit. You're measuring pH. Yeah, no shit.
So what are you arguing?
Well, I'm telling you, you got a name called carbon dioxide. You're telling me we got global warming because of it. You're telling me I exhale it.
You're being silly, sir.
Oh my God.
Carbon dioxide is not the issue, dude.
Yeah, that's not the.
Yeah, it is when it's
You're thinking of carbon monoxide.
Yeah, monoxide.
Oh, you don't know anything about ether, huh? When I breathe,
Do you not know what?
Am I getting a charge? Do I get energized from breathing air? Yes.
Carbon monoxide.
Oh, then I just exhale this magic carbon dioxide. Get the fuck out of here.
All I know is I want whatever you breathe.
For real, what are you breathing? I want that because it'll make you high as fuck. Because this is dumb shit I've ever heard.
Learn something.
Seriously, flat Earth's one thing, but saying that carbon dioxide isn't a real thing, that's totally different.
Tony, learn
Man,
something
where did
about
you even get that from?
You don't know anything more than I know, that's for sure, about this situation. God, really, what have you done? What have you done? You're scientific. What science have you ever done?
Tony,
I want to know what makes him think carbon dioxide isn't a thing. Like, why do you think that?
For real?
What makes you think that?
Because he wants to be special.
And it has to be clear.
Have you
Carbon dioxide and carbon monoxide are two totally different things.
Totally different.
Can you show me the experiment?
Wow, you know what's funny is everyone in here is going to start agreeing with you too. Everyone's going to think that carbon dioxide's not a real thing. That's the funny part.
Yeah. Well, it's not. Well, hey, guess the guy. Hey, let's have a science class today.
Sure.
Carbon dioxide is real.
What's what we're learning today, Mr.
Oh, no scientific evidence. I got you.
I posted a scientific paper. Did you open it?
And we had someone in here that's EMT that says that there's a strip that you use to make sure carbon dioxide isn't very much, like, it regulates it. It's like, no, I can barely hear you. Your mic sucks, man. I can barely hear you.
Do you know what dihydrogen monoxide is?
You guys are gonna be like, oh,
there, I can hear you now.
Remember his name.
1, 2.
What's going on in here?
Hey, what's his name? What's his name? The guy
I'm
that's talking about.
Oh, you're gonna
Almost missed.
travel all fucking day myself.
We couldn't hear you.
Listen to a bunch of fucking dumbasses.
Yeah, a bunch of dumbasses think carbon dioxide's a real thing.
Gotcha. No, I can't.
Jeremy, it's hard to hear. It's hard to hear Clancy Jeremy because we got a hot mic on me.
Yeah, let's have a science experiment. Come on.
Already had it done. Dude already said that he has a thing when he was EMT that shows you when there's too much carbon dioxide. How much more do you want?
Tony, lip service. Take your fucking lip service, shove it up your ass.
Okay. How about you seal yourself in a room, dude? Seal yourself in a room, keep breathing for 24 hours, and we'll talk to you tomorrow.
Why are you so angry about hydrogen monoxide? I don't like. Why?
Because we got someone talking about carbon dioxide that doesn't know what the fuck it is.
Oh, we're talking about cancer. We're talking about cancer, which is a bullshit radiation.
We were not talking about cancer. Were you having a different? We weren't talking about cancer.
Nuclear.
We're talking about cancer cures, weren't we?
Guys, let's let this guy finish his brief statement.
What the fuck?
Yeah, let's him exhale a bunch of carbon dioxide at us.
Well, now we're talking about cancer, motherfucker, because you can't prove carbon dioxide. Now we're going to the bullshit. Now we're switching topics and we're going to the fucking nuclear power bullshit.
Oh, you know about that too, right?
Dumbasses think nuclear bombs are real.
Why are we switching topics?
No,
you're gonna teach us about that too.
Bomb on Japan and made a fucking tsunami, you dumbass.
By carbon dioxide? What they breathe in there?
Hey, relax. Hey, yo, relax with the name calling and the hostility. Let's just cool out for a second. And
I just got out of jail, so I'm kind of like I need to vent a little bit.
Did you really do?
Yeah, I just got out of jail.
Damn, dude, I'm sorry to hear that, my man. Could have been any of us, man.
Could have been any, not me. I'm in jail.
Oh, you're in jail now, and you're on Discord. Good job, man.
The funny thing is,
can you guys just read in the text how they actually determine how you breathe and I'm sorry, what you're breathing and what you're breathing out and what it is, the carbon dioxide? Can you guys just read? And that's your answer of their experimentation of what you're actually doing. That's it, guys.
That Google that you just put up, that's the main answer. That's all the answers we need. Okay.
Here you go. Thank you, Stacey.
No, that's what they say that how you can do it and test and verify it. Now, how does that verify shit though? Really, it turns white.
Yeah, but I mean that would be a simple test, of course. But there's other tests that will give you more definitive answer. Like if you were curious, if you're curious on exactly what you're breathing out, you know what I mean. Like you can actually test the air that's. But what's that called again? Not proctology. Not spectroscopy, but forgot what it's called. Spectrometry. That's what it's called.
Spectrometry. Yeah.
I mean, we can compress gases, right? You can go buy a tank of CO2, or go buy a tank of helium, or go buy a tank of hydrogen, oxygen. Like, we can compress gases. We know what they are. If you're talking about drilling down to the very core of, how do you know that's a certain type of atom and what its properties are? That's a long road. That's a long road to go down.
It's
it's
a road someone's already went down.
Pretty simple fucking road. That's what we're talking about. Basic fucking
Is it
science.
simple? Is it simple?
Yeah.
It's not very simple, really.
Yeah.
Determine what atom characteristics.
Liars.
Well, here,
You're a liar. You came in here talking about we don't exhale carbon dioxide. That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard.
So you can't even prove it. You're just talking out your
We
ass.
can. We have strips that'll show you. The EMT just said that.
A pH test. You don't even know what a pH
EMT, I said.
Oh my God, you guys are so ridiculous.
That's it. You're right. You're the smart one that comes in here saying, hey, just go lock yourself in a room and just start breathing, dude. Do it.
Okay, Mr. Clancy, I think you might have a point here.
Really? Does he?
Yeah, well, I think we should move on to what you said, to nuclear something or other. What was your point there, Mr. Clancy?
Yeah, let's go to cancer, nuclear. See, what we do is we blow a bomb up, cause a tsunami, right? A lot of people don't know that, but that's pretty easy. And then we blow up that fucking nuclear power plant. We tell all you dumb assholes that causes cancer. Okay? Now we got 8 million motherfucking people mentally infected with cancer. See, you guys don't.
You don't infect someone mentally. You're not. In fact, I can shoot you with a whole needle full of mental.
Tony, get the fuck out of here, dude. You don't belong in
man.
the game.
Yes, I do belong in the game. You don't belong in the game. You're sitting here telling some bullshit.
Well, hold on, Mr. Clancy.
It's like tsunamis are made by fucking by bombs, and come on, man. It's made by displacement in the bottom of the ocean. That's what it's made by.
Mr. Clancy, I gotta ask you, sir, because you said that the nuclear bomb, or the bomb blows up the water, which makes a tsunami, which floods the nuclear facility and gets it everywhere. But are you saying they use a nuclear bomb to do this?
Yeah.
No, let's stop and get some clarity here. You understand? Now you understand, like if I take a bomb, put it at the bottom of the ocean or the bottom of water, and I explode that bomb, and that's going to make one hell of a big wave. Are we all in agreement?
Well, a nuclear bomb would, yeah.
Well, no, there's no such thing as a nuclear bomb.
It won't make a tsunami, though.
What kind of bomb would make a tsunami?
It's not going to make a tsunami.
Well, bombs. Are you not familiar with how bombs work?
You're not familiar how tsunamis are made, how they're created. I live in Hawaii. We went through a couple of tsunamis, actually.
Yeah, bombs. Yeah.
Not bombs.
They weren't made by bombs.
Well, you think you know something now, do you?
They're usually made by earthquakes.
Massive bomb.
Yeah, they're usually made by earthquakes.
Yeah,
Massive
large just the floor. Yeah.
Nothing but world knowledge comes from you guys.
You're right.
The biggest bomb in the world, the nuclear bomb, it was like, what, 50 megatons or something like that, which is 50 million tons of TNT.
Yeah.
So you would have to have 50 million tons of TNT just to equate the biggest nuclear bomb.
And it didn't make a
that
tsunami.
wouldn't have even been powerful to make a tsunami.
I'm so scared. I'm scared. Shit.
It will not make a tsunami, man.
You buy a coach. You only buy a coach. You're scared.
Nuclear.
I'm not sure what Steve is saying. I'm not really sure what Steve is saying here.
He's saying that you can make a tsunami with a fucking bomb.
You guys come in here and I got to listen to your stupid ass bullshit.
Maybe you should listen to more. For real, you came up with this. You came up with the two dumb things we're talking about right now. You came up with.
You can't fly to outer space, and I'm not.
There we go. That's the third one. That's the third thing you've come up with. Good job.
Ding, ding, ding.
Ding, ding. 3 times. Three dumb things you've said in the past 10 minutes. Good job.
I can't hear you that good, Steve.
Let's take turns. Let's take turns, guys. Make way.
You should go watch the Rockets.
I'm ready for time.
Do you guys need modding? No, I don't think so. You guys can behave, right?
Yes, please,
What are we having trouble with? Clancy, are you having trouble with?
It's me.
A lot of you guys are muffled.
Have you guys proved carbon dioxide? Have you guys proved CO2 yet?
Yeah.
No, they haven't.
Yeah, we proved properties of an atom.
You don't need to prove it. It's just a
What's the
name for a
dye
thing we
stand
found.
for in dioxide? What is the dye about? What
You
is
don't
that? What
prove
is
CO2.
You
You just
There's two
label it.
oxygens.
Chemistry.
dye means two?
Prove CO2.
Yeah, the word
Label
die
it.
is Greek.
That's why carbon monoxide is when there's one
So
oxygen.
you're
Yeah,
breathing in
mono,
one oxygen
die.
and letting out two oxygens? Is that what you're telling me?
Are you trying to tell me
There's a
that
carbon
die is
atom
included?
and it's combined with two oxygen atoms. And the other one is when there's a carbon atom and it's combined with one oxygen atom.
Since we're carbon based, we need the carbon, you know.
Yeah, we don't let out the carbon monoxide. We let out the carbon dioxide.
Yeah.
You can if you really wanted to go gung ho and measure this, you could simply measure, like go in a phone booth, pump out some gas, and then measure that, and then breathe in there for like 2 minutes, and then take out some of that gas, and then you have to extract and separate the gases with temperature, and then when you have the CO2, you'll want to separate the carbon and the oxygen until you have the right quantities, and you'll find that
atoms
the ratios will fit.
Does that prove atoms exist?
It would use the idea of atoms to come to the conclusion.
Yeah, it's proof there's something smaller than what started. I mean, do you think we're all based with smaller things? Like even says in the Bible, we're made of things of smaller things, or it says something like that in the Bible. We're made up of things that are small, but more poetic than that.
Tony, shut the fuck up.
But you said we exhaled carbon dioxide. You don't get to talk at all anymore.
I can tell what you're made of.
And Steve got something up his ass.
But you're being disruptive. Fair warning, okay?
Okay, I'm the one that's disruptive.
Yes. People are
Okey-doke.
expressing their opinion, and you're just being disrespectful.
No, but they kind of disrespectful when they were saying it, though, right? A little bit disrespectful. Like, how about you morons wake up and see that we're exhaling carbon dioxide? That wasn't disrespectful, right?
I apologize, but I haven't heard that being said. I just got here, so if that happened, it's not. I agree with you.
Silent. He can't prove carbon fucking dioxide, bro.
Carbon dioxide?
I'm not done talking. Scientific fucking experiment, bro. Okay? See, we're getting into science once in a while here.
Dude, the existence of something.
No, you don't.
Hold on a second, guys.
And then we like to talk about cancer bullshit every once in a while.
All right. Let me address the scientific experimental evidence of carbon dioxide. If you're talking about something existing, that's a what is question. That doesn't fall under the scientific method. That deals with how, why questions, cause and effect, not like existence of something. So,
yeah, very good.
Oh, we got a.
You have to know about science before you can talk about science. I don't even know about science enough to say that I know about science, but you seem to know everything there is about science.
No, I know. You know what I know about science? They're motherfucking liars.
No shit. We're humans. That's why. Of course, humans are going to lie to us.
Oh, that's
Science
really good.
are
We're
liars.
humans, so we get to lie. Jesus Christ.
I mean, you're talking about a trade that's practiced. Like you're talking about saying CO2 isn't real. You can go get a chemical engineering degree or be a chemist, and it's a practice trade, like a plumber or an electrician. You can apply these different methods and have different outcomes. And determining that CO2 breathed out is well within the regime of a chemist. But I don't understand what makes you think that that's not real.
I mean, obviously Steve, hold on, Steve. Let me handle this, guys. You guys are terrible at shit like this. Steve, do you agree that when we breathe out, it's something different than we breathe when we inhaled?
Something happened, yeah.
When we exhale, right?
Yeah.
Is it? Yeah.
So when we exhale, something different is coming out other than what we inhaled, right?
Different?
Yes. Different, not the same.
you would have a different charge. Yes.
So something's different. Yeah, something's different. So, I mean,
What
whatever the
if?
claim it is. Oh, go ahead. You guys got this. I know.
No, go. Keep going, Jeremy. Keep going. Keep
Fucking
going.
muck around it.
I say you keep going.
50. Can you stop? Keep going,
Go,
Jeremy.
Jeremy. Go, Jeremy.
So something's different when it comes out, right? Like, what more do you need?
Well, what do you mean? What more do I need?
That different thing is that different thing is called CO2. Whatever it is, that's what they mean by it. Yeah, they just named it. Yeah.
Yes, it's part of the lie about fuel, part of the lie about the global warming. You know, basic facts, Jeremy. That's what we're talking about here. Basic how the motherfucking Earth works. Not rocket science, right? You can't fly to fucking outer space, bro. But it doesn't hurt to know. It doesn't hurt to know a little bit about chemicals and the basic gas law.
Yeah, so stop talking about it because you don't know about it.
Tony, shut the fuck up.
Yeah, but what's
you,
in
man?
contention,
You're sitting here
though?
you're trying to talk people down like they're stupid. Don't make people sound stupid when they're not the ones saying stupid shit.
Hey, Tony, dumbass motherfucker, listen up. They didn't.
You're right, dude.
Come on, Steve.
Hey, Tyler. I get tired of the bullshit, bro.
What is the moon? Yeah, I don't think we landed on the moon either. Fine.
Did you hear me? Are you letting me fucking talk? What the fuck, Silent? Shut the fuck up, dude.
I didn't say anything. What's wrong with you, Steve?
See, because he's fucked up. He's drunk right now or some shit.
He's tired. Without being interrupted. What the fuck?
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, Tony, let him speak and say his piece and yeah.
My bad, Silent.
Go ahead, Steve.
Can I say something really quickly though? I mean, some of us have or like to have, right? Kids around where we don't have to keep muting or literally putting on headsets and not letting our kids hear the language that's out of control constantly. Like, can we please tone it down a little bit? Because it's not like I don't care about cuss words. It's constant.
Yeah, everybody, I just came in here. Everybody sounds mad.
I'm sorry. Because here's the deal. I take politically correct the wrong way right now because of the liars I'm always dealing with right now. And so sometimes I take my God-given language to talk. And a lot of people don't like speaking plain-ass English. I understand it. I apologize, Stacy, for my language. Now, we want to have a civilized conversation in here, share the mic without a bunch of bullshit artists.
Yes.
Dude, you just cussed like 3 times in the last 2 sentences, man. Like 3 times you cussed.
Hey, well, Tom Clancy.
He clearly tried, though. He clearly tried to not cuss. I mean, I heard him pull back a couple times. So,
right. I posted a few.
I have a question. So it's not about the cussing, it's the delivery, right? I mean, it sounded to me like a bunch of people were getting really mad and offended and all that business, but you know, I don't know. I mean,
You're correct, Jenny. It's
talking about
you
the
can
excessive
cuss
tone.
when you're talking, but it's about if you're cussing at somebody else or.
It is when I talk, people like to cuss because I'm a cusser too. Sorry.
Well, Mr. Clancy, I
Try not
posted.
to cuss as much because we're at YouTube Live, so yeah, make it clean. Try to keep it clean, guys.
Well, here's a clean sentence. I posted for you, Mr. Clancy, a couple of those devices that measure the CO2 coming out of your mouth, and they measure specifically CO2. They have a chemical that changes color only if it's CO2.
Yeah,
the thing that comes, the stuff that you exhale is clearly different than the stuff you inhale. So what's the question at this point?
Yeah, chemicals.
They call it CO2.
Yeah, we're talking about how gases are made, what forms them. Yeah. What's your
Yeah,
problem?
they call that CO. The different part, the part that comes out. Shut up. Shut up. The part that comes out. Hold on. The part that comes out is called CO2. That's what they named it.
Yeah. We got
What's the
names
problem?
here.
It exists.
They call rocket ships going to outer space rocket ships.
Yeah, they do. They call it because it's a rocket.
I don't understand.
So you've never, you haven't done any research on the science.
You haven't either.
So you're a
Steve,
photon.
I just don't understand.
You're a photon and that type of guy, huh?
Yes, the scientific guy. Yep.
Yep.
Guys, let him have a dialogue with Jeremy real quick, because I think he's asking a question.
Tony, you just hear talk shit or?
Like, you're not changing information. So yeah.
So Steve, the part that comes out, we have a name for that. It's called carbon dioxide. Like, what's the problem with the name? You have a problem with the name of it? You want to call it something else, or?
Well, it's a cycle, Jeremy. See, we're talking we're talking about physical facts, how the cycle works. Gases, where they come from, how they produce gases, where they're physical made up. You know, instead of just saying, "Oh, we burn fossil fuels," you know, and then it pollute the world. I mean, we're on a big lie, okay? Not just flying to outer space, Jeremy. The lies are, kind of thick.
I know, but are we all clear? Are we all clear on the carbon dioxide thing, though? Like, that's all squared up, right? Like,
are you clear that it's a fucking lie?
Why do you say it's a lie?
It's not a lie.
Well,
it's not a lie that when we exhale, something different comes out. It's not a lie.
Yeah, exactly. Something different.
Yeah, so we're all cleared up with the carbon dioxide thing, right?
Steve, you don't know that the lungs are like filters, right? So when we breathe like non-pure oxygen, and then once we exhale it, it's like we are exhaling the bad part of the air. At least that's what I've been taught. If you're saying that I should be questioning that, then I mean that's a fair point.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Man, anything man teaches you, Silent, you have to take a look at it.
Okay.
I'm pretty clear on that. I'm always clear on everything's not fake, but don't come out here with your bullshit about claiming man's knowledge. We've been.
Yeah, but the CO2 thing's not bullshit, though.
The point I was making earlier was how stupid I was. They never landed on the moon. Now, I can guarantee that is a fact. Now, when that happened...
Oh, yeah, that's a fact.
Wait a minute, Jeremy. Now, when that fucking happened, my dumb ass went to zero. Now, I'm separating fucking lies and liars. Now, people aren't willing to come out here and communicate. Bullshitting with these bullshit artists that want to argue about flying to outer space. That's cool. Go ahead and do it.
I mean, I've known the moon landings were fake for decades now. That's a no-brainer. They got continuity errors. That doesn't happen in real life unless you're specifically being fraudulent.
Have you ever seen that video of the astronaut floating in the ISS playing a David Bowie song? Control to Major Tom.
Dude, I don't think
you're choppy.
Choppy.
Are you roboting or is it me?
It's probably me. I'm driving.
Yeah, you're a little robot. You're very hard to understand. Try it again. Go ahead. Try it again.
Have you seen the video of the astronaut playing a song in the ISS station? It's Ground Control to Major Tom, and he's got basically like a fat mustache. I forget his name, but he's singing a song, and he shot it in the ISS, kind of like floating around.
What's the point of it? I've never seen it, but what's the point? Maybe I have.
Never seen it.
I probably have, but what's the overarching point of it?
Well, like whenever you watch videos like that, the way things move in 0G or like what do you call it? Basically, almost 0G versus underwater, when things move, you can tell that they move differently because whenever you're moving through water, the viscosity of it is so much thicker than air, and it's harder to move things through that space, right? Because it's filled with liquid as opposed to air. So whenever you watch the videos of astronauts doing things like that, you can tell that it's clearly not water, and that it's some type of 0G environment. You think that's just fake,
or they're hanging. Listen, we say they're faking it underwater when they're on the outside. When they're on the outside doing their goofy stuff, you know, outside of the capsule. That's when they're in water. When they're in the ISS, when they're inside the ISS, they have two ways of faking it. One of them's a parabolic flight, and it's evident on which one they're using. If anyone in the shot has long hair, it'll be crystal clear, like you just said. Things in 0G tend to move like they're in water. Right, so you can tell by the women that have long hair, it's blatantly evident. Parabolic flight, the hair will be moving around like it's in water. When they're faking it with the wires, they'll have the hair stiff with hairspray, and it don't move. You'll see people with long hair and it's just stiff, not moving. It's like blatantly obvious how they're faking it. Not only that they are, but how.
Blatantly obvious. I mean, if you're talking about a 0G parabolic flame, that's functionally almost identical. So
Did
I
you
don't
hear
know
what I said?
how would you distinguish between the parabolic flight and them actually being in the ISS, right? Because it's essentially exactly the same thing.
I just told you how we can distinguish how they're faking it. When they're faking it with a parabolic flight, the woman's hair will be wavy and free flowing as if it's in water, because that is like a 0G environment. When they're faking it with the wires, the hair will be hairsprayed or perm, or they'll have a straight perm going on to where it's stiff and it's not flowing around like you're in a 0G environment or underwater.
Yeah, I guess I'm not explaining something well enough. What I'm trying to get at is the parabolic flight versus actually really filming it in the ISS. Like the way things act and move are functionally identical. So I don't know how you would distinguish between actual footage from the ISS, let's just say it is what they say it is, versus a parabolic flight. It's going to be the same.
Yes,
It's going to look the same.
You wouldn't be able to distinguish the difference between a parabolic flight and actually being on the ISS. However, we can distinguish from when they're using wires in a parabolic flight because the woman's hair was free flowing when they're doing the parabolic flight, and when they're not, it's stiff. How many times do I need to say this? It's like you're not hearing me.
Question. Is there a way to distinguish?
Repeat back to me how I know. Hold on. How do we know how they're faking it? Yeah, you're mad choppy, bro. You're mad choppy. I can't even. Hold on, bro. We can't even make out what you're saying.
Yeah, I'm breaking.
Just come back to us maybe when you arrive at your destination or something. It's really bad, bro. We can't catch any of it. I mean, I told you 3 times how we can tell how they're faking it, and you want to just come back with more, not acknowledging what I said at all. It's blatantly obvious how they're faking it. Not only that they are faking it, but how. Bro, we can't hear you. There's no you can't respond right now. I'm sorry. I won't say anything more about it because it's not fair since you can't respond. But I just wanted to make that point clear. Oh boy, we got a poopy diaper here. All right, hold on.
Jeremy, change your diaper, dude.
Wow.
Hold on, we got a big poop. We got a big poop. Hold on.
Oh boy.
No, not Mike, Jeremy. You're pooping your pants on Mike, man.
Oh man.
That's TMI, dude, of the highest order.
Yeah, it really is, man. Go get a new bag of Depends and take care of it. You gotta take care of it, man.
Yeah, I know. Oh, so it just seems like just yesterday I was changing your diapers.
Oh, never mind. I'm not gonna say it. Anyway, Yeah, one time I asked my girlfriend, and she wasn't even joking. She just asked. I asked her, I was like, "Hey, what kind of panties do you wear?" And she was like, she said, "Depends." I was like, but yeah, but she didn't mean it. She didn't mean to do that though. So that's why it's funny.
It's funny though. That is funny. It's like, wait, what?
Depends on if you get the monthly visitor or not.
Jesus Christ.
That's how they do it, bro. That's how they do it. You get you get the couple pairs for when it's that time, and then you get the nice ones. And then your girl got the ones for when she's coming over to my house that you never.
Yeah, okay, dude. Man, way to steal a joke I was about to make on you, dude.
Too late, sucker.
Yeah, whatever, dude. Basically the same joke, but reversed back at you. Okay. Fuck you, man.
Okay.
My fucking joke.
All right. I'm pretty much mostly made up of coffee, weed, and bad decisions.
Yeah, I know, man. That's why you're shitting your diaper 3
Chemical
hours a day.
making my body. Very funny.
Sorry, Jeremy. I'm sorry.
It's fine. No, it's fine. Those shows funny sometimes.
Yeah.
So, anyways, listen. The astronaut thing. We have a continuity error from the Apollo mission, right? We were talking about it last night, Coach. So the triangle flap on the PLSS that you didn't even know what the PLSS was. I don't know how you didn't know that.
Yeah. The portable life support system. That's what that is. Basically an air conditioner.
Yeah, I'm sorry, man. PLSS.
They
I
took
should
a
have
pic
known,
from
man.
the
I had it written down, but damn it.
Did
you find the video of that, Yellow Jeremy?
I put Jen on it. Jen's all over that. We're gonna find that out.
Awesome. So I'll see it by 2022 or something.
We'll get that soon, right around the corner. They're trying to scrub all this stuff from the internet, man. This stuff's not easy to find. It's clear-cut fakery of the moon missions. You think NASA wants that up there?
I'm pretty sure guys' videos are complete. There's nothing taken from them since they were made, and there's nothing edited from them since they were put out. So what are they scrubbing?
Listen, they have a continuity error, bro.
Yeah.
You don't know the ramifications and the implications of that.
I don't want to make a judgment before I've seen this. Okay, I don't want to do that, but I want to make a prediction. Is it possible that this guy, the Sabro guy, that he dishonestly showed to you something that maybe
possible
he had cut incorrectly?
It's possible. However, we have pictures and video claimed to have been taken at the same moment, and it's pretty. It looks like they are. I doubt that they had 2 moon landings where this happened in separate instances. But anyways, it's pretty clear they were trying to make it look like they were taken at the same time. However, the video shows one thing and the photo shows a different thing. So we have a serious issue there.
Okay, so in lieu of Jen finding this video, can you just do your best to describe to me what went down?
Okay, the PLSS has a triangle flap that buttons down on it.
Where's
right?
this flap?
It's at the top right hand or left hand corner.
On the back side?
Okay. Yes, on the back, very back of the thing. Now, in the picture, I don't know if this could be vice versa, and I may be getting it backwards, but in one of them, the patch is up, like directly sticking straight up. And in the other one, it's directly sticking straight down, like it looks like it's buttoned down. But these claim to be taken at the same instance in time.
Is it possible it was opened and closed?
Nobody got near him to do that. It doesn't matter. No, dude. Yeah, I know. These images were claimed to have been taken at the same moment in time.
Yeah. But who made that claim?
There's no time to do nothing in between because it's from the same moment. It's when they did the jump salute. Right, Jen? When they did the jump salute?
Yeah, when they did the jump salute, yeah. And the flap from the portable life support system should have been fully secured. And it's secured in the movie, but in the picture, it's pinned upwards.
Can you tell me what Apollo mission that was?
I'm not sure which mission it was. It was Apollo mission, but which number I'm not sure of.
Is it possible it was 16?
The thing is, it's probably 16 or even 15. But the thing is, that David Percy was offering that up as some kind of whistleblowing. That's the point that was being made there. That they were trying to whistleblow because that kind of mistake would never happen normally. So somebody was whistleblowing. That was the point of the continuity error.
You know, it's bad form to do a jump salute.
It could have just been a fuck up.
No,
or it could have been what you said.
David Percy reckons they were whistleblowing.
Hey man, don't call him pussy, dude.
It could have been a whistleblower, or it could have been someone just fucked up.
Can you guys
yeah,
just confirm if this is a video or not?
I'm trying to locate it as we speak. I know the one where it contains this continuity error has been taken down. It was taken down 2 years ago, and it was What Happened on the Moon, Part 1, Photographic Anomalies. That's the one that's the one. Yeah,
can you
take it down?
You just see if the one I've posted is the same footage.
Let's have a look. Let me have a look at that.
Get out of
Good
there.
thing I've been watching all this stuff, man. I'll tell you.
We need that video, Jen.
Okay.
Show's not believing it.
I haven't seen it yet. Where'd you post it?
How many times does he jump and salute? It looks like he's in this video. At least he does it once. I think he does it twice in this video so far. Looks like just twice in that video. Okay.
What did you post?
I mean, I posted a video. I'm the only person who posted a video, and I posted a video literally 2 seconds ago. I mean, I don't know.
Oh, a video. Sorry, you posted a video. My mistake. I thought you posted an image.
I'm assuming this is it, man, because I've also found a picture of the same event. So.
Oh, this looks like something. Let's have a look at this. Hang on, I'll tell you now.
It does look like something. I got news for you, though. This looks like something. It looks like something is wrong because it looks like the thing is stuck up here, and it looks like the thing's stuck up on the picture too. Pizza Brell's, what's his name? Pizza Brell or David Sabrell? What's his name? Bob Sabrell.
It will be Bart.
Bart Sabrell. Yeah.
A-R-T. Bart.
Well, Bart Simpson.
B.
Sounds like he.
Romeo Tango.
The flap looks up here, and I'm looking at a picture, and the flap looks like it's up.
No, that's not it. I'm looking at your video. I'm looking at it now. No, that's not what we're talking about, really. Nope.
Okay. Well, I mean, I have a picture of this event, and I have the video. They're consistent. I don't want to check every mission, so maybe just tell me which mission it was.
Probably why they took it down, because in that video, you've got Kodak being mentioned. You've got the video that's been taken down, that is, and you've got these continuity errors and lots of photographic anomalies. Because it was exposing NASA's mistakes and foul-ups, they had to take it down. They had to, right? But I'd watched it like over 20 times, that one, before it went down anyway, because I really thoroughly enjoyed watching it. From about 2000 and, let's have a look, 2005, 6, when I watched it quite a lot. And then,
what's supposed to be wrong with this shot?
What it is that David Percy highlights a discrepancy in the video and a photograph supposedly taken from that video that was being offered up. So it's a photograph of an event happening real time. The camera was supposed to be taken all at real time, and it's the astronauts' portable life support system. There's a flap, a triangular flap that's supposed to be buttoned down. You'd see the silver press stud buttons that keeps the flap secured in place. But in the photograph, it's been lifted up. Now this thing is not stiff, it's flimsy, but it's been pinned upwards, right? In order for it to be sticking up like that, it had to be pinned upwards somehow. And how did they manage to do that?
Why would it have to be pinned upward?
When you look at the video, when he does the salute and he jumps up, the flap is secured, it's not moving. But in the photograph, the flap is up. So so David Percy put that down to someone was trying to whistle blow, basically.
To be clear, in the video, you're looking at him from the back, and the picture you're looking at him from the front. And so I would conclude that nobody here would have enough information to make a claim on whether it should be sticking up or sticking down. When it looks two different ways. Like it looks different from the back and from the front. They both look like they're sticking up, but it's obviously closer to the front than it is to the back. I don't even know what the flap. What's that flap for?
Oh, it's part of the covering, the casing for the life support system. So
you think that would be securely fastened, fastened down? I mean, Jesus, it's only the life support system for the.
Yeah, but what is that flap? What is that flap for?
That flap it's part of the cover. Did you not hear me? It's part of the covering that covers the life support system. So you've got your life support system, then it goes into kind of like a bag, made of some kind of robust cloth material, right? And then it's fastened down so it doesn't fall out. Yeah, do you understand? Because
right, and that flat could fall through.
You got to look. The astronaut has to wear it like a rucksack thing. Yeah. So obviously it goes into this kind of like a bag, and then it's secured down with these press studs. Pop, 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 pop. Yeah. Okay. And then you put the life support system onto your back once you got your suit on, yeah? Well, the flap at the top, triangular part, was secured in the movie, because when he jumped up, you didn't see it moving around, but in the photograph of the event, the flap was up. And, David Percy reckoned that was some kind of whistle blow.
They should do a mission where they only send sexy women to space for just one mission, you know?
I mean, they have to be in shape, don't they?
Oh, yeah, that's what sexy means.
No, look at Don Pettit. He's a fucking pile of hot shit.
Why do you guys hate
He's
Don
my
Pettit?
favorite astronaut. Listen, don't say anything bad about Don Pettit. He's my favorite astronaut.
Dude, Don Pettit is one of the most intelligent astronauts that's been on the ISS.
Clearly, every time he speaks, I mean, excellence spews out of his mouth.
Yeah, he's got a lisp. I mean, is that the problem?
I was talking about the content of what he's saying.
Okay.
Like
what if somebody came in here like, hey, so what do you guys do if a kid comes in your server? Like, oh well,
somebody asked
in the server.
When somebody asks, what happens if there's a leak on ISS? What's the procedure? And you don't know it. That's an issue. You don't think that's weird?
Let me ask you a question, man. Jeremy, you're at the movie theaters, right? You're at the movie theaters, and your kid, he's a little kid baby. He throws up in the aisle. What do you do?
All right.
What now?
I bring him to the fucking bathroom, wake him up.
Oh my God, you're not real. You're lying.
What do you mean?
See, I mean, it's just a mundane question. You just give him a mundane answer. You know what I mean?
I'm gonna do the emergency procedure for if the kid throws up.
Yeah, okay, you really.
I know the emergency procedure for if my kid throws up. He doesn't know the emergency. This is a bad example.
He does know the emergency procedures, but that's what I'm saying.
He didn't know.
No, he does.
He didn't know.
He's saying you don't think he knows emergency procedures.
Did you see the video? Did you see the video?
Yes, he's like, what happens if you have a leak on the ISS? Like, well, then you have a leak.
Yeah. So and then the kid was like, "What do you do?" And he's like, "Oh, it's in the, it's probably in the manual somewhere." So I forget exactly what he said. But.
Do you understand that's exactly like in the military at least, and I guess for the GS jobs as well. That's exactly how you answer those questions because that's exactly what you do. Stuff like that.
Right.
You're not
You go
thinking
into
about
a submarine.
the pubs.
You go into a submarine and ask anybody what the emergency procedure is for if the sub has a leak. Everybody on the subs is going to know. There's no time to be like, oh, we'll have to look it up in the manual. What the fuck, dude? Are you serious? Why do they even train you? Why not just put you right on the sub?
Well, a leak is not like you didn't say like a disaster. Like, what happens if the whole place is about to blow? It's different. It's like, what's
Oh,
a
they
leak?
throw water in there, so don't talk about leaks.
Yeah, but a leak is not really detrimental to them. It just means that their air is escaping. You know what I mean? Doesn't mean anything's
Which is detrimental to their life.
But once they seal it, their air's not escaping anymore.
Oh God, go show.
If it was a giant, massive hole, I understand that. But if it's like a tiny hole and then they seal it up, you're like, all right.
That was cute when your boy tweeted the oh, this is what happens when you got a hole on the ISS, and posted a picture of an album cover that they took from a satellite with a hole in it from like 20 years ago. Remember that one?
Oh yeah, I remember that.
That's that goofball shit.
Well, he's Canadian, I think.
Are you saying that? You said ISS had a hole in it, and then proceed to post a picture of a hole from a satellite that's 20 years old that used to be on an album cover. What the fuck?
He was probably texting all the people on ISS like, hey, dude, come on, send me a picture real quick. Come on. Like, dude,
He was supposed to be in it when it happened.
why?
That was the dude that was. What do you mean?
It wasn't up there, Chris. You talking about what's his name?
Hatfield.
Chris Hatfield. Yeah, he was up there.
He was supposed to be the one that plugged the fucking leak. Yeah, man.
I don't think he plugged it. I don't think he was up there, man. I don't remember him being up there. He might have been.
Hatfield?
Yeah.
You're saying he was never on the ISS?
No, I'm stupid. My God, sir. I'm saying during this event.
Why is he Twitter posting shit that he don't know nothing about, then? And they sent him a fake picture? Okay, let's say he wasn't on there and he said, hey, send me a picture. And they sent him that one. Somebody fucking lied to him then. That doesn't
They probably asked for a picture and they're like, dude, don't fucking send him anything. He's fucking just tweeting just dumb bullshit. And so he's like, fuck. He's like looking for a picture to just post with his dumb tweet.
No fucking way, dude. Do these people have cell phones up there? Do they let them bring cell phones to the ISS?
I don't think so.
Why? They let them bring all kinds of personal shit.
I can't remember.
You're pleading the fifth?
I can't remember.
Like, you would expect to see all kinds of fucking footage, bro, from the cell phone cameras. Look what we fucking photograph everything down here. Imagine you're in space, you'd be fucking filming it nonstop. There should be.
Yeah, that's Chris Hatfield took 40,000 pictures.
Video? Where's the video, bro?
Video of what?
Pictures. Video of them being on the ISS. You'd be constantly recording.
Dude, they have tons of video of them. Dude, I go right now to my app. I bet you there's going to be something that says like past 24 hours or 48 hours ISS bullshit. It's got live shit, but it's also got shit that's happened recently.
Dude, are they still doing the ISS live stream?
Yeah, dude, this app updates. It's a live thing. I'm gonna share my screen right now. Dude.
Are they still using the Fisher Price My First Camera from a 1993 cell phone, or did they get a better camera?
Always, right? So we're talking about like Omnis and shit like that. Is always like a shitty fucking camera.
Well, I had a cell phone in the 90s that took better video quality than fucking bullshit.
Yeah, I don't know what it is with those things, with those videos.
Dude, I have awesome footage, dude. I'm watching it live right now.
I mean,
Do you see land, or do you just see clouds and water?
Right now they're going over the ocean, so clouds and water.
Of course, yeah, of course. They're always going over the ocean.
Of course, dude. Whenever going over my house, I saw land.
You can almost never see land. They might show you a little piece here and there. Like, it's almost always cloud cover and or ocean.
Or when it's gonna go through land, they lose signal, some shit like that. Always.
No. Yeah, I'm telling you, this
Isn't
app.
that where they lose 45 minutes, like 15 minutes every 45 minutes, some shit like that?
No.
You never get a 24 hours constant nonstop.
Yeah, dude.
Right.
Dude, this.
It gets
this
interruptions, right, Kosho? You're gonna admit, right? You gotta admit that.
No, but sometimes it'll go out, but there'll be long stretches where it doesn't go out, like full orbits.
That's the problem right there, Kosho. You're not even able to acknowledge something that we all know is true.
Wait, are you denying what I just said?
No, you're denying what I just said.
Did I deny what you just said? So you didn't listen to what I said then.
By trying to correct and make it look like it's not as how you say it, as bad as it is.
Well, you're just denying that I disagreed with you. I just said.
No, I told you.
I just said it does go out sometimes. But
there you go.
It has full orbits that you can watch completely uncut.
The correct way to say it is it goes out every hour for some time.
That's a lie.
That is bad.
That is a lie. That is a wrong lie. That's what I'm saying. It doesn't do that every time. I've watched it do full orbits.
Wow.
Okay, Jeremy, I'm about to post something that might help you. Are you ready? Are you there? Is Jeremy there?
Jen, let's do it.
Okay, I'm posting it now. Here we go. It's coming your way now, right? In the live stream one. Can you see it?
I see the photos, yes. Got the flap up.
Yep. Yeah. Can you see it?
I got the flap down and the flap up in two different pictures.
Right. We'll just read the caption.
Why is it on his shoe?
That's the best I can do, yeah? So far.
I had the video, dude. The video shows the flap up.
We got pictures with the flap down.
No, you have still shots of the video that I also showed you, and in the video I showed you, you saw the flap was clearly up.
We got
no, I
didn't.
I did not. I did not. In the video, in the picture you showed me, Kosho, I didn't see the flap up at all. This is the one that's showing you with the flap up. The guy's jumped up with the salute, the flap's up, yeah? Right? But when you look from behind now, the flap is not up, is it? Look properly.
Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take still shots. But the way I'm going to do it is going to be of conveniently when you can clearly see the flap is up. The same way he's picked these shots where you can clearly not see the flap. So give me a minute, Jin.
Yeah, it's all wrong there. I don't know what you're doing, but look at it.
I know what I'm doing, but you know that it's going to...
Don't start doing any Photoshop there with your trickery, yeah? Because this has come from a reputable site here. So don't start messing.
You just saw the same video I showed you that had this footage, and you're claiming that you didn't see the flap up.
You can see the video. The guy's jumping up, bang, and the flap is up clearly there as he's done that salute jump. So don't start messing around. And I'd like you to post that video again as well, so I can actually watch it. I'd like you to post that video again so I can watch it again. If you can, please, your video.
We'll never move forward as long as we get the Koshos defending them. Fucking hard. The Koshos of the world.
Gotta watch these guys, you know, because they like to play their trickery and shenanigans. Gotta watch them. Keep an eye on the old shenanigans, boys. Because it's not easy. We're only after the truth, guys. After the truth.
After the truth, that's right. Sometimes you got to come at the same time as the truth. You got to come with the truth.
You're not ready for the truth, Kosho.
I'm always ready.
I want the truth. I can't handle the truth. Yeah.
Have you seen that movie, Jin?
The day you realize
his voice like that.
Yeah, a few good men. Yeah.
Yeah, a few great men. Jack Nicholson
and
is the most Academy Award nominations than any other dude ever.
And Tom Cruise.
Tom Cruise is alien.
You can handle the truth.
Yeah.
Is that the what he says? No. Yes.
Yeah.
That's not a few good men.
He can't handle the truth because he wanted.
Is that a few good men?
he wanted to know exactly what happened with a soldier or an officer, and he wasn't. They were keeping the information from him. So that's
Wait, what's the movie called with
the movie that I'm talking about was called A Few Good Men.
who was the guy from Pretty Woman?
Oh, Richard Gere. Richard Gere.
Richard Gere. What's that movie called with Richard Gere?
Oh, oh yeah, I know.
Oh yeah, that's right. It's the
Officer and a Gentleman. Officer and a Gentleman.
Yeah, you're right. Okay.
I know some movies. Nice, they're the military ones, eh?
Yeah, the American military ones.
The military ones, yeah.
All the British military ones are just jokes.
Pompous asses.
You think Fight the Flat Earth was in the Royal Navy?
Say that again, I didn't catch it.
I said, do you think Fight the Flat Earth was in the Royal Navy?
No, I don't believe that. He's a wanker. Him?
He's a wanker,
no,
sure.
No chance. Like the flat Earth. Lucky I never got to.
Yeah, he's not a nice person.
No,
I mean,
would shout
the way
at him
he
so
talks.
loud. I'd shout at him so loud his clothes would fall off of him. That's how much of a wanker he
Jesus
is.
Christ, you got a thing for him?
No, what I mean is I hate him that much.
Oh, okay.
You know what I mean?
Well, I'm not going to be there when that happens, I'll tell you that.
Damn fool. You know what I mean? Fight the flat Earth. Stupid ass. You couldn't fight the paper bag.
Did you hear his story? He has like an origin story. Said his kid was getting picked on at school by flat earthers, and
you're kidding, right?
yeah, and so he had to go see himself out.
Hey, the flat Earth bullies. Hey. New breed of
You
bullies.
believe
are
that,
out there now.
Kosho?
Flat Earth bullies.
Kosho, you believe his story?
His origin story?
Yes.
I don't really think he's a superhero, so I do think he's a liar because I've caught him lying a few times. So.
I would, we got a new breed of bully out there now. Flat Earth bullies. Well, you a glowhead? You a glowhead? Bosh.
Flat Earth thug.
You're getting picked on by people in wheelchairs, man. You gotta take an inventory. You know what I mean?
Somebody, there'll be a flat Earth in a wheelchair. Put his foot on the floor and run him over, quick.
Hey. Oh my God.
Give him some pain.
God.
Quick, before the teacher comes, quick, put him down on the floor.
God.
Put his hand on the floor, run him over. Put his hand out there. Listen, mate, you better make sure you're a flat Earther by tomorrow. You better make sure you're a flat Earther by tomorrow, or else. Let me put his hand down and run him over on his hand. The guy's in the wheelchair.
You coaching these kids, man?
That would be funny.
You're the reason Fight the Flat Earth became a flat earther. I mean, a fighter, a superhero.
Come on. Get your butt in there.
One time he was doing a show and he said, and this is the only show I've ever seen of his, but he's like, fight the flat Earth, beating up the flat Earth worse than what do you say? Worse than the Joker beat up Jason Todd. Oh, what the fuck? Who fucking sides with the Joker against Robin?
Well, that tells you a lot of the state of mind that he is in.
Yeah, exactly. He's admitting he's a villain, beating up a kid.
Come on, we gotta poopy on the potties. Come on. Poopy on the potties. Yep.
Taking care of your kids, Jeremy, right now?
Oh shit, yeah.
He's just talking to himself.
We got poopy on the potties. Come on, push that poop out. Hold on, I'm going on mute. Hold on.
Yeah, go on mute. We don't want to hear the plop 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 going in, do we?
Plop plop.
Hey, Jim.
Yeah.
You mentioned you never heard of a 24-hour night in the northern hemisphere, right?
Northern Hemisphere? Are you? Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah. Well, have you looked it up?
I've looked it up.
Wait.
Do you remember we had that conversation? It wasn't pitch
Yeah.
black, was it?
How?
We came. You came to the. You heard other members say to you that it wasn't pitch black, was it?
Oh, that wasn't the point. Oh, we're talking about the sun
maybe
is
that
already.
was the point and you misunderstood
I'm
him.
saying 24. I said to you 24 hours nighttime, 3 months. We've never seen that.
Well, I mean, the when they said it wasn't pitch black. I'm not sure which city they were referring
That's what I mean by nighttime. That's what I mean by nighttime, man. 24 hours night, stars only, please.
Right, but that's irrelevant because that's not the point of the argument. The point was
Wait, Bacon.
Yeah.
He's telling you what is the point, what is his point, and you're telling him that that's not the point?
Yeah.
You don't know what you're talking about.
He's telling you what his point is, Bacon.
Silent. The point wasn't his. He was responding to my argument.
He's telling you right now, Bacon.
Silent. You don't even know what you're talking about. You don't even know about the conversation we had. Do you?
The original
telling you right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
I'm. Oh, just be quiet for a second. Yeah, the original point was this: there are no videos of this in the South Pole of the 24-hour sun above the horizon for 3 months. That's not there. And then you went on with come up with your 24 hours in the North.
That's not the argument.
And I said to you, no, there's no videos of that either. Right? Not of
that
a
wasn't the
24-hour
argument.
solid nighttime. That was the argument. I don't
No,
want to
that
go
wasn't.
into it anymore.
It was
I'm
my
not gonna
argument.
waste my
I know
time
what
with
my
you because
argument
I'll turn
was.
this into a shit show. So shut up and go away. Thank you very much.
Well, so you're running away from the argument.
Go and bring me the video that I requested from you. Unless you.
But that's irrelevant to the argument.
Hang on, hold on. If you've got the video, present it. If you haven't, go away and get it.
Why? If that's not relevant to the argument.
It's relevant to the argument. That's what I'm talking about.
No, you don't remember the argument.
That's what I'm talking about.
You don't remember the argument.
I remember the argument very well. Don't worry. Don't come here thinking I don't remember.
So can you rephrase the argument?
I remember very well. I'm not going to bother to regurgitate that. You know exactly what I want. I've given you my orders. I've ordered you to go away and get what I asked for.
You ordered me to go away?
Absolutely. Go and get what I asked you.
Well, that's not up to you.
It is up to me because you're talking to me and I'm ordering you to go and get what I requested. And if you can't do that,
that's funny. That's funny.
Is that how that works?
Gotta be quiet. Correct.
Well, yeah.
That's exactly how it works. If you want to engage someone and they're like, "Well, I'm not engaging you unless you get this with me," then I mean,
so if you come up with an argument and they say, "Well, I'm only going to listen to your argument once you can." I don't know. Count how many grains of sand there's in the desert.
What's your argument?
If
What's your argument?
Right. The argument is. The argument is if you assume that the sun is making circles above the surface, and sunsets and sunrises are happen because of the distance of the sun, then you would have a situation in which the sun is on the sky for someone that is further than and not in the sky to someone that is closer to that point where the sun is above, which doesn't work, right? Did you get what? Do you want me to rephrase that? Maybe I didn't phrase it clearly. Can anyone hear me?
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm very busy right now.
So yeah, the thing is, can you have point A being closer to the sun than point B, while the sun is not in the sky for point A and it is for point B? So the sun hasn't risen for point A yet,
Bacon.
but didn't set for B yet. And
why did you join the conversation asking about the nighttime, the 24 hours nighttime?
sure, because the how bright or dark the sky isn't relevant. The relevance of the argument is whether or not. Oh, you don't know the argument. Why are you laughing at? Why is that relevant?
You just said it, right? You just explained the argument, didn't you, Bacon?
Yes. So the sun being on the sky and not have already set. It doesn't matter if it's still not completely dark. If it's set for one person and not for the other, there's your problem. It doesn't matter how dark the sky is. Why would you think that's relevant?
I don't know. Argue with C, bro.
Yeah. All right. Well, if you don't want to engage with the argument, it's fine. But I don't see any solution for this problem in the flat earth. I mean, there's the obvious solution of denying that this ever happens.
What do you think about the sun doing a figure 8?
Doing what?
It's doing like a big figure 8.
Big what?
Figure 8, like an 8. It's going in an 8.
So yeah, it's a different model. The one I was referring to is the one in which the sun makes circles around, above the surface. That I'm saying doesn't work. If you have a different one,
yeah,
then
if
you have to start evaluating that from scratch.
If you have a spinning figure 8, spinning like a ring. That's what the sun does, the analemma.
Okay, is Jeremy there? Can you hear me, Jeremy? I think I've found the video. Okay, successfully. 51 minutes. 51 minutes long. Okay, I'm just checking it out now. If you can hear me, Jeremy, we might be in luck.
We hear you, Eugene. I don't know if Jeremy.
Yeah, Jeremy's after a video where the jump salute is shown with the flap up, but in the photograph it's purely secured. And he's been looking for that for ages. The video has been taken down, but I've located an excerpt from it, I think. I'm hoping. So, you know, I'm just hoping that it's there. Yeah. So he'll be glad, I think.
There we go. We got somebody playing a real fucking game for once.
Heck yeah.
Finally.
Hey, Jeremy, you're here?
I'm listening, but I'm very busy.
Hey, Zenik.
Yes.
Oh, what's the name of the gravitational wave detector you worked in?
The what detector?
Well, I think it was something called Slack, right?
Yeah,
Something.
Stanford Linear Accelerator. SLAC.
How do you spell that?
It's abbreviated S. It's an acronym. SLAC.
Right.
You have a question about it?
I just want to look it up.
They're a particle
Oh,
accelerator.
it's an accelerator?
It's a particle accelerator.
Oh, right.
What do you think about that? I mean, you think it exists?
Sure.
Okay. Do you think it's really straight?
Doesn't accelerators need to be like a circle? Something like this?
No, why would you say that?
Well, the ones I saw, the first ones I saw, I think Alice and LHC they make like a huge circle, right?
It's a completely different structure. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Particle accelerators generally need to be straight as possible. In fact, this particular structure is kept straight over 2 miles within 20 thousandths of an inch. That's the size of a spark plug gap. Over 2 miles. That's how straight it is.
Right.
And it's kept at a moderate vacuum as well. So there's very few molecules of air inside.
Mm-hmm. So what kind of particles does it accelerate? Like protons as usual?
Protons, electrons. To near light speed. Do you not believe it exists?
I do, man. I'm not a flat earther.
Mm. Oh, more pig. Okay, I didn't see your name there. Yeah. What do you think about it? I mean, what are you curious about? You can use it for.
No, the thing is, when I mean, you spoke briefly about this like weeks ago,
Mm-hmm.
and I didn't know how to look it up for it because I got the name spelled wrong.
Right.
And I thought it was a gravitational wave detector, not a particle accelerator.
Yeah.
I don't know why. I think because
that's LIGO. LIGO is the gravitational wave detector. Yeah.
LIGO is one of them, right?
Right.
And the reason why I thought it was a gravitational wave detector is because the subject was about something that is like very straight.
Right.
And I didn't picture particle accelerators as having to be straight because the ones I saw are like these huge circles.
Yeah, those they're different. Yeah, that's a different type of structure and process altogether. But yeah, there are some. I forget the name of the one that is. Is it CERN? Not CERN.
I gotta make a concession, guys. And
A concession or a admission?
no, concession. Are you there, Jen?
Jeremy? He said he was busy.
What is Jin talking about with the moon pictures? Thinks that the astronaut was hanging from something because of the way the dust moved.
Was it Jen and Jeremy or who? I don't know who it was.
It'd be interesting to see if someone could simulate some of those videos of the land.
Somebody called my name?
Yeah, Jen, I gotta make a concession, man. It's kind of embarrassing, but it has to be done.
Well, when it's a concession, you make the concession. It's all part of being intellectually honest, isn't it?
Yeah, I 100%, man.
When you're wrong, you're wrong. When you're right, you're right. When you're right, you're flying high. When you're wrong, you're in the mud.
Right.
Face down.
And I respect you, Jen. And I know that you would do the same. So, who else? Who was the other person who was showing these moon things?
That would be Jeremy, I think.
It was Jeremy, wasn't it?
Yeah.
You there, Jeremy?
Yeah.
Jeremy knows better.
Yeah, I found a nice video with a nice compilation of all the anomalies. It's 51 minutes long. I'm going to post it later on after I finish watching it. Make sure I've got everything.
Jeremy's a wise man. Hey, Jen, check this out, sir. Because I got to make a concession, dude. Because if I'm wrong and I'm going to be shown to be wrong in front of everybody, I should concede. Anyways.
Hurry up.
There you go.
Here's still shots from the footage.
Exactly what I sent you. I sent you similar, didn't I?
Oh, yeah. This is the ones I took from the footage. Right. So if you notice, there's two astronauts. I think one was John Young, and the other was let's call him number 2. So the red circles.
Apollo 16, isn't it? Apollo 16.
Yes, that's right. The red circles are John Young's triangle flap. You can see in the footage of him taking the picture, it's kind of not that visible. But when he goes to take the picture of number 2, it's just as visible as it is in the picture. And then you can see earlier when he was taking the flag out, it was very, very visible from that angle.
Yeah, secured, wasn't it?
This is all one shot, by the way. Hold on 1 second. In the middle row, there's the other gentleman, number 2. He's saluting the flag. And he's turned around. So when he's looking at the flag, you can barely see the triangle. He turns around and it's sticking up. So I think clearly you can see that the triangle is always there on both of them. Of course, when he's not facing the camera, it's hard to see. But when he's facing the camera or at better angles, it's clear to see that it's there the whole time. So concessions are in order, right?
Yeah.
Not from us, there ain't.
Uh-oh.
Not
Dude,
from us,
what's it matter? I don't understand.
We're saying that triangle being up is a whistle blow kind of thing, yeah? Because in the video we saw, it was securely put down. It wasn't up. So this is something else.
This is the full footage.
Let me show you what I posted, because something's wrong there. Let me see what I posted. What I posted earlier, a few minutes ago. Here we are. Doesn't show any of that. Doesn't show any of that.
Point, Jim. That was my point. Was created by somebody trying to display something dishonest. They're showing specifically.
That would be your end, I reckon. Not our end.
See, the person who made your picture was concealing the triangle. There's no way for me to invent a triangle that wasn't there. So all I did was display the triangle that was always there.
Yeah, all I'm trying to show you is that in this picture, it's secured up, as we can see it clearly there in the picture that I've sent you. I can see the triangle clearly as he's doing his salute jump. That should not be happening. That triangle should have been secured down, because at the same time when they took a picture of it, it's clearly secured and it is not up. This is what we're saying, and we reckon that that was a kind of like a whistleblower event going on. Okay, that's what David Percy was alluding to. Was it? Yeah, alluding to.
So you don't find it odd that in the pictures I've posted from the footage I've shown that you can clearly see
I'm never gonna. Yeah, I always find it hard to trust your material, mate. To be quite honest, because you're from the other side, and your gang will always produce something that will be coming up totally contradictory every single time. So
I respect that. Okay,
but
just to make sure, you're honest, Jen.
Yeah.
Tell me that this video I posted is not the same video you posted, just longer.
I doubt it very much. Indeed, I don't think it's the same video. It's not the one from the UFO. That's the actual producer of this one, together with David Percy, Royal Photography Society, and award-winning filmmaker himself. And their video is called "What Happened on the Moon, Part 1, Photographic Anomalies." Now, when we looked at what the video that we saw that the place was indeed secured, but then in the jump salute thing, it was up, fixed upwards, and they said that there was some kind of whistleblowing going on there. But it was a continuity.
Pictures I posted, it was never secured. The last two pictures before the one at the end where he's jumping, like the one at the bottom left and the one in the middle right, those were taken at the beginning of the video when he's taking the flag out of the spacecraft. And then he walks over and they place the flag, and the other guy says, "Hey, I'll take a picture while you're still back there."
Yeah,
and from that angle, it looks like you can barely see it. And then as he turns around to take the picture of the other guy, you can see it's a little bit bigger. And it's just.
I'm going to have to hand wave that myself, my son. I'm going to have to hand wave that.
I know that, Jim. But as you said earlier about being intellectually honest or whatever, you must feel.
No, I don't feel anything. I don't feel anything, because I'm going by what I saw, that I've seen many times, at least maybe 20 times. This video that I'm talking about, because I first watched it back in 2002, 2003. So it's been with me a long time. That's why I was sad when it was taken down 2 years ago. I haven't been able to find it. You see, but I've had a hard look to find excerpts, clips. Only I
just posted a 7-minute clip.
That's not the same. It's not the same one to the one.
Exactly the same.
No, it's not. Don't talk shit.
It's exactly what you posted. The pictures you posted are from this clip.
Hang on. Kosho. You see, you're talking like, and you're not listening to what I'm saying. It is not the clip from the video, What Happened on the Moon. It's not that clip. That's the clip that you need to see, not this one that you've put down. Okay? Thank you.
So, do you think that I cannot get the same still images that you took, or that you have on your picture, the same 7 still images that you have? You don't think that I can get those exact?
I don't know where you're getting your stuff from, but it's not. It doesn't coincide or match what me and Jeremy have seen. That's why we're being specific here. That's why we're looking for it, and I think I found some bits of it, and I'm trying to find out the rest. So I'm in the middle of looking still.
Good luck to you, sir.
That's what it is. It's what it is. It is what it is, my friend. It is what it is.
It's a hard knock life.
It's a hard one, mate. You better believe it. We don't just take everything as soon as once you've been bitten like that for 53 years, that the earth is a spinning ball and you find that it isn't, you better believe we check everything, ask every question, check every angles. We lift up the flat earth and look underneath to make sure we got what's got.
Well, you didn't look it up.
You're a strong motherfucker.
24-hour night.
Yeah. You guys still think we went to the moon, man? That's insane.
Well, I mean, when this is the sort of way that you process evidence, I could see why that seems silly. But
why don't we stick to the weakest evidence? Yeah, go for that. Good job.
Stick to the weakest evidence. Jeremy said this is one of the strongest evidences.
I don't know. I wasn't there for that, but man, they're clearly going on fucking strings and shit. I mean, none of that footage makes any sense.
That's right. And didn't say it was one of the strongest ones. Didn't even use those words. Didn't. Now, why did you say that? I didn't say that.
I didn't say that, did I?
All right. Don't mention my name when you said the strongest, whatever.
I didn't mention your name.
I didn't say it was. Okay, that's cool. I thought you did. That's all.
Well, at least you admit it's not very strong evidence, Jim. Some of the weakest, as you just said.
Sounds like
grasping
at arguments, Kosho.
Yeah, he's desperate. It's a continuity error. It's a continuity error when something's happening live. So that's all. It's a continuity error. That's what we're highlighting. And we think that the astronauts were trying to whistle blow. Because that mistake should never have happened. Not in an environment where there's no air and the portable life support system is what's keeping them alive. So you're not going to have any cock-ups at all. Not in that department.
Until later that night.
Jen, I'm pretty sure the astronauts that whistle blew are dead. So they probably wouldn't want to do that.
No, they're still alive, I think. The young, what's his name? I think they might. No, they're still alive, I think. They're not dead yet. Because this is Apollo 16.
What about the one that hung the lemon? The guy's still alive?
Yeah, he died. Yeah, he was
he
fried
fucking
to
died.
death. Yeah. But these guys were trying to whistleblow in a subtle way, leaving behind clues. This is what David Percy said. He thinks that these mistakes have no place in being there, so we feel that the astronauts may have been trying to whistleblow. You see? Yeah. Basically. Let us know that things are not all right in the Apollo missions. There's some shenanigans going on. Like on the lunar surface, they're supposed to have their visors down when the sun is up, yeah? Otherwise they would have been blinded. But they had the visor up, right? That was a signal in itself, apparently.
I was always worried about that too.
Yeah, that was another signal that they were lying. And then they knew very well that you don't point the camera to the sun to take your pictures, but they were asking, should we point the camera to the sun? No, So I don't know. There was a lot of things going on that clearly they were trying to let us know.
That made me think for a second too.
Yeah. So these are the things we're talking about. Continuity errors.
To be continued. You know what? I'm over here taking still shots to match the still shots that you have. It's really boring. So I'm not going to do it, Jin. But just rest assured, it can be done. Okay?
Yeah, all we can say, it's a valiant effort on your part. Valiant effort, but we carry on. We don't give up.
That's the worrisome part. You see evidence, you hand wave it as you said, you carry on. What to do with that?
Re-education is always the answer.
Re-education it is.
a good time to stay. Hope everybody's having a good day. Please tip your waitresses and be nice. Enjoy the weather. We got a nice balmy 77 degrees out there today. Current local time
Very
is
good.
1:33.
You lucky people. Nice. Kosho, if you're there, you do realize that some of the photographic anomalies from the Apollo missions, the background scenery were the same, but the times were different. They were supposed to be moving across the moon, across the lunar surface, but the background's the same, but the times are different. There's an anomaly there straight off the bat for you. How would you explain that? Background scenery the same, but they're supposed to be in a different part of the moon. How would you explain that?
Doesn't sound like an anomaly. I guess we'd have to take a look. We'd have to take a look and see what exactly it is that looks exactly like. You know, is it a hump?
Don't worry.
Is it a hump
I'm
in
going
the
to post
background?
them. Yeah, I'll post the material later. I'm still looking through it, but later on. So just hang on there, man. Yeah, if you're there, Kosho, you're going to be in big trouble, man, because what they're saying here is that the astronauts on Apollo 16 day one excursion, they took their pictures, and then day two they drove up supposedly 2 miles, 2.5 miles away from their first location. Yet when they superimposed both locations one on top of the other, they were bang on identical, right down to the last grain of dust. Okay, so you're well in trouble there. All right, such are the errors that are coming up for your what's the word I'm looking for your inspection.
Thank you, sir. Well, I'd be lying if I said I wasn't worried. I mean, I'd be lying if I said I was worried.
Man, you guys are funny. I don't think Kosho's learned shit. He comes in here arguing the same dumb shit every time. It used to be Coriolis. Now it's like arguing our failed points, but never addresses the actual fucking points. Never addresses the real points. Always just obscures it down to some bullshit.
You're very observative.
Yeah, very fucking observant. I've been watching your dumb shit for years, dude.
Well,
Yeah, the only thing you can do is maybe cast doubt on somebody who isn't, confident or doesn't have conviction in what they believe in. Other than that, you really don't have much. You just pick away at the wall.
Well, Germany's claim was, and Jin backed them up, that this was a discontinuity or whatever, and they pointed out this exact triangle right there. All I'd done was use exactly what they had pointed out, and the issue they said was in the picture. But if you claim that that's nothing to do with the actual issue, then that's fine. But that seemed like it was exactly what the issue was.
Okay, well, that could be like one little argument somewhere in the world. I never heard of that one myself, and I don't need it to believe in what I believe in.
Yeah, that's right. And when it comes to my wall, his tools will break. They don't make the tool that can chip my wall down, unfortunately.
He's definitely working with copper.
He's working with paper.
He's got one of those paper footballs.
Yeah.
You guys are hurting my feelings. Regardless, you guys have been talking about doing drop from horizontal for years, and doing forced line for years in these tests. The mechanism I'm preparing for you guys, I'm not going to do it myself. I'll just prepare it for you guys. But if you claim that that's in some way not the point, then
hopefully what you're preparing is going to be totally bang on the money, that without a doubt the Earth is spinning, or there's some curvature, or we're in the vacuum of space. Yeah, something like that.
There couldn't possibly be some sort of spin or bias coming from Kosho.
I don't know how that would involve any bias. I'm literally just providing the tools for you to make a straight line.
Well,
bias involved.
Yeah.
No, we don't. You know what? We don't need to make the straight line. We know that it's already straight. It's for you to prove to us that there's curvature. That's what you need to do. We don't need to do that. Like I said, I don't lose any sleep over this flat Earth thing, because I sleep standing up.
You don't lose any sleep.
That's how ready I am. That's how I'm ready. That's how ready I am for the likes of you, Kosho. Kosho, you could never do what I do. You would be dead. You could never have gone through my life so far. So whatever you're going to bring to bear, it's going to be cotton wool, mate. Soft. Nothing hardcore. You've lost. I'm telling you now.
It's not for me to win.
If I'm on the scene, you better run. If I'm on the scene, you just better run in real life. I'm telling you now, because you ain't going to bring anything that's going to convince anyone on this Earth that the Earth is a spinning, oblate spheroid in the vacuum of space. You're gonna be found wanting, big time, mate. Like I said, I don't lose any sleep. I sleep standing up, boy.
I got you. You sleep just standing up. It's not my place to convince you, Jin. It's not my place to convince you. That's your job.
No, I don't need convincing.
Exactly. That's fine.
I don't need convincing.
If you don't convincing, that's you. It's not my job.
I know. So you're the one that comes. You come to the Flat Earth server, and you have to ask yourself, why do I come here?
Well,
like one who's like totally can't even begin to scratch, because you can't get close enough to scratch the man with any of your material. Why do you come?
Well, if you think I'm coming here to change your mind, Jin, or win a
fight, why do you come here? Why do you enter here?
I just answered your question, but you were busy answering it yourself.
Why do you come here? I didn't hear you. Why do you come here?
I was going to chat with my buddies about these topics. Same place I go anywhere I go.
No, why do you come here? What are you hoping to achieve? Let's get it more precise. What are you hoping to achieve?
I precisely answered that question.
What are you hoping to achieve?
I can only repeat myself, Jin, and if I did that, I feel.
What are you hoping to achieve? Come on. What are you hoping to
Jin,
achieve?
just refer to the answer I gave you twice already. Okay?
I know you're going to have to repeat yourself because I asked you a different question. I asked you, what are you hoping to achieve?
Same answer.
It's different from why did you come here? Okay? So don't be silly, Kosho. Definitely showing your disingenuous obfuscation bumhole again.
Luckily for me, the answer for those two different questions is exactly the same answer. So just refer to that answer. Save me some time.
It's BS again. BS again. See,
Low
you don't even know why you come here, and you don't even know what you want to achieve. There you go.
Low hanging fruit. That's all you go for, dude.
No, it's absolutely not. Listen, if I was going for low hanging fruit, I'd come in here and get on you for believing that JFK is still alive and is Jimmy Carter, because it's obviously silly. People say obviously silly things all the time, and I don't get on them. I don't go for low hanging fruit at all.
Yeah,
I just come here to talk about these subjects.
Right off.
I talk about these subjects with my buddies. That's it. And whether you believe that or not, it wouldn't matter to me, right?
Doesn't matter to me that. As far as I'm concerned, he's gone. He was assassinated. That's the end of that one. Well, right, but the thing is, what do you hope to achieve? What are you hoping to achieve when you come here? That's the question. When I go into the Gem Panda server, I hope to rattle their cage, get them triggered, tsunami them with the flat earth truth, and explain to them that, the jab is just no good. So I always say to them, make sure you got your life preserver, because Jin CBR1 is in town and you're going to be tsunamied. You're going to need your flat earth life preserver. You better grab one quick. So I know why I go there. I go there to rattle their cage and to remind them that flat earth ain't going anywhere anytime soon. It's in fact growing, and the more people that are like me coming, when you hear our voices, your ears are going to drop off your heads. That's what's going to happen. You're going to have to put your hands over your ears and run, because the truth will be so unbearable. And that's why they have to mute me.
But you do seem to be more serious about this than I am, Jin, so I don't really have a mission statement.
Committed man. Like I said, I've been honest about it. When you learn that the earth is not a spinning ball at the age of 53, that hurts. That hurts. So you never want to be hurt again. So therefore, I'm no longer that lazy man. The gloves are on, the boots are on, the elbow pads are on, and my head is like steel. So I'm ready. I'm coming at you. Because at the end of the day, I don't want to be hurt again. So that's why I'm serious, maybe more than others. Because I can admit that it hurt me to find out that the earth isn't a spinning ball. And in all those years that I thought it was, even though my subconscious was telling me it was level, and the earth was screaming at me, I'm level, and I didn't pick it up. Yeah, so I have an embarrassment. I have hurt baggage. So of course I'm going to be shouting out loud. Of course I am. And that's the truth.
That's your right.
That's why I'm one of the loudest flat earthers, if not the loudest you're ever going to meet. Why do you think I go out and exercise? I'm getting older, but I feel as I'm getting younger.
That's the best place to be, I suppose.
Yeah, of course it is. Flat Earth, it's the place. Of course it is. Even today, whilst I was doing my exercises, I'd done 9 kilometers on foot, okay? Which is just under 6 miles, okay? 9.1 kilometers today. I was saying to myself, as I was listening to my podcast, I said the reason why we're in this situation is because we allowed it to happen. We, the people, allowed it to happen. That's the only reason why we're in this mess. Simple as that. Because we've all been lazy. We've all been playing the wrong game. Yes, that's why we're there. And you've got to admit that. Those who are awake have to admit that. And when you can admit that, you're already on your way to being repaired mentally. So
Makes sense.
Mental fortitude is what I have, is what I need, is what I use. It's what I hone up. I hone that mental fortitude. I hone it. Sharpen it up. And then there are other areas where I blunt it up so it can have a nice big impact. Smash down that Gem Panda servo one time, one big hit. And then Gem Panda comes on hinge, screaming like a madman. Yes. Sounds very British, but once he loses it, all manner of language comes out of his mouth. Yes. Sewer. Right. And I love all that. That's why I go to Gem Pandas. To apply some hurt with the truth. And I succeed.
It's very noble.
Yeah, that's what I do. That's why I ask you, what do you hope to achieve when you come here? Because here, the wall is tougher than granite. In fact, like I said, there is no tool that you will have that would chip away at our wall. You ain't got it, mate.
Well,
and you know it.
Where you see a wall, I see nothing. So, I'm not in the same, frame of mind as you are. It's not a war for me, or a battle, or I don't know. So, I appreciate your
the agreeable,
Jen, but
Kosho, the agreeable. What's the word I'm looking at? Oh, the agreeable deceiver. Yeah.
Don't be mistaken, Jen. I don't agree with you. I'm just not. I'm not.
There is no globe, and if you can prove it, Kosho, you would have done it by now, because you're the agreeable liar, the agreeable deceiver. You go into all these servers, you're welcomed in with your demeanor, you're coming, but you haven't brought any proof. That's why you keep coming back. I don't know why you come back. Still don't know why you come back. I can only hasten to guess. That's all. But, I don't know why. None of us are going to be wavering from our decision. We grow stronger each day. Numbers are increasing each day exponentially. Flat Earth numbers. Why do you think we're in this situation? Panicking, can't get your jab. Flat Earthers started that shit because they knew we were coming. Yeah, and now they associate the anti-vaxxers with the Flat Earthers. Right, so I mean, that for me is a win. That they know who we are. We know, they know, we know.
Congratulations.
And they know, we know that they know. So that's it. So the fight is on now. You see? That's how real it is for me.
Nice.
So we will pick out the anomalies in the moon landings all day long. And pepper them with you. Pepper them on you. Pop, 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 pop. Pepper you with them.
Yeah. Well, don't tease me, Jin. Let me know when it's going to happen.
Well, I'm preparing my next assault on you guys. And I feel sorry for Gem Panda put out a video trying to debunk the what happened on the moon part 1 video, but nah, it was weak. And I told him that. And then he asked me, "Why do you believe them, Jin?" I said, "Because they are of impeccable integrity." But how do you know this, Jin? Look at what the material they put down. Look at how they've exposed it. I have no reason to disbelieve them. So keep trying, Kosho. Try harder. Try harder.
Try harder to do what, Jin?
Try harder to find that truth, that reality. Try harder to have some integrity. Try harder to be genuine and real. Try.
Absolutely. Intellectually honest, right? What would be intellectually dishonest, right?
Well, if you've seen the materials we presented to you, if you carry on saying that the Earth is indeed an oblate spheroid ball that is spinning in the vacuum of space, and they went to the moon, and they've gone to Mars, and they've got satellites up there, then you're the one that's an agnotologist, one who spreads ignorance.
Just waving away evidence and spreading ignorance.
Can I tell you something? There is not one evidence that you have brought, to this server that proves to us that the Earth is indeed a spinning ball. You haven't brought a single evidence. You haven't brought a single shred. Not one shred. Not even half a shred.
Right. Not even an 11-page paper of me doing a test.
What about a 13-page paper or a 15-page?
Are you asking yourself?
Or a 33-page, or 133, or a 666-page? Yeah. Why don't you bring it all? Bring them all. Yeah. But 11-page.
Gotcha, Kosho.
Yeah, he got me. He claims that I didn't bring a shred, a crumb of evidence, and then when I said 11-page paper, he says I need 600.
And 66. Get it right.
He didn't move the goalpost at all.
Nah.
So I'm going to get back to this little bit of a video view that I'm watching and making sure that the materials that's being pushed out is what I like, and then I'll post it later on. So just
what happened? Then that's the thing with the triangle.
Yeah.
You missed it, Jeremy. Jin was just telling me how important it is to be intellectually honest and concede when you're shown to be obviously wrong. And then he was shown to be obviously wrong. And then so he literally said, I'm just going to wave it away.
I wasn't.
Jin, was it obviously wrong or?
You and Jin were obviously wrong. Yes.
Because I'm not wrong.
I mean, I just wanted to see what the rebuttal was for it. I wasn't bringing this as any kind of like. I did think it was a good proof if it was true. Obviously, you know. They definitely portrayed it so that the flap was. They definitely portrayed this in a dishonest manner. Then if the flap's the same way every time.
Now check that picture out and that posted. These are still shots. Jin posted. Hold on, I'll post Jin's too just for clarity.
Yeah, make sure you post the one I post, because I don't want you to get it wrong.
So here's what Jin posted, showing still shots from the same footage.
Jeremy, I'm going to post a link.
The triangle's not sticking out. And here's footage I'm posting from the same footage where the triangle is clearly visible in some angles. And he's there. When he goes to take a picture of the other astronaut, he turns around and faces him. And you can see it sticking up. So, I mean, it's just one of those things that's not really, maybe it looked like an issue at first, but when you take a closer look, it's not an issue at all.
Yeah, the main point you've got to take away from this is that the life support systems, all flaps should be fastened and buttoned down. Button down your hatches. It should never be up. The fact that it's up, right, is what David Percy is saying is the astronauts were trying to whistleblow, because that should never be upwards. It was, and then they showed us the place. At the same time, it was fastened down, so there was some kind of signaling going on there. That's what he said.
Yeah, we definitely have an issue. Kosho's saying that the triangle flap is up the whole time.
Yeah, but it's not. It's not.
Guy.
Yeah, the red circle is that flag or that.
Jeremy, can you see it, Jeremy? Posted it. Okay, Jeremy, click on that link.
To be clear, Jeremy. To be clear, the guy.
Click on that link. I just posted for you, Kosho. Click on it.
To be clear, though, Jeremy, the guy in the middle row, the middle row, the two left pictures, and the guy in the middle top, but on the left side, that's a different astronaut. I was just showing him from forward and back how you can see that it's shorter when he's seen from the back, and it's bigger when he's facing the front. And then the two pictures. The one at the bottom left and the one in the middle right, that's the astronaut from the picture, but that's him taking the flag at the very beginning of the video when he's pulling it out. You can see clearly that from that angle, yeah, it's protruding upwards.
Yeah.
Depends what angle you're looking at it from.
So basically, what we're saying is that there's a continuity error, which was highlighted by David Percy, and we saw that the plis was securely down. This thing should never be. It should never be loose. It should never be. It should be secured in its fastened down position. There is no reason for that thing to be up. It's in the wrong position. Shouldn't be there. It's an anomaly that shouldn't have happened on the lunar surface. That's what we're saying. Okay? Do you get it now?
Yeah, but I think Kosho's saying there is no anomaly because actually the flaps up all the time. Right, Kosho? Is that what you're saying? The flaps up all the time?
You can see there's in this 7-minute footage, you can see them walking around a bit, both facing different directions, and you can see how the flap looks like from, you know, different angles, different times, and it clearly looks like, yeah, just like the still shot, like the pictures from the footage, short footage, that looks like it's barely seen, and then it looks like you can see it clearly from the front. Yeah, that's happening all throughout this footage. Like, depending on the angle you're looking at it from, it's clearly sticking up, or it's he's, you know, bending forward and you can't see it at all.
There's no continuity error. So I was all excited this whole time.
Unfortunately, no.
Yeah, but the point we're making is that that flap shouldn't be up, should it? Shouldn't be up.
It's up for both.
That would definitely be a good side point. I mean, that's supposed to be securely attached to the.
Yes.
Thing.
That's
so
the point.
why would they even have it on there if they're not going to use it? I mean, they sent extra buttons. They wouldn't send extra buttons to the moon. They were worried about weight. So you're not sending extra flaps and buttons and shit if you don't need them.
Really, though, this is a side. That would be a side point, because how do you have gas pressure without a container first? Then we're talking about on the moon.
True, no doubt. All right, we got a side point. Good call, Fuzzy.
A side point on the side dish. That's good. But the point there is that should be securely fastened because it's a life-saving equipment on the back. It's a life-saving bit of kit. The plis, portable life saving system. Life support system, sorry. Life support system. So any flaps that are loose shouldn't be, and that's whistleblowing, apparently, telling us they're not on the moon.
I was thinking the same thing. That flap's one of the most important parts. I forget what it does. What does it do again, that flap?
Well, it secures the plis into its actual pocket because the actual life support system goes into like a harness bag, and then it has to be secured so that it doesn't move around, yeah? If you're jumping around, rolling around on the moon, it's not going to start sliding out. It's got to be held in place, and then you wear that on the back like a rucksack. Do you understand?
Yeah, that flap helps hold it down, right? Yeah,
secured it down. Yeah, that's what that was. And they pinned it upwards to show us. Look, we got it up, and the thing is, it had to be deliberately pinned upwards because it's not that stiff like a card. It's a flap, isn't it? It's loose, flimsy.
Is it? I don't know. I haven't worn that suit.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's the thing they highlighted as well in the video that we watched. It tells us that it's a flimsy piece of material that should have been secured down, and for it to be secured upwards, it had to be fashioned in such a way to keep it stiffened because it wouldn't be. It can't stand up like that. It's not stiff. It's flimsy, just like a towel, a cloth, a handkerchief, loose, flimsy.
This just troubles me because it seems like we just realized that Bert Sabrell actually is a bit dishonest in his delivery, right?
Why?
Well, he obviously saw all the footage, right? The 7-minute footage I posted. He saw the whole thing, and he was sure to only show the parts that would be compelling to you, right?
Well, it wasn't Bart Sabrell we're talking about. Again, you got the wrong name. We're referring to David Percy from a video known as "What Happened on the Moon." Part 1, photographic anomalies. Is what we're talking
Okay.
about.
I thought you were saying that it was from.
Sibrel.
I thought you were saying it was from. Okay.
No, not from a funny thing happened on the way to the moon by Bart Sibrel, although they cover some anomalies in that as well, which is part of the compilation which I posted to you. So that's the thing.
What Kosho said is true. What Kosho said is true, though, either way. I mean, this guy's supposed to be a forensic analyst of video and pictures. How do you get this wrong? Like, how do you get this wrong? That's making me start, I'm questioning.
Well, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know that he got it wrong. I don't know that Bart Sibrel has got it wrong, so I don't know about that.
Kosho's saying this Dave Percy guy got it wrong. Dave Percy's the photographic specialist. He had photographic analysts go over this footage meticulously, right? Like how they.
Well, that's why he highlighted it. That's why he highlighted it. That's
they
why
got it wrong, though. But they got it wrong.
He didn't get it wrong. No, he didn't get it wrong. Why did he get it wrong? What did he get wrong, Jeremy?
Kosho's saying the flap's up the whole time, and it's not down and up. It's always up.
We don't know where he got that from, because for the video we watched, it wasn't up all the time, was it?
It was from his video, though.
In the movie? Oh, you took it from that? Kosho's saying he got it from the video.
I didn't take it from that. I just found.
No, he didn't get it from. He didn't get it from David Percy's video. No, he didn't, because he didn't show us. No, he didn't. You got that from another video. I know that, Jeremy. I know. I know. He got it from another video. He didn't get it from our video. He didn't get it from our one, the one that I watched. That's for sure. So you may have got that from NASA or from another site. You didn't get it from what happened on the moon, part 1, photographic anomalies. You didn't get that, those videos, and that you didn't get it from there. I know that for sure. I'd lay my life on it.
Hey, you might be right.
I don't say I might be right. Just say you are right. Don't say I might be right, because I'm laying down my life on this one.
I would have been
I'm laying down my life on this one.
fool if I would have gotten the same footage that you were using. The whole point was I was trying to show you the full footage.
Yeah, right, but it wasn't from the video that I watched. That's the thing. And the footage that we watched showed us the place totally secured. That's the thing you got to remember. So I don't know where you're saying David Percy got it wrong. He didn't get it wrong at all. David Percy was trying to highlight the whistleblowing going on, the anomaly, the continuity error that shouldn't be there. Why is it there? He's asking the question. Could it be that the astronauts are trying to whistleblow? He offered that up as a suggestion. That's all. Okay? That's it.
Fair enough.
Right. And if it indeed whistleblowing, that particular action would prove that they're not on the moon, because you wouldn't take that risk, would you? If you're on the moon where there's no air, you're in a vacuum, being bathed by 960 rems of debilitating instantaneous death radiation, not to mention the cosmic rays that are cosmic ray particles that are moving at the speed of light, to the tune of over 600 million miles an hour. And for every square centimeter, you get four infringements from these cosmic rays per square centimeter. So it's like you're in a monsoon. Yeah? Right. You know what I mean? So come on. That's what we're saying. Were they trying to whistleblow? That's my point. Anyway. Aha.
I found your video. Take a look at it now.
That video is something I've just found. It's got a compilation of errors. Okay, that's what that is. A compilation of NASA errors is what that is there.
Did you post it? I found it on the video.
Yeah, I posted it a few minutes ago. Yeah, you might have to scroll back to the beginning.
I found it on Vimeo.
Okay, well then you need to watch it from the beginning, because the bit that I'm looking at is at the beginning, but I'm watching it all the way through anyway. So, but yeah, I'm still looking for that original video, the original one, because it's so good. So
sure,
good.
it's from this video. Scroll through.
I posted it. Look, if you can see, like Jin CBR1, you can see my name, right?
Facebook one.
See, you know the icon, the black guy with the flat Earth T-shirt. You know it there. right? He's not running away from you, and it's 58 minutes past the hour. That's it. That video. Click on that.
I see it. Yeah, I see the footage.
Now that link. Right, that link is a recent link that I found. It's a recent link, and it happens to have a clip, an excerpt from the video that I'm trying to find. But this particular link has a compilation of NASA errors. Even Generism is on there highlighting some errors. So it's a compilation, that particular one. Okay, it has an excerpt of a couple of excerpts from the video that I'm looking for, which was taken down 2 years ago. That's all it is. Don't get too excited.
It plays about 5 seconds of the salute thing.
Yeah, just watch the video, listen to what's being said, and then then act accordingly. Now, I'm going on mute.
I mean, it sounds like it's in contention if you've even debunked this thing, Kosho. So we're not on the side point yet. We're still on the side point, the main side point.
Which point?
Call it side point A.
So which point?
The flaps being up and down. Jin's saying you didn't show that they're. He's saying you got some of your shit from some other video. We have
yeah. So Jin, the video Jin just showed, it has about a 3 second, 5 second clip. But I'm showing it again now. So this is when they switch places. So yeah, it's showing these guys taking. So I posted the 7-minute full clip. This is just different cuts from that clip. It's not really showing anything. It's just showing them, for half a second. But yeah, it's the same footage. It's just this is tiny excerpts of it. But yeah, in this footage, the flaps are. Let me see. Yeah, the flaps are exactly where they are in the footage I showed. Like I said, the guy that jumps and salutes. In the short frame, they don't show him after he walks up to the other guy, but he walks right up to the other guy and he hands him the camera so he can take pictures. He turns around and faces. There's no cuts, and when he turns around and faces him, you can see clearly that from the front, you can see that triangle sticking up. I mean, those flaps are on the front of the. They're not on the back. They're actually on the front of the backpack. So it's in between their back and the backpack. So from the backside, I don't know.
Hey, Kosho, have you not seen any anomalies in space footage?
Say what?
Have you seen no anomalies in space footage?
Do you have one?
Zero.
To show me? I mean, you're asking a generic question.
No.
I'm not a specific.
Yes, I'm asking you a very generic question. Have you seen anything over zero anomalies in space footage?
If you got one to show me, I can discuss it. I don't have one on the top of my head.
No. See, this is me calling.
I don't have one on top of my head. So unless you have one to show me,
have you seen any? Yeah. Have you seen anything over zero in 5 years on Discord?
I have. I found one.
No, I'm talking to Kosho.
If you got one to show me, that'd be great. But if not, that's the same.
See, you don't got shit, man. You're so. This is the dishonesty right here.
I was talking to Jeremy about something specific that we're looking at. You asked me a generic question.
Yep, I'm asking you a generic question. It should be the easiest answer you can make.
Yeah.
Should be the easiest answer you can make. Have you seen anything?
Have you ever showed me anything that was compelling? No. You've never shown me anything compelling. You'd like to do that?
Now he goes for personal tech. I have not shown him anything compelling. That's not the question, is it?
Riggs, what about your picture that you just
posted? Not talking to you, Zanuck.
I know, but just what about that picture you posted about the guy clipping in with the carabiner? What's your problem with that?
Doesn't matter. Kosho, have you seen anything compelling in the last 5 years?
Kosho, ask him about that picture.
Here's the thing, man. If you say no...
Kosho, ask him about that picture.
Yeah, Zanuck, I'm not talking to you right now. But if you say no, Kosho, then you have no reason to be here. right? If you've seen nothing compelling in 5 years, you have no reason to be here. And you're also a fucking liar, if that's the answer too. So go ahead and answer, or
It's
don't.
not surprising
And then,
that you
guess
don't
what? If you
understand
don't
the words
answer,
I've said.
if you
But
don't
the words I've
answer,
said
that means
is
you are a
you
fucking
haven't
liar.
shown me anything compelling. And what I've also said is, if you'd like to show me something, go ahead. If you think I said something different,
That wasn't the question,
because
was
you're
it?
confused.
Wasn't the question, was it? You have yet to answer my question, which only points out the dishonesty and also points out why you shouldn't be here after 5 years. So I guess you just proved my point. Thank you.
Okay, Griggs, now please explain that picture you posted. I'm curious as to what the problem is there.
The reflection, okay, the angle of the device is pointed up and behind 45 degrees. The Earth is in front of him. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
And if you need evidence that the Earth is in front of him, I can post the full video.
Oh, you can. No, that's not a problem with that particular reflection. That's how where the Earth would be in that wide-angle lens.
Yeah, I don't need your explanation. Thank
well,
you.
then you can
There's
show
the
me.
video.
You're wrong. You don't like being wrong. I get that.
I don't need your
There's nothing
explanation.
wrong.
Thank you.
There's nothing wrong. You probably also have a problem with that one guy with the reflection that goes up his body and through his face mask.
Don't need your explanation. Thank you.
You can't help yourself. You're so scrambling for defending these things you don't understand.
Am I scrambling?
Yes, you are. Because
you're the one who's here.
No,
okay, let me ask. Now I'm talking to you, Zanuck.
Yeah.
Have you seen anything compelling in the last 3 years that you've been involved in this bullshit?
Yeah, there was one. Yes. There was one.
Okay. Now, what was that?
That was
there was
the
one
sound
thing
registered when
in 3 years.
You asked me, I'm trying to answer you. So the one that actually, now remember, compelling. Compelling means you're motivated to take action to find out more about, right? That's what the word compelling means in layman's term. So when I heard, now it's only because I didn't understand what I was seeing, so it compelled me to do more investigation. So one thing I was compelled to learn more about was when they were hitting the post, the stake on the moon, and it was registering in the sound system. Of course, there is no sound in space, so how is that registering? That was my question. So I was compelled to do more investigation on that. That was one. There's others, visual things I've seen, but that's one I can remember right now. That's striking. I was strict by.
Would have been the physical vibration?
What's that?
Would have been the physical vibration?
No, it was physical vibration, but how is it transferred into the sound system inside the command module? Or the LEM. Inside the LEM, they're registering the sound of him hitting this with an anvil or a mallet or hammer. It's hitting the stake, and it's registering in the capsule, in the LEM. Kink, 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 kink.
What'd you find?
Well, found that he had microphones inside the suit. It was reaching from the hammer to his hand, into the suit, and into the microphones. But that was the explanation even initially, and I said I don't buy that until I started looking at how sound can actually travel in that environment through things that are in contact.
Why would the microphone be in the LEM?
No, microphone not in the LEM. I said microphone in his suit.
I know, but I'm saying your initial. You said never mind.
No, I said the microphone was in the suit, and it was.
I know, but initially you thought it was in the LEM.
Well, there's microphones in the LEM because the LEM is where you're hanging out there and they're recording things and they're communicating with the command module and back to Earth as well.
They're chatting back and forth the whole time.
Yeah,
but in the 7-minute footage I showed, they're like trying to sell the space shuttle. It's so cheap because they were like, hey, I got good news by the way. There's something about the space shuttle being ready with these tests. And like, oh wow, I love this country, man. We need that space shuttle. Yeah, we do. And like, dude, oh my god.
Right.
I can see why people got bored watching these.
Yeah. But I mean, Riggs is so funny. People for some reason, the flat earthers have real problems with angles. There's also things that they saw, that one guy with the reflection that was rolling. It was a bright reflection that ran up his suit, up to his helmet. So obviously there's stage lights that are shining on his helmet. And you don't realize that the light you're seeing was actually a reflection of the sun off of his watch. If you have a discerning eye, you could have seen that, and it's pretty obvious actually. But man, they love to run with things that they just don't understand. This is one that Riggs is talking about. You got a very wide angle lens here. You have an angle of the space station that is actually tilted such a way that even though it looks like it's at a 45-degree angle, it still has the way light travels from the viewer to the iPad or reflection, whatever it is, to what's the surface of the Earth beneath it, more than easily accounts for that angle. But he'll stand by, nope, it can't happen, because he just doesn't understand, like most of them. And we're here because it's entertaining to have these arguments. Right, Coach?
We all have their own reasons, right? The subject is, we talk about all the stuff that, I enjoy talking about. But, hey, I want to show you something crazy, though. Hold on. Check this out. A lot of this footage, a lot of these footage from these Apollo missions were recorded in Australia, like with a camera, right? Like a camera looking at a screen. Is that right? Not the raw footage, but the footage that was shown.
What do you mean?
That's what I heard. Is that like in Australia, they actually were recording it, looking at a monitor, so that they could broadcast it to everybody in the world. Think about that when I show this to you. Hold on.
Right. Let me look at Riggs. He's got action cam footage. He still doesn't understand how wide angle lenses work.
Look at the screenshot from the 7-minute video. It's not even a reflection because it says United States in the background. You see that?
Yeah, Riggs.
Wait, maybe that's on the LEM.
You posted already? Okay. You're looking here, Coach?
Oh, you see that United States in the background? I think that's on the LEM. Never mind. I thought that was like.
Okay. I'm looking at the flag and John Young's jump below, and then what up the one above?
Yeah, but in the beginning of the film, in the beginning, there's but I see what's going on. I guess you just couldn't see it before. I thought it was like never mind. It makes sense now. It's actually on the ship. I thought that it was like outside the screen.
Why don't you look at? Remember, whenever you're on the ISS, I think you only can see something like 15% of the surface of the Earth. Is that the number? I think that's correct.
3%.
Oh, that's only 3% we're looking at. Okay, so we got 3. Wow, that's what I heard that too. So you get 3%, but it looks like we're looking at a ball behind Riggs's picture there. We're over the. Looks like we're over the Mediterranean there. You know, the Sinai Peninsula, and we only can see 15 or 3% of the Earth beneath us. Yet the Earth is it's a radical curve. Well, that's not what it would look like in your eyes. And the angles, because of this convex lens, everything will distort, and you can't look at something and say, well, it can't be at a 45-degree angle and see what it's saying. Of course it can, because it's so fucking distorted. So yes, there's nothing wrong with that picture, Riggs. You got to just go do your homework. Go simulate it. Go get a lens like that and go a big fisheye lens and do that test, and you can easily resimulate that situation.
Actually, I think less than 3%. What the fuck? Hold on. No, that's not right. Hold on.
Oh, you're looking it up?
No, I'm trying to do the math on it.
Well, let's see. We got. Let me see what he's seeing right now. Look. Looking out the window there, or looking out his viewfinder over the ocean. Can't tell what the landmass is beneath him. I thought it looked like the Mediterranean, but maybe not.
Yeah, math checks out. It's about 2.7%.
So if you're up in that ISS, and I can't tell if that's over South America, and that's the
that would be your entire view, like the most you can see.
Right. Yeah, it's a big. The landmass is taking up almost the entire field of view. In most cases, in fact, in some cases, it is. So you can, and it's not even the entire landmass. So you can kind of understand how big any of the largest landmasses are, and see how much of a percentage that would be of the globe, and it would be pretty small. Because that fisheye lens is a fisheye lens, and it's completely and utterly distorting the view, and all the angles are messed up as well, and he's not getting that. But yet he'll stand by it as an example of some type of inconsistency. Pretty funny.
Hey, have you seen this picture? Hold on. I'm sure you have.
Oh, you know what he's so silly about? You looking at that video that Briggs posted, Josh?
Yeah.
If you look at things, he moves the camera around, so you can see at some point in time, there's things above his head, like structures in this thing. So you can say, okay, that's above his head, and right where that thing is above his head, the Earth that's been distorted with the lens is right there as well. So obviously, if it's above his head and he has an angle, he will be able to see that structure and the surface because it's all in the same area of his field of view. It's unbelievable, these arguments. It's just so funny.
You see that picture of the Florida, planet Florida?
Right.
It's posted.
So there's your wide angle lens, but look at your thing. You're seeing South Carolina to about Louisiana, and all the way down to the tip of
the Keys.
Florida Keys, and
that's about that's about the horizon too. The horizon, I think, is about 1,300 miles.
Yeah, that's what I would guess. Right. You know, so you got you might even get New York, all the way straight across south of the Great Lakes, and that's it. And out to Louisiana, maybe a corner of Texas there with that image.
No, you don't see Texas in there.
Well, I mean, you're pretty far east there, maybe because it comes in at Louisiana. Anyway, so let's say just you get Florida, maybe in Louisiana. That's it. That's all you got. That's it. It's a small chunk of the Earth, man. You got 3%. So you got 33 of those. 33 of these pictures you could take and not overlap on the Earth. And that makes sense.
Hold on, Jace. No, he's not. So we were talking about quantum mechanics earlier, but I don't think SC is here. I think SC was the one we were talking to about it. Yeah, if you and Jace were here.
Dallas is slaughtering Atlanta. God. Gosh, how long do you think this is going to go on before these folks just realize that they're just wrong about everything? Think it'll ever happen?
I'll be dead before it happens. I'll live to be 600. So
When they in 2 years when they land on the moon, I mean, what's going to happen there? They're going to say it's all done in the studio.
I don't know. Well, I mean, who's to say that that's a proof? You know what I mean? It could just be just actors and all that stuff. So.
Yeah. Well, they're going to have more and more videos and more ability for people to, check where that rocket goes overhead. It spins one time around the Earth and then's gone. Where did it go? Where did it land? How come no one saw it?
Unless you were given money, even you, unless you were given money to not believe it anymore, I don't think there's anything that's going to compel anybody to change their mind. I remember Chemo said that a long time ago too. He said nobody's here to change their mind. So,
right. It's just funny that they're all so sure that this is all a big conspiracy.
Well, we're sure too, right?
But we know, we have knowledge. They don't.
Yeah, I was gonna type something to Jace. I just want to let him know. Jace, there was a conversation we were having earlier, and it was mainly SE, kind of Jeremy a little bit, but we were talking about quantum mechanics and entanglement, specifically the implications of entanglement, and so we were trying to go over what it actually meant and what the actual claims are, and I tried to go into John Bell's test, and it doesn't. I mean, I figured. I just thought that if you were there, you probably would have. You could have maybe straightened it out a little bit better than. Because no one was listening to us. So I said clearly. I mean, I thought it was pretty clear. Like the example I just kept using was electrons in an electron shell. That's one, like, because there was like, how do you entangle these things? Like, they can be entangled by many different ways, but one easy way to what's the word I'm looking for? to get the intuition for it is like the electrons in an electron shell, and the property would be their spin. They'd be entangled. And then this is the part that I don't know if I was saying this correctly, but as long as they were undisturbed and you separated them, the idea is that once you observe one of the particles, like one of the electrons, and the wave function collapses, the understanding is that the other wave function of the other electron collapses and gives you the opposite spin. And then I had to look into John Bell's test again because I was kind of confused by it.
You're talking quantum mechanics with people that don't know the shape of the Earth. Do you know?
Well, they were talking about it.
I know. Well, you're actually engaging in that conversation. When they don't know the shape of the Earth, you're going to talk about quantum entanglement.
Well, I was trying to keep it simple because they were talking. I think there was somebody else was trying to explain all these different things, but it really is as simple as.
Dude, they're a product of Google searches. All their knowledge comes from Googling something and then trying to understand what those words mean, and they don't even know the definitions of half the words that are in those papers or writing. I mean, it's just insane. You got to stay. That's why I stay in things that are physical, like trigonometry, geometry, and other basic physics laws, because they can't even go beyond that where it's more conceptual, like a concept like entropy, a property of a law.
That's why you guys love us so much, right?
Their minds explode. I mean, they don't understand what the actual words mean.
That's why you guys love us so, right?
Well, yeah, it's fun when it's like a play on
so
words.
much.
It's like it's like the play on words, and it's like a game almost.
Yeah, you just need to massage yourself.
Pseudo means fake, so it's not real. It's like,
hey, Zanuck, do you touch yourself more than once a day?
I touch myself all the time.
Yeah, I know.
How do you know?
I did.
Everyone here knows that just by telling, just by you being here, they can tell.
Why are you here, Riggs?
I fucking belong here.
Why do you belong here? You don't belong here. This is Earth Awakenings. How are you awakened? when you can't even understand how basic geometry or trigonometry works. Your lens for that spacewalk is showing exactly what it should see for what is beneath it, based on the angles and the type of lens convexity of the lens that has. So you're completely wrong. You don't understand what you're watching or thinking.
Right.
And I'm here just because
hold on. I want to say one more thing to Jace, just real quick. Yeah, Jace. Yeah, I'm trying to express that, and then the one thing that SC kept saying was about them being entangled, and as I understand it, let's say that they're entangled. The wave functions, they're basically one, except for opposite. Like so, one has spin up, one has spin down. You separate them, the wave function collapses, and now that they're separated and the wave function has collapsed, the electron that you have, if it's interacting with all different matter and all that kind of stuff, then ultimately the wave or the entanglement's going to cease between them, right? Because of decoherence.
Yeah, if you bring the electron like into the environment and it starts interacting with other things, it'll decohere. And
yeah, and clear, because that was the other thing that he was going on about, like, you move it, like if you move this electron, the other one's going to instantly move somewhere else in the galaxy. I'm like, that's not really entanglement at all. It's just
you can't cause physical motion using entanglement. It's only like you said, it's quantum properties that are entangled.
And do you know? I'm sure you're familiar with John Bell's test. It's just like that was the other thing I was trying to express, is that I thought the conclusion of his test was like that it indeed. What was it? That there's not what's it called?
No hidden variables.
Yeah, right, yeah. No hidden variables, but then there's not a consensus about what allows it to communicate, or to communicate instantly, basically.
Yeah, so it was more basically, the idea was that Einstein and his little crew were trying to say that you couldn't violate locality, and that there had to be some hidden variables in quantum mechanics that we didn't know about. But Bell's test showed that there aren't hidden variables and that locality can be violated, but you can't use that to send information.
Right.
So causality isn't violated.
So was the case that they couldn't communicate directly with each other, but when they counted when they counted all the ups and downs, basically it was 50-50, showing that it's just showing it wasn't random, because you would have suspected it to be more random if they weren't communicating with each other, and it was so obviously they were still entangled, but there wasn't any hidden variable.
Yeah, there was like Einstein and them came up with a probability percentage that if they were right about this hidden variable thing, the result should be this percent. But if they weren't right about it and there were no hidden variables, quantum mechanics predicted this percent. When Bell did the test, they got the quantum mechanical percent.
Right. That's when I was looking into it. Some of the interpretations are kind of up in the air about whether or not there's any sort of communication faster than light, or whatever, or instantaneous, or whatever it is. Information, because if there's no hidden variable, then the information wasn't there before. It doesn't exist until the wave function collapsed, right?
Well, before the wave function collapses, they're in what's called the superposition, where they're either they're both spin up, spin down, like at the same time. It's more of a mathematical thing, but when you observe it, that's when it kind of falls into one definite position, either one one will be spin up, so the other spin down, or it'll be spin down and the other is spin up. But until you observe it, they're in that superposition of both spin up and spin down, both of them.
It is kind of tricky though, because if there is no hidden variable, then there, I guess the community, whatever they're communicating, like however they're communicating the information to each other, it wasn't available before the wave function collapsed, though, right?
Yeah, so that's what the whole superposition thing is. They're not in a definite state until you observe them. So you can't say, like, it was spin up this whole time even before we observed it, and the other one was spin down the whole time even before we observed it. They're in superposition.
You couldn't even say they were in a position or a definite state if you're not observing them.
Well, no, but I thought that the way he did the test was that the two observations, like one was observing one of the photons, one was observing the other one. That at the rate at which they were observing it, it would have been faster. It would have been too fast for the light to have communicated between the two of them.
It's an instantaneous change, but the two people who are doing the measurement can't communicate with each other faster than the speed of light. So you can't send any information faster than the speed.
Oh yeah, right. So it's just saying that there is something spooky happening, but it's not something spooky that we can do something useful with, basically.
It just shows basically that it violates locality, but not causality.
Oh, okay.
I don't think it violates anything. It's just what your eyeballs take in from the reflection and the output of light.
There is some sort of connection that is stretching. That there's something that connects them that does have an instantaneous. So there really is something kind of misunderstood there, and it's really interesting actually when you think about it, because
a lot of things are misunderstood.
Well, I mean, there's like a mystery there because it doesn't obey the law of like locality, like you were saying, but there's no information that can be communicated outside of that. But outside of that, or not inside of that, I mean the relationship between the two of them, between them, they are communicating faster than light, though, or instantaneous, which is kind of interesting. Like the two electrons or the two photons or whatever.
You mean from the one source?
Yeah, like they're both one of them is going to be up, one's going to be down.
If they all come from the main, if they come from the main source, why are you saying they're different things?
Because before the wave function collapses, both of them are neither of them, or both of them are both of them. So it's like it's kind of weird to describe because it's going to sound fucking made up, but like I was using Jace, I was using that glove example. I think Cordis told that to me a long time ago. Like like one person has a glove, then nobody knows which glove they have. But once you observe, one of the gloves with the left thumb or whatever, the other one's the other thumb. But in actuality, like in quantum mechanics, both of those gloves have both of those gloves exist as both those gloves before the wave function collapses.
Yeah, that's the whole superposition thing.
Yeah,
I was saying. And like if you do the Stern Gerlach, if you have one of those devices, you can kind of suss out that whole superposition effect.
There's no misunderstanding. There's just the ignorance in what's happening. That's all. I mean, it's like they keep implying something happening, like you keep saying this crazy shit's happening that's not.
That's the problem. Superposition has a lot of consequences in reality, so we know it's a real thing. It's just a reason they can't make smaller chips. Like the electrons won't behave the way they're supposed to in a transistor. They'll jump across shit.
They'll tunnel if the gap between the two transistors gets too small. Then they can just tunnel.
So you have your materials should be according to the voltage or watts or shit you put
No,
through it.
no.
That makes sense.
So things of
That would be
that small of a
retarded.
mass and that small of a
But it would
mass,
be,
that
but it would
small
be
close
retarded to
range
say I
has a
do.
likeliness of jumping through walls.
Well, I'm going to use this material that I know is not going to work. Who would do that? Why would you even do that to begin with? Why would you even say that and say anything goofy
Make
about
smaller
it? Like,
chips. We've been making smaller chips for the past 60, 80 years. So they'll
okay,
always try to
listen,
make smaller chips.
yeah, cool. What I'm saying is, if in reality you have a small wire and you put a smaller current through it because it's a smaller wire because it can only take so much, what else are you saying?
No, like your memory in your phone or whatever. Like you got certain gigs. Like the goal is to keep sticking more and more transistors in a smaller, hard drive, so that you can have like a terabyte in your cell phone or something. But something like this is not really. They're not capable of making smaller transistors because of the quantum tunneling, electron tunneling. I mean.
Yeah, but you're trying to say something is two things at once and can be this while you're not looking, and when you look at it, mysteriously, it's going to be something that no, none of that shit's real. You're not going to look at a tree and then tomorrow look at it and it's going to be a fruit tree, and then today be a vegetable. It's not
These are
happening.
quantum objects, not macroscopic.
I don't care what object. Any object you make up, Dr. Seuss Quantum. If you look at quantum thorlaxes, they're not going to be snorlaxes tomorrow.
They are starting to use like buckyballs and stuff bigger, bigger than quantum level objects. So
Yeah, but these are still things that you have to interact with using electrons and photons and stuff like that. That's what's meant by look at. You're not looking at them with your eyes. We're using lasers and different types of photon sources and electron sources to interact with these objects. And that's what causes the decoherence of the wave function.
But that quantum tunneling, though, with the electron, that has to do with the de Broglie wavelength, right? Like de Broglie wavelength is inversely proportional to the mass or something like that. So the small.
Hold on, real quick, Kosha, real quick. Does my mic sound okay?
Yeah, it sounds fine, dude.
Right,
you want me to look? You want me to look at you in the mirror too to see if your makeup's okay?
No, I'm having a technical issue. Just go ahead. Shut up.
Fuck me. But anyway, let's see. Oh yeah, the Broglie wavelength. That's like the inverse. It's inversely proportionate to the mass. So if something's bigger, like a tree, the de Broglie wavelength is going to be tiny, and if something's small, like an electron, its de Broglie wavelength is bigger, which makes it more likely for tunneling and stuff like that.
What about your double slit? That's the main thing you're talking about, right?
Well, he was talking about tunneling. When you have small quantum objects like electrons, you have a very tiny gap between one source to the next. They can tunnel through that gap because their wavelength, as he was saying, is bigger than the energy difference needed.
Yeah, that's cool. What I'm saying is, what got us to the quantum idea of quantum mechanicism of something being in two places at one time or reacting when you look at it? Isn't that the double slit? When you look at the light and the photon supposedly reacts a certain way? I mean, isn't that the main principle of what we're talking about?
It goes back to what he was just saying about measuring it. He's saying it's the act of taking the observation or taking the measurement is, you having to interact with it basically, and that makes the wave function collapse.
There's no way you can't interact with the surface to be bounced off of it or a frequency to be in there to interact with it if you're reading it or looking at it. I mean,
well, no, like in the double slit, you can just have a photo detector behind the slit, and that will show the interference pattern. But if you try to put another type of detector in between the slit and the photo plate, then you won't get that interference pattern, because while it's traveling to the plate, you have to interact with that photon to see which slit it went through.
Yeah, but then they get rid of that by doing the delayed choice one. Did they eliminate that the detector problem? That was the whole issue that people are having problems with, right?
I think the delayed choice was
The delayed choice, it's still the same thing. People like to confuse, like they think you have to take just what happened at the first plate detector, but you can just look at the reverse situation and it still gives you the same result as the double
They had
slit.
a problem. The issue was that people were saying the detectors were triggering this thing, and so they did the delayed choice thing to eliminate the issue of the detectors at the slit, right?
Yes, but then there's no detector at the other slit, and when you have to, basically the pattern that shows up is just a scattered pattern, and you have to actually extrapolate out the interference pattern from that.
You're not able to tell what was
Yeah,
interfering
you
and
don't
what
see
was.
the interference pattern. That's not what shows up. It's just a mixture of like a band that goes across the second detector. But if you were to trace back like every path of every photon that went through, then you would get the interference pattern. You have to extrapolate it out.
That was a tricky part too, is how because somebody was suggesting that they're shooting single photons through the slits, right? And that doesn't sound possible to me. I know that they were able to read what's happening through each slit, but they're not shooting like a single photon at a time as a particle. I think this is Essie was suggesting at least. And
yeah, you can. You have to use a lot of filters. There's a guy on YouTube, I forget what his name is. I'll try to find the video, but he shows you like the setup to attenuate the laser beam so much that it's just one photon coming out at a time. It doesn't come out of the laser as just one at a time, but after it goes through all these filters, it'll be just one that passes through.
Before it goes to the slit, is it propagating as a particle, or only if you're observing it?
Well, yeah, it'll still be a photon. Like the energy is what the photon contains. That's the energy, and so it'll be dispersed on the plate as either the interference pattern or it'll be just a single dot, depending on how you do the experiment.
Quick question. Now, we can see photons, right? You could see one photon, it's light. It travels forever, right? Into your eye, or no? Can you not see that?
No, you need a minimum of 9 photons to hit your eye at a time for you to be able for the cells to cause a reaction to see it.
What about the buckyballs? We're doing the double slit with those. We can see those, right?
No, you can't see a buckyball. Not without like an
naked eye, but we can just not with your naked eye, but we can visibly see them, right? Like you don't need any
with an electron microscope, yes, but not with your naked eye.
Okay, so I understand, not with your naked eye. Relax. So we can see them. So you don't need any kind of weird detectors that they have to pass through or act with. We can just do this visually, right?
For the experiment where you're trying to see what slit it went through, you need a detector there. You can't watch which slit it goes through.
You just said we can see them.
With an electron microscope, Jeremy, that's a very specific thing. That's not a detector.
Do we own electron microscopes?
Yes, but you can't set up an electron microscope behind the slit and have the buckyball stop in it precisely where it needs to be. That's not how it works.
You can't record
in the double
video.
slit experiment with it, you have to have a detector.
You can't record video on an electron microscope?
How big do you think an electron microscope is, man?
Record video on it of anything that's happening.
What do you even think an electron microscope is?
I don't know. Can you record video on it? Why are you asking me questions?
I have not heard of anyone trying to do the double slit experiment within the viewing frame of an electron microscope.
Why are you obfuscating? This is it's not like a gotcha or anything. I'm just asking, can we record video through an electron microscope?
Yes.
Didn't they make that one video where they made like an animation with the hydrogen
atoms? You can record videos, but the nature of the double slit experiment, you cannot do it with an electron microscope. That's just not how it.
So you're telling me we can't set up an electron microscope just like right above or below or near or close to the slit?
No, because the buckyballs are moving, Jeremy. They're traveling. You're sending them with a velocity through these slits. How are you going to stop it?
But imagine it's, you know, like
That's why I said you need video. That's why I said you need video so you can record it as it happens.
But then you would need to have your whole apparatus underneath an electron microscope.
I heard recently that they've, you know what sigma holes are? I'm sure maybe you do, but they had, that they were able to observe the charge of electrons, so they can now make observations of subatomic particles with electron microscopes.
I've heard of people, measuring the charge and the charge density and like the geometry of that.
Yeah.
But using it to view subatomic particles, no, that's new to me.
But that's how the article addressed it. But yeah, but that the charge density, they said that was the first observation of last week or something like that. But you said it's happened before?
Yeah, I know there were some people at like Cambridge and another one of the ones in England, one of the universities there, that they were measuring the charge density and like the shape of the charge density of the electron.
That's what's up, man. Hey, I wish you were here earlier, dude, just because we were, I mean, I think we were fine,
sure,
but you're able to you're more fluent,
Yeah, I was reading some of the text chat comments that were up there. Sounded like it was pretty fun.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I try to keep it simple with just like that basic point that there's a connection made. You know, the easiest one to imagine is the electrons and their spin, and once the wave function collapses, it collapses for the other one. You know, supposedly instantly, or how far away it is.
Now, the crux of SE's argument, he kept saying that we're saying things that, and I say we, that quantum says things that it doesn't say as far as entanglement goes.
That you can move one particle and the other one will move or something like that.
Yeah, a lot of people do that. They try to misrepresent it as that you can travel faster than the speed of light and stuff like that. But that's not what it says.
Communicate faster than the speed of light, which also you cannot do.
Yeah, you can't.
You can travel faster than the speed of light. I mean, it's happening in your heliocentric model. So if you're saying we can't, then your heliocentric model has a big paradox in it.
Before we move to that the expansion of the universe thing, I do want to say I thought we did agree though that they are communicating instantly. There is some communication happening instantly, right?
Well, the decoherence happens instantly, but you can't send signals back and forth to each other that way.
We cannot do it.
Hold on, guys. Once decoherence happens instantly because that was. Hold on a second. What's the decoherence thing that happens instantly?
It goes from the superposition state to two definitive states that are opposite in the magnitude of their signs.
Saying that they're both up and down. The spin of electron, for example, they're both up and down. Not a probability of both, because there's both up and down. And then once the wave function collapses for one of them, it instantly collapses for the other one. And so if one collapses and it's up, the other one has collapsed and it's down.
They're both in the same wave function. Entangled particles, they both have the same wave function. They're in that superposition. That's why if you measure one, the other one instantly is the opposite, because you collapse the wave function for both of them at the same time.
Okay, so I have a particle and you have a particle. All right. I collapse the wave function on mine. What do you see?
I would see the opposite that you see.
You wouldn't see anything on you until you also measure it. You would be able to predict.
Well, yeah, I'd have to be measuring it as well.
You would be able to predict what I would measure.
Hold on a second. So you're saying you don't see anything. I collapse my wave function on my particle. You don't know anything happened, right?
Not until I measure it, no. But if I was measuring it like immediately after you did, I would see the opposite that you see.
All right. Sorry, Gummy. Go ahead. What were you saying?
No, but that's what I'm saying. That's still.
Let Gummy get in. He's been trying to get in. I've been.
But I can't
I
then
was just
use
saying
that
that.
to communicate with Jeremy that I have the opposite of him.
Yeah, I hear you.
So essentially, if you've measured yours, you'll know what yours is and what mine is, but I won't know anything until I also check. And I mean,
Yeah, but
technically,
that's
you could call me and tell me what mine will be without me having to measure it, but even then, you haven't communicated faster than the speed of light.
Yeah, but that's not that's not the part that I think is. I think there's something that's there is something incredible happening though. We can't communicate with each other faster than light, and we can't communicate that information faster than light. But these two particles, the information wasn't like there wasn't a hidden variable before, so it wasn't the case that one of them was up always secretly and the other one was going to be down secretly. They both were up and down. And once one wave function collapsed, the other one collapses instantly, as if that connection that they had, regardless of how far away they are, it's connecting instantly. So I mean, that still I think is incredible. But
Hold on. What does that mean? The wave function for the other one collapse. I measure mine. The wave function collapses. Why?
It means
think of
it
it this
goes
way,
from
Jeremy.
the superposition back to the linear combination that made the superposition. So it goes back to the positive and negative, two different wave functions.
Well, you think something's happening when you collapse your wave function on your particle, but you don't really know because you didn't even look at you didn't see any change yet.
Yeah, but it's still decoherent.
As far as you know, though, nothing's happened.
Yeah,
right?
if I haven't measured it yet or haven't been told yet, then yes, I don't know. But in reality, the particle, the decoherence has happened already.
I don't know why you're saying it collapses the wave function on your particle when you don't know anything about it and you can't.
Because
sense
if you were to take a measurement, you would see that it had decohered.
And you wouldn't be able to tell when.
So Jeremy, the thing about quantum has
Wouldn't be
been
able to tell
tested.
what's behind it. Go ahead, Gummy.
I was just gonna say, the thing about it that has been tested is it's not like when you first get these entangled particles, they already have a determined spin like direction. It's only when you measure it that they actually take on one. And so let's say you and I have each one. You and I have each one that's entangled. It's not that it already has a direction before we measure it. It is once you measure it that it gets a direction.
Yeah, but that's
I'm very sorry, but I didn't listen to shit you said because I'm busy trying to not forget. I'm busy trying to not forget what I was going to ask Jace. So I'm very sorry, but
that's fine.
He had a good point, man. You should have listened.
I can't. Then I'm going to forget my thing now. Hold on, I'll write it down.
You ask him.
Just ask your shit. I'm sure.
Well, that's what he was just talking about. Basically, that's what Bell's test was. When you do that test, if they're in predetermined states, there's a probability outcome that is correlated to that. Like you should see up and down this many times, or you should see up this many times and down this many times if they're in predetermined states already. If they're in a superposition, then the probability of getting up and the probability of getting down is different. There's a different prediction for that.
50-50.
So you're telling me you could look at your particle. You could measure your part. What's up, Nikki? I'll be right back.
Fair enough.
He's trying to dwell on the point that, you don't know what it is. It doesn't matter if you've measured it or not.
Hold on. When you measure your particle, how do you know I've collapsed my wave function already?
Because if we keep doing the test, we're going to get Bell's result. The probability of me getting up or down is going to be what the Bell's test predicts.
So if I collapse my wave function and then you do this, you're going to get heads a certain amount of time?
Yes, I'd get heads a certain amount of times, and I'd get tails a certain amount of times, and the percentage that. Go
Hold
ahead.
on. So if I don't collapse my wave function, you're going to get a certain amount of heads and a certain amount of tails in another way, right?
Yes. Well, it's always going to be within the Bell's prediction.
If I collapse my function, you're going to get a certain amount of heads and a certain amount of tails. If I don't collapse it, you're going to get a different percentage of heads and tails, right? Or no?
No, because then I'm the one doing the decoherence part. It's just we're reversing roles in the experiment.
Well, all right, listen. How do you tell whether I've collapsed my wave function or not when you measure it?
How many times do I have to say it, man? Because of the outcome, the percentage of up and the percentage of down that I get in the outcome of the experiment.
Yeah, the way they did this test, actually, Jeremy, is there was two observers on two different sides observing, one of the particles, and the different team observing the other one, and there wasn't it wasn't like one was they were observing it as fast as they could, basically. So it's like I think sometimes different parties were observing it first. You know what I mean?
All right, listen. Just stop. Just give me a minute with Jace. I get you got 100 particles. I got 100 particles. I collapse all my fucking wave functions. All right. You measure all your particles and you get what, 50-50? What's the percentage after I've collapsed my function?
It's going to be the Bell's percentage. I don't know the exact number. It's not 50-50 though.
Well, I think it was 50-50. It 9-5 was the one if they were hidden variables, right, and 50-50 was the quantum mechanics.
Okay, let's just say it's 50-50. Fine. I collapse all my wave functions. We get 50-50. We throw all those particles away. We got 100 new particles. I don't collapse none of mine, and you measure all yours. Now what are you going to get?
Well, then I'm the one doing the collapsing. So it's still going to be the same distribution.
So you're not going to tell. So you can't tell. You can't tell if I've collapsed my wave function first or not. Can you? I mean, I thought this percentage thing was going to be it, but
no, the percentage makes you be able to distinguish between if it's a predetermined state or if it's a superposition state.
The percentage is the same whether I've collapsed my function or not. So I don't know how that changes.
Yeah, because
anything.
We can't communicate. I'm not going to be able to know unless you can send me a signal to tell me, hey, you've collapsed your wave function. Other than measuring mine.
What is me telling you I've collapsed my wave function do for you? You're still going to get 50-50, right? Heads, tails.
It's still going to be the Bell's prediction. That's the whole point.
This is not this Bell's prediction thing is not a differential in any way of whether I've collapsed my function or not, right?
Yeah, but they don't talk to each other until after they've all collected all their data.
Yeah,
I realize that.
It's not a way to communicate faster than light, as I've been saying. I can't use you measuring your wave function. I won't know unless I measure mine or you tell me.
Well, how does you measuring yours tell you if I've collapsed my wave function?
Because we know the base assumption of the experiment is we're using entangled particles, Jeremy. So I know if I measure mine and it's one state, then yours has to be the other state. And then you can measure yours, and we get together afterwards, and we see what the percentages were.
So me collapsing my wave function, you would never be able to tell by just doing. If we never talk, you can never tell if I've collapsed mine first, right? Hold on,
Jeremy. The thing is, no, it's important because
yes or no.
Yes or no question.
That's the yes or no question, please.
Not using just this experiment. If I set up a Stern-Gerlach thing, then I can tell what your state was.
So there is a way to tell what my state was.
Well, just measuring it is going to tell me, Jeremy. Like, your question is kind of nonsensical. Like,
yeah, you got to understand the purpose of the test, though, Jeremy. The purpose of the test is not to make sure they're entangled. They know they're entangled. The purpose is to see if they had a hidden variable the whole time. Like if they had they knew the outcome. So if the outcome was chosen before the wave function collapsed.
I don't understand. Is there any way to tell whether I've collapsed mine or not when you check yours? Yes or no?
No.
I don't want to hear no fucking word salad shit. Yes or no?
No.
No? All right.
I'm gonna send you a video, Jeremy. Might help.
That's all I need to know.
I don't know why it doesn't make sense to me. You're not trying to see if you collapse your wave function or not.
That's the whole thing that I'm trying to get at. That's not the point of this experiment. We're not caring who collapses it. All we're caring about is what the outcome is and what that depends on. If it's a predetermined variable or if it is a probability thing, which we have shown it is a probability thing, not a hidden variable thing.
Well, I mean, if you could find out whether mine was collapsed or not, you could send information. I don't know why that's not the purpose.
But that's why I'm saying that's impossible to tell purely from the given information in this experiment. That's why I'm giving you the answer no.
That experiment, I'm asking in any experiment, is there a way? I don't care about this one specific thing. Is there any way to tell that if I've collapsed my wave function or not?
Not that I'm aware of. Maybe JS has another.
No, I don't think so. I've been running through it in my head. Nothing that I know of.
Yeah, qubits. There's quantum computers that use entanglement to make calculations, but they don't use it. It's not used to communicate.
Okay, Jeremy, can you hear me, Jeremy?
Yeah, I hear you. There?
Nice one. Sorry to bother you. Right, I found the video, the full-length documentary. I posted it just now. Okay.
There we go, Kosho. We got it right in the chat. Jin's just posted it.
It's 10 minutes past the hour. Okay, it's what happened on the moon, part 1, photographic analysis. It's a long one. It's 2 hours and 13 minutes of a video. You got to watch. If you watch it at your leisure. The anomalies are there. Loads of photographic anomalies, especially with the jump salute. Okay, that's the one I've been looking for. It was taken off, but somehow I've managed to find it. Okay?
Hey, Jen, he's never found a compelling argument in 5 years. You think this is going to change his mind?
This could be it right here, Riggs. This could be it.
He's not conceded 1 point in 5 years.
I know what you mean.
Yeah, exactly, Kosho. You never said it because you wouldn't answer my fucking question. Dishonest piece of shit.
You're right. So maybe you shouldn't come to conclusions then.
Dishonest piece of shit.
All right, let's play nice. So have you seen something compelling in the past? Whatever.
I mean, I showed one to Zanuck during the conversation we were having.
What was it?
No, it looked like there was like a reflection on the screen, but I realized it was. I think it was actually.
That's a no.
So if you're really interested, Kosho, it's a treasure trove of untold amounts of anomalies abound. Watch it. This is a photographic expert of the Royal Society of Photography, David Percy, film producer. Okay, so now he's an expert of the experts. Okay, and that's coming to you from Jim.
No, Kosho's the
expert specialist.
That guy doesn't know shit.
There's a whole bunch of other experts who obviously disagree. So, like, why are you using an argument from authority?
Yeah, like Kosho. Kosho's the #1 expert.
No, Jin. There's a whole bunch of other experts who disagree with whatever Jin's trying to say.
Yeah, like Kosho. Exactly.
This is irrefutable evidence. So whatever your experts might be disagreeing with, they're disagreeing with the evidence. Fine. Don't worry about it. The moon landings can never happen, will never happen. It's not going to happen. It mustn't happen. It must.
That means you're not
allowed. Because it would disprove everything you believe in.
Not allowed to.
I don't carry
say
beliefs.
It mustn't happen because it prevents.
I don't carry beliefs. That's the thing. I don't carry beliefs.
Oh, you don't?
So. No, I don't carry beliefs at all, mate.
Like James, hit him with
that. Or don't know. That's it.
Hit him with that slick James shit, dude.
So when it comes to the flat Earth, I know that's flat. That's not a belief. When it comes to the heliocentric model and the what I call the idiocentric model and that ball, oblate spheroid ball, I know that doesn't exist.
Listen, raise your hand if you miss like
You're
James.
already wrong. That's fun.
Yeah.
You are wrong. You wake up wrong. You go to work wrong. You live wrong. You eat wrong. You sleep wrong.
Amen.
You will die wrong. Thank you very much. You wrong 'un. About wrong here, mate.
Dishonest, wrong people, man. Can't
I
stand
mean,
it.
anyone
Yeah.
can
I
just
chew
make a bunch
wrong.
of
I breathe wrong.
proclamations of things they claim to know
You,
that they
you
don't
probably shit
actually know.
front to back.
Yeah.
It's easy to just make proclamations about things you claim to know that you don't actually know.
We do know.
Anyone can do
We
it.
know this. It's not a claim.
You just keep claiming it, Jen. That's going to make it
Fact,
true.
man.
Make a claim,
Fact.
and then you claim that you didn't make a claim. Like, Jin.
I'm not making
It's
a claim.
silly.
I'm
It's
making a statement.
childish.
Hey,
I'm
Jace,
making a
does your toilet
statement and a
paper
fact.
start from the bottom or the top?
Just because you proclaim that you're not making a claim doesn't
Deeper
make
questions.
it so.
I'm making a fact statement. The earth is flat. That's what I know. That's fine. Take it as you will.
Hey, thanks, Jen. I'll check this out, man.
It's a long one. It's a really good one. It's like I said, it's a treasure trove of anomalies which I've been looking for the last 2 years. 2 years. It's only because of Jeremy I found it, because Jeremy highlighted it. He said, I don't know why we don't use that one, Jim. And the reason was because it slipped through my guard because that video had been taken down. But I knew exactly what you were talking about and the situation, and now I found the video. Thanks to Jeremy. Nice one, Jeremy.
Nice one, Jen.
You should probably download it because we're gonna mass report it and get it taken down right away. It's too powerful.
Yeah, I know.
It's too
I
powerful.
don't really want to
Make sure
spend
you
money. That's
download
the
it.
thing. I don't want to spend any money.
We already know.
Wait, if it was taken down, where'd you find it?
I found it. I found it 30 minutes ago, Jen. I told you.
Well, like, none of this stuff is even remotely
We're
threatening
already
to real
mobilizing every
scientists.
force, all the forces.
None of this stuff is even remotely threatening to actual scientists. So, like, no one cares. No one's going to take it down.
Yeah, that's why the scientists run. Like Neil deGrasse Tyson won't debate us. Yeah. Scientists and professors won't debate flat earthers because they know they'll be embarrassed and
It's a waste of time, Jen.
Scumbags.
I'm a
Scumbag liars.
professor, dude.
If you're a professor, you know it's a waste of time to talk to some person online who thinks the Earth is flat and then claims to know it.
Exactly.
Well, that's obviously not true because I'm
Love it. Thank you. I appreciate you supporting my argument.
You're right. Not all professors, of course.
No, it's okay. You guys are the #1 professors, subject matter experts, flat Earth denialists.
I would never claim to be a professor because I'm not, but JS might be.
Yeah, I'm an adjunct.
Anti-flat Earth fucking professors right here. Haven't found one compelling argument in over 5 years.
That's because you've been ignoring them, haven't you?
Man, dude, you're making my point so much stronger. I really appreciate it.
Am I? That's cool.
Yep, because all that projection, everything
cognitive
you're saying that I'm doing, you're just doing yourself. So I appreciate it.
Okay.
Yeah.
It just sounds more like dissidence.
Jen, if I show you a screenshot, can you help me find who this guy is? I just want to, because this is interesting, but I want to get to the bottom of it.
Here's the thing. You're projecting my projection onto your projecting.
All right, man. Sober up a little bit. You sound a little too globy right now.
It's a little ricochet rabbit.
Yeah.
Jeremy, you've probably seen this one too, Jeremy. This is you talking about it.
Have you seen this movie? It's called Inception. That's essentially what's happening, but with projection. It's a really interesting movie. But it's a bit hard to understand though. You might have to take some extra time and like pause it every once in a while, but it's a really good movie.
Is there any sex in it?
Yes, lots and lots.
Heterosexual?
No, not a single bit of heterosexual.
Oh, never mind. Hey, yeah, I don't know, Jen, I don't know if you can see the picture or Jeremy. I'm trying to figure some shit out, dude.
Yeah, I'm about to go out to the laundry now, so you're gonna have to wait till I come back. Save it for another day, maybe.
Maybe.
Don't you have a woman to do that for you?
You see, what do you mean? What do you mean? Don't I have a woman? Do you have a woman at all to talk about? Are you married?
I'm not married, but I have a woman.
Well, yes, I have my wife. My wife is there, and we all work
Why
together.
doesn't she do the laundry then?
She does the
And
cooking.
you go
I
do
do
the
the
laundry.
laundry. She does the cooking. I do the laundry, and then I do the cooking sometimes as well, and sometimes she does the laundry. But I'm the laundry man.
You get womanized by your woman.
No.
Very manly of you.
No, that doesn't happen.
Jen's a modern man. He gets pegged like most modern husbands.
Just a man.
Look at all this globing
Man,
projection now.
Yeah.
Just so much projection.
Yeah, don't worry. I look after my wife, and she looks after me. I look after my wife, and she looks after me. Brilliant.
Yeah, so you're being womanized.
No, I'm not being womanized. No,
Partners.
I don't ever
You
get
are.
womanized. I'm not getting womanized at all, man.
You're not. You're not a manly man. You're a womanly man.
No,
That's what this
you're
is saying.
Yeah, right. Yeah, black belt in karate. Yeah, sorry, black belt, brown
You have a
belt.
black belt in karate, and you think that
brown
makes up
belt in
for you
karate.
doing
Brown belt
laundry?
in karate, not black. Brown.
Brown
belt
belt.
in
Okay,
karate.
okay.
I'm not a black belt. I'm a brown belt. Brown belt times 2.
You think
Fuck,
that
Mount
bringing that up
Fuji.
is going to change
Climbed Mount
anything
Fuji
about how you're
14
being
times.
womanized?
I'm not being. I'm not
All right,
being
how about
womanized.
this? How about flat Earth versus globe Earth on the octagon? Let's go. Let's see what happens. Let's see who's got the little balls. Mm-hmm. How about that?
How about that, eh?
The funny thing, Jen, is that I have no problem with a man doing laundry, but the fact that you bring up that you have a brown belt in karate to try and combat that point just shows.
Bro, your name is Gummy Bear. You got a dick in your butt.
Was I hot mic? You guys heard me say I'm
His name
doing
is
laundry?
Dummy Bear, not Gummy Bear. Dummy Bear, isn't it? I thought it was Dummy Bear, not Gummy Bear.
Am I hot micing or what?
We can hear you.
Was I hot micing before? Or were you guys talking about laundry? Because I'm doing mad laundry right now.
No, well, he was talking about doing laundry. That's all.
Yeah, I'm actually going
I was
to
doing
the
laundry.
laundrette. I'm going to the
Just talking
laundromat.
about how Jin is emasculated by his wife. That's all we're talking about.
Why? Because he does laundry? That's not emasculating.
Oh, I agree.
Jin's like me. He likes the way he does it. I like the way I do my laundry, the way I cut my hair, and the way I cook my food.
Bro, you cut your hair with a Flowbee.
Dude, you would gush over my fades, dude. I don't trust anybody else with the clippers anymore.
What's a flow?
Yeah, with gush all over your face.
No, dude. Listen,
What
dude.
did you say?
Keep that to yourself, man. I said you
I
would
don't- what
gush
did
over
you
my
say?
fade, dude. My
Gush?
fade. Yeah.
I would gush over your fade.
Yeah.
What does that even mean? Is that a sex thing?
Yeah. It means that you're a woman.
It's a homosexual reference. So when men talk about their fade with each other, they're actually talking about their pubes.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not gay. I mean, if that's how you get down, Coach, that's fine. But we don't judge.
2021, man.
You wouldn't understand, Jeremy. It's a Navy thing.
Like one of those metrosexual things.
Is that a bad thing?
I mean, you got to do something when you're on those ships by yourself, you know. No women around.
Keep trying, man.
Oh, yeah? You're going to come down to El Paso?
I'm saying
Want me
keep
to buy you a
trying.
ticket?
So I'm not going to let you get to me, man. I know you've been doing it for like the past hour or so.
Yo, am I
Dude,
lower?
You've been trying for the past 5 years. You fucking weak
my
sauce.
volume? Is my
You're a
volume
bit
lower than normal?
Yeah, you are.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I got it. I got some different AirPods. I'm gonna be right back.
More projection, dude. I've been trying for the past hour.
Hello. Check.
I think we should set it up. Flat Earth, Globe Earth, Octagon, let's go. What's the card look like?
Am I louder now?
I guess. I mean, if you want to yell some more.
You're a bit louder than you were just a bit ago, but you're still a bit quieter than normal for some reason.
All right. Hold on.
I'd say you're like 70% of your normal
How do I
volume.
sound now? How do I sound now?
Now you're even lower.
Even lower?
Yeah.
What the fuck? What the fuck, man?
It's just a little muffled, dude. Like something's in the hole or something.
Yeah.
No, I just went through 6 different pairs of fucking earpods.
You sound fine now.
Hey, yeah, I don't know if it makes any difference on the talking end, but sometimes my volume is low, and then I'll just alternate between speaker and earbuds on my settings, and it'll come back.
What do you mean by that?
Then you'll switch and then switch back.
Yeah, just go down and select speaker, and then go back and select earbuds.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Oh yeah, right.
Oh, I gotta get a new pair of AirPods. That's fucking bullshit.
You know how you could solve your problem entirely? Stop buying Apple products.
No, the last AirPods. Well, these are knockoff ones. That's why they.
Okay, fair.
It's
I
like
think the ones he had before were free. I think you found them.
No, I found one of them, but it didn't work. But my actual ones where I normally sound louder or better or whatever are legit AirPods. I've been rocking them for like a year and a half, fucking 18 hours a day or something crazy. So they're definitely held up. The left one still works. So I mean, if I buy a new set and the left one breaks, I'm good.
So the good ones are the ones that have the long, like they have the extension thing, like they're sticking out a little bit.
Don't buy the Pro. Don't buy the AirPods
care?
Pro. Those are the. Go ahead.
I hear you, man. I hear what you're saying, Jeremy. Just keep going. Don't buy the ones that are the small ones, right?
Yeah, don't buy the short ones. You want the ones with the long neck coming out because that brings the mic a little bit closer to your mouth. I think, or something. I don't know. Veach bought the Pros and they sounded like shit.
Yeah, I heard you say
to buy AirPods.
saying that the other day, man.
Old school ones. I've always been saying get the old school AirPods.
If you guys
Yeah, well,
spend more
mine-
than
mine
50
suck,
bucks on Bluetooth, then you're doing something messed up.
Why? What do you got, Riggs?
Bro, you know they make knockoff Bluetooth using the latest software and hardware, right?
I'm using right now, and I don't sound as crisp as I usually do.
Yeah, because you're going for like design, you're not going for like quality and technology.
I'm going for sound quality. Yes, that's exactly what I'm
Are
going
you?
for. Yeah, I
So
wanna
you
sound
bought those looking for
quality.
the best quality. I promise you the best quality is not a knockoff AirPod. It's going to have
No,
a
I
boom
bought the
mic. It's going to have long battery life. It's going to have all this shit. It's going to sound good too.
I bought the knockoff ones just to have like some backups and shit.
Yeah, a backup, not what we just discussed.
Yeah, I bought for the sound quality and that shit. I bought the AirPods.
Yeah, well, the AirPods are going to have good quality because they're $1 million fucking dollars.
And if we're spending over $50, we're doing something wrong.
Look, just go to Amazon, all right, and find something that says like, let's see, the most highest rated, most sold or some shit for $30, $40, whatever. I could find you one.
I don't know. I'm going to get the AirPods again. I
Hey,
feel
you know
like
what? I got these Plantronics, man. These shits are good.
For the shape of the AirPod is perfect. Those ones that are like circular, weird shaped buds that they try to make fit exactly in your ear, them shits don't. They fall out. I used to rock them all summer.
Don't fall out. But yeah, it doesn't have a long stem or whatever, so that's why it sounds like shit.
You know, back in the day when I first started on VC, that's what I used to use with you guys. I was using the a little, it looked like a hearing aid. My wife used to laugh at me. She's like, "You got your hearing aid in, old man?"
That's what I use. Good to listen, but yeah, everyone says it sounds like shit, so I'm probably gonna go today and get the stem ones.
Get the real deal AirPod ones though. I would get the ones that have wireless charging too. They have 2 different kinds. All right, one of them you got to plug in, other one you can set on a wireless pad. I would go with the wireless pad one myself.
Mine, the ones I have JBL Air or whatever. They look like fucking, like you said, hearing aids, but the thing that they fit into charges them, you know.
No, but you need to charge the charger though. When you're the AirPod Pros have wireless charging so that you can just set your case on a wireless charging pad and it charges.
Who the fuck cares?
What do you mean? That's fucking dope. That's one less wire you got to worry about replacing because it gets a short in it.
No, I got a bunch of electronics too. So I have like a bunch of like USB multiple charger things.
If you're gonna go with iPods though, or AirPods, you need a lightning charger. So I mean, all your other bullshit don't work with that. You gotta have specifically have a lightning charger.
You can get a converter. It doesn't matter.
I have all the converters. The USB things I have, it has the thing that it fits into.
Yep.
Anyways, I'm going tomorrow to get a new set of AirPods, motherfuckers.
You can use it with Apple. You can use it for the Android phone.
Jeremy, why don't you just buy the shit at Best Buy, right? And then get the insurance, and they'll just replace those motherfuckers.
That's a good
Anytime
call.
they fuck up, just go get a new one.
Yeah, but those warranties are only good for like a year or two, though, right?
Bro, as much as you talk on those things, as much as you do, I mean, I think it's a 2-year for like $30 or something. It'd be worth.
Oh yeah, I would have made out on that deal actually.
What I'm saying, like if it even happens once, I think you're golden. You just go swap them out, pick them up. Just don't lose them. You got to break.
What if you bought? What if this is all hypothetical? What if you bought a pair of AirPods, but you had an old pair of AirPods, but one of the AirPods didn't work, but you bought a new pair? They maybe accidentally got mixed up, and now your new ones don't. One of the new ones didn't work, and you bring that back to the store to get like a different pair or a refund or something. What do you think?
I don't know, man. Sounds like you got a situation on your hands. I mean, they might have a barcode or some shit on there. I don't know. I haven't actually used AirPods before. I always get the knockoffs, like this one right here. This one, I don't do the 2-ear. The only time I do 2-ear Bluetooth is when I'm working out. So I have my workout Bluetooth, and then I have my boom Bluetooth, the one that actually, if you're actually trying to fucking say something, people can hear you and shit. Because Bluetooth quality is not the same across the board. You can't just buy one and it does everything.
Yeah, I hear that. I mean, with the technology these days, I don't think you can tell the difference, though. But
I don't know, man.
maybe with the mic, but just, I mean, what you're talking about, like sound quality of hearing it?
Yeah, I mean, there's just different kinds. There's just different kinds. I got the 2-ear. For the 2-ear ones usually have longer battery life because they're made for like music and shit. But the microphone is usually like on the string or just somewhere that's not a boom, so it's not going to be very good quality. Usually sounds like shit, but the audio quality will be good, But then you'll get the other ones that have a big boom mic, but maybe they're not super loud or something. Yeah, it's just different kinds. So let's see the one I got here.
Should have came out with a gold front, a gold grill mic. That way, when I'm rocking my grill, I could have just, had the mic right in it.
Jesus Christ.
Yo, I'm with that Ray Kurzweil shit. When he wants to put a chip in your brain, and you can access the internet, maybe you put a chip in your ear. Now you have a wireless Bluetooth all the time, and maybe something you get a dental implant, like the Genius movie with Val Kilmer. Either way, though, I'm with that. But Kurzweil takes it too far. He wants the chip in your brain to be able to incapacitate you. Fuck that, bro.
That's eventually going to happen. I predict that. So I was writing a story, whatever. But there's going to be eventually there'll be 2 classes of people who don't do any sort of enhancements or something like that, and people who are completely against it, and then people who are regularly doing enhancements or whatever. Eventually there'll be 2 different types of people.
Yep.
Better for worse.
What was it, Gattaca, where they had the modified kids and the non-modified people? Like we'll have CRISPR kids and then non-CRISPR kids.
Well, it's not just CRISPR, but the biological stuff is one part of it. But then the enhancements, post.
Like are you saying you'll get people that like, as soon as they reach like adulthood, you just chop their legs off and they put these robot legs on, and now you're like good, or?
I mean, as soon as they reach adulthood, I mean, whenever, dude. As soon as they can afford it, if there's something, even people who are doing sex changes, right? If they can get that seamless, I think there's dudes. There'll be more of dudes who are older, like Bruce Jenner's age, doing stuff like that. There'll be people who are just arbitrarily enhancing their body for not even just because they had an injury or something, but maybe they want to.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, say you do construction work, right? Say you install floors. That puts a beating on your knees. So maybe you're like, yo,
Right,
fuck
yeah.
it. I'm gonna have both my legs replaced to these super fucking robot legs.
Yeah.
So that
exactly.
way, yeah.
So stuff like that, stuff like the organs, and then of course people who are having kids. Once that's legal to, select and swap out genes and stuff like that. And then you'll just have, you eventually have these not weird, but just a totally different type of person. And then of course, like you said with the electronics, people are already on their phone all the time, like TikTok, Facebook, whatever. The closer the interface that you have with that, the more personal interface you have with that. I mean, I don't think it's going to be something that people are going to be against at all. So your entire interface will be inside your head.
Like if they were like, right now, if they were like, we can flawlessly put a wireless earbud and microphone like in your ear or your tooth or something, and it automatically recharges off your body. Something I don't know, but if they were to come out with something like that, like that's fucking awesome. I would do that if there was like no risk or anything.
You get that message, Jeremy?
What? Would you send me a DM?
Yeah, see that one? Real cheap. Good shit. I mean, it ain't gonna be no AirPod, but I could find some good AirPod replacements, but they'd probably be $50 instead of 30.
Yeah, no doubt.
That's what I was thinking. Like, if you spend $100, I mean, I don't know how much are they, the ones you're trying to get at Best Buy or whatever.
They're like
200, huh?
No, they're like $120, $130.
Yeah, I mean, if you're already spending that much money, I don't know. That's just so many Bluetooths, man. I wouldn't even waste that much money. To be honest.
Yeah, I have a bunch of different pairs of the cheap ones though. Those $30, $40 ones you're talking about. I bought like every set that I could find, honestly, at one point, and
yeah. Well, I mean, I could find some that are decent. Pretty sure I could.
You won't know until you buy it, though.
What's up?
You won't know until you buy it, though.
Well, that's what I'm saying, man. I could find some that are good. Like, I do my product reviews. I find them.
Yeah.
Because I'm always looking for some cheap Bluetooth, and actually, my 2-ear or whatever the fuck you'd call them, Bluetooths they're end of life, so I have to find a new model anyway. So I'll find some and let you know. Because the ones I have right now are Plantronics, and they're dope, man. They're great, but they don't make them anymore. I got to find something else.
Like, I don't understand what the problem is. Can't they just copy the guts of an AirPod? And
Yeah, but the guts are copied, but their technology's in the software.
Oh, they can't copy the software?
Yeah, the technology's in the software. Bluetooth, I mean, it's only as good as you program it.
Yeah. So what? They can't copy the software and just change a couple lines here and there or something?
Well, no, just you ain't going to find some Indian that's going to want to spend as much time to make a quality product. Like Apple's got
like a million man hours just trying to make some Bluetooth AirPods, work well. I mean, you're going to have like one Indian working part-time trying to make the software for your Bluetooth. It ain't going to come out the same.
Yeah, but can't you just copy the software that's already in the AirPod? Like, you don't need to spend a million hours.
No. You'd have people in black suits show up at your house, take you out.
I'm saying, can't you just change a couple digits and shit to make it look
Fuck
like
no. Fuck no.
I don't know. Software
I'm telling you, man. Like if they try to release something that even barely infringe on Apple's software, they'd find you, hang you up somewhere, and put something up your butt, dude.
I'm saying that copyright infringement. You know the federal warning on the DVDs and shit and the movies. Like, say you were to take the movie, copy it's all ones and zeros, right?
Well, dude, they wouldn't even take you to court. They would Amazon would work with Apple and remove your shit before court ever happened. It would wouldn't happen.
I know. Just hear me out though. DVDs all ones and zeros, right? Like millions of them.
Okay.
No, is that true or I don't know?
Yeah. It's just a section of space next to marks. It's just readings of ones and zeros. Yeah.
So wouldn't there be a way to just like add ones or zeros to it without changing the stuff, or no? That would fuck everything.
Well, yeah,
up.
man. That changed. I mean, 1 1 or 1 0 could change the meaning interpretation of the whole sequence. So yeah, you gotta be precise with whatever you can't just take one out. It's not how it works.
No doubt. I'm just saying, like, does it really matter if you make a pixel in the upper left-hand corner yellow instead of orange?
Well,
or something?
there's no visualizer. I mean, they're not going to take the software. They're gonna design something similar that that works maybe as good. They're not going to take the software.
No doubt.
Dude, you remind me of those like those pre-filled video game consoles you'd buy in like from China or something
Those aren't good at
for
all.
like $50.
Why are they
have
so
like 20
bad?
games on it.
Yeah, why are those so bad? Like I'm from the Nintendo era, and then you go buy one of those Nintendo ones, and it's like, this kind of sucks.
Well, yeah, because it's not the original. It's
It's
close.
not the same code. The code you're talking about?
Yeah.
I tried to get this Dragon Warrior game. I used to love Dragon Quest. I think it was Dragon Warrior.
I don't know.
And I used to love that game. I tried to get it for the iOS store. They said it was trash though.
Yeah, actually, this is kind of exciting. I want to find some good knockoffs. 2-ear.
What you do is if you get those things, you can rock you can have the case. If you take the case with you in your pocket, and you have both the earbuds in it, and you just rock one at a time. You can literally do it. Like my AirPods will go all day, easy. Never had a problem with it. But these knockoff ones, like the knockoff ones, you can't do it all day with. So that's a huge hiccup in my whole plan, which is to not have to fucking recharge the case throughout the day. Like those knockoffs, they'll say 30 hours or 24 hours or something.
Right. Well, that's like standby.
They don't really do that for that long.
Mm-hmm. I have a theory about that. I think it's just because your head's so thick. You have trouble communicating.
Yeah.
They got to turn up the power. But honestly, some of the best like earpod kind of things have a lanyard that goes behind your neck. Those are pretty dope.
Nah, I like the wireless. I don't want some shit hanging. What's the point of having wireless ones if you got a wire coming off of it?
I'm just saying.
Plus, I like to only rock one at a time because I'm doing a lot of stuff as I'm doing this. So like I need one ear open so I can hear my surroundings and shit.
Well, yeah, I'll look into it. I haven't shopped for a good set of dual pod, whatever the fuck you call them, earbuds. Man, they got some really fancy ones, though, don't they? Have you heard about the Samsung ones? Apparently, they got their own.
The style of the headphone is super important. Like if they're not shaped, if they're not shaped like the AirPods, like the first ones, not the Pros, the first ones with that exact style, like the other ones that are like rounded off and they make to try to like set right inside your ear, like them shits don't work good. They always fall out. The style of the AirPods is like it sits in your ear. There's no way. The only time that shit ever falls out is if like my kid fucking smacks me on the side of my head or I take my shirt off or something. Other than that, it really like never
Smack
falls
you
out.
upside the head too, huh?
That's why I use the. That's why I like the kind that have like the hook around the ear, just because that shit ain't going nowhere, ever. Like just having something hanging in your hole, it just, I don't know, it just doesn't seem right to me.
These work though. The style that it is, it works. Like it just sits in your ear perfectly and like doesn't really go anywhere. Like there's no need for all that hook shit if the thing's just shaped right. And the AirPods are always shaped right for that.
Yeah, I imagine Apple did it right. I mean, they put enough money into it, design, whatever. Most companies don't. They're just kind of knockoff brands. But there are brands out there that try to do like a decent job. So I'll look for them. Problem with Bluetooth is that you just get so many different companies, and they, you know, some of them even use the same thing. They just put their name on it.
Well, there's like standard Bluetooth technology though, isn't there? Like that all the Bluetooths are using. I don't understand.
Well, yeah, Bluetooth is the chip, and then you know, the company decides how that shit works.
So, for all the people who are afraid of radio frequencies, why would you want to put 2 gigahertz in your?
I ain't scared.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to tell them. That you know, some of the best ones that don't give me headaches and they fit the best. They got this little lanyard that goes around the back, so that you only have one receiver, and that shit don't go through your brain. So. But yeah, I mean, if he likes his AirPods, I guess I mean I can't tell him otherwise. I don't know. If I had 4 kids, I definitely wouldn't be trying to, you know, shove radios in my ears.
Why not?
Yeah, that's why I gotta leave one ear open.
I don't know. I'd probably want to like live long enough to enjoy my children.
Oh, don't worry about that. Nobody's ever died from RF that was of powers like that.
Also, if you ever had kids,
Oh no, you don't die from the powers. You die from the illness that congregates around it. There's people who, yeah, man. There's a lot of stories of people getting brain cancer right where they wear their Bluetooth all the time.
Yeah. Where else are you going to get brain cancer?
Exactly.
Well, where else are you going to get brain cancer?
Industry, Moyak, you may be encouraged to shill for your industry and act like there's little to no link between these Bluetooth raids and cancer, but there does appear to be some correlation there.
Yeah, there's also correlation between 2.4 gigahertz and diabetes and overweight, like lethargy, all kinds of stuff related to it. It's been studied, dude. It's especially now. Like it wasn't very well studied at the beginning of 2000s when that Bluetooth shit came out, but it's not a secret anymore. Like Bluetooth is
We love our technology, we really
Pretty
do.
effective.
But if there's a problem here, let's try to solve it and be honest about it. If the Bluetooth is giving people brain cancer because it's right by their head, okay, what can we do to mitigate these causes, or take care of the Bluetooth and its cancer-causing effects? Let's be honest.
Causing effects. That's a load of horse shit. I gotta say, yeah, as far as my industry goes, I am in the radio frequency industry. I have been using radio frequency devices since 1987, intensely, including the installation of high power transmitters and stuff. And all of my buddies have, and not a single one of them's come down with cancer yet. In fact, I don't think there's any diabetes in that group either.
Okay.
Not that I heard of yet.
Testimony, even though I think that you're probably shilling for your industry. But it does look like some of these studies do show some sort of correlation. Your friends or your friends
call me a liar. You just called me a liar, so. Do you have any reason to call me a liar?
No, not a liar. I think that that's the truth.
Radio frequency radiation emitted from Wi-Fi 2.4 gigahertz causes impaired insulin secretion and increased oxidative stress in rat pancreas islets.
At what levels?
What?
At what levels?
Let's see. Our data showed. Here, why don't I'll just post a link. There you go.
Which chat was that in? One?
The one we're in. I don't know why people fucking ask me that. We are in the.
Because you idiots named all your chats similarly, so it's hard to tell. And you gotta.
Well, it's not my chat.
Closely.
We're in Livestream 1, posting in Livestream 1 text. It's one thing to just ask, but it's another thing to look first and then ask.
Well, lying implies knowing intent. I think if a person is so
showing that is a direct
in one way or another, it can suppress the obvious because of their ties to the industry potentially. So I think that it's not necessarily that you're an annoying deceiver, but you just purposefully ignore the counter evidence because of your industry and stuff.
Purposely, hence lying. You're calling me a liar. Now, I can obviously say you're a liar, but
if you suppress the truth so long you don't even know what the truth is, that's not quite lying. That's
that wouldn't be showing now, would it?
Expression of a process that would allow you to discover the truth. That's a little different. You may not know how true
that
this
wouldn't be showing, would it? Killing is knowing.
Are you guys continuing this argument from another server or something? Because you guys both came out swinging.
Yes, and no.
Yes.
He just brought it up, so anybody calls me a liar, I'm going to challenge them.
Well, you also called him a liar, so.
Well, he actually has lied.
I think we've all lied, man.
Actually, not in this arena, I haven't yet.
Okay, the fact that you even paused and decided to think about it, you're a fucking liar now.
Yeah, when I was 2 years old, I had yeah. No, I have not lied in this server, and I can't think of the last time I've lied.
Yikes.
Knowingly.
Even goes as far as to say I've not lied in this server. Man, you're just... Oh, wow, he's mental, too.
God, you're 12.
Well, let's look at this evidence, Moyak. I know that radio frequencies put food on the table, and therefore you're probably going to have a glowing, positive response to them. But you do appear to have a testimony where your friends aren't dying from cancer from working in this industry. So I guess we can look into it from both sides.
I had one guy who claimed to be a so-called RF sensitive, and he would say that he would have heart palpitations and stuff. He was wearing the lead gown and stuff like that to try and protect himself.
Was he a coworker of yours?
Yes.
So then you just lied. Good job. Thank you.
No, I said nobody has died nor had cancer. Do you actually listen?
Wait, do you know if he has cancer or has ever had cancer? Maybe he didn't share that with you. Did you obtusely speak?
Entirely possible. That is why I said I don't know anything. Dumbass.
Okay, well, heart palpitations may be health effects. I think we're talking about a general trend of health effects from this stuff, not just necessarily specifically cancer.
Well, that was the next part of my story. Was I did somewhat unethically test him, blind test him, at least from his perspective, where I actually transmitted from my office across to his cubicle, with periodically query him as to how he was feeling that day. And he never really seemed to, no matter what hour I jammed out of there, never seemed to notice. And it was days on, days off. It was very, very interesting to me, because it seems like it's psychosomatic, but and that's what all the testing shows. But doing firsthand testing is the best. But like I said, it's somewhat unethical because he didn't know what was happening. He claimed to be sensitive to like minus 86 dBm, and I was hitting him with plus 25. 20, 30 orders of magnitude higher.
Islet is such a strange word. Man, I can't believe AirPods are over 3 years old now. That's I just haven't been paying attention, I guess.
I was hesitant to buy them at first because they were so much.
Mm-hmm.
But I just heard raving reviews on them. Like, fuck it, I'll just try it. It's Apple, you know. They usually make pretty good shit. And bro, I wasn't disappointed, even though mine broke. Like the amount of abuse I put them through, the length of time they lasted, and the quality of the microphone and sound and shit. Like I don't think you could beat it really.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's a big market for these fake AirPods. It's going to be hard to find a good brand because they're all. They all appear to be like there's like a million of them.
I bought like 5 different kinds back in the day, and like they're all just mediocre. Like none of them could stand up to the mic quality or sound quality of an AirPod. So it's like just whatever.
Yeah, I'll be back.
All right. Bought a thing today. It's gonna make me $2 a day. Or I didn't buy it. I actually already had it, but they just opened up their staking pool. I think I had like $150 or something. It's gonna be $2 a day. Pretty good interest rate. I got like $600 worth of it on another account. I'm gonna put in. Be about $5 a day, easy. Altogether, it should be like $8 a day with all of them, all those coins. I'm glad I held on to it. I almost sold it because the shit got delayed for like months. It was worth it though.
What? Interesting. I'm looking at your article, and it said that the weight gain was significantly lower in the radio frequency exposed group, which I thought that was unusual.
It
Why
also
were they?
doesn't give any biochemical mechanism for what they're claiming, which is
No,
kind of sloppy.
no amount of exposure is indicated.
Where's left? He said, "I'll be right back." I'm not scared of the Bluetooth. So
What?
You guys are talking about Big Bang in the chat. You see that thing that I posted the other day about? They said something about that they don't think that. First of all, they never thought there was a singularity at the beginning, but they basically proved that there wasn't a singularity now. Or they basically.
Yeah, there's been a lot of like claims about they know for sure that there was never a singularity and this and that. Like as far as I've heard, there hasn't been really anything new, like new that's been proven. It's more of the same that's kind of being rehashed, and like media is making it seem like it's new. I mean, I might be wrong on that, but as far as I've heard, there's no new argument around. Just the same thing being rehashed.
I think so.
Whole thing of the singularity is extrapolating too far. The only thing we should really extrapolate to is the inflationary period, and then where we go from there is a big question.
Jeremy, did you get a chance to bring up the thing you wanted to bring up before about the expansion or whatever? You said some shit.
no, you guys blocked me.
Faster than light.
You guys blocked me because it fucking destroys your whole bullshit paradigm.
What about it? This destroys our paradigm. It destroys our paradigm. You should probably speak up because that sounds important.
Okay, you have a paradox going. You have a paradox going in your paradigm. What The paradox is, on one hand, you have a law that says things can't move faster than the speed of light, right? And in another instance, you have things moving faster than the speed of light.
No. So that's not things moving faster than the speed of light. That's things expanding to be the distance changing to be faster than the speed of light.
Well,
the distance between places, which is not the same as something moving at the speed of light. So you're already wrong.
Yeah, but it's also the claim. The claim is that the speed limit in the universe for information is c, the speed of light. That's things moving through the universe, through space-time. But space-time itself expanding, it doesn't fall into that category. It's things moving through space-time that has that speed limit.
It's just another way of saying what I said, but yeah, you're right. Yeah. Maybe a bit better stated. But
honestly, I didn't hear what you said, so that's my bad.
That's fine. It wasn't like a dig at you. It was more just saying that that's essentially what I meant to say. Just I don't use words as well as some people.
And there was the other thing I brought up earlier was what's that one thing they talk about, like the speed of dark or whatever, and the example of using like you're pointing a laser at the
Like pointing a laser at the moon. It's like the point at which the laser dot is hitting, and if you move that point is moving at faster than the speed of light. But no individual, like no photon, nothing is actually moving faster than the speed of light. It's just the place where the new photons are hitting has changed by a distance like faster than the speed of light. Again, that's not a contradiction to our model in any way. So
okay, last time you have two objects moving away from each other faster than the speed of light. You're
already wrong.
Yes, you do. No, not wrong. That's what they're claiming is happening.
No, that's already wrong.
It's you're not claiming that these objects.
No,
dude. The claim is that
I'll
these
reword
objects
it for
are
you. I'll
farther away.
reword it for you, Jeremy.
The claim is these
two
objects. Hold on
Jeremy, let me say it, and then you can criticize.
Hold on. You guys have a clear claim that these objects
I'll make a claim and then you criticize it.
Gummy, let me finish at least. Cause...
Go ahead, Gummy.
Okay. The claim would be that the distance between two objects is expanding at faster than the speed of light. It's increasing at faster than the speed of light. The distance between the two. That is not the same as saying two objects are moving away at the speed of faster than the speed.
If I move away from you at a distance faster than the speed of light, what does that mean? What does that tell you? Are they not moving away from each other faster than? Are they not moving away from each other faster than the speed of light?
They're not moving through space-time. They're not moving through space-time faster than the speed of light.
They're getting farther apart. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I was saying the space between them is expanding at whatever rate, and there's just so much space between them.
I know the ad hoc excuse. The claim is that these objects are getting farther away from each other at a rate of faster than the speed of light. Correct?
That's right, but the claim that I said it clearly was not that things can't move away from each other faster than the speed of light. It's that things can't travel through space-time faster than the speed of light.
When things, first of all, space-time is not a real thing. You have space. Okay? There's no fucking space-time bullshit. Second of all, if things are moving away from each other at faster than the speed of light, they're traveling through space faster than the speed of light. That's how space works. You guys made up this bullshit. It's a paradox.
What bullshit are we making?
Space-time. The expansion of empty space. Like, that's fucking ridiculous. Space. What is space?
But there is some evidence of it.
No, the
If
evidence
something
is an ad hoc
ridiculous to
reason. Hold on.
you, i.e., incredulity, is that the
The,
argument you want to make, Jeremy?
the excuse you guys got is an ad hoc explanation because your model had a paradox in it. So you're like, oh, we'll just say space expanding. No proof of it at all, other than you have something going. Go ahead.
Yes, we gotta
then it bears out in testing.
There's no way to test this. Oh, go ahead.
Yes,
What's
there
the
is.
test for this? What is it?
The airplanes flying east and west. Remember that? GPS. Remember that? Those all are showing. Those are showing things are slipping in time for some reason.
Okay, that tells you that empty space expands. That's ridiculous.
No, but it tells us some of
extrapolate
the theories of how space-time works and the predictions it makes are consistent.
How'd you extrapolate time dilation? How'd you extrapolate space expanding from time dilation?
I don't know if I could say that. I don't know enough about it, but I know that some of the predictions of relativity are showing up, and special relativity are showing up in GPS and on airplanes.
The most basic thing is just go to one of the big telescopes, the galaxy.
And then what? We're going to see an object moving away from us at faster than the speed of light. That's claimed, which is a paradox in your helios.
You're gonna see things that are everything that's further and further away is gonna be moving faster and faster.
Okay,
Yeah,
faster than the speed of light. Right? Faster than the speed of light.
As Kosho said, they're not moving through space-time faster than.
They're only getting farther away from us at faster than the speed of light. A rate of faster than the speed of light.
Yeah, but now go back to the tests that we have of it. I mean, when you get to this shit that's really far away, I get start to question it. But there are real tangible things that we have to use space-time calculations for.
Yeah, Moya,
and they were predicted ahead of time.
Okay, this space expanding thing is maybe one of your predictions, but it holds no weight as far as any kind of possible validity.
Well, the Doppler
but who cares?
It's used in chemistry.
That's getting out to the fringe of the universe. I mean, you guys love to go out there instead of just addressing what's close to home. We see when you put a extremely accurate time standard up higher, away slightly away further from the gravitational force and moving slightly faster on a building, you will see time dilation.
Bro, this doesn't validate.
I don't know.
This doesn't validate empty space expanding in any way, shape, or form.
Prove the flat Earth.
That's what we're talking about. We're not. Listen, this whole argument was we were talking about things moving faster than the speed of light.
Okay, then you love to go to places where you can't validate and step away from the evidence that we have close to home.
Bro, I don't love to do that. This is all within your guys' claims. Okay, you guys claim that we're talking about things moving faster than the speed of light. This is relevant because we have objects moving faster than the speed of light away from each other, even though you claim they're not moving faster than the speed of light away from each other. So I don't know what.
No, dude.
Weird.
They aren't.
Think of it like elastic. Sorry, go ahead, Jace.
No, go ahead.
I was gonna say, think of it like an elastic band, okay? Like a rubber band, right? A very long one or whatever. The things that are in the center, that's where we are. We're in the center, and the rubber band is getting bigger. Someone's stretching out very slowly, extremely slowly, and there's some rule that any object can't move across the rubber band at whatever speed X. Okay. What's happening is there's objects on the rubber band, and the further away they are from each other, the more space that's in between them. So even though the space is expanding at a rate that, from our scale, things, near us, it's not that consequential. If there's things that are billions of light years apart from each other, there's a lot of space in between them, and there's a lot of that space is expanding, massively. So it's not breaking the rule that they're moving further apart because the space is expanding, because they're not moving across the space at whatever speed. The rule just has to do with things moving across the space or through the space.
And the rule isn't really about the speed of light. It's about causality. and they aren't breaking causality. It's not even close to breaking causality. So
It's got compelling evidence. That's the reason why people believe it. The main one is the Doppler that you would observe by looking at things further and further away. But I don't know how they collected this data, but the other thing is they predicted that when things were close together, there would have been like a fusion stage, and so there would have been like an abundance of certain isotopes of hydrogen and shit like that. And like I said, I don't know how they measured the amounts or whatever, but that's been validated. There's microwave background radiation and all kinds of stuff. Yeah, but the Doppler shifting is kind of important because if you certainly are witnessing things moving away faster and faster, so you can't just ignore that, you know. I had a weird high thought. I don't think I was high at the time. Might have been tired or something. But I think I brought this up to you, Jeremy, about if you have a dot, a point as 0 dimensions, and that dot's able to travel however it travels, and it's tracing the entire time its path. The dot in 0 dimensions plus the entire path over time, result will be a line, a 1D line. If you take that 1D line and, it lives its life, whatever it fucking does, everywhere it moves, it traces out its path. You end up with a 2D surface, the 1D line plus time. Anyways, you do that again, you get this 3D object, obviously. And I was thinking, if you do that again and you trace out all 3D objects and their existence all through space forever, you would imagine you'd end up with some 4D structure. But I wonder if the fact that energy and matter exists, that's kind of what's expanding the universe almost. I don't know.
Hey, Jeremy, I sent you another message.
The weird thing is that if time started at some point, who knows if it did or not, but if it did start at some point, it's definitely increasing, so time is adding, it's getting bigger and bigger all the time. So the fact that space is getting bigger and bigger over time kind of isn't that weird if you think about it like that.
well, it comes from the energy density. Like the energy density of matter tends to bring things together, and the energy density of dark matter tends to pull it apart.
Energy density of dark matter creates dark energy? Or that's like a hypothesis or something?
No, but it has the kind of repulsive effect.
Yeah.
From my understanding.
That's kind of what I was theorizing, is that, or hypothesizing, is that dark energy and gravity are two sides of they're two parts of this mystery thing or whatever the universe is doing. say dark energy, the expansion is not going to expand our universe, or not our universe, our galaxy, in our close cluster or whatever. At least at the rate it's at right now.
Yeah, I think it would have to fall like either above 1, below 1, and then you get like the big rip scenario or whatever it's called.
Oh yeah.
It's like the value of lambda, or if it's like more than 1 or less than 1. Or not
Oh
lambda.
yeah.
The Friedman equation, my bad. It's confusing
And that's about the curvature of space, or the curvature of the universe, whatever.
No, it's the energy density of the dark energy. If it's like either less than 1 or above 1, then it'll be like the big rip scenario.
Have you ever seen that video by Melody Sheep, the time lapse of the universe?
I have not.
That's a good video.
I'll have to check it out.
Melody Sheep makes good videos, but yeah, that one's pretty good. It's like 30 minutes, but it's it attempts to go through basically everything from now to basically the end of the universe.
Huh.
Pretty interesting. Like it's filled with like people, like scientists, and I don't know, Brian Cox and Lawrence Krauss, like different astronomers and stuff, and all the different theories and the different epochs. Actually, it's kind of interesting because like it shows that like most of the universe is going to be dark. Like most of the time, the universe is going to be just dark. Like it's not going to be energy. And then like after a long period of time, there's like a renaissance almost.
Huh. Yeah, it sounds interesting.
Claiming like we're like in a unique pocket of when entropy is low.
Yeah, well, that's one of the things about like the Big Bang, trying to figure out why it was such a low entropy state.
Have you ever seen what's his name? Damn, hold on. Roger Penrose's hypothesis about
the conformal cyclic cosmology.
Yeah, I don't really understand it completely, but I know that like, it's basically like once entropy, it's basically he's comparing like the entropy at the end of the universe and at the very beginning supposedly, and saying that it's equal. And so like as entropy goes up and equalizes almost or whatever, it'll be the same conditions, and it basically just keeps big banging like over and over again.
Yeah, that's basically what I've heard about it as well. Seems like you just kind of get this perpetual cycle of Big Bang universe. Then once all the like usable energy is at its maximum entropy, it kind of looks like the Big Bang of another universe.
Right. It kind of doesn't make sense to me. I guess it kind of does. I mean, it still seems like there would have to be a lot of like the energy that's there. I don't know.
Yeah, it's kind of odd. It gets into like something called a conformal transformation, which happens at like the boundary of surfaces, and it's kind of odd. It's like a mathematics thing, so you kind of have to dig into that to like really understand it.
I was wondering if he was just tossing it out there because he's getting old and kind of wanted like a, you know,
could be. Well, that's where the whole his conformal transformation thing did have a role in like the whole holographic principle and that kind of thing.
I just don't know if there's any. like I said, I think he did write a paper on it or something like that, but I don't think there's been any. I don't think there's been anything serious about that hypothesis. Like,
Yeah, it's hard to test because it's like you have to bring an infinite boundary out of infinity, and like you can do that in mathematics, but it's kind of hard to do that in reality. So it's difficult to test what he proposed.
he is fairly old.
Yeah.
It's cool to listen to him sometimes. I mean, even though there's no merit, basically, but just having that idea. I mean, if I was, I mean, most people, you kind of have to have some sort of, guess. Like, I suppose, like, at least some sort of idea of what the universe, what could have happened early in the universe, or the actual nature of this Big Bang, or whatever. I kind of think that what he suggested it just seems more intuitive, I guess. Like, I guess it's easier too to just imagine that the energy has always been there, and it is cyclical, and there's just something eternal about the whole process.
Yeah, it's definitely more intuitive. Like it's just a cycle. But a lot of these things, like a lot of the ideas, they come. You have to dig into the math, and when you understand what the math is saying, then you can kind of see what you can do with it and come up with certain ideas that way.
Actually, I was watching something on string theory the other day, and I've always been like kind of bored with string theory just because, like, there's no test or anything like that. But the merits actually did seem kind of interesting. Like, I want to actually see how they're claiming it's able to predict that graviton, or able to predict all different particles actually.
Yeah.
I just want to see like how they're validating that.
Yeah, it's interesting because that started off as like a theory trying to describe baryons or whatever, and then it kind of QCD came along and did a better job of doing that, and string theory kind of fell into obscurity for a little while, and then got like revived as a theory of everything, or not a theory of everything, but like describing all the forces, unified theory.
That's what I was saying before. That, like, I mean, I did have this weird thought a long time ago that basically it might be a futile effort to try to like force that in, like one, like in quantum mechanics, try to force in things like gravity and dark energy. Those that might actually be, these sort of pseudo forces, like they kind of do. Gravity is kind of explained as like a pseudo force, but they're both like they're not connected in the same way that the other forces are with like intrinsic matter. Like they're something to do with the structure of the the universe itself. Because it seems like that they kind of work. They're kind of doing the same thing, like the opposite of the same thing, like you said earlier. Like one of the things is expanding space, and the other thing is trying to bring everything back together. So it kind of seems like they're.
Yeah, it seems like they're like working on the overall scale of the universe rather than on like a matter scale.
Who knows?
I don't know. There's a lot of.
I think all this stuff is settled and stuff. But that's kind of what makes it cool. Is like there's
a whole bunch of different. There's a whole bunch of different ideas out there for like modified gravity, and then you know, you have loop quantum gravity and string theory, and there's a bunch of other kind of theories.
I saw that one. I saw Eric Verlander's or whatever, and then there's what's his name? The guy from Wolfram.
Oh yeah. I think I know what you're talking about. I don't know the exact details, so
I don't really get his, or know if there's any merit. He was just going around talking about it a lot. But Eric Verlander, guys, his was somewhat compelling because it was actually successfully making predictions about dark matter.
yeah, I remember there was like a little bit of publicity about that at one point.
That was years ago, though. That was like 5 years ago now. So it's like, that's what I was thinking, like, if it really was, you know, if it actually was a big deal, then, you know, it probably would, there's probably more murmur now. But it was 5 years ago that those observations were made, so.
Yeah, he wasn't the Mond guy, right?
Mond guy?
The modified Newtonian.
Yeah. Yeah,
dynamic.
it is. Yeah, it is. But
Oh, okay. Yeah, okay, I know about that.
Is it like, it's, what do you call it? Like what do you call that? When they say it's I forget what they call it.
I think
the word. Like it's generated, but forget.
I've heard about the modified Newtonian dynamics, and I think there's a more recent hypothesis that like possibly the dark energy acted differently in the beginning of the universe than it does today.
Say what?
I know that recently there was a hypothesis that that dark energy acted differently in the beginning of the universe compared to the end.
Bro, that's not a hypothesis. That's a fallacy.
But isn't it? I thought that was settled, or I thought that was understood that it was accelerating at different rates or whatever.
Yeah, but I think it's further than just the acceleration. Like it had a different mechanism or something. I'm not sure about the exact specifics. So I know. I think Sabine maybe made a video about it.
Oh yeah,
if I recall correctly. I think she's on that team modified gravity.
Yeah, I have to be careful with her because she seems like she seems profound sometimes, but then sometimes she just seems like she's trying to be edgy, and then other times, I don't know if you ever seen her music videos, dude, but those are the most cringiest things ever.
Oh, I could imagine. I've never seen one, but I couldn't picture her making a music video. Good God.
Literally, you ever seen that one of what's his name? What's that fool? I can't remember anything right now, dude. Antonio Subrats? Daytime, nighttime. It's basically as cringy as that.
Oh man.
She has a bunch of them. If it's just on her channel, like if you just go on her channel, like the first videos she made were just music videos.
Oh man.
There's one called Schrodinger's Cat, one called something. They're all like science based, but romance based. It's weird.
Schrodinger's cat is nonsense, and if that is true, it's evidence for a simulation.
It was meant to be. It was expressed as nonsense. That was the whole point, man.
Like, if you're gonna think Schrodinger's cat thing is valid, then I'm using it as evidence for that.
Jeremy, what do you think Schrodinger's cat was? What was it? What do you think we think is valid?
If you think the cat can be blown up and not blown up at the same time, is the one with the cat in a box and a bomb, right?
That was the whole purpose, was to show how absurd it was.
Yeah, that's why he made up that. That's why he made that up. He made that up to kind of display how absurd the idea was.
So why are you using Schrodinger's cat?
I'm about a song that this chick made, dude. And Schrodinger's cat is used mostly now as a
it's part
way
of the
to wrap your hand around it.
Yeah, it's part of the Copenhagen interpretation of quantum mechanics.
Copenhagen. Dude, this isn't Total Recall, bro. All right, we're not on Mars.
There's different interpretations of quantum mechanics, Jeremy.
The Many Worlds one and then Copenhagen, right?
Yeah, no doubt.
Yep.
That's the thing about all that stuff. Like, that's kind of like I'm saying, why it's kind of a cool time is because, in sort of the same way that Newton, in the time of Newton and after him, like a lot of laws were discovered by the science and equations he had, but it really wasn't until the 20th century, really 19th, 20th century, when these things are starting to get understood. Like the actual mechanisms behind these things are kind of starting to get understood. And it's kind of like now quantum mechanics, like they're really just kind of learning, how things are, like learning the relationship between everything and the behavior and stuff like that. But when actually they actually start to really understand them and able to explain the mechanisms and kind of like the why and the how and how they're all related and stuff, be interesting. I still think that entanglement thing, like I said, even though we're not going to be capable of doing anything with that mechanism, I think that still kind of says something incredible that's that instantaneous thing is able to happen.
Yeah, it's definitely odd. There's a whole bunch of physical chemists and certain biochemists who try to study the quantum effects on larger systems, like molecular systems and stuff.
Oh yeah.
Probably learn some more stuff about it from those kind of studies.
I watched this video yesterday about from the PBS Space Time. He was kind of explaining how fucking entropy is a product of entanglement, basically. I was like, what? I thought that title was interesting, so I watched it. I was like, it's kind of interesting.
Huh.
That's basically what the title is.
What he says, I've never thought about it that way.
Well, he starts off the video by explaining the different definitions of entropy, or the different understandings over time of entropy, and then he ends up with like von Neumann and some other fool.
Bekenstein.
I forget his name, but it was about information, like about how, because like they're saying like different descriptions of what entropy is, like whether it's like the usable energy or whether it's the complex information or something like that.
Yeah, it was like Bekenstein and von Neumann said, right. And Stephen Hawking. They did a lot of the work on information and entropy.
That's what he was saying. He's saying that it was basically a product of entanglement, because he was describing the two entangled particles, like two electrons entangled, as having, what was it? As having low entropy, or something like that. But if you only have one, I'm going to butcher it, but warning, I'm about to post that fucking Sabine's Schrodinger's cat music video. I still think she's cool. It's just, it's like I don't know, you can't really see her the same way after you see these videos.
Well, she definitely likes to take shots at certain fields and strongly criticize them.
About to get another $1 a day right here.
Say what, dude?
About to get another $1 a day, bro.
Oh, there you go.
I'm gonna hit 200. My goal's only 200. I'm selling myself short, but I got a goal of $200 a day by the end of 2022. Be easy peasy, lemon squeezy.
Anna has like a like if you look at her videos, there's kind of like it's like all music videos, and then she starts making videos where she's just describing things, talking.
Yeah, I think she started her channel off as hoping to be like a musical kind of scientist, like a parody.
It's never a good idea.
And then she realized probably that not the best route for me.
I feel like she did. I feel like there's another music video in here somewhere, like recently, but I don't think so. She did a pretty good. I don't know if you saw that on Gems. Gem played it on his show, but she actually did a really good video about the flat Earth.
Yeah, I've seen the flat Earth video.
Yeah, because it's not really talking about it's kind of talking about the flat Earth.
The psychology,
movement, really. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like most of my coworkers. They like when I tell them that people actually seriously believe the Earth is flat. Like they can't believe. They think it's just a joke on the internet. Like they'll refuse to believe that people actually think that for real.
It's funny though, because if you start like saying like having them ask you prove it to you, like if you were a flat earther, people don't realize the go-to responses they have like kind of immediate rebuttals. You know, they're not solid, but they're still. You have to be kind of familiar with them, otherwise you get caught off guard.
Yeah, you have to be familiar with how absurd some of the arguments are, or else you're gonna look stupid.
Yeah, you have to join. You'll have to join these places so that you can learn from Kosho and Travis and Sanic and.
But it's not really learn. I mean, you just have to familiarize yourself. I mean, just talking with flat earthers.
Mm-hmm.
People aren't familiar with the kinds of questions. I just remember the debate with Legislative Dave had with that one astrophysicist, and the astrophysicist was completely. He couldn't answer anything that Legislative Dave was asking him.
Well, when you go out of reality, you pretty much can answer any question that has been thrown at you.
You said what?
When you answer out of reality, you pretty much can answer any question that has been thrown at you. Like, when they ask you, what is level, what is a straight line, and stuff like that, and then you start bending those straight lines and start curving the levels and shit like that. Yeah, there's answer for everything. Yeah.
Yeah, when you go outside of reality, things up, you can answer anything.
Mm-hmm. There's no limits. Imagination is your limits, pretty much.
I don't think so, dude. I think if you were paying attention, or at least maybe you'll agree that even people like Zanuck, I tried, and Jason, really anybody, the limits that we try to use is things that have been demonstrated or can be demonstrated or can be tested or have been tested.
Really?
Yeah, absolutely.
Show me a curved straight line.
Well, see, I wouldn't call it. I personally know not to call it a straight line if I'm talking to.
Then
people.
how does a straight line curves?
I would call it geodesic, which is analogous to a straight line.
There you go.
Yeah.
So you got both in one, right? So I was right what I was saying, right, Kosho?
You were right about what? I don't understand. Elaborate. What do you mean?
Let's leave it at that, Coach. I don't want to get into this shit.
No, but I mean that's my point. Is like what I'm saying is not made up. It's just you have to be you have to be careful with what you're saying.
There's context. You have to specify what you're talking about specifically.
If me and Jace were talking and someone was describing a straight line on a sphere, we wouldn't have a problem understanding what is meant by that. But also, if we wanted to be careful because we're trying to be, we're talking with people who are trying to scrutinize what we're saying, then, I think it'd be more correct to say, it's safer to say geodesic, yeah.
There's also certain keywords that you learn to avoid in this community because it has a negative impact on the conversation.
Mm-hmm. Why? That's what you guys should be asking. Why does those words have a negative impact in the conversation?
Because it causes spirals.
Huh?
Because it causes spirals.
Why? Yeah. I understand that. Why does it does that?
This is kind of one of those things that, from your perspective, seems obvious that they're not straight lines. When from our perspective, we're thinking about it.
No.
Context of
Let me tell you why they cause spiral, though.
I thought you were asking.
No, but you're not answering the question.
I was. Yeah.
No, you're not answering the question. And in my opinion, to be honest,
that's why that's not why they spiral. Because you guys know it's obviously not a straight line.
No, it's because the reason why people spiral over these things is because you cannot demonstrate these things in real life. So that's why people go on the arguments, right? And you guys avoid using these words for that mere reason.
These are things you can demonstrate.
All right, okay, Coach, it's fine. You win.
I'm not trying to win. I don't get it. Why don't you just respond to what I'm saying? Because I'm just saying that I think you can demonstrate that. If you have one of those strings,
then people will not be arguing over this shit over and over, Coach Show. What part of that you guys don't get? People argue here every day because you guys are not able to demonstrate things in real life, only on a fucking books with numbers and maths. That's not real life. You've been told this so many times.
and Moyak both had shown this to people on camera. But if you have a ball, you have a string, and you take them, you start them off in the same, like, so they're parallel. You can do this with like a clip, like a thing that has a retractable string that comes out of it and like pulls it back in. But if you put them side by side and you pull them down away from the ball, they're going to move together on the ball. But in reality, you're making straight lines that are traveling along the surface, but they don't behave the same way straight lines do. They intersect and are parallel lines to intersect, all that kind of stuff. So that's why I personally wouldn't call them straight lines, because they don't behave the same way straight lines do, but they're almost defined the same way straight lines are defined, which is they connect 2 points, shortest distance between 2 points.
Maybe a better example is we can't use the word level because there is arguments about the definition of the word. Like if I was to say this is a straight level line to Kosho, it would mean something very different than if I said that to Bev or to you.
Because we always get into that too about the level, horizontal, and vertical and stuff. Because from our perspective, those are all unique. Those are all unique at every given position. So that's not the case for you guys. Good question, Side Zero. If you wanted to elaborate on that thing that you asked, because you said, why do we talk about it? Why do we if it were the case, like I said, why are we still talking about it or whatever? But I mean, I should be asking the same question. I mean, I have the exact same question. If it's clear what a geodesic is and how it relates to a straight line, and how all these things are defined and stuff like that, why is it that people still disagree with it?
Because you cannot have horizontal straight lines being bending. You cannot have curving levels. That's why. You guys gonna wanna assert that over and over. That's why there's the argument. You cannot have those things, but you guys want to have them. So here we are arguing about it.
One of the things you said, I don't think that we claim to need to have. Like you said, bent horizontals or something.
Oh, the horizontal has to bend, isn't it?
No, I don't think so. I think that, like I said a second ago,
there you go.
The horizontals and verticals and level, every position has a unique one. So the horizontal at any given position is not necessarily going to be horizontal from any other position. You can extend that horizontal out into infinity, but once you move to another point and you're referencing that same horizontal you established, that point is not going to have the same horizontal. It's in our model. Here I am procrastinating. I gotta go.
Yeah, how much is 410% APR? You know what? I'm gonna just time it out.
410% of what?
Never mind.
What, man?
I'm putting $600, give or take, into something that makes 400% APR.
410%. Well, 10% of 600 is 60. 400% is 240. So $300. Wait.
What, a year?
No, hold on. That's not correct at all.
It's APR, bro, not APY. You don't even know. I don't even know what.
I mean 2400 plus 60. I mean.
It's fine. I'm gonna time it out, and I'll get a real measurement here. This should be a nice fucking hit right here. I already got $2 a day off the other one. This should be like fucking. That was like 150. This should be like $8 a day, give or take, off this $600.
I'm curious, man. You said about how much you make profit or whatever you take out each week. How much do you have on the hook at any given time?
Bro, it could be anywhere from like 15 to like 20 something.
Damn.
Right around there.
Now, in the worst case scenario, if that got wiped down to zero on any given day,
which would never fucking happen, but yeah,
you can't say that. But would that be catastrophic?
Society would collapse. If society collapses, yeah.
Not necessarily. You understand that the stock market, that would be. You wouldn't expect that to happen. The stock
So if you
market.
had IBM stock, No, listen, if you had IBM stock, that shit's never getting wiped. I mean, IBM could go under, I guess. Yeah, but
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. The stock market, you wouldn't expect that to happen. But I'm saying that this is a kind of a novel sort of market, and it's doing novel things almost.
if
And
my
it's kind
shit
of
got knocked down to zero tomorrow, the day after that, I would go to my bank or go close my Ameritrade account or my Edward Jones account and buy right back in.
it's not bad. Not a bad idea.
I'm stacking up cash right now for that in case that happens. Like I'm stacking cash up. So
I would, like I said, I wouldn't predict that's going to happen, but I'm just saying that's not. I
yeah,
wouldn't say it's an
in case it
impossibility at all.
doesn't. In case it does, I want to be able to keep my income up. So I'm slowly stacking cash up for that specific.
You should
You
really
can't like save
diversify.
it. What's that?
As I say, you should really diversify. Just put, just put it somewhere else as well. Because like I said, yeah, I don't know. You just never know.
Yeah, I feel you, bro. I'm diversifying.
No, I mean it's outside of crypto.
Yeah, well, I mean, I got my money in stable coins. It's the same thing. So the goal. My ultimate goal is to get enough money to where I can buy dividend stocks. Because for every $25,000 in dividend stocks, you can get $100 a month passively. So that's a lot of shitload of money to make anything real. If you want to get, $1,000 a month, you need $250,000. So, but that is the goal, yeah, to move out of crypto, yeah,
Best of luck to you, my man.
no doubt. I mean, this coin I'm getting in right now is I think it's 2 or 3 cents a coin, which is really nice because I feel like this could do like a little 10x real quick, and it's a passive one too. So
First, Chris Label just set me up with his brother, man. Dude, why would you? Why would you? I don't know, dude. $750,000, dude.
oh my god, bro. I could get somebody making like a G a day off it. I don't even know. I'd have to do the math, but
I wouldn't even invest if that was all mine. I wouldn't even invest it in Bitcoin, dude. I would just.
oh, I would take that's the money I'm trying to get for fucking. I would still put some in a Bitcoin because if you
I
just took
think
25,
Bitcoin,
yeah,
they're saying, is about to go 50% up more, like double.
nice.
Scott Beach just got 7 of them for free. Doesn't get them until February, so yeah. So I mean, they're probably gonna increase by then.
Mm-hmm. Because of the how you say this thing is happening right now with the money, the inflation.
Oh yeah, but that's what I'm saying. It's so weird. It's hard to tell. Like I said, there's nothing that says it can't all wipe out tomorrow because of some policy or whatever. But there's also it's doing unpredictable things with its gains. Like there's no reason.
Well,
It's
the
not
reason,
impossible for it to keep gaining up.
and I don't know if you noticed, but there's a pattern on the people that is invested on crypto, which is that they don't trust the government. They don't like what the government does with the money. So, yeah, they will figure out something out.
Well, blockchain, like in Russia, that they had done that 4 years ago when they were gonna take out some of the bureaucracy and replace it with blockchain, smart contracts and that kind of stuff. But yeah, ultimately though, if that sort of thing was a threat to the American dollar, that's what I'm saying. That's whenever you start to see policies that would be very detrimental to the value of cryptocurrencies, like outlawing them. That's like I said. That's if they ever felt like there was an actual threat. And I think I might buy an auto level.
What are you gonna buy?
I think I might buy an auto level because of that GPS thing.
To verify your horizontal line. I understand. I would want to do the same thing if I were you.
No, I don't need to verify the horizontal. Well, I mean, yeah, I guess it would. But I would ultimately, if I didn't have anything like that, I would just be doing things to the surface of the water itself. You know what I mean? Like I'd take like two ends of a lake and measure the points on two ends of a lake and construct a straight line, and then measure points in between on the lake and compare them to that line. Measure the distance from that line, or if it lies along that line. I mean, would it? Be honest. What would your reaction be if I were to do a measurement like that for, like, let's say over 10 miles, and the sagitta, you know, the surface of the water in the middle or whatever, the distance from that to the line, it was consistent with what it would be on the globe of our size? What would your reaction be, Jeremy? What kind of reaction would you have? Like a disbelief or compelling or what?
Could you repeat that real quick? I wasn't really.
Yeah, you're fucking smoking weed and sucking cock. What I said was, okay, so if I took a fucking, Jesus Christ, if I took the GPS thing, I measured two ends of a 10-mile lake, right? And then I constructed a straight line using those 2 points. And then I went in the middle of the lake and I measured points on the surface in between those points and compared it to the line that I constructed, like measured the distance from the surface of the water to wherever that line is, to see, you know, if it was lying on that line or whatever the distance was. If I found out that the sagitta and the distance of the surface to the line was consistent with that of a globe, like it was the sort of values that I had predicted beforehand, for instance, based on the
this is a long ass question. I don't even remember the first part.
Jesus Christ, man. What are you smoking, man? I didn't understand the question, dude. I'm just asking you if I have measurements, I measure the sagitta on a 10-mile lake, and it's consistent with the globe, what kind of reaction would you have?
Wait, you're gonna look one shot through an auto level? Are you looking one shot through an auto level?
I really hope that you put away your accounts and shit like that today, dude, because you should not be handling anything, dude.
Are you gonna do a double riding method? Dude.
Talk about GPS, man.
Oh, with the GPS, and it's going to be consistent with the globe. Of course, it's going to be consistent with the globe.
Listen, fool. God damn it. I measure 2 points on two ends of the lake, 10 miles. Just measure. That's all I do is measure those 2 points.
We should do 3 points.
No, I'm not going to do 3 points. That doesn't make sense. I use 2 points on the end of the lake, okay? And I construct a straight line with the positions I get for that, okay? And so now I have an established straight line. And what I do then is I go in the middle of the lake and I measure a position on the surface of the water, and I measure its distance from the line I constructed. Now, if it was flat, it should be on that line. And
so those are 3 points you're making. 3 points.
Yeah, listen.
One either end, one in the middle. Why'd you fight me on the 3-point thing at the beginning?
Dude, listen to me, dude.
Like, dude, I'm high as fuck. You should be working.
The third point is not a part of the line. It's something I'm comparing to the line. So the line's established from the 2 points. Now I have a third point that's in the middle. Fine, okay? And I'm saying, how compelling would that be to you if when I measured the distance between that third point and the line I constructed, it was consistent with the sagitta on the sphere, the size that we claim it is? How compelling would that be to you, or what would your response be?
It wouldn't be very compelling. That you're using GPS, of course it's going to say it's a globe.
Dude, the GPS isn't talking to me, man. I don't know why you keep saying it like that, dude. All the GPS is doing is giving me accurate points, those 2 points.
Along a horizontal line. Well, you think it's along a horizontal line. You're not sure or not. So.
No, it's not. It's not giving me that line. It's giving me 2 points. Let's say those 2 points are 111 and fucking 110.
3 points. Hold on. It's going to give you 3 points, right? We're doing 3 points. And it's going to say that these points are on a horizontal line, right?
Oh, listen, dude. Listen to the numbers also. Okay, I go out and I measure, and I get 1 point. It's 1, 1, 1. I'm like, okay, 1, 1, 1. I measure the other point, the other end, like it's 1, 1, 5. Okay, that doesn't make sense. Or 5, 1, 1, whatever. I'm like, okay, these are cool. And then from just those 2 points, I know what the line is going to look like between those 2 points. I know what points intersect it. I know what it looks like in a 3D, reference. So, anyways, I go out and I measure the third point, which is in the middle of the lake. It should also lie on that line. But what if I find it to lie in the distance that the sagittal would be?
How do you know where that line is?
What?
How do you know where that line is?
Well, I mean, I would, I know the direction the direction, from both sides.
Because of the direction of what?
I would know the direction. Like, I would look on one side, I'd be looking at the other end, and the other side, I'd be looking down at the other end.
You can just go and eyeball it?
I mean, I would do my best to go in between, man. That's not important, okay?
That is the whole crux of the thing.
It's important that I do that.
We know that middle point.
How I'm going to do that, okay?
The crux of the whole thing is that we know that middle point is on the horizontal that you've made between those 2 points.
Yeah, but when you establish that point, you'll be able to see that.
How? This is why you need an auto level.
You gotta have a laser. Got to.
You need a laser, an auto level, and a gyroscope for this at the very least. You need a parachute, a buck knife, and a pair of boots.
Listen, fool. You would just make sure.
Well, making sure something physical, something as level as a physical operation, which is why I don't understand why level is established using visual cues through like a theodolite or something like that. That's a bit of a disconnect. You would need something else with another physical operation like, a laser shooting out straight and level over the land to really establish level.
It's funny though, I'm not talking about establishing level or theodolites. I wasn't establishing level doing this. I'm just measuring 2 points, getting the accurate positions, constructing a straight line between them. Jeremy asked how I would make sure the point was directly above it. I would compare the origin point to that line, okay? And I would make sure that the point that I measure intersects the line. So I'd create, it's a whole thing, Jeremy. It's not hard to do, but just know I would make sure it was above that line.
Above it or below it or on it? Because you definitely don't want it above it.
Yeah, you want it to be along it. So it might be above it, below it, or on it, but it's not going to be to the left or right of it. You know what I mean?
How are you going to know if it's on it?
Because if you really want to know, all you have to do is you construct a line from the point that the third point and the origin point, the 0, 0, 0. You construct the line, and all you have to do is make sure that line.
What you're going to do with the GPS? Remember the ruler factory?
Dude.
This is the ruler factory.
Making this so hard, dude. The points. The points are not measuring the line. The points are just measuring the points. The line is constructed from knowing those points. The third point, I would make sure that the third point, a line that goes through the 0, 0, 0, the origin, and that third point, I would make sure that line intersects the first line. If that line intersects that line, that means that the third point runs along that line. Now, whether that point is above it or on it, we'll have to measure, but it won't be left or right of it.
Okay, and you're going to know that line's there because of the GPS is just telling you it's there.
No. All the GPS did was it gave me the position, the first position. It gave me the second position. All I know now from the GPS is I have 1, 1, 1, and I have 5, 1, 1. Now that I know that I can construct every point that goes along that line, all the way out to infinity. I don't need the GPS to do that. It's that simple math.
Listen, I told you, you get the #1 slot when we do our line, right? You're our first up. We're gonna have guys with the auto lights, fucking auto levels, water levels, everything, and you'll be in there, bro. You're in there like swimwear.
That's what's up, man. Honestly, I asked these questions because I asked this when I was doing my test with 23 people and the angles from the sun. Because the truth is, people are going to say ridiculous things. You know what I mean? Like people say.
I mean, don't get it twisted. We're definitely gonna have another GPS guy there. We're not putting a whole GPS thing on you. We're gonna have you make your line. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna have everyone make their lines so that they're not biased. So we're gonna have everyone do their lines, but no one's gonna be able to see the other lines because we're gonna cover them up. So that way you can't, play no trickery and no games and shit. We are gonna make a line and then cover it up like temporarily with like paper, or black plastic or something, so that no one can see where the line is. And then we're gonna have someone else make a line, and then we're gonna cover all the lines up, and we're gonna have someone else make a line on top of that.
What's your most promising contender for a line, man?
Tons of shit, bro. We got tons of shit on deck.
Okay, that's good.
Tons.
So you should give me.
I wouldn't even know where to start.
I know, that's what I was afraid of.
So it's so many. I mean, it's mind-boggling how many there are. Veach sent me a 60-page PDF on how to make a straight line. We got that one.
We've been over this, dude. You haven't even read the title of that thing, probably.
Veach also has another way with a computer program, and that's just 2 from Veach right there off the rip.
He was spitballing an idea, man.
That's what we're doing here. We're spitballing. We're brainstorming, bro. Get with the
idea that he came up
program.
with is not a possible thing.
Will you get with the program, please? He says this is 100% possible. He went to fucking a big-time university, okay? You're telling me you're smarter than Veach?
I'm not saying I'm smarter than Veach.
That's what I saw.
I know
That's
where he
what I
was
saw.
at when he was saying that, man. He wasn't saying that like that's going to be something that's doable.
He said this shit will 100% work, all right? So,
Run me by again with his ideas with computers.
We already got 2 ways. Dude, we got 2 ways already just with Veach. All right, we got this PhD mastermind genius motherfucker on the case.
Jesus Christ,
you need to get on the case and try to help us brainstorm instead of being a negative Nancy all the time.
My whole thing is I just don't think there's another idea. There's maybe like double riding or something like that.
You're a gatekeeper of straight lines is what you are.
No, not a gatekeeper.
Yeah, you're a straight line gatekeeper.
Happens that the method I'm talking about is the one that is already understood and used for the professionals. They're not debating what's the best way to make a straight line. They just do it the way that the way I'm going to describe mine.
We are the professionals now. All right, professional expert specialist. That's going to be my new title.
I'm the captain now.
That's Jeremy. You would like that movie, dude. You would quote that fucking movie, Kool-Aid. Anything with a boat on it. Yeah, Jeremy, you're that guy from Captain Phillips. Do y'all remember when that took place in real life? Like when this Navy SEALs fucking sniped all those dudes at the same time?
It was a badass shot they did.
Yeah, because they were all in water.
I actually was lucky enough to meet a few of those guys at a sniping competition. They were really, really cool and really, really humble individuals.
Some of the SEALs?
Yeah. I mean, they were giving a lecture. It wasn't like I was in there being friends with them.
Where were you?
The Fort Benning sniper competition.
Oh. What, did you win?
Oh, I was a medic. It was my job to make sure nobody shot themselves.
Do you have a rifle?
Yes.
Why don't you try to do one of those Why don't you try to set up one of those Coriolis tests? I was trying to find rifle shooters before, because Michael Smith is one as well. Because it'd be cool to have flat earthers too. But just shoot in 4 cardinal directions, and try to be as precise as keep all your rounds like in the same circle, like a small circle together, just so you're certain that the precision is up there.
That's an interesting idea.
You need someone who's a good enough shooter to
group
you know to make sure that precision is there. Because if the precision wasn't there, then it would kind of be useless. But if the precision was good enough, you would compare the bias in all four directions and see if there was anything to it.
My AR-10 is sub-minute of angle. It's definitely able to do the shot. Let me look into it. It's a good idea.
Yeah, you just need a venue because it's not really you can't really do it everywhere.
Luckily, I live in Nebraska, so cornfields are a thing.
And so if you kill somebody, it's not like anyone's going to notice for a while.
Right.
I used to be so good at geography, dude. But Nebraska, it was the other day I was talking about Nebraska. Nebraska is one of the states I couldn't remember exactly where it was, you know.
If you draw an X on the continental United States, we're where the X.
Yeah. Have you ever seen Al Franken? He used to do that when he was running for office and stuff. He would just he would just freehand draw the United States.
Wow.
Not hard. He actually explained the steps basically. If you do it if you memorize the steps, you can probably get it down if you practice it enough. It's definitely a useful skill when you're running for office, especially if you're already like an entertainer type dude. Of course, he's out of politics now.
One of the new scopes I'm looking at actually has Coriolis effect built in calibration that's done inside the scope.
Say what? Broke up a little bit.
The scope actually has a rangefinder and everything else on it and does a lot of your shot calculations for you, including Coriolis.
Really? I was working on Coriolis calculator. Actually, I forgot where I left off.
What's the name of the scope that does that?
I'm going to see if I can find it. Give me just 1 second.
Yeah.
It's called Globe Scope.
The name of the program is Ultimate Ballistics Calculator by Lapua. It can be put in many different scopes. The one that I was looking at was the Thor 4. Here's the app, basically.
Hey, you got that laser test?
No, I can't find it.
I'm gonna bust your nuts every day.
Oh yeah. I get it. I own it. I own it.
Wait, what kind of laser test?
It's from my stupid
boats.
Yeah, the tow tank, the calibration test. I had the accurate test, and I can't find
Wait,
it.
what is what is that tow tank?
Yeah, the David M. Taylor Memorial Model Basin, the tank they test boats in.
Yeah, the only when I tried to validate his claim, the only thing I found was a 100-foot measurement, which didn't show any deviation at distance. So,
which is what?
Yeah,
they're all going to show.
Well, that's the thing, man. If it were actually complying with the actual measured distance, then it would show the curvature progressively as the length goes on. So 25 feet would show up less because of the curve.
You're measuring the wrong direction. With all due respect, you're measuring from one end to the other, and that's not the way it's measured. It's measured from the top or the middle down, because they don't care about the curvature. They just want to make sure the crane.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how you measure it. If you're telling me that the rails themselves have curvature built into them, you could start anywhere you want, and it would show curvature as the length goes on. So if you're doing 25-foot sections, each 25 feet should be just a little bit shorter than the one before it, consistently.
Why would it be shorter? It'd be 25 foot.
It's because it'd be bowed. If you measure 25 feet along the length of a bowed object, the midpoint, the line, the straight line would be shorter as length progresses, period. You see me now? I think you get it now.
Okay,
now, I'm not saying 25 feet's good enough, but
Right,
that's
no.
all you guys had is 100 feet.
Yeah, it's only 300-foot long tank, not one of the long tanks.
It's only 300 foot long, you said?
Yeah. It's the old tank there, and unfortunately, it's Navy, and they're not always the best about putting out their information.
True.
They'll change which tank they're talking about and not mention it.
Or they'll send shills to discords.
You know, it'd be like the worst return on investment.
I agree. I agree.
I said this to Human Sheeple once, and he got really upset with me, but it's the truth. If the Earth were completely smooth, the same size, but it's a completely smooth ball, just there's no water or anything on it, just for simplicity, and you had 25-foot sections of rail, for instance, you could build a railroad that goes all the way across, all the way around the equator, connecting each of those 25-foot sections of rail, and you never once have to account for curvature, because it would be hidden in each of those. It'd be hidden in each of those connections.
Yep. Which is why when they built these rails, the U.S. Corps of Engineers actually had to come up with brand new manufacturing technique, because it was so long and required such a gentle curve. One axis.
What was the new technique?
To be 100%, I don't understand it. It is way more mechanical than I am.
So it's basically like a technique that is so subtle that a straight line is eventually curved, right?
No, it's a technique to do with pouring hot metal that I don't understand.
Right, but the technique is to shape a rail that's going to eventually, it's going to be straight, but then eventually it's going to be curved, right?
Yep.
So it's going to have a curve in 1 degree of freedom while remaining straight in the other degree of freedom.
Yep, checks out.
Checks out to me. It's funny how
what's wrong with what I just
the information that I found didn't actually support your point at all. Actually, just made it a lot worse.
Actually, it did.
That's why I'm hoping that you can come around with the actual evidence, because that's the one that you rested your case on. One day.
Mm-hmm. I mean, this is basically the same thing. If you can imagine any size cup at all, anywhere, any coffee cup size. If you had small enough, perfectly straight metallic sticks, so many that you could fit 5 million of them in the circumference of that cup. Each of those, you would be able to make a smooth surface. I mean, a smooth round thing around the entire cup, within each of those lines being straight. And that's exactly how many 25-foot sections go around the equator of the Earth. So, just the curvature between each of those rails is not something that is
measurable.
I mean, it would be measurable.
No, actually, it wasn't. In the one test that I found, it wasn't measurable, and actually supported the claim that it wasn't curving at all.
I'm saying it could be measurable, but you have to use the most precise tool.
Yeah, it was a very precise tool. Yep.
I'm trying to think what the amount between each one is. Hold on.
I don't know. You're gonna have to wiggle out of this one a different way.
Wiggle out. It's not wiggling out. This is the truth. Any size cup.
Well, how did you wiggle in? You don't even know what you're talking about.
If you put 5 million of them around it, it's gonna make a perfectly smooth perimeter, even though each of those things are straight. It doesn't matter what size it is.
I'm gonna take notes, man, because you're gonna tell me how to wiggle out of something you have no idea what the fuck you're talking about.
I mean, this is an age-old argument. That's what I'm saying. I've had this argument with 500 people in this community. The truth. It doesn't matter what kind of sectional thing you're using. If they're small enough sections, the error that's in between each one is going to be so small that you're not going to have to account for it, and it would.
The error. Okay, taking notes.
Error.
Oh, the error. Yeah, taking notes. Teach us, almighty Kosho.
I mean, that's it. That's the whole lesson. You guys should be able to ace the test now.
Yep.
Question number 1.
Hey, Jenny, talk some sense to these dumbasses, please.
I don't know, man. I don't know. I kind of came in halfway through, and
there you go. See, Kosho, that's how you respond honestly. You don't have to just waffle on about a bunch of bullshit.
I mean, it's 25-foot sections. The 25-foot sections there's not going to be discernible air between them for them to follow the contours of the curve of the Earth. That's just a fact of it.
Bring me up to speed, like specifically what I'm scared to ask. What are you talking about?
The example I was using was a railway, but they're talking about in a tank on water.
It's a very specific situation.
Oh, I did hear part of it. You said something along the lines of, imagine it was a smooth ball, and you said something about around the equator, and then, so you're talking about a railway around the equator?
Right. You can build any kind of sectional anything that went around the entire equator, in 25-foot sections, and you wouldn't have to account for the curve of the Earth.
You're full of shit.
The truth.
There you go.
Railway? No.
When would the curve of the Earth come up? In that scenario?
I agree. When would it come up?
Okay, so how many flat surfaces does it take to make an illusion of a ball then?
Well, in this case, 5,259,000.
Yep.
Of 25-foot sections?
Yeah, that would wrap around the equator.
Ah.
He knew you were going to answer that question. That's why he already pulled his calculator up.
I've stated this a minute ago. I stated that clearly about the cup. No matter what size it was, if you had that many straight lines that were able to go around the perimeter, it would
wiggle.
I mean, it's not my fault you don't understand it, but it's not hard to grasp.
Kosho the Wiggler.
Decimal parity.
But All right, so why
Wiggler.
would we expect to see the curve when 25 feet is 0.0000019% of the circumference of the Earth? So
Hey,
why do
I
you
agree.
think you would see the curve over there?
Absolutely. It is not a proof. Thank you so much for arguing with Kool-Aid. I appreciate that.
I don't think that's what Kool-Aid was arguing.
Yeah, I know you don't think so because you don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Anyways, yeah, you wouldn't expect to see a curve over that distance.
Well, I didn't claim that there was a curve over that distance. It was someone else's argument.
Kool-Aid, what was your claim? Maybe I didn't hear it properly.
I just got back and I heard my name. What was the question?
What were you claiming about train tracks or something?
Oh yeah, yeah. So it's the Bethesda, Maryland, David Taylor Memorial Model Basin has a set of railroad tracks that a train that holds the model boats run on that are straight in the x-axis, but have a curve that matches the curvature of the Earth in the y-axis.
Over 300 feet.
And I was actually wrong about that one. I was, for some reason, the numbers stuck in my head. The correct length is 400.
400 meters? Is that right?
I was wrong. I thought it wasn't it feet? Hold on. Looking at the document.
I mean, I know the construction itself is 0.5 miles, but we're talking many different pools over that railing.
And now there are. And when it was originally done, only. Yeah. Here's.
You are not being picked up by your mic.
Oh, there you go. There's the link.
This is the one.
No, this doesn't actually have. This is not the one you're.
Fuck's sake. Never mind.
I told you I can't find what I did with that one. I'm still looking for it.
Okay, I'm going to pretend that it exists and keep asking you then.
Okay, cool. Yeah. 410 feet is the length. The main pool. You know, you could always call them. They are a working museum. That is.
Yeah, I could. It's Sunday.
That's true. I'll give you that.
I'll take it.
Their phone number for tomorrow.
All right, I'm going to copy this message link. This is to the original argument, Jenny.
Oh.
So he said that there is some other test which is more accurate with a different laser that is recent. But this is the one that I found. And it measures 100-foot sections 25 feet at a time using reflectors and a photosensor on a tripod. And each measurement came back identical length at each section, as I expect, honestly.
Right, which is what is predicting it wouldn't work if it did. If they didn't know the length of this thing, it wouldn't work real well to test the ship.
Why are we questioning whether or not railways are flat?
because they're not.
I know, it's so weird. Kosho.
What? No, I said you can use
Why?
I said you'd be able to construct a railway around the entire Earth using 25-foot segments that were completely flat segments, and be able to connect them. And the amount of air that would be in between each track would be enough to be hidden completely. It wouldn't be perceivable.
Yeah, but wouldn't it be that way now?
What do you mean?
Isn't that how it would have to be now?
Well, the Earth isn't completely smooth though, so it's like they build it on the contours of the Earth. They have to build through certain stuff.
Well, what they build on, that's smooth, right? What are you talking about? Smooth. Are you talking about no topography?
Yeah. I'm saying like if like in this thought experiment, like the Earth is a completely smooth ball, no water, no mountains, no valleys, and no weird shapes. Just completely smooth, perfectly shaped sphere.
If only the Earth were as smooth as Kosho's bullshit.
It's not bullshit. Like I said, if you can't wrap your head around this, that's fine. But you think about it long enough, and there's no. There's actually not an argument that you've put up against it.
I can't wrap my brain around it because my brain ain't smooth.
All right,
Well, the thing is,
I mean, surely you'll come up with an argument against it at one point, but we'll see.
no,
I don't need to. It's some bullshit argument.
You're just saying you could build a track in the circumference of the Earth without regard to the curvature of 25 foot length.
Right, exactly. Like it wouldn't be something that would add up or wouldn't create a problem over time or anything. It would be something that would be hidden in each one by equal amounts.
Your margin of error would be greater than the accuracy.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, the ends would butt practically flush.
Exactly. And so the whole thing will go around the entire Earth if it were a smooth ball the size we claim it is. And nobody would ever need to account for the curvature of the Earth. Yeah.
Bless you, maybe?
Bless you, Jenny.
I mean, if that was his.
Jeez. Hey, Rig, so if a glober brain is a little bit smoother, that means there's less surface area. That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, that's why the flat Earth is larger to hold our larger brains. Apparently.
As I said, I'm sure you'll come up with an argument better than that soon enough. I mean, it's just pretty sad. There's nothing really that crazy about it. It's just a fact.
Apriva ended up losing their lead over the night. They're dropped back to third place in the current race.
Like, what are you talking about? I'm sure it's about some boat race.
The boat race. Transat. France to South America.
Is that thing 400 meters or 400 feet?
400
feet? Okay.
It's short.
Yeah, I'm just.
That's the best argument again. It's too short to see any. I have
You're really
talked
hanging
with
on that for globe proof, aren't you?
I have talked with one of the midshipmen who works there who agreed to take a sextant reading. I haven't received any further emails from him, so we'll see if it actually works. No, and I'm not really hanging on this for globe proof. I think this is just one more piece of great evidence. I think the map is much better evidence, though. Show me a distance that's wrong in all the maps, then we have a place to at least start conversation.
Hey, we can talk about Dawn's worms if anybody wants.
Is she gonna be okay?
Well, he seems to think that worms, the existence of them, is proof of God. And he never did elaborate. And if he cares to elaborate, I'll sing a song about worms. I told him I would earlier.
No, I don't know. I remember in school there was a song about worms.
Yeah, that's the one.
Okay, yeah, I know that one.
Okay, he's not even in the live stream voice chat, so never mind. The worm song will have to wait.
We all know it.
Apparently, there are many versions of the worm song. I had to search a little bit to find the one I remembered.
Well, that is interesting.
Yeah. So they're like widely different. I mean, I remember like the same hook and then like one sentence difference. I mean, because this is supposed to be for third graders. I remember it from fourth grade.
I remember it from fourth grade as well. Yeah.
So the main body of the whole song is the same, except for like 4 different sentences.
Well, the one I remember starts off with "Nobody likes me."
Everybody
Is it the
hates
same
me.
song?
Yeah, nobody
Okay.
likes me. Everybody hates me. Guess I'll eat some worms.
Might as well go eat worms. That's what we used to say.
Oh,
That's pretty funny.
I want to wait for Dawn because I promised him. Tell him to come into the voice chat.
They're really good for you.
Ew.
Yeah. Yeah, they've got enzymes in them which are fantastic. Can only be found in the earth.
Just a little gritty and they taste like dirt.
You got to purge them. Just like a snail.
God made dirt. Dirt don't hurt. That's what I've always heard. But yeah, I wouldn't want to go around eating dirt. I don't know. I guess I'd have to be extremely desperate to eat worms.
Or people eat crawfish, shit like that.
They what?
So people eat crawfish. I
Ew.
don't know if you're eating crawfish, but you
Those
rip
are
it
like
open.
water bugs.
Yeah,
They're
you rip it open,
gross.
you see the poop shoot.
Ew. Yeah, they're like water cockroaches, actually. That's what they kind of remind me of.
They are.
They're freshwater.
Cockroaches. Yeah, my girlfriend used to always take me to a crawfish broil every Saturday. It's a huge fucking thing.
I mean, I guess if somebody was really good at cooking them, I mean,
They cook them good. The seasoning's good and everything, but I don't eat that. I would have one or two because it tastes good, but
yeah.
like the flavor, I mean.
Just lick them.
No, I mean, I'd eat them. I mean, they'd be good, but I just, yeah.
Yeah, not my go-to.
It's the act of sucking off the heads.
Yeah, sucking the head. That's what some of them do.
My girlfriend cleans them, man.
Yeah.
My ex-girlfriend.
You want her to be your girlfriend again. You keep doing that Freudian slip. You better message her.
I got over her a while ago.
Oh, yeah, I can tell. Sure.
It took a while, but yeah.
I got it.
No.
This one that was having you followed around.
Uh-huh. Well, I was first in this community, but she remembers I was always she was like my ex-girlfriend at the time.
Oh.
Is she a flatty?
Oh no. My current girlfriend, she's almost a flat earther.
What do you mean almost? How can you be almost a flat earther?
Kosho's gonna make her one if she's not already. Is that how it is, Kosho? Like you push the globe to us, but then your girlfriends, you're like trying to convince them it's flat. I bet that's how it is.
Well, I mean, I'll argue it with them just so they can see where. I had one friend, my friend Taylor. I was actually trying to I was showing her different videos just to see which ones were compelling to her. It's kind of doing like an experiment on her.
Oh.
The thing is, people, it's not just about it being true to you or whatever. It has to also be appealing to you. Otherwise, but most people don't care about the subject, you know. That's how my girlfriend is. I'm pretty sure she is capable of being a flat earther, but she just doesn't care about the subject.
Do you think people have been conditioned to be blinded to this, to the idea of where we live, who we are, where we came from?
It doesn't matter.
No, I wouldn't say that much. Some people aren't interested in the subject. Like they're not. This is not appealing to them. Like science, even, you know. Like she was anti Miley Cyrus and all that, you know.
What about Miley Cyrus?
So she's anti Miley Cyrus.
That's a good sign.
Even in the face of her friend. Her friend became brain dead from catching it.
Oh my God.
Yeah, and even still, he's anti Miley Cyrus, and just different, like that Houston thing. That concert. She's following the conspiracy and stuff like that. Like, she thinks that he's in the Illuminati and worshiping the devil and all that kind of stuff. So I I wouldn't put it past her to be a flat earther, but she just doesn't care about the subject. So.
This is your current girlfriend, is that correct?
Yeah, my current girlfriend. Yeah.
Right. Can she hear you talking about her this like right now, or what?
Probably. I'm not with her right now, but she has her ways, man. She's already had private investigators following me. I don't know if you remember. I don't know if you. I think you were there that night. There was a night I thought I was being followed, and she confirmed it later.
What? That it was her?
Yeah, that she'd and I even found out
that she trusts you so much.
No, she's done it. She's done it to that same girl, the girl who became brain dead. She did it so they wouldn't steal her cat. They were moving out.
I'm lost.
Dude, your stories make just as much sense as your arguments.
Very good.
Oh, shit.
Well, at least he's consistent.
Yeah, he's very consistent.
Yeah, just a suggestion. Maybe not talk down to or about your girlfriend. Might help keeping them.
Talking down? I'm not talking down. What are we talking about? Because I said that she could be a flat earther?
Well, you sounded very condescending.
No, I'm saying because of her. I believe in most of the girls I date are conspiratorial. You know, they believe like the main ones. You know, and 9/11 and stuff like that.
You mean the main ones, the ones that turned out to be true?
Well, yeah, I'm saying the ones that are true. Yeah.